Lagu lain lah. Aku macam tengah busy sikit. Kau cakap kabel ni charge kan? Kenapa kabel ni tak charge ni? Charger cocok kat mana? Ni. Tepi ni. Kau katalah cara kalau contoh aku cocok power bank kat sini. Test. Tak apa dia. Tak ada apa. Oh ada. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam guys. Welcome to the stream. Baru perasan potong rambut. Baik Razi eh. Handsome tak? Awal live stream kita nak mabar-mabar dulu. Kita nak mabar-mabar dulu guys. Kita main ML dulu. Siapa-siapa yang aku ada hutang-hutang dulu. Hutang keren ya. Hutang ke? Betul. Sekejap guys eh. Allahu ya Rabbi. Salah masuk lagi. Ya Allah, Res. Cuba betul-betul jangan bagi salah masuk, Res. Ada mabah ke? Ada, guys. Abalot! Busy ke? Sekejap, guys, eh. Baby pula, meh. Apa baby, meh? Banyak main lah, meh. Alamak, silap host. Amboi, meh. Baby kat siapa tu? Baby kat siapa tu, brother? Kantor ya. Sekejap guys, sabar lot busy sikit kita. Sementara tu kita tunggu. Yang mana aku ada hutang mabah? Mari masuk. Yang mana aku ada hutang mabah? Mari masuk. Baik, siap. Abang Lok jadi hero Tamil Lok. Tapi belakang putih. Oh, belum siap. Okay. Banyak bunyi lah hari ni. Relax lah. Rasa hero apa SRG akan pakai nanti? Aku rasa assassin lah guys. Aku dapat bau-bau. Kalau Link kena ban, bau-bau ataupun Hirara kena ban, bau-bau dia main Nolan Sekais. Hello Rain, YG please support today. Sure Mo. For MSC this time I will support 3 team. SRG, Vamos and Yangon Galacticos. For my viewer from Myanmar community, I will support YG. Okay. Okay guys. W Myanmar. Yes, W Myanmar. Mingalaba Tura. What's the difference between Mingalaba and also Mingalapar? They are different, right guys? Ayo mabar. Aku ada hutang kau kan, Abang Din? Ke tak ada? Boleh. Sementara kita tunggu ni. Kita tunggu apa? Noba. Sementara kita nak tunggu match pertama SRG, guys. Ui, tapi aku risau gak guys sebenarnya. Aku percayakan SRG. Tapi aku risau Pro eSport ni kuat guys Kemboja sekarang kuat sebab Kemboja kalahkan PH hari tu guys. Tak ada Rin, dah habis kena game dengan abang. Kena game? Kenapa sokong YG Rin? Tak ni sebab supporter. Kenapa 720 PJ? Sebab aku punya ni lah Razi. Aku punya capture card tak support 1080. Tu aku tengah plan on the way nak beli capture card baru. Sabar guys Mungkin korang bertahan dengan aku lagi sebulan lah, sebulan. Tunggu aku gaji ke, aku beli yang baru. Capture card. Capture card boleh beli pakai credit card tak? Tak ada apa? Pay later? Pay later ada interest kan? Credit card tak ada. Minta abang lot sponsor coach. Janganlah guys. Produk dah bagi aku macam-macam guys. Malu aku nak minta lagi tu. Mana abang lot ni guys? Ada kawan tua ni, ada kawan tua ni. Aku tengok sekejap, ada kawan tua ni guys. Nampak macam busy je. Okay, abang lot dah masuk guys. Atau Mei ke Mei? Atau Mei ke? Hello from Myanmar. Welcome to the stream brother. Usan, welcome to the stream, okay? Wah Allah. Rasa-rasanya hari ni semua tim boleh clean sweep ke? Aku rasa tak. Aku rasa hari ni akan penuh dengan game yang sengit guys. Penuh dengan game yang sengit. Aku rasa hari ni game yang sengit guys. Aku tak masuk Discord lagi. Patutlah. Sekejap guys, aku masuk Discord sekejap guys. Kita cari abang lot sekejap. Mana dia punya ni. Test. Abang lot, DC ke? Okay. Itu yang kita mahu. Korang memang nak game seru-seru kan? Alang-alang 4K. Tu lah Razi. Aku rasa aku akan cari capture card yang boleh support 4K. Biar korang nampak muka aku. Okay, betul-betul nampak. Dengar. Clear. Bang, nak tahu benda tak? Nak Meh. Kenapa tu? Amir Al-Hakimi. Bagi tahu. Apa benda tu? Cerita menarik sangat tu.
Jalan lah.
Jalan? Kita dua?
Ada orang ke?
Sekejap. Ada yang aku hutang mabah dalam ni tak guys? Ada yang aku hutang mabah tak guys?
Haji ada.
Haji, saya dah invite tak masuk. SRG main jam berapa? 5 baba. 5.
25 star dah dia.
Ya, kaki push juga orang tua ni.
Ya.
Abang main hero man. Saya nak main mid abang. Saya nak main Eudora. Janganlah aduh. Apa aduh tu? Ya Allah, balot.
Sekejap. Turun mid lane. Okay.
Tak percaya tu guys. Okay, korang tengok bakal player yang akan di-scout oleh Vamos dan juga SRG.
Aku dah live ke belum ni? Oh dah.
Ui, abang tanya saya pula pada level belum?
Ya.
Homo Eudora hero kuat tu. Bukan macam hero lagi satu tu. Hello Reza Arif. Okay. Sementara kita menunggu match antara SRG dan Pro. Tapi abang kan, saya sebenarnya risau sikit abang dengan Pro ni bang.
Apa dia?
Abang tahu tak Pro Esport KH ni? Diorang ada juga player-player yang hari tu main untuk Asian Games.
Tak peduli. Lawan SRG di TLPS je. Lain tu. Nah.
Asal hilang pula ni. Easy game lah. Abang rasa easy game
Ya.
Sekejap guys, kabel aku buat perangai Kabel aku buat perangai guys, sabar sekejap. Merajuk lah ni guys. Nak kena pucuk lah kabel ni. Hilang? Ni baru ada. Tak, dia punya dia tak detect. So kat stream sekejap hilang, sekejap ada.
SRG atau Spain bang? Sama dua merah kuning.
Tak tahu. Banyak masalah.
Boleh jadi. Okay, aku dah stream juga dekat YT guys. YT juga bukan.
The enemy is picking.
Bagus tengok live Rain. Sambil Rain akan ajar teknik permainan or how to counter hero. Boleh je. Kalau korang tanya aku apa-apa soalan in game guys, aku akan jawab guys. Korang nak tahu pasal apa, tanya je. Tapi kalau boleh, bagilah benda yang related to game yang kita tengah tengok guys.
Kadang masih ada.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Cepatlah Povius.
Apa win rate macam tu, Ray? Sorry lah guys. Win rate solo guys Mana Eudora boleh jadi meta?
Strap
Sebab
in.
Eudora ni
I'm
Eudora
here
yang
to
baru
make your
guys.
world.
Eudora yang dah di revamp. Dia bukan Eudora yang lama guys. So skill set dia dah berubah.
SB.
Experience the euphony of suffering.
They call me a hero because I
Your
saved my
team is
nation from
picking.
falling apart.
Rain asap dekat YT,
Ya,
asal dekat
saya
YT.
tahu,
Mestilah
someone.
guys, YT
Yang
memang
bercakap
delay
rahsia,
sikit.
someone. Apa pun terima kasih untuk donationnya. Yang bernama Super Ketora.
SRG main jam berapa? Pukul 5 guys, pukul 5.
Gaze
Revamp
upon
lagi
the
ke Eudora
edge
je
of
guys.
the void.
Sekejap saya baca balik.
Skill set dia dah berubah. Dia ada current extra.
Mal paling bagus job desk in game Ketora. Pernah juara MPL.
Tempest and steel. I am the divine storm.
Apa ni?
Rumus.
Oh, rumus.
Kenapa aku kajar?
Buat tanya pula.
Aku nak main Franco.
Bukan memang nak pick
Bukan.
Rain tak teringin ke nak comeback jadi coach? Sekarang dah kurang coach lokal. Sekarang saya jadi coach guys. Saya jadi coach Abalot.
出ておいで僕の炎
Your team is picking.
Personal coach. Tapi sebenarnya most of the time lebih kepada Abalot yang coach aku lah guys. Aku akan ikut direction Abalot. Tak adalah guys.
Ikut direction aku
Okay, saya akan ikut direction abang. Serius. Saya akan ikut direction abang. Abang cakap apa saya ikut bang.
Jadi kau tak boleh takut dengan Trisha tau.
Boleh. Tak ada. Trisha?
Ha.
Apa benda nak takut dengan perempuan ni guys?
Okay.
Kita lelaki beli beras tahu tak?
Alright.
Main gila dengan Rain guys
Kau sabar jap.
Mati aku ni guys.
Kau ikut direction aku. Direction aku simple.
Jangan cakap kahwin lagi satu bang. Mati saya. Terlalu awal untuk tu bang. Terlalu awal.
Tak boleh lah. Yang penting ikut direction aku.
Okay, saya ikut direction abang. Yang ni abang cakap top. Saya datang top bang.
Tak ada.
Hah?
Welcome to Mobile Legends
Oh Allah.
5
Alamak.
seconds till the enemy reaches the
Risha in the
battlefield.
chat.
Smash them.
Ada orang dalam chat saya bang.
All troops deployed.
Sambil potong buku
Sambil main potong kuku.
Herald
Janganlah.
of the dawn.
Tak fokus nanti.
Dah settle.
Settle
Kalau
lagi.
kuku panjang tak boleh main tu.
Thank you for the follow Muhammad Fazli
Enemy not
kau main
taking
Eudora. Combo dia kalau untuk poking hero depan-depan, kau main second skill first skill lah guys.
Sekejap. Kena ni.
Push.
to
Dia nak
change
main
the
Russo ke? Nak
world.
Russo ke?
Start by changing yourself.
Sakit. Baiklah. Okay, second skill, first skill. Satu, dua, empat. Second skill, first skill.
Been slain.
Okay, diorang datang lagi tak? Apa ni? Second skill, first skill. Nampak tu ada elektrik. Macam tu guys. Lepas second skill, first skill tu dia akan ada chain elektrik tau. Chain elektrik tu bagi damage guys.
This is
And
the
itu
calm
akan membuatkan
before the
cooldown
storm.
first skill korang lagi sekejap. Faham tak?
Belum revamp.
Okay, jangan buat sky pixel tu. Jangan ikut. Yang tu jangan ikut.
Okay. EXP bagus, job desk. Uish, harap jadi feature
The more you allow your fear to grow, the smaller you become.
First skill, second skill meletup. Dah ada extra damage. Kalau first skill, second skill, dia boleh stun ramai orang guys kat dalam area tu. Contoh macam ni kan. Ni. Kalau ada orang rapat-rapat, kalau macam seorang-seorang, kalau enemy seorang-seorang tak function guys, korang buat first skill, second skill Tapi kalau enemy rapat-rapat, korang buat macam tu.
Slain the turtle.
Enemy reach level 4.
Dari Mi.
Kau boleh sini ke?
Ni nak masuk ke Mi? Alah, aku tak ada flicker lah. Aku ada flicker mati. Betul? Faham? Kat atas Sekejap. Saya clear mid sekejap. Aduh, datang pula direct dia.
Lightning strike.
Kenapa? Okay guys, on the way.
Tak cakap. Datang mesti dapat.
Ya bang, ada bang.
You lack discipline.
Abang pun tak level 4 lagi je ada. Apa bang?
Yelah, itu yang kau dah suruh datang tu.
Oh, okey. Sorry. Ikut balot guys, saya ikut balot. Ya, ni balot dapat level 4 ni langsung sunggas ke?
Let the past stay buried in that.
Abang ada flicker tak?
Lightning has illuminated my future.
Play minion dulu. Okay, macam ni. Ni first skill, second skill.
Slain an enemy.
Dapat satu. Nolan camping ke tu? Itu bang.
Class is in session.
Nolan, ada ke Nolan? Okay. Macam aku cakap tadi, nak main combo paling senang Eudora, second skill, first skill. Mega lapar, Rain, love you Rain. Thank you guys. Welcome to the stream ya, Myanmar community.
Let's see who has the last laugh.
Okay, aku balik je guys, aku keluar. Kalau korang nak all out, second skill, ulti, first
Oh, I
skill.
miss the Magic Academy.
Kalau korang nak just poking biasa, second skill, first skill. Okay. Yang ni ada bau laut ni. Kita tak balik. Baiklah ya Joy. Mingga lapar guys,
Enemy battle cell on CD.
Baikkan combo. Baikkan combo.
Baik dah balot. Yang atas ni apa mati pula ni? Oi. Ada orang kena guys. Tolong dia. Rin, kau killing spree ke Rin? Ya.
Belajar daripada God Spring je.
God spree.
Mana
Lagi satu kenapa Eudora ni meta guys, sebab dia counter assassin lah. Ada ke? Tak ada. Belum ni. Ya, aku nak dia flicker. Tapi Melissa ni tak nak masuk pula. Ada turtle lah. Jom.
Initiate retreat.
Jom. Betul.
Lepas tu sekarang guys, aku tak tahu lah. Aku tak rasa Eudora ni bukan setakat ni guys.
Ally has been slain.
Jadilah budak baik.
Aku rasa Eudora sekarang bukan setakat burst guys. Dia boleh jadi continuous damage. Sebab first skill dia cooldown akan berkurang guys.
An enemy has been slain.
Cooldown akan berkurang bila enemy show depan muka. Passive sekali tu lah. Ya. Ni kan. Kan dia dah clear kat belakang kan. Dia mesti nak. Dia nak gerak.
The power that I once feared became my greatest teacher.
Come on then. Penuhkan. Thank you guys. Bantu guys subscribe. Bantu follow saya punya TT guys. Okay macam ni. Nampak. Okay. Kau nak fight dulu.
Ult is not ready.
Tak ada ulti. Okay.
Initiate retreat.
Respect is earned,
Good game.
not given.
Battle cell in cooldown.
Masuk mana? Okay. Ada ke? Ada ke bang? Satu seorang. Lori nanti nampak tu. Dah ada kilat dia. Ada Fori punya ulti pula guys. Yang tu aku rasa kalau aku ada Sky Piercer mati terus lah guys. Betul tak? Ada Sky Piercer tadi mati terus guys kan? Tak sempat heal orang tu.
The more you allow your fear to grow, the smaller you become.
Jangan sentuh. Apalah tak boleh. Dia tak boleh guys. Dia tak boleh lah orang lain kena puji. Korang kalau nak puji Abalok guys, jangan puji aku. Tolong lah. Sekejap bang, saya on dulu bang. Abang ada ulti kan? Flicker ada bang, flicker.
Semua ada.
Baik. Alamak. Dia tengah kena ke tu?
Been slain.
Solo kill.
Killing spree. Our turret has been destroyed.
Instant kill.
Sini.
Ada.
To change the world, start by changing yourself.
Tak apa bang. Okay, saya dapat.
This may unlock new
Yang tu korang
knowledge.
tahu apa guys? Yang tu taktik untuk mendapatkan jungle hijau.
My lightning will rend you asunder.
Betul.
Yang penting dapat, dia tak dapat farm. SRG pukul berapa guys? SRG pukul ni guys, pukul 5. Sky Piercer first item. Mana ada second item guys? Lepas glowing ni.
is in session.
Ni apa skill aku dah cukup ya tak?
Destroyed a turret.
Nampak tak?
What limits you
Tak nak ke bola ni?
itself,
Dah nak
but how you use it.
TL lawan ni esok. TL lawan ni.
Lightning strike.
Kalau dua-dua lepas guys. Geram awal.
Only teaching students was as simple as taming
Yes.
lightning.
Okay, abang ada ke? Ada ke? Take limit dulu kalau tak ada.
Respect is earned, not given. Enemy battle cell on CD.
Nampak tu guys? Nampak tu macam mana dia punya first skill punya passive tu guys? First skill punya passive tu. Korang nampak tu guys? Bang, tak, tadi saya tanya abang nak tarik tak? Lepas tu abang diam je. Saya clear mid dulu. Tapi okey. Saya punya ni abang. Sorry. Patut saya lagi alert.
Slain Lord.
Go. Answer the storm's call.
Macam mana guys? Okay, macam mana? Kaja dah update ke? Belum guys? Abang lo still
Dah, baru start main.
An ally has been slain.
First game.
Melissa, careful Melissa.
The power that I once feared became my greatest teacher.
Patut tak ya clear bawah tu Melissa.
Kill.
Patut kita ni je dulu. Dalam kalian dulu.
Destroyed a turret.
Lemak macam tu. Hidup.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Hop. Gocek sikit. Tak ada ya? Nampak dah tak ada nak ni ya? Okay, balik dah. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Sam. Siapa kat sini ada jual akaun ML atau eFootball? Jangan macam tu guys.
Dah block je dia.
Block je dia eh?
Ha.
Hello Dai. Kaja Yudora. Ya. Ini meta. Alamak, apa hal tu?
Turret has been slain.
Ya Allah, Melissa. Jangan macam tu, Melissa. Kenapa 1-4 macam tu?
Team destroyed a turret.
Naik punya Melissa ni.
Jangan macam tu, Melissa. Okay, ada seorang ni guys. Ni. Alamak. Dapat seorang. Boleh tak? Dia kejar. Kalau dia kejar, dia mati. Macam tu sedap. Noran.
Superb tanking. Superb
Kalau
damage.
ingat guys, kalau combo nak burst, second skill, ulti, first skill.
In that blizzard.
Kalau just nak poking biasa, second skill, first skill guys.
Eliminated my kill.
Oi.
Aku akan pastikan. Oh, aku dah mati satu. Aku ingat nak jaga.
Sebab aku ada scape biasa, tak
Really
apa.
think you could outrun lightning?
Ulti cooldown berapa second? Tengok guys. 15 saat guys. Sini, ada.
Sini.
Launch attack. Ult is not ready.
What limits you is not magic itself,
Bang, dah kantor bang.
but how you use it.
Kita dah belah. Tunggu situ balik.
Bang, dia nampak kita bang. Dia buka ulti tu. Macam mana dia boleh ingat kita dah belah? Dia nampak kita duduk situ bang.
Sini.
Okay. Baik.
If only teaching students was as simple as taming
Saya dah
lightning.
low. Okay. Apa nak fikir, okay. Okay. Okay. Tak apa. Saya masih setia belakang abang eh. Saya takut saya kena snipe, saya mati ni. Tapi kalau abang nak flicker, abang tak apa bang. Kalau abang flicker, saya flicker juga bunuh dorang bang. Santai ya.
Alright.
Santai ya.
Okey, kat sini. Main.
Ada.
Lambat lah, Rin.
Saya ada je kat belakang abang. Saya tunggu abang je.
Okey.
Apa benda tu oi?
To change the world, start by changing
Ya Allah. Abang Lot.
Oh, I miss
Apa
the
tak
magic
ikut? Tu
academy.
flicker ke belakang.
Dah aku flicker depan dah.
Astaghfirullahalazim. Saya hampir flicker ke depan abang. Saya hampir flicker ke depan sebab saya ingat abang dah ke depan eh. Tapi flicker abang ke belakang.
Ya ke aku belakang?
Ya
The
Allah.
power
Abang
that I
jangan
once
terus saya macam tu
feared
bang. Abang nak buat
became
konten
my
ke? Abang nak
greatest
konten ke?
teacher.
Jujur dengan saya. Abang nak konten ke?
Buat apa aku nak buat konten?
Eh,
Tak
jangan.
pernah lagi dah aku buat konten.
Dah?
Ni.
Ah, okey. Ada.
Lightning fury.
Jom kat aku.
Shut down. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Kau ingat kau boleh menang dengan tak ada kematian?
Astagfirullahalazim.
Your team
Itu je
destroyed
niat
the
Abang Lot
turret.
sebenarnya, guys.
Kita dah menang dah tu.
This may unlock
Niat sebenar Abang Lot, guys.
Dah settle.
SRG pukul berapa ni? Pukul 5, guys. Pukul 5. So, sementara tunggu, kita Nova dulu, guys. Nova lah. Kita Maba dulu. Chill dulu,
Kecil dulu.
Masih MVP, Walaupun mati, masih MVP, guys. Aku rasa niat Abang Lot tak nak bagi aku MVP, guys,
Tak juga aku 3-2-10 nak MVP macam mana? 8.5 je.
Allah, hai. Okay, seorang tolong klip sekejap, guys. Yang Abang Lot flicker ke belakang tu, guys. Yang tu momen mahal tu, guys. Ah, Allah, banyak main Franco. Itulah, banyak main Franco kot. Dia ingat hook kena, flicker ke belakang, ulti.
Betul juga, aku silap. Aku memang nak ulti ke depan. Tapi aku mungkin Franco punya skill tu mengantui diriku.
Kim, main ke Kim?
So aku macam tersilap.
Kalau kau main, kita boleh trio game. Aku tengah mood spam Eudora ni. Tengah kerja. So kita tak ada ni. Tak ada ni. Kalau tak ada, kita go, guys. Allah. Dia first skill Eudora tu kau boleh spam, guys. Sekarang first skill Eudora tu dia boleh spam.
Abang Lot ada niat yang jahat, guys. Tak ada lah, guys.
Dia duk. Serius doh, view Abang Lot. Betul tu, aku setuju tu, guys.
Mana ada.
Batang. Tengok thumbnail, dia cakap.
Thumbnail.
Ada thumbnail baru ke? Boleh tu. Season ni aku main gold, stress main jungle. Tak apa, Kim. Okey je. Macam tu kau dah batalkan niat kau untuk push Hirara Global lah, Kim? Kau dah batalkan niat kau nak push Hirara Global lah. Okay, masih dapat mid. Jangan ban Eudora, guys. Ni tim kita tadi ke? Mi dengan Shokan. Jumpa lagi. Betul lah dorang, guys. Dorang ni, guys.
Manface, tengok thumbnail baru ni.
Tak pergi Paris ke, bang? Balok dia tanya tak pergi Paris ke?
Ha?
Tu ada Mi tu, teammate kita main tu. Dia tanya tak pergi Paris ke, bang? Rain, ajarlah main Farsa. Tak pandai main Farsa, Farsa hero tap-tap je, guys. Korang nak aku main Farsa ke? Okay, kalau Eudora tak open, guys, aku main Farsa. Kalau Eudora tak open, aku main Farsa. Aku kat Paris.
Diam. Dia bukannya masuk live kita pun.
So kita try scam dia lah.
Ya. Relax.
Baik
jap.
tak?
Sekarang pukul berapa kat sana, Kejap pukul 4.
Ya.
Kalau nak tipu pun kejap. Abang rank paling tinggi abang berapa?
6 jam sebelum, bang. 6 jam sebelum.
Ya. Sekarang ni pukul 4. Jadi,
Pukul 10 lah. Pukul 10 pagi. 10 pagi.
10 pagi.
10 pagi, mas. 10 pagi. Dekat sini 10 pagi ni.
Kau nampak dia percaya?
I'm born
Please
with
take a
talent.
hero.
Dia percaya. Dia kata padu, bang.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Warna biru pula, guys. Warna biru pula. Thank you for the follow, Iman. MSC start pukul apa? Pukul 5, guys. Pukul 5. First game, Korang alert, guys, Kejap lagi sharp je pukul 4.45 macam tu. Aku terus tukar Nova. Kita tengok SRG.
I'm here to rock your world.
I'm back, Rain. Mantap, Daniel Haikal.
Oh, ni Isoka yang tadi tu doh.
Yeah.
I can reach the darkness if I'm fast enough.
Penny!
This is Patrick.
Woi, meta enemy tak relax ni, guys.
Crab.
So, what do you think? Franco ke Kajak? Dua-dua okey.
Franco sedap lawan Fanny. Tapi lawan Glue Gwyn, abang kena careful sikit.
Ya.
Ha.
Lebih sesuai
I'm Ying, and I won't lose myself.
Lebih sesuai. Okey. Biar diorang pick dulu. Biar diorang pick dulu bang.
The
Tak apa,
enemy
kita biar
is
diorang pick dulu.
picking.
SRG kau berapa? Pukul 5 man.
Every bullet of mine is a gift for you.
Kajar guys untuk game ni. Sebenarnya dua-dua boleh pakai.
Yang moderator tolong pin jap guys. Tolong chat cakap
Viewer aku lah.
SRG pukul 5 PM. Lepas tu pin.
Only
Nanti
light
10 orang
can
tanya
drive
susah ni
out
guys.
the darkness.
Ada SB ke Ren? Ada Afiq. Ada Afiq.
Franco. Serius
By a bird call, I was led to the underworld, and in fear should King Yama tremble.
Sebabkan aku dah pakai Franco.
Hey, yang buat-buat tanya ni pun berat-berat ni buat-buat tanya ni.
MSC punya coin tu. Franco, alright. YT
Yeah.
pun kata Franco, TT pun kata Franco.
Kasih faham apa lot? Kasih faham combo Yudara Franco counter Fanny guys. Kat mana tu? Kat Malaysia guys. Hari ni lock roster betul lah. Hari ni lock roster gambar kan? Roster lock. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go guys. Adakah ini Eudora Clockun? Ya, Rin. Eudora Clockun.
Saber pun okey, tak nak Saber, bosan.
Welcome
Lot dah
to
global
Mobile
saber
Legends.
guys.
Aku akan pergi untuk mengacau.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches
Okay, bang.
the
Apa teori abang? Apa teori abang?
Smash them.
Aku akan pergi ke blue buff.
All
Untuk
troops deployed.
untuk reset buff dia.
Silap-silap
Let
aku curi.
thunder herald the
Silap-silap aku
dawn.
curi. Mahal. Catat guys. Thank you Doreen sebab kau adik aku tak jadi main Eudora jungle semalam. Cakap kan dia kalau dia pick Eudora jungle kau cakap dengan dia kau tak akan mengaku dia adik. Kau tak akan mengaku kau abang dia. Abang careful bang. Sylvana lepas ni datang kat abang.
Session.
Nampak tu ada gambar anak panah kat atas Sylvana tu kan. Itu maksudnya conductor guys. Itu passive dia. Tak lagi abang.
Tak reset dia.
Kau berani kau lompat masuk. Aku stun kau.
The more you allow your fear to grow, the smaller you become.
Nampak tu? Nampak tu ada elektrik tu guys. Elektrik tu dia punya ni. Ada ke? Elektrik tu passive dia guys. Sebab tu kau boleh spam first skill kau tahu tak?
Start by changing yourself.
Fanny datang guys. Kau macam ni simpan. Nampak tu? Kau boleh spam first skill. Nampak tu?
A fine
Nampak tu?
teaching.
Lepas tu cooldown sekejap. Nampak tu? Tu dia punya passive guys. Alamak, tak sampai pula. Lepas tu. Bang, lepas ni nak ke mana bang? Saya ikut abang ni.
Kamera dulu.
Kamera
The
dah.
power that I once feared became my greatest teacher.
Weh, relax tu. Ulti tiba-tiba. Fanny tak ada ulti guys.
Penny no ulti
An ally has been
Nak abang
slain.
macam mana bang?
Careful!
Abang senang
The
je.
enemy is missing.
Di Bayu.
Dia gila bang. Link di bayu lah. Macam ni. Nampak? Lepas tu ada elektrik. Nampak? Fanny jangan datang sini. Fanny jangan datang.
Launch attack.
I miss the Magic Academy.
Fanny. Ayah.
Slain the turtle.
Ayah. Oh, tak nak ulti. Ayah tahan ulti tu guys. Ni gameplay Haya
Situ.
tahan ultimate guys
Launch attack.
Bang nak ke mana kita bang? Nak ke mana kita? Saya ada?
Atas.
Atas. Okay, let's go. Outlet. Ya, X1.
Dia akan datang.
Dia akan datang
An enemy
Ada bang.
has been
It
slain.
was as simple as taming lightning.
Launch attack.
Teori Abang Lot baca map guys. Teori Abang Lot baca map
Tak, memang dia akan lalu sini.
Ha.
Dia tak ada tempat lain nak pergi.
Alamak, kantoi.
Okay.
My lightning will rend you asunder.
Aku nak put dia.
Ayah, kau tolong clear mid ayah. Tak apalah, alah.
Okay, masuk.
Masuk. Saya ada ni.
Launch attack.
Hei. Ya Allah, Melissa. Kau buat apa, Melissa?
Thunder's back.
Mati kita bang. Ya Allah, guys.
Tak suka dia Sylvana ni.
sebenarnya
Waalaikumsalam, Nana.
dah bau-bau dah tadi. Dikit
My
aku dah
magic
bau-bau
is
dah.
not so easily
Kuat bau tu
dismissed.
sebenarnya guys tadi. Tapi tak apa guys.
Enemy
Bahaya Granger ni
battle
nanti
spell
kita
on
biar effect bahaya
CD.
guys eh.
Patutnya kau tak alert dah tadi, Rain.
Betul.
Apa, sini, sini.
Betul. Salah tadi tu bang. Satu bang, ada ke? Fanny ni. Saya tak boleh ke depan Diorang ni betul-betul nak cari Aku ada bawa-bawa aku kena buat winter guys
Let the past stay buried in that blizzard. Lightning has illuminated my future.
Wih, takutnya aku nak lalu sini dah macam tedet. Ada ke bang? Satu.
Nak ada.
Lightning strike.
Nampak. Lihat dulu. Sabar, aku set glowing. Diorang nak turtle guys. Saya stand dia. Relax. Hai.
Lightning strike.
Dapat ke dia?
Slain the turtle. We're behind in goal.
Banyak gaya set dia ni.
Dia nak datang.
Saya stand. Dia tak berani. Okay. Siap guys, dah siap. Let's go item keramat. 7 baris keramat. 7 garis penamat. Hi Rain, why you so handsome? No man. You know Abang Lord? Fioko?
Okey je.
Ult is not ready.
Hei.
Launch attack.
Ada Win dalam tu. Depan tu.
Mana ni? Beri ke guys?
Enemy rampage. Mega kill.
Jaga Sivana naik.
As a simple as taming lightning.
Ult is not ready. Initiate retreat.
Careful Sivana naik guys.
This is the calm before the storm.
Ult is not ready.
You lack discipline.
You lack discipline. Nampak dia cakap macam tu guys.
Fanny ke bawah.
Aku bawa Sivana kat sini guys.
Let the
Kanan ke
past
kiri,
stay
guys?
buried in
Ally
that
has
blizzard.
been slain.
Lightning has
Kat bawah. Ada green juga sini guys.
Launch attack. Our turret
dah
has
nampak
been
tu.
destroyed.
Weh, asal tu?
Rupanya Silvana kat sini. Kau cakap kat atas dah, Rain.
Saya dah cakap dah tadi dekat bawah bang.
became my greatest.
Mula-mula saya kata ada dekat sini, kat tengah. Tak, mula-mula saya kata dekat tengah. Dengar dulu. Saya kata dekat tengah. Lepas tu dia dah show kat bawah. Saya cakap dia ada dekat bawah bang.
Dia dekat atas.
Ya Allah.
Lightning strike.
Sorry. Baik. Silap.
An enemy has been slain.
Jangan tangkap aku, tolong. Jangan dulu. Tak sempat.
My magic.
Flicker good. Bang, ada telefon bang.
We're behind in gold.
Stres. Jangan stres, Rain. Tenang. Melissa? Kau buka ulti untuk apa,
My
Melissa?
magic is not so
Granger tu
easily
tak datang kat engkau pun.
dismissed.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Granger tu long range, Melissa. Report you dah. Jangan dah Gushen. Aku MVP tu tadi.
If only teaching students was as simple as taming
Our
lightning.
turret has been destroyed.
Aku sentiasa ditangkap guys
Our turret is under attack.
Bat satu.
Enemy initiate retreat.
Dekat ni, relax dekat ni. Ada ke bang? Gigit dia.
Launch attack.
Oh, dia kena stand.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Indeed.
Enemy dominated.
Ya Allah. Rain FOMO Eudora. Tak guys, FOMO tu untuk hero tak kuat je guys. Tapi Eudora ni hero kuat guys.
The more you allow
FOMO
your
tu untuk
fear to
Zuxin
grow,
saja guys, sesuai
the
FOMO untuk
smaller
Zuxin
you
saja.
become.
Sekejap bang, saya kelihatan dulu bang.
Respect
Masa enemy
is
kita macam
earned,
beria sangat bang
not given.
Apa masalah diorang ni? Main berapa orang? 2 je
Lightning
ni.
strike.
Kau nak masuk lepas ni you? Sempat ke Sekarang 14 sempat ke?
Let's see who has the last laugh.
Launch attack.
Binawe punya. Bila kita nak combo macam tu, Rain? Aku hook kau burst.
To change the
Itulah hook abang kena.
changing.
Kalau hook abang tak kena macam mana kita nak combo tu? Okey bang. Okey, ni abang hidup ni kita combo ni bang. Jom combo.
Enemy battle.
Jom combo bang. Okey. Santai guys. Saya nak anti sangat lah. Ha. Okey, tak apa. Saya tunggu hook abang kena Saya tunggu hook abang kena. Tenang guys.
Legendary. Our turret is under attack.
What limits you is not magic itself, but how you
Jap. Okey, jom. On the way. Download lah. Beria masuk jungle orang. Sorry, Dok Glue.
power that I
Okey ke Glue? Marah-marah Glue
Enemy has slain Lord.
Ada bau-bau ada orang guys kat sini guys. Teret. Okay, tak ada.
Okay, tu Silvana tu. Mid.
Teret. Thank you for the follow Ar Nasir. Ada bang.
Belum dia hook.
Teret.
Tu nampak mid.
Teret.
Kita tengok mana dia orang bergerak.
Ayah.
let the past stay buried in that blizzard.
Launch
Lightning has
attack.
illuminated my
Our
future.
turret is under attack.
Ada lot guys,
Our
Teret.
turret has been destroyed.
Teret.
Respect
Enemy
is
stream
earned.
snipe ke? Tak apalah guys. Layan je. Kena stream snipe tu dah biasa lah guys. Kalau kau buat live kau kena stream snipe tu normal lah guys. Ha. Teret. Okay bang. Saya tunggu nak combo ni.
Turret is under
My
attack.
greatest teacher.
Our turret has been destroyed.
That was your first and final.
Ya Allah. Sabar bang, defend bang.
Under attack.
Up. Nice one Abalot. Hook minion marah sikit. Tak boleh ni tu. Tak boleh. Boy, Abalot hook keluar. Oh bukan hook minion Okay. Santai. Okay. Baik. Good defend by Abang Lot guys Good defend guys. Ada ke bang? Ada ke bang? Oh, panik ni pasal. Mati dia. Gua gerak lu bro. Gua gerak lu. Hey!
Santai.
Launch attack.
Jangan marah-marah. Ya, okey, sorry.
Atuk jangan marah-marah.
Enemy has been slain.
Menang guys. Tenang je.
But how you use it.
Launch attack.
Dia panjat. Jangan attack. Sabar. Alah kau. Kita dah ini. Tak boleh bang. Jangan lompat. Gue ni nak lompat ni aku keluar je. Sabar jap. Last item.
Let the past stay buried in that
Boleh bang.
blizzard.
Boleh.
Lightning has
Saya tak.
illuminated my future.
You have slain an enemy.
Weh. Sabar. Come on guys, team. We need to do something, team. MSC ada guys hari ni guys. Pukul 5 guys. Pukul 5 SRG guys Sabar. Aku tengah mencari ruang dan peluang untuk comeback guys.
The more you allow allow your fear to grow.
Okay, apa-apa pun mindset kita jangan pernah kalah guys eh.
The enemy has slain Lord.
Okay, mode defense. Ah, tarik dalam.
Under attack.
Wish. Apa yang tak jadi ni guys?
Kali ni dia mati tu. Dia mesti mati. Relax jap.
Saya menantikan. Do something miracle coach. I will try my best guys. I will try my best.
Lightning.
Okay. I will try my best guys. I will try my best. Sabar bang. Okay.
Lightning strike.
Mode defense Melissa. Mode defense Melissa. Mode defense. Careful balot Careful apa benda haya. Squad VE. Main betul-betul VE.
The power that I
Saya tak dapat tambah. Taruh. Tesan.
Inhibitor turret is under
Defend dulu guys. Defend dulu. Allah, dia bawa masuk dalam pula. Aku boleh bunuh dia, duk. Jin.
killing spree.
Defend dulu. Okay, tak apa. Sabar jap. Jap balot. Jap. Saya isi mana?
Nah, aku dah tak fikir dah ni.
Apa ada ni tak? Winter tak? Ganti Sivana lompat abang tu.
Ada, semua tak ada.
Semua tak ada
lightning strike.
Bantai Okay. Kita
Lightning strike.
Bawah tu Melissa.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Okay. Ada glue ke? Oh, aku patut flicker guys. That's it. Nice. Melissa, go Melissa. Nice Melissa. Fanny Melissa. Hayat kau push lah, kau buat apa-apa kau orang boleh buat guys. Go. Nice one Melissa. Melissa lagi. Allahu Akbar. Mati juga Fanny. Go. Hidup. Hayat push. Astaghfirullahalazim. Hayat besar.
Menang kita bacot kau tu. Kau relax jap.
Request backup.
Ini menang aku bacot tu. Masalahnya kita
My magic is not so easily deceived.
You tak nak push. Lock ke? Boleh terus lock. Go. Aku on the way. Kau jangan mati.
Launch attack.
Kan dah stun tu. Bantai.
Lightning strike.
Your team destroyed the turret.
Solo kill.
Baik.
Outrun lightning. Lightning strike.
Saya ada ke bang? Ada ke?
Let the past
Ada ke?
Lightning has illuminated my future. A fine lightning fury. You lack discipline.
You destroyed a turret.
Ayah. Dapat tak ayah?
Ally has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret.
Sabar guys.
Launch attack.
What limits you is not magic itself, but time.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Nice.
Killing spree.
Ada bang, satu bang. Ada flicker ke apa ke? Tak ada.
Attack.
relax jap. Semua apa aku nak buat semua aku buat.
Nice.
Did you really think you could outrun lightning?
Oi.
Victory.
Korang menyaksikan detik-detik kemenangan Detik-detik comeback. Kita orang tak pernah mengalah.
Punya Franco ni bukan biasa-biasa.
Tak pernah give up.
Kelas 8. Baik kau pergi main kondi bodoh. 0-11-8 nak main apa ni?
Ha? Oh kita apa lagi guys? Sebab dia bacot kita guys. Makan tu. Makan tu kocik-kocik. Yus nak masuk ke Yus? Nak masuk ke Yus? Sabar je Yus, sabar je. Mana kau Yus? Yus, nama kau apa Yus? Nama kau apa?
Aduh.
MSC? Belum lagi guys. MSC pukul 5. Lagi setengah jam guys, lagi setengah jam.
Boleh satu game lagi.
Jap bang. Ada seorang. Yus mana Yus? On.
Sekejap. Kopi aku ada lagi. Lepas tu ubat bila aku nak makan
Sempat sikit. Yus mana Yus?
Okay, now 4.25 bermaksud 5
Oh, ni
setengah
kau
aku makan ubat.
Okay Yus. Gas.
Aku diminta makan ubat guys. Ya.
Okay.
Sebab aku minum kopi. Dia kata kopi dikasih.
Oh, saya ingat apa dah habis kan dah kopi tu?
Tak. Sebab
Ada slot ke? Alamak. Last game dah ni.
belum start lagi nampak. Belum start lagi.
Belum guys, pukul 5 guys. Sabar, tenang. Jangan risau. Aku janji dengan korang aku takkan terlepas game SRG. Jangan risau. Aku dengan Abang Lord akan on time Habis je match ni kita terus masuk. Habis je match ni kita terus masuk.
Please ban a hero.
Okay, apa yang kita nak ban? Ban Link.
Ban Link baik tu Abang Lord. Hirara
Pick.
Saya Pakito ban boleh Pakito.
Boleh.
Pakito Hirara ke Pakito
Ban,
Hirara?
ban.
Okay. Baik, nampak. Drafter, nampak.
3 ni settle. Lepas tu
Nampak,
blue
kan?
ban.
Golin aku macam innocent coach. Serius Kim? Kau main hero apa sekarang Kim? Golin kau main hero apa sekarang?
Is banning.
Okay, glue dah di ban. Okay, 3 hero yang cantik di ban keluar. Okay,
Hello Myanmar community. Welcome to YT
apa
stream
lagi,
ya guys.
apa lagi,
Welcome to YT stream. Semua main coach tengok drop baik.
Ini aku boleh counter. Hellcat lah.
The enemy is picking.
Dah sedia ni nak clip. Nak clip ke Mikeno?
Wherever I go,
Nak clip yang mana tu Mikeno? Part mana nak clip tu Mikeno?
Saya
Sila. Nak clip sila je guys.
kopi kedai bawah. Dia bagi aku minum kopi. Nak
Kopi?
cerita, Rin?
Cerita abang, saya rasa viewer kena tahu pasal ni.
You should be ashamed for not trusting
Dia kata
yourself.
kopi ni elok untuk pelancaran darah, lepas tu untuk membuang apa semua. Aku ada Nescafe tadi, aku dah mengidam masa minum Nescafe.
Looking for trouble?
Okay.
Ask my fist.
Nescafe
The
tarik,
enemy
okay.
is picking.
Dah sampai, aku dah satu sip tau. Lepas tu toki kedai tu datang. Toki kedai ni mertua Cik Lan, bos Todak.
Okay.
when you gaze into the abyss,
The abyss
Gazes back.
See value in me?
Your team is
You
picking.
should.
Itulah cerita dia kan, yang melancarkan darah, membuang apa semua. Aku cakap aku minum prebiotik, aku ambil pagi-pagi prebiotik, postbiotik ni.
Okay.
Alamak, ini
Apa nak main apa bang?
Ini
Last game ke Rin? Last game kan? Lepas tu kita SRG. Ada ke dah balik man?
Was led to the
Kat Malaysia dah.
Enemy is picking.
Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam guys.
King Yama tremble.
15 minit kan, mata aku dah lain macam kan. Lepas tu aku cakap, aku tengah meeting dengan AI team sebenarnya time tu kat bawah.
Uish, tak apa abang bagi tahu abang meeting dengan AI team.
Ya.
Ada apa Todak dengan AI team kan? Tapi tak apa lah. Okay, lepas tu?
Sambil minum apa semua kan. Lepas tu budak AI team pun cakap, bang, muka bang dah lain dah ni. Okey. Dah balik. Bila dah balik, esoknya aku dah sakit badan.
sniper ready.
Sakit
Give me a
badan?
target.
Your team is picking.
3,000
Aku
worlds.
beritahu dekat.
And not a single
Ah.
word.
Ready, stitches? I can help.
Kenapa aku sakit badan dan
Ha.
apa kopi tu.
Ha.
Lepas tu aku cakap lah dengan dia, kopi ni macam kopi kuat.
Kopi apa?
Bukan. Aku cakap ya, sebab aku pernah ambil dulu, orang pernah bagi tau. So aku dapat sakit yang sama. So aku rasa ada bahan yang badan aku tak boleh terima. Kan?
Faham.
So nak dengar cerita,
Aha.
benda tu yang betul aku rasa. So aku pun tadilah pergi farmasi nak beli ubat. Aku nak beli painkiller sebab aku tengah sakit. Daripada pinggang ke bawah memang tengah sakit ni.
Okay.
Kan? So orang farmasis pun tanya, kenapa you nak painkiller? Aku cakap badan aku sakit. So what happened? Aku ambil kopi.
Welcome to Noble Legends.
Is this for the men's health Dah kopi.
Dia dah tahu
5
lah.
seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Dia dah tahu lah tu.
Abang minum tu tak serasi dengan badan dia.
All troops deployed.
So aku cakap dengan kawan aku
Let
tu.
thunder
kopi tu aku
herald
rasa-
the dawn.
Abang Lord, ya. Aku tengah cerita.
Nanti game SRG start aku masuk balik. Boleh Kim. Santai Kim. Santai. Last ni. Ya, apa hal weh? Relax dah Lord.
Aku marah ni.
Jaga hero.
Start by changing yourself.
Mana Yus? Nak fight Lito ke Yus?
Jangan duk.
Initiate retreat.
Nak fight Lito ke? Tak nak eh.
Atas tu, kau relax.
Class is in session.
Relax tu Selena.
The power that I once feared became my greatest teacher.
Careful! The enemy is missing.
La ilaha illallah. Kenapa tu kau ni?
Apa? Kenapa ngacau?
Sorry.
Sorry lah, santai. Ada hook satu bang?
Respect is earned, not given.
Aku rasa ini bukan hook. Ini pistol hook tu.
Oh, kalau kena tu. Jaga, hero. Okay, nice.
Just miss.
Okay, sabar guys. Bang, viewer saya tanya, Abang Lord minum tu kopi songkok ke?
Bukan tu.
Enemy reached
If
level
only
4.
teaching skills was as simple
Baiklah.
as lightning.
Nampak tak? Padu tak?
Padu balok.
Understood. Enemy reached
Selena
level
ni
4.
My
banyak
lightning
gaya
will
kat dia.
rend you asunder.
Yus, nak minum.
Lightning strike!
Enemy
Sekejap
reached
Yus, aku reset sekejap. Kau boleh ke?
This is the calm
Aku tak
before
apa.
the storm.
Datang dah
Enemy
puak-puak
reached
sedap-sedap
level
ni.
4.
Ada passive Eudora ni mana? Eudora ni apa? Dah ada boleh dapat movement speed guys. Sekejap. Satu guys, ada ke?
Let the past stay better.
Ally has been slain.
Boleh, ada satu guys. Satu.
Okay, aku dah ada ni. Jom pergi bawah. Dah ada reti.
Okay, jap bang. Cycle minion jap boleh. Atau bang, lepas ni bang, sebelum kita rotate, abang tolong saya clear. Lepas tu kita gerak sekali. Nampak tu? Tu first skill dia punya ni. Jaga ada Rafa daripada tu.
What limits you is
Ada
not
balak.
magic itself, but how you use it.
Aku ada flicker guys, mati list ni guys.
Tak. Aku cukup kopi dah jemput.
Hello Pian, welcome to the stream brother.
Hari ni battle of champion ke? Ya betul.
Lightning strike!
Ada orang.
Tahu tu. Sakit
The
tu
more
memang
you allow
alamak
your
mati
fear to
mana.
grow, the smaller you become.
Ada ke? Rafa pun boleh guys. Makan.
Jadilah budak baik.
Ambil
Kabel.
dalam ni. Dia low tu.
Sekejap guys, kabel problem sekejap.
Oh, tak low.
Lightning strike!
Turtle 10 guys. Ciao, jangan macam tu ciao.
You
Alamak,
lack
mati aku.
discipline.
Baik, saya hidup. Oi! Sabar kau main
How I
dengan aku
miss the
kan.
Magic Academy. Thunder
Abalok hero apa? Abalok Franco guys Franco.
Attack the turtle.
Turtle guys, let's go. Pergi. Aku datang. Tolong guys, backup use. Wish. Nice. Masuk bawah guys, masuk bawah guys.
Tunggu sini.
Ni dekat sini.
If only teaching students was as simple as tailing lightning.
Jadilah budak baik.
What a combo tu Rain dengan Balot.
Hero resurrected.
Yang aku minta tadi.
Ya bang, ya.
Sampai kita kena bacot tu.
Ha. Sit, Laila, sit tu.
Killing spree. Retain back. Initiate retreat. Has
Sekejap
been
guys.
slain.
Reset jap.
This is the calm before the storm.
Thank you for the follow Ayep Rain, ada orang cakap muka Abang Lot sama macam
What
Yusri
limits
KRU.
you is not magic itself, but how you use it.
Nakano, siapa yang cakap tu Nakano? Abang Lot nak belanja dah makan tu?
Let the past stay buried in that
Eh,
blizzard.
Leslie ni kau ni.
Lightning has
Aku ada flicker kau mati,
illuminated
kau
my
lepak.
future.
Aku ada flicker kau mati. Ada ke? Masuk ke guys? Alamak, Chow kau buat apa sih Chow?
Ally has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Dia nak aku juga guys Ada ke apa?
The more you
Yes,
allow
yes.
your fear to grow, the smaller you become.
Aku yang kena duduk.
Initiate retreat.
Control them.
Meru nak. Mati kat Laila ni. Laila. Boleh lah tu Chow. Kawan saya cakap muka Abang Lot macam Yusri KRU. Kawan kau
The enemy
My
has slain
magic
the
is not so
turtle.
easily dismissed.
Apa dia bang?
Saya rasa macam tu lah. Ya, yang kata macam
Game.
KRU tu.
Betul lah tu. Weh, diorang bunuh aku.
Lepas tu kau nak apa?
Lepas tu
Our turret has been destroyed.
bau-bau diorang dekat mid ni tinggi guys.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Kita ada info siapa? Kita ada info Marty sih guys. Lain kita tak ada info. Brethren, Selena, Rafa mana? Selena sini.
Jom.
Gas.
The power that I
Under
once feared
attack.
became my greatest teacher.
Lightning fury slain.
Hero resurrected!
Double kill.
Hampir guys Aku ada sikat aku dia tu.
Uncontrolled!
Triple kill.
Aku sana.
Initiate
Jaga mati.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
Tahu? Kan ada flicker TikTok ke apa? Manage aku. Siapa yang KS? Apa Lot
Lightning strike!
Apa dia ramai-ramai dekat tengah ni?
Ya, nak troll. Satu bang. Ada ke?
Enjoy the
Cantik.
thunder's energy.
Sekali kita cantik. Apa masalah korang tu? Oh, nice. Go. Mati dah.
GG.
Okay, let's go.
Ambil mid, settle. Dah main-main macam brawl.
Attack the Lord. Your team destroyed.
Tak boleh main mal belum guys. Abang Lot, kawan saya lepas kena rukiah terus muka sebiji macam Abang Lot.
Oh ya?
Muka rukiah macam mana guys muka rukiah guys? Sebelum tu macam siapa guys? Yusri KRU.
Allow your fear to grow, the smaller you become.
Ally has slain Lord. Launch attack.
Discipline is
Adakah
my
meta mid akan berubah dengan keadaan hero buff?
What limits
Berubah,
you
guys,
is not
berubah.
magic itself, but how you use it.
Push. Oh, push Aku main Eudora, aku kena push ke?
Betul lah.
Let the past stay buried in that blizzard. Lightning has illuminated
Thank you for the follow,
my
Aizo.
future.
Ui, ramai tu sini.
Let's see who has the last laugh.
Launch attack.
Jom guys atas. Ada. So.
Destroyed a turret.
Diorang nak defend susah ni guys. Diorang main Selina je ni.
Bolehkah aku nak macam
Boleh. Oh, siap use.
I'm teaching you. Enjoy the thunder's elegance. My lightning will rend you asunder.
Nampak.
Nah, ni aku hook ni. Tak masuk.
Masuk. Apa tu?
Change the world.
Tak.
Start by changing yourself. Superb damage.
Blah.
Belah.
Hero resurrected.
Initiate
Ni ada buff dia Layla. Ada buff dia Layla. Apa yang buat Yudo dah masuk meta? Lepas dia tukar skill dia guys.
Students was as simple as
Dia revamp skill dia guys. That my job? That what? What is your job, Chow? What is your job?
The power that I
That your
once
job.
feared became my greatest teacher.
Jangan ke depan.
Jadilah budak baik.
Enjoy the thunder's elegy.
Sorry.
Let the past stay buried in that blizzard.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow guys.
My future.
Thank you for the follow. Main gila.
Main gila dah orang dengan baru tahu
Ada bang, saya follow bang. Ada.
Dia orang akan datang dekat Lord. Nampak.
Mantap Thank you for the follow guys Sapu. Oh, hola bolot.
That was your first.
Ada bang. Ada. Saya follow.
Dia nak bergerak.
Baik. Abang punya hook dah macam magnet pula. Pok je. Pok je guys. Mati semua. Dapat satu mati. Dapat satu confirm mati Apa hal belakang ni? Okay, buang minion dulu. Okay, tak ada minion dah.
Only teaching students was as simple.
Tapi nak masuk
as
macam mana ni?
taking
Minion tak ada ni. Sabar jap
Masuk.
Okay, minion ni ada minion.
The power
Dah
that
aku
I
pula.
once
Tengah baca chat guys.
my greatest
Ampun tengah baca chat.
Macam kita tak boleh habiskan ke?
Itulah patutnya lock. Okay, ambil atas. Alamak, tolong guys. Ada ke?
thunder's elegy.
An enemy has been slain.
Layla. Tak nak lock dulu. Apa lot? Lari! Aku yang kena! Jangan cakap aku!
Tengok. Ada lagi 4 minit nak start.
Tengok emblem. Ni guys emblem.
Gather at the Lord. Gather at the Lord. Understood.
Aku bawah lah dulu. Ya Allah.
Okay.
Mana boros tak guys? Kalau kau buat item ni tak ada mana tak boros. Careful. Kalau tak boleh reset dulu pun tak apa guys. Game start pukul 5 guys. Ni last kita orang ni.
A good learning experience.
Wait. Apa tu guys? Apa tu? Sabar guys. Tak cantik. check.
Hero resurrected.
Dorang depan ni guys, ada orang depan ni. Ya Allah. Go, maju. Maju. Aku tak nak kalah guys, Member kena stun, kesian member.
Bawah, jangan lupa ya.
Launch attack. Initiate retreat.
Akhirnya. Oh, baik racau. Tarik. Tarik. Nice. Okay guys, jom kita pergi inilah, kita pergi nobat SRG guys, nobat SRG guys. Apakah reason Yudora naik balik? Ada beberapa sebab. Satu, dia punya skill set dah di revamp. Maksudnya ada pasif tertentu yang membantu Yudora untuk masuk meta. Kedua, lawan dengan meta assassin, kuat Yudora guys. Ketiga, Yudora sekarang bukan setakat burst damage guys. Dia boleh kira continuous damage sebab first skill dia boleh spam. Okay. Tu antara reason dia Okay, jap. Aku tukar setting dulu guys.
Boleh cepat. Apa namanya Franco? Jangan puji dong. Kalau ramai yang puji next game memang tak dapat ni.
Tapi ada kelemahan lagi tak Rin? Untuk aku still ada kelemahan guys Yudora. Apa kelemahan dia? Kelemahan dia sebab dia still bergantung kat flicker guys. So kalau lawan dengan meta crowd control yang kuat, still kena tangkap. Apa dah? Mencari maniac tu kekuatan. Abang tengok link English ke?
Siapa main?
SRG.
United dong, Melaka United.
Abang tengok link English ke?
Oh, jom kita tengok English ke?
Saya tak tahu, saya nak sekali dengan abang ni.
Okey, kita tengok yang Malay dulu.
Malay dulu
Yang Malay dulu.
Sekejap guys, sabar guys. Bagi aku set up dulu sekejap Tan.
Sebab kalau English dia cepat sikit, cepat banyak tu.
Cepat banyak English abang? English saya rasa. English cepat banyak tu.
English
Ke tak?
Tapi nak tahu juga English punya caster siapa.
Korang nak tengok English ke Malay guys? Korang tengok English ke Malay guys?
English bang Tapi kalau caster Sunfrost dengan Mas, okey je kat sini. Sebab SRG yang main. Comeback salah bang Lord.
Kalau
English let's see who is the caster first lah.
So abang nak pergi mana? Malay dulu MPL Malaysia dulu
MPL Malaysia dulu.
Okay, MPL Malaysia dulu. Okay.
Kasih muka lah sikit. Oi, sakit tu aku. Dia sakit macam mana tau? Dia macam semua.
Sekejap guys. Aku buka guys.
Okay, let me saya tengok belah sini juga. Atau lo semalam kat tingkat atas tu siapa?
Okay, let's go.
English ke?
Bujur coach, bujur guys. SRG Malay yang lain English. Okay, SRG kita tengok Malay.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan
Sif dengan Karakuri caster.
Mid-season Cup
Sif dengan Karakuri guys.
Yang dilaksanakan di Esport World
Cup. Kalau ada awal-awal macam ni, jom kita tukar. MLBB Esports.
Ui, abang Lok tak nak Sif dengan Karakuri tu guys.
Bukan, kau tengok dah awal-awal dah lag do macam tu.
Oh, lag Lag Okay, jap. Sabar jap guys. Kita kalau macam tu kita tengok English Tengok English lah, lag lah dorang. Lag guys. Wah, English best bang, English best. MLBB punya.
Imagine even in the women's division, you have someone
named very similar
Aku
to Key
receive
Boys. So
bukan
that's
benci
that
ke
just goes
apa
to show
ke.
the impact
Tapi
that they
kita orang
have,
benci
and a
like
lot of stars.
Ay,
Honestly,
okay,
a lot of
coach.
stars,
Okay,
a lot of
warga YT,
star
okay? Warga
players
YT
and
semua okay ke,
talent
warga
are
YT?
actually expected to be really in this.
Steady steady Warga TT semua steady juga, warga TT. Tengok SRG je ni, SRG guys. Ni SRG, jangan risau ni SRG guys.
We're joking if you haven't picked up on that as well. This is going to be a really fun one, guys, because as we look at these groups, these roundups, you have to say, what are they going towards? Well, it's that prize pool. A tournament mentioned it, $1 million for first place. Brigida, you are on the casters day.
Thank you for the follow Yasin guys. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Sampai tu boleh tak bantu tap screen guys. Sampai 10k like, sampai 10k like guys.
Already 100,000 USD guaranteed going into your pocket. So you really want to fight for that? That's a 25,000 USD difference unless you
No, but SRG, ni SRG Aidan. Ini SRG guys.
How many skins can you buy?
Oh man.
Ini SRG guys.
All of them. You have all the skins?
Kita tengah tunggu SRG nak start ni.
Do you have all
Kau
the
tengok tu
skins?
Brigadier.
Hai.
Nasib baik tu support punya girlfriend. Kalau tidak aku memang
You don't get paid. You get paid in skins, right? That's how it goes.
Ay, Abang Lot nak try Brigida guys. Tolong klik guys. Abang Lot nak try Brigida.
Let's focus in on our first matchup of the
Saja
day.
nak kena
Selangor
ya
Red
Allah,
Giants
Aidan.
versus
Jangan nak kena
Pro
tu.
Esports, and this is
Tapi okey
really a
apa?
matchup of
Wow.
Malaysia and Cambodia.
Tapi aku sebenarnya
At least aku boleh bawa dia masuk
suffered the end
Islam.
of this
Aku boleh
Malaysian matchup,
bimbing
mostly
dia.
Lafel?
Kan dapat
For
pahala.
now, yes. And it's more for Selangor Red Giants. But here's the thing. Who has it?
Okay guys, yang ni kalau SRG menang guys peluang kita nak champion cerah guys. Sebab Cambodia ni antara pencabar juga guys Cambodia ni antara pencabar juga guys. Sebab apa? Sebab diorang ni antara negara daripada tim daripada region yang kalahkan Filipin dekat Asian Qualifier.
Tadi tu main-main dia tak-
Salam Rew, aku salam.
So at least 2.5.
Right, so that's like 2.5
So kita
years
kena
of them,
berhati-hati.
and
Tapi
we
aku
don't
harapkan
want
SRG
to
menang guys.
believe they really
Kita doakan SRG
stay
menang guys.
together.
Semua orang tolong berdoa SRG menang guys.
Because they're
Sampai
such
dalam bilik aku pun
they're such a
dengar.
dynasty already considered here in Malaysia, or at least in their region.
Sepakat tu,
Such a
sepakat
powerhouse too, and it only seems like it's getting worse for teams going up
Saja.
against them because
Tak ada.
you've got Ling, who
Ni.
is really
Tak
performing
ada.
one of our highest picked
Korang dengar tak
heroes.
suara dia?
And
Uni
also
or
you've got
Sekas
somebody
main
named
jungler?
Sky Prince
Sekas
on
agak.
Selangor
Sekas
Red
ni.
Giants
Aku rasa Sekas
and
ni.
Sakai. So that should be a really good combination. In
Cakap
fact,
dekat
we had
Abang
a
Lot,
chance in the
Brigida
tournament
tak
to
suka
talk
orang yang
to
boleh main
Sakai
kaja
a
dengan
little bit earlier
Franco.
as we preview what
dah bagi
Selangor
dah
Red
sedap
Giants
kau.
are bringing
Grace,
to
tolong
MSC.
settlekan Grace.
Betul lah ni line up dia guys.
Thank you
We're
Grace.
now
Let's go,
here with
Dek.
Sakai's the Sky
Main betul-betul,
Prince
Dek.
from SRG. Welcome, Sakai's.
Sedap lagi lah
It's
Kin
your
Body ni, kau
debut
tahu.
match today. How are we feeling coming into Paris?
Sedap lagi ni, kau
I
tahu.
think we really
Bila SRG main?
excited
Besok,
for
besok, besok.
this first match,
Wish nak
especially
awet dia,
against
Terai,
Cambodia
benda
team.
terai
Pro
dapat
Esport.
dalam
YT,
bilik.
YT.
So yeah, really excited. Yeah.
I heard there's a
Yeah.
little bit of a rivalry going on between you two. I mean, for the
Aku
past
nervous sampai
few
nak muntah ni. Let's go.
international,
Jangan guys, jangan.
escapades that you
Relax,
have
Saya
guys
punya
have
dah-
done, you've
saya hari-hari
eliminated or
beli.
even knocked out.
Tap
or
tap
even
10k like.
defeated some
Tolong
of
guys,
the
tap guys.
Cambodian
Warga
representatives.
TT
So
sampai
this
kita
is
nak
good
nobar
to
game
do again.
terbaik
Yeah, I
SRG
think
guys.
we are really confident to
Saya
against this
first
team
cup ni
because
biasanya RM8
even our
campur apa tax apa
adik
semua
speaking, tak apa,
RM8,
guys.
RM80.
tournament
Ada
against
kesalahan
Cambodia, we
grammar
really, I think,
sikit-sikit tak
doing
apa
well
guys. Yang
against
penting
them.
dia confident.
Ni je baru saya
I
skip.
think,
And dia
uh,
belajar.
to
Dia
this
push diri
match,
dia
I
untuk
think
speaking guys. Benda bagus guys. Korang kena support. Benda baik.
Smooth game lah. Yeah.
Kan? At least dia
Full
boleh faham
confidence
English.
coming from
Dia boleh
Sakai is one of the
communicate dengan
reasons
orang
because,
dalam
the
English.
Ling is back in the meta. I
Value
remember-
dia
I
bagus,
remember
guys.
your
Value.
Ling
Yang cakap sekarang
from
ni kita
when you
dengar
were
kat sini
able
je.
to win MSC like 2
Kan
years
dalam
ago.
Discord je.
Bang Green ya Aziza.
69
yep.
monthly-nya discount.
I can repeat the question. Sorry.
Tak tahu habis
Sikit
lah.
Do you like the Ling now? Do you think that the Ling
Eh,
will
tak
help
caci
you?
lah.
Yeah, I
Morning.
think,
Morning baru bangun tidur lah tu.
For this new update for Ling is really
Kenapa awak
helpful
lama tak masuk,
for our
Kata
team,
janji dengan saya
especially
ni kita
because
nak lepak
I'm
minum, awak nak bawa awak seorang dua.
assassin user, so I believe that changes
Asal awak hilang?
can help us out in this tournament.
We remember.
Janganlah bagi harapan
Do you think you can
palsu.
Aku dengan
replicate
Sekas
that
dah
same
berdebar ni.
success?
Engkau je kot. Sekas okey.
Yes,
So,
I'm
for hari ni
confident
tolong
to
payung.
do it again.
Kalau
Okay, we're
lepas.
excited
Contohnya
to see.
jadi adik.
Hopefully
Saya
we
rasa
get the
sekali
Ling
tim-tim
performance
tu,
once
dia
again
orang dah
because we
tahu dah
remember it
Ling
was
user ataupun
crazy
assassin
back
user.
then. But what
Kalau
do you think about the
jumpa,
new
I
Cambodian
don't think so.
Prediction
representative?
game Ray hari ni,
Do you think
adakah
it'll be different
2-0
for you this
sedunia
time?
tak guys?
Game pertama
Tak.
siapa?
Aku rasa hari ni akan ada game yang seru guys.
Rambut Sekas reminds
I
me of
think
Bang,
it's
kau
gonna
pengantin
be
Thank you
not
Fatimah.
much
Hai.
difference because
Tak
I
takut bini
think
ke, bang? Apa benda tu korang borak
Cambodia
ni?
team is like they have one kind of play style
Dekat
that
Putrajaya ni, mahasiswa.
we actually
speed up.
kind of
Malam
study
nanti,
them
jom.
well. So
Study them well. Baik dek, itu yang kita nak dengar
saya
Study
berjaya.
them well. Kita
Yes,
study
we
tim
will
lawan
think
dengan
and
bagus guys.
we will win.
Putrajaya ada mall
Focus
baru
on
dah buka
themselves
kan
and
hari
they're
ni?
confident that they will win. Once again, thank you, Sakais, and over back to
Mall
you
apa,
guys.
Rain, raja kita lawan Jat Figure. Ni nak lawan ni guys. Boleh lepak sini guys. Dah nak lawan ni. Komunikasi global wajib English, betul?
Betul. Now they're in France, so we'll see if the change of location matters or if it's just EWC.
Kita tengok drafting phase dulu guys. Sebelum kita tengok dalam gameplay, kita tengok drafting phase diorang macam mana guys. Aku nak tengok preparation.
I would be very torn
draft
to choose
SRG.
like who I'm expecting to go into the
Sampai
grand
sini tak ada
finals
coin-coin
again
apa tu,
because of the
guys?
amount of champions that we have, and that's
Ada
only
kan?
talking
Saya dah
about Group
lama
B.
duk
We haven't
Putrajaya
even
tak dengar
touched on
pun.
Group A, who
Ada. Hari ni
also
baru
might
start
have some
pembukaan.
sort of buff because of the
Presin 7.
venue that we're currently
Di
at, because of the
Presin
country
7.
that we're currently
Let me
at.
check.
We saw that
Cuma
in
semalam
MOI.
semua full 2-0. Tapi semalam expected guys. Sebab tim-tim nampak macam one-sided. Maksudnya macam dari segi level.
Just follow his lead because he's always coaching me the words, but yeah. So we saw that
Officially
NWI
opening
Vitality
on
actually
July
won the
23rd,
championship.
today.
I wonder if
Dekat
there will be
hospital,
something
yeah.
similar
Rindu
here
Paris
in
ke,
MSC
Rin?
as well.
Aku rindu makanan Malaysia juga guys. Dapat balik Malaysia ni. Korang tahu benda pertama aku buat, aku cari makanan terus guys. Dah 10k like. Terima kasih untuk 10k like semua. You guys are awesome man. You guys are awesome man. Warga Titi warga Titi.
Siapa menang bang? Baru nak start bang Amir.
Sorry, I'm Felix, PP, Kuzen, SRG easy game ke macam ni Rin? Aku rasa sepatutnya easy game guys. Tapi yang penting SRG tak boleh underestimate. Tu je. Sepatutnya easy game guys.
LKX Spring Split 2023, we qualify from Challenger Cup, and
Challenger
I joined
Cup.
since the beginning, and after 6 seasons we finally became the champion of MPLKX season 10.
Wiley. Muka macam Kyle aku. Siapa ni yang tengah cakap ni? Adakah link Fanny akan dilepaskan? Aku bau-bau link Fanny ban guys. Aku bau-bau Pro Esports akan ban link Fanny.
Many years already, and it's our first time winning. And
hadir Ren, mantap Hasbi welcome to the stream guys. Welcome to the stream.
Even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind, live the trophy.
After we winning,
diorang ni lah yang taunting tak relax tu guys kan. Diorang ni ke yang taunting tak relax tu guys.
Didn't make it right now. Yeah, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
BYD sponsor you though. BYD sponsor diorang.
Double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon. The Cambodian Owls will.
Guys yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum follow dulu dekat YT yang belum subscribe dulu guys.
I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best
Ren, Pro
player that
Esports
I
ni main kat
have,
Asian
I
Game hari
think
tu ke?
we
Aku
can
rasa
make it
diorang
to the
guys.
grand final.
Korang ada info tak pasal siapa yang main untuk Asian Game hari tu guys?
Family, we have a gold
Boleh ni ke yang kat Asian Games tu?
Yang kalahkan Filipin tu. Diorang ke bang? Oh bukan full squad, bukan full squad. SRG jam berapa ni nak main ni Zif? Nak main ni?
Dah balik dah Freddy. Dia pergi untuk MWI hari tu.
Our country, not many get the chance to do it. And when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
Mana muka? Kejap. Muka ada tengah.
Tim Rojak Rin, kemudian SM. Oh Rojak ke?
Saya lama dah Putrajaya tapi hari-hari dekat cyber bang lah buat grab food.
Anda kata Fanny Link di ban. Dibuka. Hero mana Rin nak tengok adik main? Link. Aku nak tengok adik punya link dulu guys.
Jalan sentiasa selamat, lampu selalu hijau.
I think part of it, Brigida, is that sometimes you don't know what to expect. I think a more traditional team who's had success playing MLBB, I don't know if it's the right way or at least the way that's been successful so
Korang rasa
far.
sengit
Do you feel
Tuau guys, kita harapkan clean game guys. Kita harapkan SRG menang clean game guys. Doakan guys, kita doakan untuk tim daripada MPL Malaysia guys. Tap 20k lah. Baiklah Yus. The Akai user Yus.
Because they do have, again as mentioned, 2 Filipino players, and one of them
Hirara atau Link, kalau open coach rasa mana berbaloi. Untuk aku tengok user. Aku tak pernah tengok lagi Hirara Sky. So antara dua ni aku rasa okey je untuk SRG pergi mana-mana salah satu. Hari ni game team tier S semua. Itulah tu. Akak tu tak payah. Boleh lah aku bagi laluan. Sekali promote sikit.
So during that time they're hoping for a slower match, but then all of a sudden if the opponent goes headstrong, 100% very strong punch and then try to end the fight that way, that could really surprise a lot of people. So I think that's the best analogy here.
Macam mana nak ni guys?
memang untuk apa birthday saya tau.
Roughly
Dia rasa kasi power. Oh ya Okay, kalau macam tu mana-mana adik pakai okey guys. Mana-mana adik pakai tak kisahlah Hirara ke Link ke okey je. Aku risau enemy jumpa SRG ban assassin adik. Memang diorang akan ban. Aku tak rasa korang patut risau sebab memang diorang akan ban. Diorang memang akan ban.
Tak apa pasti. Waalaikumsalam Muhammad Zulfikar.
We have a chance to see what you guys thought about the pick'ems, and you said Selangor Red Giants 86%, but Pro Esports has a strong 14%. This is not
betul. Yang baru masuk tak screen guys.
We saw like Team Spirit have like
yang dekat YT subscribe dulu, yang dekat TikTok follow dulu guys.
I feel like they can too because I was previously asked before MSC began which matchup am I actually looking forward to the most. This was right after Mirko.
Tak bang, saya dah adjust suara bang just nice.
Shout outs to him by the way.
Thank you for the follow itu. Macam mana nak claim flare tu korang tahu guys?
In recent tournaments, Cambodia as a region has been really stepping up. I've been saying this, I feel like at least 4 or 5 times already.
Ya Allah cantik
wild card, but that is true. And this is not the exact same lineup that we saw even in, let's say, the recent Asian games. But even then, this is a lineup that beat that lineup that we're talking about. So I have really high expectations for Pro Esports going up against Selangor Red Giants.
Kenapa aku sikit pun tak risau SRG season ni? Aku rasa diorang champion tahun ni. Betul? Betul guys?
He's looking good too. I told you, I complimented you guys right off the start. I mean, everyone's looking good. We're ready to go. Feels like it's going to be a good day.
Lapar bang ai. Lapar jugalah bang ah. Lapar jugalah bang ah.
Sebenarnya baju dia, warna baju dia dengan background tu sangat kena. So nampak dia macam
main mission flare tu, main mission dia macam nak main mission dia guys.
MLBB MSC at EWC 2026 begins.
Dah masuk stage ke?
Macam mana nak main mission dia guys?
Pukul 5. Dah pukul 5.
Let's go.
Tu dah masuk dah. Tim Pro ni lebih seram dari tim PH nak tengok. Ya, ada lah seram. Dia orang nak jumpa sangat kan, nak ambil.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Halo,
day 2 of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. And I know, Rose, but there's one thing that you love more than long-winded.
Let's go SRG, let's go SRG!
Tolong jangan tukar nama.
Oh yes, Milosh. Honestly, good MLBB and
SRG.
That is something we all love to witness.
Thank you for the follow, Mr. Nobody.
So much drama unravels. I cannot wait for today because today we will be witnessing 4 best of 3s in the group of death.
Yesterday was quite fast. I think today would not be surprised if we go the distance on more than one game.
Yes, Milosh. So without further
Wala SRG hadir ya guys.
join me in welcoming.
Adakah kau rasa Sekas akan main link hari ni Rain? Aku rasa link dia akan di-ban guys. Dia tak akan dapat sentuh pun link dia.
Mute je entire live.
Masih faham. Lawa ada baju guys. Yums. Let's go Yums.
Last year they attempted to defend their title in the grand finals.
Aku SRG.
This year.
It's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I know, but we know they've been there before. They can do this again. It's no easy task, though, against the up-and-comers on the other side. Please welcome Pro Esports!
Ada kambing ke?
Ramai juga bersorak untuk Pro Esports ni. Ramai nak tengok SRG kalah guys.
Ramai yang tengok SRG kalah.
Tak, tadi Pro Esports punya ni ramai bersorak tadi.
Let's go Cambodian fans. Welcome to my stream.
Tengah SRG tu siapa? Hello? Siapa tu?
Suara Sunfrost tu.
Adakah itu Wala Frost? Frost, suara kau macam dalam aquarium.
Tengah nobar ke?
Yes, sir. So, boys, you may now place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our
thank you for the follow, Sharil Amri.
Get a little fist bump
bersama
or
kita
a handshake in
guys.
the middle.
W Sunfrost.
Nobar 3 orang Nobar 3 penjuru guys Nobar 3 penjuru.
Nobar 3 penjuru.
There you have it. We are ready to kickstart day 2
Nobar
of the
geng-geng
MLBB group stages. Without further
Oh.
ado, it is time
Thank you
to
for the follow
rise above.
Severny. Kita doakan guys kita doakan SRG semoga dipermudahkan.
Jumpa SRG Pro kan.
Semoga kita ada draft yang bagus, semoga kita ada execution yang bagus. Line up introduction baru. Frost, asal kau tak cast game SRG Frost?
menyatu padukan rakyat Malaysia.
Bagi menyatu padukan rakyat Malaysia. Patutnya game-game best kau cast tu.
But for me, the most intense matchup for day one was Vamos going up against
Nanti Malaysia pecah bola.
But if I want to narrow it down
SRG game ni abang salam dari Indo. Waalaikumsalam, terima kasih berjongkok.
Kuat sikit suara saja. Tak, English Ross.
English. BM buat apa tu guys? Tak tengok BM MSC ni kau tengok kalau ni.
Now jumping into day 2.
Let's go.
This is the group of death.
Mantap.
So I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to see what Selangor Giants is going to bring, especially Skies, because back in 2024.
Okay, semoga. Adakah Uni akan diberi peluang untuk bermain di MSC? Jawapan aku tidak, Arif.
So I want to see.
Jawapan aku untuk MSC ni SRG akan go dengan line up all out dorang. Line up grand final dorang.
Confident Rin 100%.
100%.
Going up against Aura, this is probably the game to watch for everyone because both teams and both
Tapi Cambodia ni pun kuat-kuat, orang dengar-dengar kuat kan?
Sebenarnya kuat, diorang adalah paling buat-buat pelik dekat screen
Asal ada meta pelik-pelik ke diorang bawa?
Ya, diorang meta pelik-pelik.
Geng-geng C
Sebenarnya
strat ni.
sekarang semua meta pelik kat screen, tapi diorang yang paling pelik. Diorang like ubah total lah rule. Macam EXP diorang tank.
Oh, you
Rom kan ada mid support ke apa.
Okay, kita tengok guys, kita tengok. Tolong tanya Sunfrost, kenapa semalam muka dia lagi flawless dari Riz? Memang flawless kan? Memang flawless.
Ketikan suara YT bang.
Match ni adik akan memantai. Ya guys, match ni adik akan memantai guys. Aku harap kalau contoh Link dengan Fanny dia di ban guys, aku nak tengok Nolan atau Hirara guys. Nolan atau Hirara Skies.
Hey, make sure you guys tune in because day 2 looks to be like a
YT saya dah adjust. Dekat TikTok okey ke semua?
That handsome man gave us all we need to know.
Skies.
He's actually right here.
Kram.
SRG versus Pro Esports.
Stormy.
Coming up, SRG they have yet to miss
the
grand finals at MSC at EWC. The last 2 years they have been unstoppable on their path.
Let's go.
Pro Esports find a way to throw more than just a rock in the middle of the road. Maybe an entire wall.
Selamat sore dari Konoha. Selamat sore Konoha. Warga Konoha. Selamat sore. Hadir support SRG ke?
Champions event.
Pro Esports ni wakil Cambodia yang SEA Games ke? Yang mata TLP? Tak kan? Yang tu rojak-rojak. Yang tu line up campur-campur guys. Tapi ada player dorang yang main jugalah. SRG Myanmar Community support SRG guys. W Myanmar Community support SRG guys.
Betul-betul setia
Apa dia?
Fans Myanmar kau.
Ya, fans Myanmar aku dekat YT. W Myanmar guys, W Myanmar.
Just when we ended that recap, you told us today is likely going to be a
In the mood, jangan macam tu in the mood. In the mood jangan macam tu. Jangan soalan-soalan macam tu in the mood.
Maybe I can calm down a bit.
How about a warm bath?
Let's go. Awal Stormy menguap. Menguap tu petanda baik guys. SRG menguap petanda baik guys.
And she's not getting paid either.
Hai anak kami, welcome to the stream Yang belum follow dulu. Sambil tu bantu tap screen dah 25k like. Boleh bagi 50k like guys. Bagi 50k like. Hari ni saya Noba bersama Abang Lord dan juga bersama Sunfrost. Okay. Frost kat mana Frost? Nilai ke?
Two worst bands. Number one is fan. Do not let him get.
Asal suara kau makin slow, Frost?
And then kinda don't give him his link. It's either ban both.
Aku kuatkan dekat ni lah. Aku kuatkan dekat Discord lah.
Especially considering that looking at the stage, it's likely they are going
to
be
cakap sikit.
Home side.
Hello.
We saw this trend yesterday.
Pegang mic aku rasa. Okey, aku kat macam ni ah. Macam ni dah tak slow kan?
Oh, yang ni clear sangat. Baik tu.
Clear gila kan. Memang kena mic ni kena depan muka tu sebenarnya tu. Mic ni sedap, cuma nak kena depan muka lah.
Semoga SRG menang 3-0 dengan tim 2-0 je bang.
All in SRG guys. Semua dekat komen tolong tulis sekarang. All in SRG guys. All in SRG.
going back to that topic, right? We got
All in SRG guys. Tulis.
Mantap Frost, mantap Suara dia hilang terus pula. Alamak.
Mantap. Okay, draft. Obvious ban.
Obvious first ban. Gila.
Dia nak main apa ni?
Jarang-jarang SRG ban for obvious.
Freya, Pakito. Selalu diorang first pick for obvious.
Tak besar rapat baru ASMR baik.
Selalu diorang first pick for
Biasa diorang paling
obvious.
berani. Diorang paling berani lawan dan paling berani first pick for obvious.
Atlas pun tengah naik daun sekarang guys.
Bukan setakat naik tu, itu memang dah on top of the world tu.
On top of the world SRG nak ban apa SRG? Zusin? Fanny. Okay. Open lah link sekali kalau berani weh. Pro e-sport.
Aku last ban SRG 44, 43, 42, 41, 40. Okay. Korang macam ni.
Kau cepat. Kita orang 45, 44, 43.
Beza 10 saat guys, beza 10 saat.
At this point, majority of the fighters
kamera.
XP laners too are gonna be there and the mid.
Kalau berani lepas link adik kalau berani lepas link adik
Ya, kalau berani lepas link.
Tapi ni kita confirm dapat link atau Hirara ni guys. Link Hirara confirm dapat ni.
Link Hirara confirm dapat guys. Tapi kalau lepas dua-dua, link dulu. Kalau lepas dua-dua, link dulu.
Boleh jadi Freya pun boleh jadi juga.
Apakah link akan lepas?
Betul, boleh jadi juga.
Diorang prayo Freya juga. Kalau Freya ni boleh bantai-bantai link dekat side lane Thank you for the follow Josh Pipiu. Let's go guys. Oh Marcel. Okay, diorang ban Marcel. Diorang tutup. Diorang kecil.
Freya di ban. Open link.
Freya di ban. Frost, kau laju Frost. Kau samakan kita orang Frost.
Alah weh.
Aku dengan Balok sama ni.
Okay, 40 bagi tahu. 41 bagi tahu.
48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38. Okay, dah sama Okay. Tengok sama baru sedap. Link.
5 speak ke? Saya SRG pukul berapa game sekarang, Bin? Nampak macam tengah tengok apa ni, Bin?
Kalau tak link Pak Kito aku rasa.
It's just a question of whether confident, but maybe not pro esports.
Okay dah, okay.
Orang berani lepaskan link dekat Raja Link Malaysia, Raja Link dunia Hirara pun ada Boleh juga diorang ambil Pak Kito dulu, diorang trade Hirara Link pun boleh jadi. Valentina.
Atas dah tak ada dah Mat. Nak main hakai ke bos? Link dia ambil lah tu. Ni Beleric laju tu.
Tapi diorang ni memang pengguna tegar Beleric guys. Tim Cambodia.
Kanan memang pengguna tegar.
Pengguna tegar Beleric tim Cambodia.
Beleric EXP bro, Beleric EXP.
Hirara ke Sekais? Korang nak trade ni?
Tak boleh.
Tapi rugilah kalau diorang trade link macam tu je.
Memang rugi tapi dah silap dah.
So Akai Pak Kito ada?
Pak Kito berat sih.
Pak Kito untuk long lane lawan link. Itu je yang choice.
Takkan boleh masuk dengan Beleric tu.
Tapi kalau kita lepas
kena ambil marksman satu.
Cloud lah. Hirara. Okay, dia go Hirara juga. Satu lagi Moskov innocent. Okay, Moskov pun boleh dengan link guys. Long lane. Boleh. Moskov pun boleh. Tapi late game. Kanan main apa guys?
Itu akan kena ban tu.
Eudora ke kanan? Abalot ada ke Abalot? Ada. Aku rasa diorang Cloud lah.
Diorang Harit ke? Tak boleh Harit lah.
Harit pun possible
Rasa dia main daripada depan lah.
Harit pun possible juga.
Rasa dia main yang team fight je lah. Kalau tak ambil marksman sini, maksudnya dia nak main carry Bruno macam tu lah. Boleh jadi dia ambil SP dulu ni. Esme ada lagi.
Eudora. Let's go.
Eudora Beleric so strong guys. Eudora Beleric.
Ya, aku risau lah draft ni guys kalau based on 3 pick pertama. Tapi tak apa. Kita percaya SRG guys. Hilda ban.
Is something of nightmare to Cambodia
Hilda
because
ban.
even back in M6
sekejap lagi Khalid ban dulu.
Almost
buang
eliminated
apa
saya percaya je guys. Saya cakap based on kertas. Saya tak cakap diorang kalah kedua menang.
got a maniac, almost
Kalau dia
ended the game then
draft kuat sebelah kanan sekarang.
Talk about the opening here. It looks
Baru
like
3 pick guys, baru 3 pick. Kita boleh tengok adjustment boleh jadi apa-apa.
Habis lagi guys, santai. Tengok bagi habis dulu, Kadang-kadang kita ingat draft tu kalah guys, tapi tim tu betul-betul dah comfort dah meta tu.
Betul-betul dah set up draft tu bawah lagi 2. Kadang yang atas ni 3 pick. Mana sedap je, lepas tu bawah dia dah susah.
Ni, Kram nak main apa ni, Kram? Kram nak main apa ni guys?
Sabar.
Kram main
Good luck, everyone else. Do your best.
Which is, I think, great.
Gelu ada lagi, Gelu.
Pro esports have a link to somehow match whatever Innocent could do across the map.
Gelu ada lagi kat sini. Pakito, Uranus.
Are going to be for SRG just yet.
Uranus Pakito berat palingan
a bit more crowd control. Perhaps there are also some other combinations that could still come.
Sora ada gak Rain kalau nak.
I'm thinking of
Sora,
maybe even
Bang, vamos lawan
high
bila besok.
just to really make things difficult for the
dekat scrim sekarang ada orang main Ruby ya, Frost. Ruby hero Kram ni.
Main. Tapi banyak di gol.
Ruby gol. Ruby XP orang bawa ke?
Tapi banyak juga gol.
Sebab Ruby sedap ni kalau lawan dengan hero-hero yang macam macam apa, Link, Eudora.
Sekarang ni problem dia dekat EXP ni, problem dekat Beleric Rain. Beleric ni boleh jadi EXP.
Ni kira flex hero dorang ah.
It just feels like
kita tengok dulu.
Ni flex
right now.
Dan juga yang kalah pro.
And does that indicate that they're playing the way we
Korang nak
think?
ban apa? Korang biar goal lane open So enemy mungkin Cloud, mungkin Harit. Ruby ban. Oh, diorang yang ban Ruby.
Diorang pun fikir Ruby tu akan main goal lane lawan Moskov.
So I think Slangway Giants, they're reading into pro esports, like I said, like a more controlled kind of draft, where there's a possibility of them playing double fighters, and that might be too much for Slangway Giants to kind of handle.
Harit Link
Harif, so I'm liking the balance that Pro Esports has because Harif, even though is a gold laner, I would say once he's level 4, he has that Zaman force, he can already dish out enough damage, making it so that
kalau kau tanya aku, Harit sedap.
Still has time to get
Yeah, and idea is pretty much the same.
Lawan Moskov, Valentina lagi tak boleh buat apa guys.
Sora satu. Khalid satu, Sora Khalid.
Sora Khalid. If ever SRG does go and commit to a very aggressive lineup, we're still looking at top picks. We brought up some suggestions earlier.
Thank you for the super GG Sir Zakti. Welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the stream. Uranus kan aku cakap power hero tadi, Uranus. Okey, satu lagi apa? Body satu. Baik. Aku suka.
Badang
is one of those heroes that can.
Aku rasa Badang sedap lawan Beleric juga guys.
Assassins, especially like pin them against a wall.
Thank you for the follow Uchiha.
I'm seeing Slangway Giants. This is a very
bahaya kat meta pro. Pro ni main meta team fight guys.
Not a lot of teams.
Tapi kita dah ada hero long lane.
Sora.
Where I feel like they're gonna win the lane and try to invade the jungle and now Pro Esports.
Long lane diorang, Link, long lane kita Moskov guys.
It's gonna be difficult for Slangway Giants.
A lot of team fight and a lot of pressure from the lane.
Yang aku tertanya-tanya Frost Yang aku macam curious Yang aku nak tengok game ni match up Valentina Eudora macam mana. Tu je.
Menang Eudora.
Menang besar ke tak? Sebab aku dah fikir kenapa SRG perayu Valen dulu. Mesti ada sebab. So aku nak tengok.
Kau dah tahu kenapa Eudora OP?
Kenapa? Cuba explain.
First skill dia reset.
Well, SRG
okay.
found a way to make it to grand finals every single time they have been at MSC.
Alright, let's go guys.
Let's go guys. Sama-sama rakyat Malaysia semua, kita doakan SRG guys. Apa-apa pun execution guys. Apa-apa execution. Draft is one thing, tapi kita tengok execution dulu guys. Tap screen guys, yang boleh follow dulu, yang boleh subscribe dulu.
Dekat English ni kan dia punya spell delay juga.
Spell delay?
Kalau korang perasan, aku perasan spellnya asyik delay tu. Masa dah keluar, dah 2 second baru dia punya cooldown tu keluar.
Faham.
Innocent, this is a dream
pick. So kadang aku tak tahu siapa Maret.
Kiri kanan mana kuat? Kalau korang tanya aku balance tu sebenarnya. Kalau korang tanya aku kanan ada strength dia, kiri ada strength dia.
And here's the thing, the question is whether or not they're going to have Skypiercer because the first invade is all looking
Kenapa pakai flicker game ni? Oh, cantik.
to beat it. Is now running away, getting taken out by Coley. A nice trade. A beautiful trade at that, taking out the jungler of SRG. And that's perfect. That's exactly what they want. The trades need to be effective. With jungler already taken out of the question. In trade for a support, I mean, Pro, they're punching above their weight.
Kalau korang tanya aku, balance. Kiri kanan late game dua-dua kuat. Kanan ada Link, Harit, kiri ada Moskov.
On to Cram to deal with Felix, and it's only going to be until level 4. After that, I think they're going to put it down to the bottom side. I mean, I think at that point, SRG with that quick
Kita ada badang, tak juga. Kita ada badang tu.
The waters, right? How good is Pro? Can we bully them? I think they learned quickly that Coily is going to respond. And because of the movement on this lane,
Momen tim kita dekat, momen tim SRG dekat ni guys. Dekat badang dengan tombak Moskov guys. Keram kacau, keram kacau.
If you overextend. I feel like he's already lost that momentum, right? As soon as you hit level 2 on Hirara, that's probably your biggest power spike overall without the items. But now, we're seeing that a lot of that mid-motion, right? Clear out that mid as soon as possible and immediately start moving towards the other sides of the map. Alright, so Pro Esports looking for an angle in. Sakai's already started working on
Stormy ada ulti, Stormy ada ulti. Boleh fight guys. Valentina ada ulti. Itu memang syarat main Valentina guys. Syarat main Valentina, make sure Valentina tu ada ulti baru perang guys.
Stormy nak trap Link.
Coily goes for the orange buff, a little bit damage onto Yums.
Lama juga.
Guys making his way in.
Nama asasinan tentu lama.
Angle from Pro just yet. Coily has to finish this.
Hari sampai. Hari balik.
No pinch poise just yet. Gets a nice little bit of damage on a Sakai's. Tempest Blaze does comes out. Gets the knockup. Plus the turtle and a lot of damage on a Sakai's. He's taken out.
Stormy tak ada tadi bos. Stormy limit bang.
Runs away in shambles. Sorry, I'm Felix. With a kill under his belt. Make it a purple buff as well.
Okay. Baru early game. Kita support lagi. Baru early game.
Wrath of the Dryads was in the hands of Stormy. Already gave them an idea. Hey, they're looking to team fight, but they're not clearing this Lord.
Tapi diorang betul-betul lock Sakai's ah. Game ni diorang lock Sakai's ah guys.
Very different. Right now, he can't zone out multiple people just yet. And the worst part about it, losing that 50-50 from the side of
Game ni diorang lock Sakai's guys.
This team to be playing on the back foot for
Assalamualaikum Coach Salam.
I'm almost surprised Sakai's went into that knowing the Tempest Blaze is going to come, but a little bit of damage down here on the boss side. Kuzin. Going to try to get away. Gets hit by the Terror.
Nice.
Innocent to
Wah, balot cepat sangat guys
Taking out Kuzin.
2 second.
Pro Esports forced to back off. A nice
Baik Yums.
little bit of
Tapi aku percaya dekat badang Yums guys
Hasn't been involved in any of these fights. Having a decent experience could be the saving grace.
Listen.
Unless he's taken out by Coily here. A couple more shots. Tempest of Blades does come down and a kill into Coily's pocket. Able to make sure he secures up Berserker's Fury. That's so unfortunate. Yums already used all of his charges for the Fist Crack. Fist Break unfortunately did not connect at the right time. But like Lefel mentioned earlier, SRG is playing a really difficult composition. It's a composition where you truly must be interconnected.
Kita tengok bila Innocent dapat dia punya power spike guys macam mana.
They can find something back. Nice damage. Stormy able to output. But just not enough. Pepe takes him out.
Aku Abalok macam teringat ke Eudora ni dekat Eudora seorang tu.
Esports have an answer for everything right now. They kind of have the answer for everything. And I think the worst part about it is the update. The patch has made this Belleric a little better. Innocent now.
Tak apa. Kita swap Innocent dulu guys. Aku Pro Esports, sorry Daisy. Memang Daisy kau Indonesia. Kau Indonesia mestilah kau nak SRG kalah.
Let's quickly have a look at the level difference.
LDZ guys, LDZ dekat komen LDZ.
Thank you for moving away, Lord Spawn, to level 8. So he's a level down on this. Alright, Turtle, Tempest of Blades comes down, Coily able to take the Turtle with ease, and Sakai's once again in a horrible spot. Dashes into death. Cram just trying to keep vision, just trying to help defend this mid lane. But Pro Esports doesn't care about it at all. This is starting to snowball out of control. Sakai.
Kawan aku macam mana Sakai nak online je guys. Ren asal tak ambil SRG tak ambil first pick Link. Aku tak sure guys. Aku tak sure kenapa Valentina first pick.
At this stage, as you can see, the PB is already invading.
Selalunya orang ambil Valentina dulu kalau enemy main macam hero-hero yang bergantung ke ulti. Atlas contoh. Lepas tu Akai contoh. So kau nak secure hero-hero macam tu.
Pro Esports all on the map. A lot of damage on Yums here. Gonna dive onto the tower. Yums has no escape. Tries to flicker, but it's not enough today.
Hero masuk jatuh susah guys.
Take this
yang
tower.
okey nak Belleric ni Harley, Kuzin. Kalau tak main tank jungle macam Akai.
Dapat dua.
Win ke okey sikit.
Dapat dua cantik. Baik. Sakais.
Good one.
Nice one Sakais.
able to try to find something in the chaos.
Holy cow, that was dangerous. So
Tak boleh buat apa, late game kena bantai dengan league. Sabar guys. Kita tak tengok lagi macam mana SRG maximizekan penggunaan draft dorang. Sabar guys.
Stormy even opting to flicker early with the stolen Wrath of Dryad to guarantee this kill onto Sa. The trading isn't just instantaneous, it's 15 to 20 seconds ahead in the future.
So SRG are still finding some moments, right? They're able to get some little trades. They're behind 2.5k gold, but it's definitely not the end of the world from them. We know that just with the game IQ, they can make something, shake something. Is it too late? I don't think a 2.5k gold lead is too late at all. We'll see at this first, not third turtle, I think first Lord is going to be the big moment where we know who's possibly got this in the bag.
Before anything happens,
Itulah tu. Janganlah support waktu menang je guys. Support waktu kalah sekali. Sabar. Kita tengah losing tapi tengah cari momentum nak menang balik ni. Sabar. Tapi mata Sora ni memang dekat lead, dekat Sekai tu. Dekat Turtle Fight. Sora Beleric ni mata dekat Sekai guys Sora Beleric ni. Lepas tu nanti Link datang dengan ultimate. Harapan dia macam mana Rain? Harapan dia aku rasa kita kena sabar, main sabar bagi Innocent dapat power spike guys. Bagi Innocent dapat bagi Innocent dapat power spike. Bagi Innocent dapat power spike. Sabar.
Link 1k tu beza.
So different in comparison to Hirara, which is so burst oriented.
Nice damage onto Sariam Felix. Even Pro,
siapa main bawah guys? Guys, siapa main bawah?
They're still playing this
mesti
smart.
cari momen dapat
Slow push on the bottom lane, gonna connect onto that tower, top side
kena dapat target mahal lah selanjutnya.
Pro Esports, you would think they might come in very chaotic, but honestly, even with the aggression they have in the micro, they're playing a decent macro on the map.
Trying to make sure that they're efficient. They fell from a 1.6k lead now over to a 3k lead. And you can see that Cram now, he's getting a lot more confident after that chastised Pauldron.
Penentuan first pick, second pick siapa? Macam mana Frost kalau kat sini? Kau tahu tak? Ada info tak?
Most importantly, not enough burst with the amount of HP that he has, but I'm worried he's getting close to that endless battle.
Dia perlukan satu lagi moment je tidak.
It's another problem on the side of SRG. He's still
Pendek macam
deathless.
playoff Rain.
He wasn't able to shine
Kalah pilih pick aja ni.
As this game moves forward, he'll become more of a nuisance.
Kram dah start buat kacau ni. Guys.
Stuns on the side of Pro Esports, except for the Wrath of the Dryad, but even that won't be able to hold Cram down if he can continue to harass.
Innocent dah start main lane ni. Let's go.
Can't compete with the mobility of this link. So second best option, use Moskov to create these cross map plays.
Ini betul-betul kasih semua kat Innocent ni guys. Dah mula bagi semua kat Innocent ni.
Moderator, tolong moderator mute jap ni.
But looking at the items so far, more importantly, now that Sariam Felix has his second, this Lord is going to be really difficult. If he engages in there while having those Queen's Wings, there's a pretty good chance that SRG
gameplay Link yang power memang macam tu kan. Aku rasa dekat scene lelaki semua gameplay Link power tu guys.
I don't think they want to just go head first. Look at the damage on a Stormy.
Link ni hero yang ni Rain saya jungle dah simpan betul-betul ready to meta. Warm up ada ni main Link padahal tak meta pun.
Baik tu Sky.
Tommy, nice
guys.
Alamak. Pushing Pro back. Yums now on the run. Sakai's comes in to make sure Sariam Felix can't get to him.
Siluntung guys.
Besar trade for SRG. Look at the boss side now as well.
Innocent, he's playing the exact same role that Coily is trying to do.
Abalok laju guys. Daripada kita orang dua.
Able to win out that 50-50 despite being 2 levels down. That's the difference here. Both sides are going to be highly contesting these neutral objectives because unfortunately,
aku times 2 guys. Lagi cepat sikit.
So, truly, if you want to win that fight, it starts with this Lord, and you gotta let the Lord do the work. Breaking the towers afterwards might be a little bit harder than it looks.
Innocent on the top side, gonna gain some ground there. Even if Barlow was with this Lord. Wait a second, Coily in the backside on Yums, putting out a lot of damage. Does have to the blades, decides not to use it, isn't going to chase it down. Cram now on to Kuzin as Innocent makes his way to the mid side as well.
Guys.
Dapat lari.
Nice.
Will be able to dash through, but the chase is on.
Dikejar lagi.
Baik deh. Tekai si bos.
Oh my god.
Baik Innocent.
Baik.
Make him miss. this, make him miss an SOD or something. This entire
Sabar. Support Malaysia sampai habis. Jangan tengok early game je. Sabar.
Whether it's closing the distance, but most importantly, it's keeping Pro on their toes. They can't let their foot off the gas just yet, not against a team of this caliber. And now the game is falling into SRG's hands. Pro Esports, it was in their grasp. They had control, but control is not a given.
Tapi outplay Sky tadi memang baik guys Outplay Sky tadi memang baik tu. Dia banyak buang masa enemy guys untuk kejar dia. Tu yang tim SRG dapat mid turret tu. Diorang banyak buang masa dekat Sky.
Alright, Cram into the backside, continues to harass. Nice step into Blades. Does not get the knock-up. Coily just trying to get
Main dengan badang Yums. Main dengan badang Yums.
SRG's in full form.
Badang tangkap Ling tu guys.
It's all about the scramble. Somebody you can be
Okay. Pro dah ketak-ketir guys Pro dah ketak-ketir.
Ini menang mekanik bro.
And that's a big problem from both of these sides. Whoever breaks away first usually gets punished. Whether it's soft. Wait, hold on.
Cram takes a lot of damage. Still has
Jangan mistake santai.
Main gila, kasih aja Go Srg berarti menang. Maaf untuk match ni, saya prediksi Pro 2-1. Enggak apa-apa.
Like I said earlier, this is going to be more and more of a problem as this game goes on.
Yeah, I think even Closen is starting to recognize that he doesn't have enough
Benar, tapi ada
consistent
0-1
DPS
itu
to
dah.
stay on top of Cram, and worse yet,
Tak tahu lawan dia innocent. Lagi biar late game lagi gila guys. Okay, ni penting guys. Ni crucial guys. Lock fight ni crucial guys.
Wants to try to make his way down.
Ram
still getting contested.
Baiklah Kram punya Uranus. Makan lagi skill. Jauh penuh balik. Makan lagi skill. Tengok guys, dia duduk depan macam tu je guys. Lepas tu diorang main makro guys. SRG baik ni guys. Innocent tolak dulu atas. Lepas tu nanti dia tombak datang fight. Diorang tarik.
Playing Pro's game, but just a little bit better.
Don't need. A little bit of play. A lot of damage. Cram.
Kena juga ni.
Tempest of Blades does come down, but it's more of an escape use. The top.
Masuk dong. Ini dapat dong.
Nice Innocent. Jangan Innocent. Innocent. Lagi.
And a double kill for Innocent.
Ling takut. Badang tunggu Ling turun guys.
Oh my goodness.
Baik si Ayums.
He is showing that all gold laners need to have perfect movement. Look at that. Nothing can touch this guy so far. Every ability, pixel perfect footsies all the way through.
Berani turun Ling. Kita orang tunggu kat bawah ni. Berani turun.
Coily. Tempest of Blades comes down.
Nice guys.
Coily gets the kill on a Stormy though. He's trying to make the big play.
Baik guys. Let's go SRG guys.
Malaysia versus Cambodia always gets the blood
itu dah mula masuk dah mula panic kan tu.
Oh my goodness, it is a tough game here, but it's not completely over. Pro understand, hey, we still have scaling on our side.
Tak apa tim Pro Esports. Kita orang faham. Kita orang rakyat Malaysia faham. Tak apa. Biasa kena bantang dengan SRG.
Fourth item technically already complete here. He's got real damage. The problem is that he can't close the distance. If not, Stormy or even Yums could knock him out of place.
Alright.
Bellerit guys. Bellerit tu yang balik guys.
This is only first Lord, second Lord actually. The Thrash has come through. Sakai's wants to jump in. Yums with conceal play.
Dora memang pukul keram ya guys.
Payoff.
Tapi tak logik tu, tak ada item ke? Mana Harit ni punya damage yang?
Tu Harit dia tak bermain ni.
Harit dia pun beban tu guys sebenarnya.
Alamak, guys. Careful. Nice. Careful. Jaga innocent je guys. Jaga innocent.
Baiklah
Yums.
Gets a nice shot on Yums.
Sabar. Tak boleh.
Boleh kalah lah ni, boleh kalah lah.
Sabar guys. Sabar. Jangan nafsu SRG.
You can tell. Both sides, they just want that moment to breathe. And SRG
kena bantai dengan SRG pengalaman sendiri Rain. Diorang cakap Malaysia Liga Tani, sini kita orang bawa kita punya master Liga Tani bantai korang. Baru korang tahu.
No. At least he has the purple buff, but does he trade? Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Nice. Last hit.
Can he escape this? Siren Felix, look at the final shot. Kuzin able to get it.
Kiting dulu guys.
Okay. Lama sangat.
Comes up in 45. All right, I got to
santai, dia orang susah moment ini Valeric. Revitalize guys.
High intensity for 2 blocks, 16 minutes already, and there hasn't been a moment.
Region luar yang panggil Malaysia Liga Tani. Sini kita orang ajak korang join sekali Liga Tani kita orang Sini kita orang ajak korang join Liga Tani kita orang. Baru korang rasa. Hai Kram.
Is this a punish? Ooh, shifting skies, Cram.
Diorang all out Kram tu. Tak dapat link guys.
Pepe. Gotta run away right now.
Tapi jujur aku faham dia apa maksud kenapa dia rendah all out Kram. Sebab dia rasa tak logik tu.
All fronts pro recognize that, man.
Tak mati-mati je.
Mana logik tu? Ini patutnya Harit dengan Link dah boleh bantai tu.
Ya tu. Okay. Makro.
Link tu beli si Albert tu. Link tu beli si Albert tu demi Kram tu.
Tu yang diorang kena careful dengan aku kalau mau tanya aku damage Link, damage Harit. Dua ni diorang kena careful.
And when you're in a position
like
like this where you have no
inhibitors, kalau nak main sangat.
You kind of have to force the fight. You
dia
can't
takut.
long haul. You can't play the dance.
Tu. Alah hai. Oi dapat tu sekali dia. Dia kejar dia sekali tu.
Sekali hidup. Nice.
Tolong baik dia Vincent.
Locked on to.
Menang sudah.
Boleh.
Menang sudah.
Menang sudah.
Mahal.
Let's go. Coming out of pro and SRG, this is why macro plays a huge part in this game with such a tough composition to play as well.
Kalau Yus main badang guys, memang aku percaya. Tu yang aku cakap.
Bagi lekat satu dinding.
Hilang. Nice one SRG. Let's go. Game 2. Biasa kan tengok SRG sampai habis. Ya. Biasa kan tengok SRG sampai habis guys.
Mana yang cakap main apa ni itulah inilah. Baru 6 minit korang nak jaga dengan SRG.
Welcome to Liga Tani bro. Welcome to Liga Tani. Selamat datang region lain. Salam kenal Liga Tani MPL aboy. Izin.
Easy. Not so easy, bang.
That could have been skewed in certain
Not so easy, bang.
Easy sebenarnya. Easy. Sebab game tu diorang punya tu. Tak sepatutnya dia boleh comeback semudah.
Bro ni mana? Cambodia guys, Cambodia.
Tengok tahu hantu satu je padahal walaupun game tadi diorang pegang.
Behave Ray. Sorry.
Pro e-sport banyak sangat.
Main makro. Ya.
How much can you get with these
Dia bukan apa guys.
Sebelum first slot diorang punya gameplay dengan lepas first slot jauh beza tu. Link punya wave management semua dah lari teruk sejak daripada ni.
Decision making kita bagus. Decision making SRG bagus.
Pro maybe got a little ahead of themselves. Once it got into
Valentina first pick pick yang mahal
early on, honestly. He had such a free game. And I mean, they tried to get some of those games down there.
Tahu Innocent Moscow macam mana.
I believe you, but at the same time,
memang Moscow Innocent nak main dengan ni.
He's just like pixel perfect movement every single time.
Imagine dapat Idora, dapat Link kalah.
Managing to hold on.
Dia ada satu kemungkinan overall tau. Diorang first pick Valentina. Diorang first pick Valentina sebab diorang memang dah predict enemy main Valerie.
A lot of teams are now going to start. We gotta be careful on that top side.
So maksudnya dia memang standby main ulti Valerie juga. Diorang standby main ulti Valerie juga.
Rain Day, it's all you.
Semangat tu.
Bang, call Sky so dia pakai link sekarang.
Rex, that was a great matchup, and you guys did a great cast there. One of my favorite things about taking a look at MLBB, especially after games, see what went right and sometimes what went wrong. Innocent got off to the races and did not look back. There was no answer for a game that I thought went pretty well for Pro Esports for a while. We'll see if they can change up that macro and find a way to finish it out.
Terus Sky tutup link. Sabar guys. Nampak gaya macam
kalau lepas beli lig dia orang akan ambil.
My name is Rain.
Nampak gaya macam pro bagi guys. Ada kemungkinan pro bagi link ada kemungkinan.
Moon jumping in from the stream to join us here on the official stream. How are you, Moon?
I'm fine. I'm good.
Are you enjoying being in Paris?
Wow.
Yeah, I enjoy live here, and I eat a lot of
live here pula.
Croissant,
baguette, Mike.
Anything with bread I eat.
He was listening to us, guys. I think he knew we were setting up the croissant baguette conversation. Moon, we'll get your thoughts on this game in just a moment. I'm going to go down the line, though.
Game minta jasa follow, subscribe, Rain dekat YT juga. Terima kasih for the reminder, meh. Kita dengar interview Moon jap.
Even actually, if you take a look back in the beginning of the game, majority of how proactive Pro Esports actually were across the map came off of them just punishing SRG's more aggressive approach during the start, and it worked out really, really well from them, not until moments wherein it had to come down to a mechanical showdown in the latter portions of the game.
I know you'll have some things to tell us, Lefel, but in general, overall with the game, happy with how Pro Esports approached gaming?
Honestly, that was an amazing game. Like, this is one of those games, if you give me time, I can talk about it for like half an hour. From Pro Esports as well as Slangra Giants, they showed so many good things in that game.
Certain hero yang sebenarnya boleh lawan Eudora. Contoh ni aku rasa Uranus tu boleh. Grok pun boleh. Aku rasa ada certain hero yang dia off meta, tapi kalau dia pick lawan dengan Eudora susah main.
Thank you very much, Brigida. She's a great mic holder. For now, we gotta talk back about the draft because honestly, like, over here we saw like individual plays coming in from Slangra Giants. Now, the thing that you guys have to see here is both Innocent on this Moskov as well as Poily on this lane. They are the position 1, right? They are position 1 and
pada pendapat kau siapa MVP Rain? Kalau aku antara dua lah, antara Badang atau Moskov. Kalau aku Kalau aku antara Badang atau Moskov. Eudora Rain lagi bahaya tadi. Thank you man. Thank you man. Thank you man.
And then you see Yums as well Stormy just being a little bit behind. Whenever the opponents cross Cram's line, they will intercept them here and then they will make a play. So that was very smart coming in from the draft here. And when it comes to Pro Esports, we wanted Sora here to try and able to catch out Stormy, and he was able to do it many times. But he was not the win condition. The win condition is Innocent, and he survived many a times. We're going to see a clip here. I'm going to try to go very, very fast.
Tapi kebanyakan masa dia cari ni lah guys.
Rain, inilah dia. Analyst
just from this image, the lock coming in from Pro Esports, there's a lot of crowd control. And this enables them to win 5v5 team fights. So then what we see for Slangra Giants, what they do, they split the team fight. This is where we see Innocent came in, forcing out them to actually do something about it because he wants the minions.
Tapi mekanik Innocent tadi memang
Skies flanking from behind.
Masih semangat kali lihat Sunfrog main nanti. MPL MOI tak terfikir nak cari banyak lagi caster atau host ke? Itu kena tanya Sunfrog.
Apply. Try masuk, try lawan. Tengok.
Try lawan Mas Sunfrog.
Position 2. He's the disruptor. He is the one that's going to create chaos in the game, and that's what he did. So during this fight, we can see that Sakai's had to run away because that's already job established. And now we're going to be looking at Innocent, where again, this is what I'm talking about. Position 1, 1v1 between the Ling as well as the Moskov. The Moskov won this round, and he keeps on winning again and again and again. And all the while, we can see that Sakai's has survived the initiation. So in this matchup, it really is about how Slangra Giants, they buy enough time for Innocent to win that 1v1 against Poily. Because once Poily is out of the game, the Ling is no longer a threat. So this is a draft that requires individual skill.
Aku tak sure salah satu.
Next level
Lenovo Legion tu belakang Lenovo Legion.
Sponsor Lenovo Legion tapi ada yang cakap phone tu bukan Lenovo Legion, dia kata Honor Pro.
Honor Pro ke Honor lah. Honor Pro lah.
to ultimately isolate fights and get their position one into a good position to succeed, and that's what Innocent did.
Yep. And I can't help but really commend the fact that SRG did
early
all
game
of
50-50
his
lah.
Honor Magic 7 Pro.
Even though it was open for them, possibly could have been picked up by SRG
Lenovo sponsor
even in
PC
first
dengan
pick.
cerita. Oh ya
But then eventually it
Kenapa
went
masih
over to
MWI
the
Rain tak
hands
duduk
of
macam
Pro.
Munji? Sebab waktu MWI diorang ajak zone guys naik.
Even Theodora was in the hands of
Diorang ajak
Pro,
zone
but
naik,
all
diorang
these
ajak zone naik.
quote-unquote metas picks,
Sekarang
at
siapa
least
yang tengah
during the
pergi
first
Rain?
few days, were
Yang baru pergi
countered
Moon
out here
seorang.
by SRG through
Oh, Moon
sheer,
seorang.
Yang belum
I don't know,
sampai
like
lagi
synergy or maybe
Obot, Dibo, Aul.
just chemistry overall.
Moon, I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen so far, because we've seen Eudora, we've seen Ling, we've seen some of these meta characters start to show up
banyak delay, bang.
evolve what people are playing in the tournament. What are you seeing as
Delay
Ada yang balik bang kan 3 hari baru sampai tu bang.
Oh, yang tu betul, yang tu betul.
3 hari tu.
Ya, macam saya hari tu sampai Isnin bang. Si Saiful sampai Selasa.
Moon boleh ke bahasa?
Bos Muiz pun dari situ baru sampai. Oh ya, baru sampai.
Okay. Boleh nampak
Eva Vamos buat kontes Tekken pun apa semalam. Abah buat konten. Abah Vamos buat konten. Buat kontes tu pertandingan. Eva tu siapa pula?
Back to the meta and
Honor Magic
Magic
7 Pro.
Dapat
Thank you
buatkan
Nisha.
fans lagi excited to see the gameplay, dia
Kemon.
punya perubahan daripada
Yang ni Lafel nak translate dulu ni.
dari segi chemistry, macam mana dia nak main, macam mana dia nak execute.
Lafel mesti dah cakap tepi lah, tak apa kau borak, nanti aku bagi tahu.
Dia dah blank dah.
And beta sama, so bila dapat berubah ni,
tapi memang nervous sikit tu guys waktu kena interview tu.
So he said he likes this because for quite a long time the meta has been the same, but now new characters are coming in, and because of that the meta has to change, the planning has to change. So he really likes it. But now, if I can ask, so Moon, Eudora. Did you predict Eudora to come into the meta? Because Eudora is kind of strong, burst, crowd control, but going up against a Ling, a Hayabusa, Nolan, isn't it dangerous with all these assassins for team to use Eudora?
Rasanya Eudora will doing fine sebab dia ada stun, dia ada macam dia punya, rasanya dia punya job desk ni lebih ke arah macam dia backup. Dia macam backup marksman ataupun orang-orang yang boleh carry the game lah. So
kalau tanya aku guys, jawapan betul dia Eudora ni kena ada hero yang cover dia guys.
Kalau kita letak macam
Eudora ni bukan hero yang main sendiri. Eudora ni hero yang kena main dengan team guys.
Eudora just different breed.
Dia perlu dijaga. Dia perlu dijaga sebenarnya.
Kalau nak fokus in defending something like that lah.
Yeah, so he basically said Eudora's primarily ability right now is the ease of actually peeling for either the marksman or the assassin. Compared to other heroes, they can kind of do the same thing, but much more difficult to do compared to Eudora. It's a point and click stun. Something like a Farsa, you have to aim the ability first, so it could fail.
And speed is another thing. When you have a point and click, press a button quickly, and it happens versus
Look
trying to
to
aim that
ZZ
out in a
stream.
circle. Well, something that doesn't happen so quickly. I mean, you have to get the equipment, you have to
Later.
find a room or at least a microphone. But if you want to get those things quickly and then join us as a co-streamer, that can happen almost instantly.
Thank you for the follow who's
Co-stream at EWC. Make sure
100k coach boleh ni 100k like guys. Kasih like guys, kasih tap screen. Yang belum follow dulu.
Saya tak tahu.
Sama juga yang belum subscribe dekat YT saya, pergi subscribe kat YT dulu guys.
If you don't want to co-stream, that's okay, but it's a great opportunity. If you want to be like Moon, come on and check out that QR code, see if you can join us. Brigitte, let's go back to kind of this game here.
Cuma aku rasa follow saya balot
What can be done?
Eudora sekarang dia bukan setakat burst tu, dia boleh consider continuous damage dia juga sebab first skill dia tu.
Betul itu yang orang cakap, orang sebenarnya burst dia bukan something yang reliable sangat pun.
So
aku nasib je dapat lah.
Dia sebab first skill dia kan, first skill dia.
First skill dia. Frost believe like a Perry.
Thank you,
I really think that they play the strengths of their lineup, honestly. It's just that there was such great adaptation coming in from SRG as well. It was pointed out by Lafel earlier here when they realized that Pro were just too efficient when it comes to the counter engages in terms of utilizing the Belleric and the Wrath of Dryad and teamfights. They just decided to split everything up. They decided to play the map and they decided to allow Innocent to take the lead and maybe a more secondary role for Sekai's, and I think that kind of made me shocked how Pro Esports had to adjust mid-game.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, I kind of want to ask Moon because Moon was a professional player. I want to ask.
Ya Allah, cantiknya ciptaan Tuhan ni. Korang nampak Brigida laju korang
Dan
ciptaan Tuhan.
Innocent, is this gameplay
Banyak lagi benda ciptaan Tuhan lain kok cantik-cantik orang tak nak cakap.
Pro Esport they try to 5v5. But then SRG tried to split the fight. Is it easy to play like SRG?
My bini, dadah my bini.
Sebenarnya tak susah. Kalau dorang
itu special case. Tak adalah berlaku
percaya
hari-hari.
satu sama lain lah.
Sangat rare.
Kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk buat lah. And kita boleh nampak, kita boleh nampak pun guys.
Tak benar game 1 SRG guys.
Meskipun
Game tengah lapar ke?
Dekat MPLMY and
tengah lapar ke? Tak
at the
tahu.
whole international dan kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk dorang.
Isnin depan ada mana?
Yeah, so I basically asked Moon, like, is it difficult to play like SRG where you split the fight? And he's like, honestly, if you trust each other that well, and when you have such a good jungler like Sakai's, it is most definitely possible. Because if everyone does their job very well, then the game plan just falls into place.
Yeah, I understand. Because I think it was also...
Understand, Malay?
No, not
Alright.
the way that they did that.
Adakah stage ni akan digunakan sampai grand final? Aku rasa ya guys. Sebab ni macam stage LOL guys. Stage LOL besar.
Asarnya sebab pakai baju dia main nanti saya dah dapat endorsement. Saya bagi
lah abarin situ lah situ nak.
bahasa isyarat tak, bahasa isyarat kat saya.
Hari ni pun 2-0 lah guys. Semua match.
Saya
pakai ni lah.
Brand
yang dorang pakai.
Ray nak tanyalah satu soalan, kenapa Konoha ni sangat-sangat tak suka MPLMY? Lagi-lagi tim SRG sedangkan kita respect je MPL ID. Gintil dari sana macam MPL ID, Oni ID Vitality.
Baju merit baru lah San.
Kata Konoha, kawan kau pun sama macam Konoha juga.
Sabar.
Kau fikir
Ramai
Konoha
macam
ni
aku.
Backup plan all along because they just let go.
Apa yang marah sangat tu
guys?
guys?
They let go of the Eudora
Sebab
anyway, so it
guys,
was also them
Malaysia dengan
willingly
Indonesia ni
playing
dia
into
ada
the
macam
scrap, knowing
adik-beradik
that
punya
they're
banter
knowing
lah.
that there could be
Pergaduhan
a way
adik-beradik
around it,
lah.
because I think their first approach failed. It was them
Mungkin kau
trying to
cakap,
be the
mungkin
more
kau cakap
proactive ones
kita
across the
kau
map. They went
respect
for the invade,
je
but
MPL
they
ID
got
tapi ada
punished.
je
And
juga
that's
fans-fans kita yang suka
where
usik-usik
they
juga
probably
fans
started to
Indonesia
realize
guys.
that there should be
Okay, let's go draft. Let's go.
that up until the mid game. So I think Pro Esports were caught up in the idea that
betul
we're
lah.
somehow still taking the lead, but at the
Kalah
same time they were
Philippines ni.
actually not, because
First pick lagi. Zuxin ban Kena suspend gift ke Rin? Kena suspend gift lah guys.
Sabar bang. Ya ya.
Abang asyik marah je je. Abang tak terus sabar.
Kalau korang nak bagi gift, bagi dekat SB guys. Bagi kat SB.
Ataupun grand final paling kurang.
Dia tukar
against the Cambodian squad.
Dia tukar Rin
Dan
dia tukar Yisun Shin ban Yisun Shin.
Siapa mereka jumpa? Berkemungkinan besar mereka boleh jumpa dengan
mencari Valeric first pick ke bos? Mencari Valeric first pick ke?
What a ban tu guys. Yisun Shin ban. Ada meta tertentu ke tim pro ni nak bawa ni Yisun Shin ban ni guys?
Do you think it's just really SRG confident that they can counter the Ling? That's why they're not picking it up in
Siapa first pick SRG guys ni? Atlas
because I
ban.
feel like we really want to see Sakai's on the Ling, but at the same time they're not going for it.
Actually, he's playing chess with them. Yeah. This is like macam biasa lah diorang buat benda ni kat MPLMY. Tolong tak?
No,
Penny,
he's
man.
saying like this is something that they even keep doing in MPLMY. Even though it's a strong pick for them, they're like, hey, you pick it up, we'll counter it.
Wow.
Because it's a bait,
Always
right?
open.
It's a bait, but also it's kind of like psychological. You're giving
Valeric,
your opponents the
Valeric,
best
Valeric.
heroes possible, and you still
Paksa
beat
link
them.
ni.
That's
Tak guys.
especially in the
Always
lower
open guys.
series,
Paksa link tu
that
jadah.
could break people very, very fast. Maybe that's why in the grand finals they keep
Mungkin
winning
Link
4-0.
Diorang nak tunjuk pula Diorang punya side.
Dia nak lepas.
Found a way trying to do it again here.
First game SRG tunjuk guys. Walaupun tanpa Link, we are doing fine.
Yeah, I
Kita
think
still
the
okay.
Kalau dia nak
Kita
dekat
still
balance boleh
berbantai.
dekat
very
balance.
much warranted.
Okay,
because
dia
especially
orang
with
sedar
all the
ni
junglers,
nak kasi dia orang link.
a lot of good Fanny players, and a very good Fanny player
Okay.
can almost
Obvious ban,
1v9.
Link open
Boleh
lagi,
kata, okay.
Irara open
Ini
lagi.
aku
Dua-dua
agree.
team nak trade Irara
Ada
ni.
My
Freya
interesting
Freya
thing,
Valeric
though,
balance
is
lah.
that the Yisun
Freya
Shin
ke?
gets
SRG.
banned. Moon, what do you think about this
Freya ke?
Yisun Shin ban? Do you think it's warranted? Like,
ambil
should
Freya
they
pun
ban
okey
the
juga
Yisun
first
Shin
pick.
here?
Ada on field
I
pick dia.
think
Aku tak tahu
the
apa,
Shenshi
saya tak
is
dekat
good to
apa-apa
be
kan.
banned
Freya not bad
because
dah, Freya.
he can out
Freya ke?
Outplay
Freya ke?
Outplay.
macro, out.
macro.
Zuxin dah tak ada ni.
Yeah. dia punya farm pun laju.
Kanan ni
So,
pun
dia
bagi
boleh-
strong message guys. Kalau kau ambil link, diorang ambil tu Freya.
Plus boleh dapat vision. Vision tu lah sebenarnya yang paling
Tapi kau dah bayar instruction
mungkin
now.
dapat menyusahkan daripada segi makro lah, makro play.
Yeah, so Moon basically
Freya,
said,
let's
the
go.
macro ability
Let's go
of
SRG.
Lucian
Freya.
and
Kanan
the fact
kekal
that he
link
has
Bellerik.
very fast farm as
What
well
happened
as
to
a
your mic?
global
Kenapa guys?
vision.
Dengar mic
Might
aku.
disrupt
Kanan akan kekal
Slango
link
Giants,
Bellerik
so
akan
they
kekal.
Ambil
have
link
to
Bellerik,
ban that
habis
out. Now
Valentina
Slango
masuk.
Giants picking up the Freya
Yes,
and
Valentina akan masuk.
Pro Esports quickly pick up the Bellerik again.
Bellerik.
Tapi dia akan tukar, dia akan tukar dia punya Dora.
What worked. I mean, if I'm Pro Esports,
Valentina lagi ke?
Brigida, I'm thinking we were close in a couple of
Boleh.
moments.
Betul,
of
dia
turning
lagi.
this around. If we can somehow
Kalau
force
nak main
them
dengan God pun
to
boleh ke?
stay on the back
Boleh.
foot and
So,
take
siapa?
these team fights.
Dua from awet trade. Sabar
Awet
abang
trade.
Dot, nanti kita belanja kopi haha.
Abang Lot ada awet trend nak belanja abang kopi.
SRG were doing as well. It's just that maybe
Abang Lot.
Cozen took a bit more time
Moskov satu,
to
Moskov
scale
kekal.
up rather than Innocent.
Abang
Innocent
Lot tak
again
dengar,
in that
guys.
game was,
Ya, boleh ambil
I
Moskov
think
dulu.
the casters
Abang Lot,
mentioned
Abang Lot.
it was a
Moskov
bit
Irara,
too
Moskov
free.
Irara.
They could rely
Moskov
on the
Irara
damage
aja.
already
Ada
when they
awet
needed it the
threats
most,
nak
but
belanja abang
Cozen,
kopi.
I think
Better,
it
nanti
took
better,
a
nanti better.
bit
Moskov
more
Irara,
time
Moskov
for
Irara.
them. So
Abang Lot
maybe
nak,
there
guys.
could be a sort of
Irara
adjustment
satu,
in
Moskov
terms of
satu.
that. Maybe
Awet mana ni?
Tak tahu dekat social pasal ya, kat social pasal ya.
in lane, but with the Hirara throw
Kenapa
already
dia tak masuk
showing
live
up,
saya
I
je?
think
Dia nak belanja
Cozen
aku.
either way.
Ciao Yums, let's go ciao.
So what do we see here? Do we see the Moscow?
Kau tak cucuk mic, kenapa guys? Suara tak dengar ke?
Oh, they pick up the Ruby.
Suara tak clear ke guys? Kenapa kau cakap kau tak cucuk mic?
Kau tanya Ruby
Pro
tadi.
Esports banned out the Cho, but now Yums
sampai.
gets the Cho, and now
Ruby dah keluar,
Pro Esport Ruby was banned
Okey je
against
kan?
them.
Okey je
but
kan?
they
Takkan ban
get the
Moskov.
Ruby.
Okey je
macam
kan?
dari
Moon,
webcam.
my question to you right now with
Okey,
Bellerik as well as
tapi
Ruby, there's
kiri
a
takkan
lot-
main Moskov
there's a
Daun.
lot of
Double check, guys.
crowd
Double check,
control.
guys.
Do you think Sakai's on this Hirara can go in
Kau orang
and
KL
out?
ke?
Do you think
Ya.
Freya can go in and
Ni live
out?
ke tak
'Cause
live?
Tapi respect
Besok
je lah
besok
Bellerik
Pro
and Ruby
Esport
is
kalau nak main.
countering three heroes of SRG.
Okey, sekarang nak ban Idora ke tak? Dah tak ada Irenes lah.
Tunjuk awal.
Okey lah guys, aku
They
memang
still
betul-betul
can't
dah
do
pakai
anything
mic ni
actually
lah.
because Freya got
jap.
got immune, right? When
si
he's
immune, yeah.
using ulti, and
Oh, dia
Chow
kena
also.
latih dulu bang.
I think
Tak, ada-
the
ada
approach
awet nak belanja
for
katanya.
SRG game
Zam,
right now
betul-betul, Zam.
will be different.
Tak tahu dekat social bar dia tak dia tak
Kalau Yums kena
dia tak ni lah.
Pilih tu, Yums cook
Also
boleh.
with,
Yums cook ke tak boleh. Give
Apa,
up,
So, dia nak
Vision.
belanja kau
Vision.
ah.
They will play
tak, dia kata
Vision
abang.
on this game, in this game.
Nama
So,
SB dia awet
let's see
threats
how they
bang.
play.
Yeah, so it looks like Slango Giants, they want to
Suara
try to
webcam.
control the
Lepas tu dia
map.
nak belanja aku pergi dekat
Ash ada ke
Pro
Ash?
Esports, they want to go for team
Malu
fight.
nak cakap
This
direct,
for
bang.
me, this
Biasalah
is
hantar
very
surat.
coming in from Pro
Dah okey?
Esports.
Baru okey?
It's
Ini zaman
very similar to what
2026
happened
tu.
in
Aku
game
guna
number
orang
1 and we
ketiga.
saw how SRG were
Yeah,
able to
Prof
answer
sebab
that, and they're
betul
also
Baik,
still
okey. Dah okey, dah okey.
letting go of the
Ada,
possibility
Okay, okay, okay.
of Freya still being
Balance,
blessed
ambil je lah, Rin.
eventually.
Aku
Like
tak
if
nak
they still
Rin.
want to go for a
Pula.
marksman in the goal,
katakan
and
dia
still get a hold of the
hantar
Moskov,
kat
but
rumah
at the
aku.
same time,
Janganlah
you
macam tu.
also
Aku
wouldn't
buat
really want to
buat
see
kau tu dah ada bini tau.
equally
Yeah,
just
aku
as
nak air
aggressive,
free,
and
aku
you
nak
Kau
air
dah
free,
ada
apa
bini
salahnya?
tau. Buat perangai
But
macam
not
ada
try
bini
control or
Aku haus ni,
mediums to
faham tak aku
combo
haus.
this lineup
Ya
through
Allah,
an EXP
Sampai.
lane
Buat
pick
mengajuk,
for
betul-betul dia
Cram,
berhebat
because
ayat
either way
dulu.
I think SRG could be very
Tapi dia macam
flexible
bergema
with the pick
serius
that
lah
they have
guys.
right
Ni
now.
dorang ramai kata dah okey dah. SB.
Dua
Geram
from
ni.
saya suka teka-teki.
Saya suka
Ada
teka-teki.
competition. Binatang bersayap apa paling pandai terbang. Semua orang teka helang burung sedikit tapi salah. Jadi binatang apa yang menang?
Binatang apa yang pandai terbang?
Kau dapat lagi ni.
Kiri nak keluar Lilia ke?
Ya, aku nak boleh makan ubat aku.
Well, when you look at what you could do
Ini
better,
jauh
if
lebih
you go
normal
back
dan
to
lebih
that
trusted
room
lah
for the 10
sebenarnya.
minutes between games, that's what you're
Untuk
talking about.
SRG.
I mean, those were the moments of a coach to
Lilia,
come in and say, this is what we can improve. You guys did great towards the
Tapi
end once
Ruby
Innocent got going, but if they had
dengan
countered Innocent
Bellerik
a bit
senang
more,
beat Lilia tu.
that could have been trouble, which is why, I mean, I'm focused on what they're going to put Kuzin on.
Dia
Because
kasih
the hard
midnya
thing,
dulu,
white
bro.
matchup with Innocent, and so they need
Soalan
somebody
pun
to
kacip tak tahu guys. Soalan dia apa guys? Apa jawapan dia guys?
maybe pressure him out, make sure he doesn't have such a free
Bro,
game.
back sana lah.
Back
Zeus.
sana.
Moon, what do you think about this Vex?
Ini
Ini
meta.
dah semalam aku cakap. Kalau Eudora OP, kenapa tak back sana je?
Ni meta apa tu ni, guys?
Rasanya diorang lebih fokus
Meta
kat arah
apa?
Baru ni aku dah
bagi
cakap
sisi
tu,
yang
Double
untuk
fighter fokus
crowd
team fight.
control to
Double
chain.
fighter fokus team fight. Dia
Yes.
depan-depan
dorang
dulu
more
pecah
to
kepala.
Gameplay chain CC ke? Vexana Ruby
Gameplay
Bellerik.
chain CC.
Second
Yes,
dekat first game
gameplay.
tadi, dorang susah
Gameplaynya
nak
macam
target
ni,
tau.
Rin. 4 fokus
Player
full team
SRG
fight.
kan, tapi
Link main makro.
Betul-betul ada satu targeting ataupun satu hero yang diorang nak target untuk
Zetian on ni, Zetian on ke? Tak on doh guys, perlukan damage sikit doh. Kalau kita nak main fighter gak, tapi tengok doh kita boleh tak main fighter.
Give ke ke? Yif ke?
Enak juga Yif, enak juga Yif.
Cuma kena hati-hati dengan Link je lah.
Betul. Tapi Link tu lambat-lambat.
Farsa! Aku dah kata hari tu guys, aku dah cakap Farsa akan masuk meta balik guys. So memang masuk balik. Memang masuk balik guys.
Gila tu meta sekarang ni.
Ini dia sebenarnya yang akan keluar ni Rim. Dah bau-bau.
Apa tu?
Kagura.
Kagura pun sebenarnya ada bau-bau juga. Cuma Stormy kena hati-hati dengan Link guys.
Boleh. Ini kita punya pick-off sedap ni. Diorang lambat react. Diorang semua jalan kaki. Makanan co ni, makanan co.
Kalau Ruby ni golin, diorang main apa SP lah? Lapu, Yuzong.
Kalau Ruby ni golin, diorang susah. Diorang sebab Chow Farsa ni matikan Ruby awal tu. Sebelum masuk team fight lagi, Ruby dah mati tu.
Betul, kalau dulu Fredry nak akai.
Harit kan? Diorang terpaksa tukar tu.
Ruby
nya
Harit
CXP.
lagi.
Tak boleh Ruby goal dah.
Stormy seram. Stormy punya apa pakai pun semua seram. Selina tu.
Farsa boleh Xavier boleh. Nice kat tu Xavier.
for pro esports. But the Farsa, the Cho, the Claude, and the Freya, all new picks here for SRG.
I gotta say, this looks like a very fun draft coming in from Sunway Giants. This is the kind of draft that says, we still want to
kalau korang nak dengar aku punya pendapat kalau based on draft guys based on draft,
We're going to follow you along your stream. Thank you for joining the guest.
aku rasa kalau 5 lawan 5 team fight, draft kanan ni kuat guys. Draft pro esports.
Betul, tapi kita takkan dapat, diorang takkan dapat 5 lawan 5 tu.
Tapi kalau draft map control, pick off satu-satu, main makro, SRG kuat. Betul. Tapi kalau based on power hero guys, aku akan cakap SRG guys. Sebab Yums pakai Chow. Tu je aku cakap. Guys. Yums pakai Chow, auto win guys. Yums pakai Chow, auto win.
Menang besar ni. Kali ni aku rasa memang jauh lagi easy daripada tadi lah. Chow Farsanya kemain sangat ni. Chow Farsanya sedap sangat ni.
Cinco de Pepe to come with you every single time to get that concussive blast, but now with Sa on this Vexana, single-handedly.
SRG pakai power hero ni ada Chow.
Go where you need to be. That is fair, but you're
pakai Freya.
Hampir.
You lack the flicker. Yes, you had to pick up a flicker yourself, but you lack the
flicker.
Harit Siko sini kuat biasa je. First game tadi guys biasa je.
Mana Kuzen tu punya Harit kuat. Tapi tu tadi apa nervous.
First game tadi tak ada poking pun Harit dia.
Poking pun tak nak. Ulti sengit.
You have that ult that can kind of either disengage or engage, so there is potential for Saw here. Yeah, no, there's a lot of potential, in matter of fact. I was thinking Yves in the same exact light, but I think the big
dia
problem
macam mana kau tahu Ren, SRG akan menang bila Yums pakai Chow guys. Di saat Yums pakai Chow, enemy tak ada purify, 100% SRG menang guys.
Ini Haritnya tak puri.
Tidak purify guys 100% menang cakap aku
Astagfirullahalazim.
Sakai's though.
Apalah guna kau pakai
Sakai.
Ini Harit Kuzennya.
Mana tadi yang cakap Harit dia power hero tadi. Harit dia membantai di final 4-0. Harit dia membantai di final 4-0. Ini Liga Tani.
Bagi ayat keramat ni Rin.
Ini Liga Tani guys. Liga Tani SRG. Apa Harut ni? Dah okey dah.
Bagi Rin kata, aku nak tahu ni. Kenapa kau tak pakai purify kat sini? Kasih Rin. Apa alasan dia saya sumpah tak ada alasan tu. Lawan Cho Farsa kot. Kau expect ni Cho siapa tu?
Ini Chow Yums gila. Pro e-sport.
Tak respect tu bro.
Nice, I'm offended.
Melampau sangat guys, tahap tak respect ni Cho Farsa kot. Mahal Tommy. Nice Tommy tu. Hampir tu Tommy. Hampir.
Yums. Baik siap Chow-nya.
Nah, juga dia punya link
Awal-awal lah.
Lagi satu diorang tak ada siapa dia nak layan Freya Kram ni nanti guys.
Valerie ni nanti dekat Kram. Wah, Yum buat kerja sendiri tu. Dia ambil golden dah.
SP.
Still a big win for SRG though. 1.2k gold lead. A turtle, 2 kills. The deaths are on Sari and Felix and Kuzin, both offlaners
Wah, kena. Cakap dah memang hilang lah.
Ini Chow Yum.
Yum. Ini link baru Yum. Pedang tak pedang nampak Yum.
Coily has one more Finch pose in the pocket, but Cram's going to try to lock on. Sorry, Felix here to help out. And SRG backs off.
Yep, they could have tried to deny the purple buff, but luckily, sorry,
double in.
Man-to-man defense against Cram. Not gonna let him walk away from this lane scot-free. This is a big lead. 1.5k is looking really good right now. However, a lot of their damage is coming from both Sakai's as well as Stormy. Yum's supplementary damage, but eventually it's going to fall off in the later stages of the game.
Dia satu je guys, asalkan Yums dapat pegang bush dulu, Farsa dia belakang, siapa yang buka mati nanti guys.
Apa benda ni?
Bellerik pun
Bellerik tu.
Ya, sebab Farsa akan jadi easy lock.
Oh no, they're already there. Okay, let's quickly clear up mid and set up a potential dive on bot side. Now, keep in mind, 7 more seconds until that flicker comes back up and Cram.
Yums ni memang game kau Yums Macam biasa buat magic kau Yums buat magic kau
Dua from pejuang MYR. Hai coach, masih ingat saya ke? Dah lupa sejak pakai baju Melayu hijau.
Masih ingat pejuang. Welcome to stream brother, lama tak datang mati kau.
Oh, diorang buat tunggu lama-lama sebab kau tahu tak guys, baik bangun calculation ni. Diorang bukan tunggu saja, diorang tunggu nak habis tu terus boleh timing betul.
Bellerik.
Pelik ke asal dia tunggu lama.
Bellerik, buka hati. Yums. Guys, Kram, layan hari tu Kram.
In the midst of Smon's force, Cram forced to back off, doesn't have an ult anymore, and now Pro Esports has
kita cantik banget ni.
Satu untuk dua. Tak apa. Innocent masih kaya guys. Innocent masih kaya. Santai je.
They're trying to make sure they keep Coily in one place for as long as possible, while SRG quickly have to make
suspend. Kena suspend guys. Kalau korang nak bagi SB lah guys, bagi SB.
Kenapa give asyik kena suspend atau apa?
Kau kena juga ke Frost?
Kena.
Tak tahu kenapa.
That they need to get across that finish line. Cram,
asal aku nobar je kena. Padahal
it's a great idea because Saw is going to be the main anchor for the side of Pro Esports to combo with each other.
Bukan restream je tu. Waktu kalau buat 7GL punya tu pun kena ban lah.
Pro starting to show off a little bit. Coily getting some nice damage on a Cram there. Force use of Valkyries.
Sabar, tak ada item lagi. Kau relax. Kau recall kat siapa kau ni league?
Very well across the map. And even when SRG looks for plays, they haven't been able to secure the big gank yet.
Kemboja aku tak tahu kenapa kan. Tim mana-mana pun kan.
But nobody's gone down to those advances.
See, that's the thing. I think that Pro actually decided to adapt it. They realized that a lot of the punishment was targeted towards Coily's side, a lot of invasions as well, and even down here by bot side, right? They're trying to keep him in visible areas across the map. They're not letting him take control of the opposite ends. And they've been doing this since game number 1 for the side of SRG. Pro on the other side, hey, if they're focusing on our Ling for this long, you know what? We're going to play for our Harith, right?
Baik, makro cantik. Dapat Vexana cantik. Bawah pecah cantik. Sempat ke atas tak? Sempat tak ke atas? Tak apa. Still untung guys, kita dapat turret, kita dapat millennial. Kita untung. Trade dia still kita untung.
Mid tu.
Sakai.
Game of rugby, Sakai. Oh no, Coily not going to go for it just yet. Scared that maybe without the Blaze of Tempest, he's going to get hit by the stun. That's a pretty good call here for the side of Pro. It's 6-3. This 1.7k lead has not been developed further than this.
Alright, so Pro Esports kind of backed against the wall a little bit here. I do feel like SRG has ahead of them, but still they're calm, right? And Coily continues to look for targets, wants Cram so bad. Comes down, but a nice jump away from Cram.
Main, tendang, baik.
Let's go Yums. Dah boleh fight objektif ni guys. Tak ada link ni.
SRG gets a huge advantage.
It's great. This turtle should fall into their hands as Pro is forced to move back into the lane.
Thank you for the follow,
Make sure something happens. And listen, he's max stacked right now on that Art of Thievery. He's dealing some real damage.
Baik.
The damage from Stormy as well on a Sorry.
Baik. Ai. Tiba-tiba apa? Alahai. Boleh. Kepancing.
Kena mental. Sikit lagi, Harit. Tak mati tu. Harit ni sikit lagi.
but still a win.
Tinggal tiup je guys.
Oh my goodness, you can hear that
Okay,
crowd with a gut punch. They wanted to see Cruiser go down, but his mechanics kept him back up. And with the trades that have been happening across the map, honestly, it's not the worst for Pro, but at the same time,
Function juga flicker Harit. Dia tak kena lock lagi, sabarlah. Dia tak kena tangkap lagi, sabar. Tunggu dia kena tendang dengan Yums. Aku nak tengok muka kau cakap function dia punya tu bawa flicker. Sabar.
A great play because Cozen has just enough
Sama, function Harit bawa flicker.
Dia view aku.
Mahal.
Sabar. Kita tengok.
I was so locked on to Cozen. Sakai's getting taken out by Sariam Felix.
Nanti kan kau fikir Harit tu dah ada holy, dah ada apa kan. Sekali kena tendang tidur baru kau tahu.
Pro Esports haven't fallen behind. I mean,
Asyik pakai emo tak emo lah guys. Gurau-gurau lah guys. Gurau-gurau dengan view santai Pika-pika gurau-gurau je pika-pika Jangan ambil hati.
Pro Esports definitely not out of this. They're going to try to move on to this bottom tower.
Let's go.
The slow push and SRG is not going to be able to make it there.
Atas.
Gotta watch out for Yums.
Dapat link.
Dragon Tempest Blades comes down. Innocent has not engaged us yet. Yums taken out. This could be bad for SRG. They don't want to force the engage.
Jangan main ramai ah.
Okay, tolong mute jap moderator.
Tempest Blades out. Just before the kick actually connects. Really good stuff here because it comes
link dia takut tu guys.
So if you
want to finishing, kalau dia nak finishing wajib first skill, second skill storming. First skill ulti storming untuk chain stun dia.
Available. This could be Flicker. This could be Bladed Tempest. Either or works the exact same way. In this particular case here,
let's go.
Sabar.
Thank you Yus. Thank you Yus.
Can walk into you like a bulldozer, overwhelming force. SRG actually have to play the consistent push and pull.
Betul, SRG kena makro, map control, lepas tu engage dengan Yums dengan Storming.
Dead even on towers on the off lane. No big advantage, but a lot of damage on Yums. Feather Strike comes down, but the damage isn't enough to keep Pro Esports off.
Bellery dia banyak kali dah ni flicker ulti ni. Bellery dia macam Bellery aku je guys.
Dia pakai revitalization tu yang kali ni dia bergerak.
Looking for someone to fall into the trap. Actually, that was pretty huge. The fact that Pepe lost not only his flicker, but his Wrath of the Dryads, he can't force a play upon his opponents. He pressed the buttons in the wrong order. And now this contestation might be a little harder than it seems. I mean, with a man up, he still feels comfortable. Sakai's been trying to make his way. Coily's still able to get the Lord. Sakai's able to get away with his life.
Santai, sabar. Masih bersabar. Dapat Harit ke?
Tengok Chow.
Yums king Chow.
Harit pakailah flicker lagi.
Sabar bro. Nanti viewer ingat kita marah. Sabar. Bergurau je ni guys, bergurau je. Tapi inputnya betul. Jangan lawan Chow bawa flicker guys.
Somebody might be out of position. Somebody is a little too far and they need to be in literally the perfect triangulated area to catch everybody. Because look at
tenang bro.
Ram decides I'm going to change my targets over to Sa's side. The
Dash
rest of
depan
Pro
muka guys.
immediately collapse around him, and most importantly, Sariam Felix is buying the perfect amount of time for everybody.
Kan yang boleh follow dulu guys. Yang dekat warga YT ni tolong subscribe dulu warga YT. Bantuan subscribe dulu.
Does come down in defense, but a lot of damage on Yums. Yums just hasn't been able to
makan
hang out
Yum ni, tak
long
best ni.
in these fights.
Diorang makan Yum terus. Diorang tahu Yum yang buat game guys. Diorang tahu Yum yang menyusahkan diorang. Sama juga first game tadi, badang dia juga yang menyusahkan guys.
Oh, Sariam Felix comes in.
Keras. Nice.
Is secured by Sakai still. But a close call on the side of SRG. They potentially dive this and Sariam Felix might just initiate. He's looking for these T2, but he's definitely not going to get that tower. Damage, Feather Strike comes down. Sariam Felix forces back off. Tower does not go down like you said. But Pro Esports are relentless. They're going to wait for the next wave and take it down. Yeah, this Ruby pick, especially with the wave, ridiculous side. A little bit of a 1v1 here. Innocent, not on the Moskov this time. Won't be safe. Coily though, Vinge pose and escape. A beautiful steal for Pro Esports. Really good stop there. Innocent unfortunately just needed to kite back.
Sedikit berdebar. Tapi macam biasa guys, SRG kadang-kadang memang suka buat kita berdebar. Tapi end up bagi result mana-mana, santai. Sabar.
Game number 1, they had the early game. Game number 2, now they have the mid to late down on lock. Coily's starting to feel himself a little bit. Oh, I'm offended from Sariam Felix and Sakai's is taken out. Pro Esports back off immediately. They're playing it cleanly too. They don't overextend. We got our target and we leave. He pulled off the Michael Jai White. He was like, he's not given the signal that he's going to engage. He just looks like his hand is blowing, and the next thing you know, he's caught too. Uh-oh, Feather Strike comes down.
Memerlukan momen tu, memerlukan momen Stormy buat sendiri tu dekat Ruby tu.
He wants him to use it. He wants it bad. And right now, I think that SRG,
Kalau harapkan Yums nanti hari ni main tu.
Fight traditionally against Pro. It really comes down to the
SRG memang suka bagi kita serangan macam tu pula guys.
I don't know how much
Tapi
control
tak apa,
they
sabar
actually have.
je. Ada lagi ni.
Down for Stormy. He's a real threat.
Ruby dengan Link carry game je. Ruby dengan Link ni yang menyusahkan guys.
Because as soon as he does,
Bellerik dia banyak kali ulti angin dah tu.
What a beautiful MFM.
Wah, mana function ulti tu?
And Kuzin was so ready for it. The comms right now are on point. It's so good, but the worst part is that it's unpredictable. You don't know when he's going to flicker. I'm offended at this point.
Saya rain guys.
Traditional signals most EXP laners usually give.
Yum mencuba.
Diorang ready untuk Yums ah.
Boleh.
Makan depan dulu. Suami gerak dulu Suami. Link tu cari kau.
Pepe's unfazed.
Sakit kan?
Coily just one by one.
Geram
stands at this point. Yeah, they're throwing it up there.
Berdebar je guys.
And so far, it's a lot
Ini
more
memang
difficult
sedap
for
guys
the
lawan
Boss
Hirara.
without the Moskov. Seal out and yeah, they have to test this. Gonna look for it in. Kuzin gets the Lord, blazing duet to the back.
Dapat ke? Dapat satu.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm feeling for the target.
Tommy dapat position. Tommy kena dah. Mantap. Oi, ada pula angin tu ikut. Alah selekeh. Macam mana ini semua balik siap? Bapak gempak ada ni.
And if there's one thing that I've learned about
Itu tadi aku fikir Innocent dah kami kasih dah guys. Yum, santai Yum. Lepas satu. Satu je tapi Jum hilang dah.
Ruby dia ni.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Esports.
Tak apa SRG. Reset. Okay, idea aku guys. Curi Link, curi Ruby. Tak payah bagi dah orang hero ni. Tak apa. Curi Link, curi Ruby guys. Tak apa.
Okey je.
Ini adalah perkara biasa dengan SRG Dia sentiasa akan lepaskan hero yang kuat. Dia cuba nak lawan.
Macam menang final dah. Itulah pasal.
First game dia lepaskan dia menang.
Satu sama guys.
Next one, apa strategi daripada coach?
Thank you for the follow Nak Kun.
Game ketiga lepas lagi bang.
Oi, ada viewer Indonesia dah mula menyerang Orang marah guys. Sabarlah masa kau marah aku ni. Mestilah aku support tim Malaysia. Kau tak boleh nak marah aku.
Tak apa.
Every single time. You never know.
Sabar. Tak apa. Kita tengok game 3. Kita reset guys. Kita tengok game 3. Tak apa.
Yeah, that's part of the plan. You're right.
Boleh stick sama.
Magic yang macam
It's not there yet. It's too early here at MSC to open up that third eye.
Okey je bang, cuma space. Problem bagi saya kan. Masalah terbesar adalah kita nak main Chow tapi dah waktu sama kita nak main Freya. Kalau kita memang dah fikir
Betul. Aku setuju.
Kita tak payah main Freya.
Composition Chow dengan Yums tu masing-masing tak dapat buat space untuk each other tu.
Betul. Tahu Yum tak ada space tu. Dia nak kena buka, dia juga nak flank. Tapi dia flank tak ada orang buka.
Tapi dia confident dengan Link dia lah. Ambil je lah guys Link.
Well, with these big advances, let's throw it back over to Ardes to break it down. Do you agree with us? Was it all this one pick or could there be more as we throw it back to the desk?
Thank you again in Trax. Well, I can agree with one thing. The fans are hyped. France is finally alive here in MSC as we got one of our first set going 3 games. And of course, it's in the groove of death. Welcome back to the desk.
Agak risky lah dia main Farsa bila dia ada Link betul. Sebenarnya Link memang counter Farsa guys. Link memang counter Farsa.
But if you were watching and you were watching closely, Brigida,
sengit
I would be surprised. Pro Esports, it felt like it was coming. And
tak apa. Kita percaya SRG guys Kita support SRG guys
They barely wanted to change anything about their draft even in game number 1. They didn't really have to
jangan gaduh guys. Jangan
trying to polish it a bit more and adjust their XP lane. Like their gold lane stayed the same. Their XP lane, I think that's what made one of the huge differences here in this game. Simply because it was also one of the heroes that they used to dictate the pace and set up a lot of times throughout that game. There was that one highlight. There was that one highlight from Srg and Felix. You have to give it to him to
meriah Nova hari ni. Ya, Nova hari ni meriah guys. Daripada pelbagai angle masuk live kita hari ni.
A pre-match interview. Let's hear a little bit about his mentality heading into this matchup.
Support Malaysia. Sabar guys, sabar.
Kena sedar satu perkara tuan-tuan dan puan, siapa yang kalah third game, kalau menang bawah sekalipun, which is yang confirm boleh jadi ada orang menang bawah satu, kena lawan Onyx atau Liquid PH.
First of all, we gotta ask, why are you
Come on guys, 100k like guys. Sikit lagi nak 100k like guys. Let's go.
I just want to say I'm sorry
kalau
before
kata menang lah, kalau kata menang juga kan. So
sorry
bermaksud
before
kalau
the
TLPH pun
attacks
menang
Alright, so
the next game.
we have context there. But Felix, this is not the first time that we've seen you coming through to MSC. We've seen you with See You Soon, and back then you were up against SRG. Now you're going up against SRG again.
Thank you for the follow Vincenzo. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang subscribe dulu.
So kalau Vamos 2-1 lah kan, possibility SRG di bawah Vamos tu cerah.
SRC ម្ដងទៀត
tapi tak saya rasa Vamos boleh 2-0
sepatutnya boleh lah.
ស្វាយចិត្តហើយផ្លែកយើងធ្លាប់តែប៉ះនៅធីមចាស់អី
banyak improve
ធីមយើងពីមុនឥឡូវ
bagi
យើងមកប៉ះ
saya
នៅធីម
Vamos
ថ្មីទៀត
dengan SRG ni
Yeah, I
terbalik
feel like
sikit
this
lah.
is a new thing for me.
Vamos
Before I
punya
met
preparation
this
solid
team
gila
on my prior
gameplay.
team, and now I'm
Banyak
here
kena
on my
ubah.
new team and I'm meeting them again
Yang
next match.
pembekas ni baru tengok sabar guys.
Do you think
Santai
the team is
guys,
stronger?
santai. Relax.
Sekas pasti win.
យ៉ាខ្ញុំគិតថាអាចនឹងខ្លាំងជាងពីមុន
Wala dia tinggal
Yeah, I
bentar
think we're
jadi satu
stronger.
sama. Iya.
Okay, he thinks they're
Ren
stronger.
nampak tak bijak kalau langsung petik Indonesia. Tak, bukan. Yang tadi si Daisy tu memang viewer Indonesia. Aku kenal dia. Dia memang mengaku dia orang Indonesia. Relax. Sabar korang, jangan gaduh-gaduh.
Yeah,
Santai
I feel like
guys,
we-
jangan gaduh-gaduh guys.
we had time to
Ada
train
gaduh-gaduh kat saya punya ruangan
they were
komen
pretty
ni.
well, they've trained together, and obviously they've trained for the new meta.
Janganlah gaduh-gaduh.
So what does he think about the new meta? What do you think about the new meta?
Santai,
Considering
guys.
that we've seen a rise
Kita orang support,
in
kita orang support Malaysia
How
guys.
is the EXP
Normal lah
like
kalau
right
saya
now?
orang Malaysia support tim Malaysia. Normal guys. Tenang semua.
អញ្ចឹងពីមុន
Hentikan guru, hentikan. Benda boleh gaduh, baik kita gaduh. Betul juga.
លេងរបស់បងប្អូន
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ជាមួយនឹងធីមខ្ញុំអាច
Chill guys, chill. Tak apa. Yang penting orang Malaysia dalam ni kita fokus support SRG guys. Next game.
Yeah, so for me and my team, we're able to adapt to that one, that version, and then I'm able to adapt to the map as well.
Okay, but how is it more like is the XP lane still a very important part of the game, or does he think that the jungler meta is more important now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងតើមុខងារ
Aku
របស់ EXP lane មានសារៈសំខាន់ទេឬក៏ថា jungler សំខាន់ជាង
ខ្ញុំគិតថា
Aman coach bawa santai aja Karzen. Kita apa negara serumpun orang kata kan. Serumpun.
Once again they are up against SRG. SRG last time when you met them, unfortunately you suffered a defeat. Do you think that you can win this time against SRG?
Aku ID mau final Indo versus MY. Seru juga guys kalau MY versus ID. Tapi kalau based on paper nampak susah sikit.
Okay, I like the confidence. Thank you so much, Felix. And of course, good luck. And we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Well, I feel I should say
Let's go guys. Semangat dekat ruangan komen. Berikan sokongan kepada SRG guys. Warga YT okey, tenang tak ada pergaduhan warga YT.
Where they went 2-0 down to SRG in that iteration. SRG winning MS.
Warga YT tenang tak ada pergaduhan apa-apa santai di posisi Thank you for the follow Shavi. Aku SRG. Let's go SRG guys.
In terms of results and LaFell, we didn't get your thoughts after that game. After this post-match breakdown graphic comes up, give us your thoughts just on what you saw Srg on Felix impact be now that the Ruby was available for him.
I mean, it's amazing because he played that Ruby offensively and defensively beautifully.
Tapi Ruby dia baik juga guys.
SRG,
aman Aizat aman mantap.
And having that
Hujan sihat Q. Korang sihat ke? View sihat ke?
The fact that Srg and Felix doesn't die as well really made it so that Sa using that Vexana have a lot of free hits going in, as well as lane coming in from Coily was not disrupted at all. So basically, no win condition was disrupted for what you call it, Pro Esports.
Yeah,
Kirara okey dong Bellerik, tak okey
natural counters towards a throw, which they clearly tried to play around. It was a great start for SRG, no doubt. We missed seeing the Cho and Farsa together and how aggressive they could be in the beginning of the game. But when it mattered the most, you see the attempts, the setups, not just coming from the Cho. I think it was more Yums also struggling to find those setups towards the members of Pro Esports in that particular scenario. Or maybe if he did,
macam ni boleh kalah Rin.
Expect them to link up
Kalah dengan ni
also
lah.
what Coily
dengan ada Guinevere ni jago tu guys.
Synergy overall. Pro Esports, I like how they just came into that game as if unaffected.
Jago tu, menang tanpa angkat orang Rin. Menang tanpa angkat orang.
Aku dah gendong dah guys, tapi kalah juga sebab ada Guinevere power daripada set opponent.
Yes. First of all, we gotta talk about the draft here because one of the more important things is in the previous game, we talked about
Ruby guys
now we're talking about the advantage of
meta rapat-rapat ni sekali kena saut terus hilang ni.
Red 3 as well as Red 5 in this game, Pro Esports was able to use this Red 3 pick to counter what SRG showed because in SRG the order of their picks earlier was they pick up the Freya first and then eventually pick up the Cho as well as the Aurora. Now the thing is, the third pick for Pro Esports was this Ruby, which was banned out earlier.
SRG, mantap teruskan support korang
it counters basically all three of
warga
these
YT aman
picks
tenang guys warga TT pun aman warga TT steady warga TT relax
never go out. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esports. We're just going to see just a few clips here, and this is one of the mistakes that potentially could have been good for SRG because unfortunately for this one, Pro Esports didn't play that draft where they try to go all in, Kozin goes all alone, and yet you see the minimap, everyone else, the damage dealers as well as the peelers is nowhere close. The fact that he was able to survive this and eventually got a kill was unprecedented. So honestly, SRG should have won this one, but Pro Esports was able to outplay that. And then we move on further. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the Ruby is so strong. Because we can see here, what Cram is supposed to do is to basically giving a lot of space for the backlines of SRG to actually go for a attack. But as we see, that doesn't happen. Look at how Cram gets just chain CC to death. There's nothing that he could do, and once he dies, there's nothing that SRG could do. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esports. SRG needs to be careful of that coming to the next one. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of that. Yeah, thank you as well, Brigida. This is a second job here.
My boy.
At least she's getting paid. You know what I mean? To do that.
Oh, my boy. Let's go. My boy.
We have seen strengths.
Lawan juga Fatimah ni, amboi korang ni.
We'll see if this continues to be the case.
YT nak komen apa duduk kat TV je tu, mai korang warga TT. Jangan senggol warga YT guys. Warga YT aku aman-aman tak senggol orang duk.
With strong heroes like Bella that has worked so well for PPP and has kept them consistent. Will they give Sarian Felix another chance at the Ruby? Or will they basically bounce that out in the ban phase to allow for Cram? And again, Innocent's matchup against Kuzin, one could argue that that might have been the most important lever that SRG pulled in Game 1 that they did not pull in Game 2, Brigida.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think it was encouraged by the fact that they saw it was a not so high on mobility mid lane. It was a Vexana, they had to go in for dives because they would already expect the backline attempts, especially from Coily on the lane, and that there would be someone who could bypass the walls that clearly Pro would set up just because of how they wanted to answer and catch these dive heroes.
Let's go draft. Draft crucial guys. Kalau tanya aku draft crucial. So kita kena fokus kat draft ni.
Favor them eventually. But now it's different. It's flying clouds.
I personally feel like there was also something that SRG wanted to limit us. They want to see with the Cho, can they catch Coily on that lane? And he showed that. Good luck, because that's not going to happen. So I feel like if SRG, they have two options.
Come on, or allow them to
pick the Ling, but this time pick out the Moskov as well, because that seems the more reliable choice against the Ling.
Yeah.
First speed terus First speed Ling ke kali ni? SRG first speed Ling ke?
But also, you know, like, it's not just the Ling. You have to also worry about the Ruby. You're being countered just in the same way. So you couldn't really do the job that you wanted to execute. But now, we're seeing exact same sides. 3 games in a row. It's going to be SRG, Blue, and Pro Esports on red. But the difference is
the opposite. Hey, that's us, Break.
Itu yang terbaik guys. Siapa yang tengah main sekarang itu yang terbaik guys.
Wow. And you're sitting on the same side here for this draft. You can't see it on camera, but Lafel's on the left side. So does that mean you feel SRG is going to do something a little different with this pick?
I feel kind of.
Kalau SRG pick Link first pick sini guys, ada bau-bau.
I mean, like, here's the thing, Coach Arcadia as well as Coach Ozorovic.
Ada bau-bau kanan terus keluar Ruby ya guys.
They know how to adapt, so I'm fully confident in them.
Sanfrost mana? Sanfrost.
But I gotta say, win or lose, game 1 and 2 already showed that
this
this is an amazing game. So I'm all up for whoever wins this one as long as it's a good game.
Warga YG bertamadu dah guys. Janganlah cap perang guys. Fokus support SRG dulu. Lepas tu kau nak perang-perang ah. Fokus support SRG dulu guys.
Ben Bellerik ah. Ben Bellerik ah, Ben Bellerik.
Dia selesa sangat lah dengan Bellerik tu.
So,
ada ni kamera dekat coach lah siap.
Ya, belah kanan tu.
Sebab macam referee ya.
Really destroying the confidence of their opponents.
You think that's what it is? It's 1-1 now.
Tapi kena careful juga kamera tu sebenarnya. Kalau coach tengah pandang ni.
From IG Ciku guys. Rain, Abang Lord beli sikat dekat mana?
Takkan tunjuk lah Rain. Broadcast takkan tunjuk.
Oh yeah.
Tengok kalau yang play lembut takkan tunjuk.
With the Moscow we can, right? And
then they see the show. Pertama. Santai guys. Jangan gaduh.
How they're gonna adjust for that because
Ruby atau Link lah, tolonglah.
That is painful to say. What if after 2 years he just
Link lah guys, aku rasa Link lah. SRG Link ke SRG?
Kalau aku Bellerik.
I believe muscle memory is there. You can still do
good. Kalau aku Link tu, Frost. Kalau aku Link tu,
there's a lot that can happen in 2 years. You know, as your
age
gets older. But
let's go.
Enemy Bellerik.
Finally, Link
is back.
And Pro Esports don't have the focus or don't have like the opportunity to grab it for themselves this time. So Coily might have to pick something different. Maybe with the Hirara in his hands.
Bellerik Ruby langsung ke?
Possibly Red 3.
Hirara santai.
They want to pick it up there because as of the moment right now they are going to go straight for the Bellerik Prio. Or maybe they want to save a bit more of their strategies. They could also show the Hirara here too, but at the same time, they're just the Frey is still open. There's
Hirara terus boleh gerak. Okey,
Eudora.
Ini makin sedap
trying to make sure that they can control the assassins or just high mobility heroes here. So
makin kena draft, makin kena draft.
I feel like Pro Esports.
Finally they
I just want to know whether they want to Hirara themselves or they want something else in the jungle. Because hey, you know, like playing there are different assassins.
Ruby ke? Badang Ruby langsung ke badang Ruby?
I gotta say, if Pro Esports somehow get a Moskov as well, Moskov
and
Eudora, having a good time.
Yep, probably two of the most unrewarding heroes to go up against. I'm wondering now if SRG, do they want to stick with something
Badang Ruby Flex. Badang Ruby Flex.
Number 1 2, the Valentina is still there. If they just want to further limit the options here for Pro
Tapi Badang dia dah handsome dah tadi. Lawan Bellerik.
Again, similar to what we saw in game number 2. Because there goes the Valentina.
Badang Velen!
So they are going to pick that up.
Okay, kena satu. Okay lah guys, kena satu. Okay lah.
I'm surprised it actually shows up.
Why are you surprised?
Hirara kot kanan ni.
I feel like it was something you'd expect more to come out in second phase.
It's a little early.
Like you don't expect the Badang to get banned.
Yeah.
You're expecting maybe the Raiders get banned.
Ban ni Uranus Scrum ni dorang akan ban guys.
Looks like SRG want to run it back for game number 1, except this time changing the Hirara into a Ling.
Yeah.
But that does
Badang Velen.
Has to use some kind of frontliner. He has to be the
boleh jadi dorang ambil Hirara, boleh jadi dorang ambil Ruby juga guys. Sebab tahu Ruby tu hero kuat dorang tadi.
Supposed to be the backup.
And I mean, I think they are saving that EXP pick so far on the side of Pro Esports, so we don't know what that's going to show up with. But so far, Cram having a good game, and then that kind of set up.
Pro ni negara mana? Cambodia guys, Cambodia.
Now when he had a great game with the Hirara getting picked up from the jungle.
Kenapa SRG ban Fanny Rain? Sebab dorang nak contest guys. Dorang tak boleh open semua hero. So dorang kena pick and choose hero mana yang dorang boleh open.
Is really important for Sariam Felix.
Honestly,
dalam case ni dorang nak trade banyak sangat hero. Kalau biar semua back, semua open tak boleh juga guys.
Very much important now. It definitely is, and I feel like for both Hirara as well as Ling, they would prefer if their EXP is winning that matchup because both junglers like to counter engage inside the enemy jungle. Right? They want to path vertically. They don't want to clear their own jungle. They also want to clear the opponent's jungle. And if your EXP is winning,
akan ban Uranus dulu.
If your mid duo is winning as well, your jungler, your position 1 is going to have such a good time.
Yeah, I just don't see it being a good game for a Ruby. potential.
Thank you for the follow,
pickup
Cinta
again
Manis.
Okay.
If ever Sorry and Felix does want
Uranus ban kena guys, kena Uranus ban.
the presence of a Valentina this time, which I feel like if you pair
Kanan masih
together
boleh
with the
pakai
Padang
itu.
in multiple
Kalau
ways, stealing away the I'm offended through the IMU ultimate, then that
Iri
could
ban
just
Ruby ke Arcadia? Ban Ruby ke?
for pro esports in terms of the team fights, because that's multiple layers of crowd
So
control. You also
Dua from I Kampung, Jem Dupi Jamie, Serabut.
Kau dalam jam ke? Kampung? Kau dalam jam ke?
Setelah ini
enhance their team fight capabilities if everything
Santai.
goes
Layan dulu tournament.
again. But
Pro
again,
e-sport ni
there
kenapa
are a
logo
couple
dia
more
macam
options
MLB,
out
bang?
there, and considering that there's a
Ruby
XP
ke? Ruby ke,
lane
guys?
matchup,
Ruby
if you
ke?
just really want a guarantee favoring your side, then there's a chance we also see
Tak
a
Ruby Harit lah kalau tanya aku.
for pro esports in this draft.
Do you let the Freya go through?
ni saya nak bagi tahu agak korang.
Oh, okey, aku faham kenapa Moscow ban kan.
Here's the thing, I feel
dengan
like Freya
saya nak bagi
could
tahu
do it if they're looking
SRG
at
ni,
pro esports for
ibarat
pick
JDT
does
main
not
AFC
have a
Cup.
lot of crowd control because Freya's
Jadi
tankiness
tak semua
comes
orang
from
sokong
lifesteal,
JDT.
right? And then your picks like the arenas just by healing
tak?
very
Tapi
fast. So I feel like
tak layan
Freya,
dulu.
as long as
Dia
there's
bagai.
not much crowd control, so she can keep basic attack.
At least ban, dorang nak Esme ke?
Then I think they're like, you know what, we can go for Freya again.
Kanan.
If the fourth pick,
Kanan
whatever
Esme
it
ke?
is, has zero
Kau dah
crowd
Ruby?
control, then yeah, maybe Freya. If not, maybe
Sebab tu dorang ban Alice.
Okay, Ruby betul.
Ruby atau aku rasa dorang nak Ruby atau ni lah, Ruby atau Esme ni aku rasa.
Moscow ban.
Yeah.
So we won't see that.
Kira-kira dengan roster Onyx
Tak
sekarang
logik
bisa
Esme
menang
tu
tak bang?
sebenarnya.
Siapa?
We also
Tanya
don't know
tak
if
logik
like
Esme tu.
SRG
Onyx
are
bisa menang.
considering
Wait, honestly,
Ambil
another
Ruby
pick,
buat pick ni.
Ban Ruby lah, ban Ruby ke dia. Ruby dia macam
I feel like it is going to be
agak
good
bermain
enough
lah.
still. And there's a potential for a pick like a Sora where I can see how they're going to play is
Iyalah, dia
someone
tengah
goes
sokong,
in,
lepas tu korang pun
please
janganlah
kill
buang masa
Eudora
pergi
fast.
gaduh-gaduh.
Once
Lapor
Eudora's
lah.
out of the picture,
Brody.
it's a bit safer for the link to come in. So they have two
Dorang
options.
tutup
They have
goal
tank
yang
to absorb all the
yang
damage,
boleh lawan
or
Link guys.
kill the Eudora so fast that the link can just clean up.
yeah, and
Kau nak ambil apa sini?
we also don't know.
Kau ambil
if
Esme,
SRG
kita ambil Ruby. Kau pilih.
That's every day, bro.
It's Brigado. It was Brigado.
Brigado?
That's probably not me.
Hari.
Oh,
Dorang
Hari.
tutup guys, dorang
Very
tutup.
much.
Sorry,
But
sorry.
going back, it's gonna be another
Maafkan
Harris
saya.
for
Keram,
Kozen,
apa keram
and we
sini,
don't
keram?
know if
Kalau aku
again,
ambil
SRG
je,
might wanna
Ruby keram.
consider a double fighter setup as well. Since the
Esme kram, Esme kram.
So there's a
Harris dan
possibility they
Bellerin.
go for that in gold.
Esme yang boleh kram, Esme.
Esme pun boleh lah, Ruby Esme lah, Ruby Esme.
Around the lane
Ruby
for
Esme,
Cram, and that just makes
Innocent.
them a lot more team fight heavy as well. That's just gonna help them execute much more of the
Innocent boleh.
Innocent yang Ruby, Innocent yang Ruby. Tapi
Ruby
lah Harit
Esme.
ah.
that you were talking about
Ruby
earlier,
Esme.
LFL, but
Tapi
a lot of the other
Bro, ni
marksmen
dari
are also
Cambodia,
still
ya, betul.
available nonetheless. if they
Ataupun
wanna
kalau
consider
kalau
that.
Innocent
Kalau
nak main
pun ada
Esme
Lee.
lawan Harit pun boleh kak?
Freya.
Kelak open lagi, kelak open lagi.
Esme keram boleh.
Set the tone.
Yuzong.
Jom.
Yuzong.
Yuzong coming in.
Weh, ni all out sangat yang last pick Esme.
I'm gonna go very fast for this one. This means Pro Esport, if they pick up a tank in the EXP, they will lose. Yuzong's great in lane, but more devastating in terms of turtle fights, team fights, anything in the
Sekarang susah orang nak
river.
tebak
He will
sebab.
be able to dive in, stop them. The
Sekarang
anti-CC
memang
that
terlalu
Yuzong
ikut mazhab-mazhab
has
sendiri
helps
tu.
a lot.
Nothing is
If
meta
he
tu.
gets going, the burst is gonna be
Apa,
so
lapu?
high.
Kadang nak main apa
I
ni?
don't-
Lapu.
There's a chance
Ni
that
walk terus
Urara
lah,
won't
walk
be able
terus
to
ni.
get into the iframes and just die instantly.
Tapi
Is
kat
it-
turtle
that's
kita
also
kuat
just
guys
like
sebab
one
kita
of
ada
the
Yuzong.
best ways to deal with
Ni apa
Eudora, you just
orang panggil
fly
diving
around
composition guys.
Eudora and you
Meta
don't
terjun
care
ke belakang.
about the threat of
Diorang
getting
bawa
stunned
link
as long as
Yuzong
you're
guys.
still in your dragon form. So
Trying to stun me when I'm.
Tapi
Yeah.
kelemahan meta kita ni kita
Honestly,
kurang badan lah.
that should
Kita
have
kena
been
harapkan
more
badang yang
Yuzong's
buka guys.
high in the
Kita kena
sky.
harapkan
So I think should be more
badang yang buka.
effective, but
Menang objektif.
You're actually
Yeah.
closer.
Ya.
There's the Freya.
okay. So I think
Wih,
they got to
baik
answer
juga dua
so
draft
much
pro ni.
here. Laning
Guys,
wise,
doakan
in
SRG
the
guys.
Harris
Tolong
and
guys,
then
doakan
the
SRG
Yuzong
menang
in the
guys.
Tadi back,
lines.
kalah. Sabar bang, belum.
Doakan SRG menang guys.
This is
Yeah.
a draft that's hard for me to call.
Pro pandai draft. Ya, draft dorang not
The
bad
win
guys.
condition
Draft dorang pun bagus guys.
It's not like rock paper
Betul,
scissors.
betul.
This is very like you need a
Oh,
lot of
SRG
context
please,
behind the
menang
game.
please,
So,
SRG
it's
please.
difficult
Freya
for me to
Yuzong
call this
macam
one.
mana?
Yeah, so
Darab
probably
ni
one of
kat
those
lane.
down to execution type of scenarios.
Kalau saya bang Freya Yuzong ni early advantage dekat Yuzong.
Well, as it should be, with two teams fighting to advance here. One to
Late
go
game,
elimination
advantage kat
side,
Freya.
one to keep their dreams alive with a chance to advance.
Tapi
with
sama
one
je
more
dekat late game
win.
dorang takkan layan
Let's see
each
what
other dah
happens
guys.
here as we go to
Late game
game
dorang takkan layan each
3
other dah.
of our first series of Group B.
Draft siapa menang Rin? Aku rasa sejujurnya dari hati aku guys, 50-50 tu. Kalau tanya aku jujur 50-50 tu guys. Dua-dua draft kuat guys.
Kalau kalah ada game lagi ke Fras? Kalau kalah turun lower guys. Kalau turun lower.
Kalau kalah lepas ni SRG wajib menang lah semua game.
Termasuk yang lawan TLPS atau Onyx tu.
Thank you for the follow Haziq
Metal lower bracket ke?
Sabar, menang ni. Serius. Sekas pakai link ni.
I do feel like SRG, there's a lot on the line of how is Innocent going to do on this Clint. Yes, sometimes the Clint can be an amazing pick, but for me,
benda yang
I worry that
paling
there's just not enough of a
menakutkan
box around
Apa
him, and he could be an easy
Onyx
target
nak SRG
for
menang
Pro
duk kat sini.
Esports. I think he's going to be the main anchor of the team. He's going to be coming
Sebab?
in the last.
Sebab kalau tak nanti dia turun lower dia kalau SRG dia tak pernah menang kan lawan SRG.
Who has to somehow zone out
Naikkan untuk dorang ah.
outside of that area, and the rest of the team need to
relax,
figure out
guys.
how to way to deal with Sorry I'm Felix, because let me tell you that vengeance is going to
Onyx
buy him like 3 seconds worth of time, and that could be like anywhere between 6 to 19.
Link adik kita trust kita percaya link adik guys
Quantum
both teams though taking it slow here, nobody going for the big invades.
Sekarang memang main Quantum
see Yums kind of checking
Apa?
out orange buff to
Link.
at least figure out the pathing of
Badang,
Coily
badang.
here.
Oh badang.
Nobody trying to overextend. It is
Oh
game
Quantum, sorry.
3.
Ingatkan tu.
So
Apa
siapa?
nama dia?
Warcry.
Dua
Warcry.
from Nauzi, percaya SRG.
Percaya SRG guys.
Willing to trade
Percaya
flickers.
SRG, percaya
but
SRG,
most
guys. Kita percaya
importantly,
SRG.
If I catch somebody without theirs, it's game over for them. And I like the fact that Pro have adjusted, right? They didn't get super aggressive in the mid stages of the game. And more importantly, for the mid lane, they want SRG to kind of walk out here. They've already figured out the jungle pathing of where Sakai's is going to be with the help
Dua-dua pernah pakai aura tu guys.
Super
Dua-dua pernah pakai
Pepe.
aura tu.
And he's made sure he knows, okay, he started on orange buff. They're going to show back up on this turtle side again. So level 4s are going to be key.
Innocent.
Good poke from Innocent there.
Kaki dah sejuk
He is
guys.
forced to use the Revitalize. The rejuvenation.
Mula Priestly ni.
Santai. Ni link adik mengganas ni guys. Ni link adik mengganas ni.
He's gonna look for any angle in, but again, both teams just taking things so slow.
Alamak,
It's so
Storm
different compared
kena
to what we
tinggal
saw
lah.
previously. Oh yeah. Oh. Speaking of the devil though, a lot of damage onto Yums. Yums taking out first blood. Fasad's gonna fall.
Let's go.
As Stormy finds a kill, Sakai's.
Gerak tu,
Looking
Sakai
for a
main tu.
target, but forced to
Gerak
run
tu, Sakai,
away.
gerak tu.
Pro Esports.
Oh!
Elimination over the pit. Cram drops as well. 2 members down inside of SRG. Skies isn't done just yet. Coily low. Stormy keeping vision.
Masih ada.
To the party, doesn't have this crack available to him. He's still level 3.
Masih ada bos.
So we can't get a big playoff. Sorry,
Masih ada masalah Rin, masih ada masalah maksudnya.
Takut aku tengok game ni.
Really unfortunate for Cram, right? He finds the initial assist.
Cakap korang kalau SRG kalah ni sama ada TLPS, SRG atau Onyx akan balik awal
aku bagi tahu awal siap viewer kalau SRG kalah korang jangan baca SRG Tournament tak habis lagi guys Tournament tak habis lagi
In the meantime though, this first turtle already in the hands of Pro, a very slight lead, but the lane states hasn't really changed too much. Maybe for Sorry I'm Felix, but for everybody else, it's pretty neutral. Sorry I'm Felix just consistently rotating up to this mid.
Onyx yang pada awal sama ada antara SRG, Onyx ataupun TLPS.
Tapi percentage tu dekat Onyx ah.
But I mean that's kind of the plan, right? You wait until the objectives and
based on data kan, based on data.
When you're on this Freya, you want to move around a bit more. You have the ability to do that. Yeah, the lane states are so important, especially like
berkemungkinan Onyx dengan SRG boleh bertemu dekat bawah.
this. There's a good chance that Sorry I'm Felix, if he's there at the right time, he's able to kind of freeze him out and will always take a negative trade against him if he's next to his tower. Oh, Coily walks right into it.
Nice one.
Let's go.
Nice Storm.
Beautiful and intelligent invade here. They knew for a fact he was going to show up.
Dia tak boleh main tu, dia tak ada link.
Dia punya ulti balik baik tu.
Dia tak ada link, dia tak boleh main guys. Dia tak ada link, dia tak boleh main tu.
SRG, and also not to mention the fact that they've denied information. On the top side, nothing much is going to be happening here, right? Like, we're expecting both teams to get more aggressive, but I think the lane states are by far too important to disrupt. You know, you would think Pro has maybe learned a lesson a little bit. SRG has loved coming down to this bot lane. They love that tri-bush.
Mana bang air tadi bang? Air tadi dah sampai ke bang air tadi?
Sorry, Felix needs one more hit. He finally gets it.
Cepat double dash
Consistently finding moments to get an advantage every single time.
Apa dia?
And luckily for Sorry I'm Felix, he's not wasting much. He's just going. He wants a whole priority. He doesn't like sacrificing.
Macam tu je dia.
Fist crack doesn't fully commit though.
Itulah.
Knows he wasn't able to get more than one. That's a Black Dragon form.
Yum, jaga Yum. Freya ni akan layan kau dulu, Yum. Freya ni akan layan kau dulu.
Where he petrifies 3. Cram is looking for it. Unable to connect though. Sorry, Felix connected himself. Will get knocked up. But it's just to make sure Cram can get away. Pro Esports moves on to the turtle.
Tadi tengok sambil baring, sekarang tengok sambil bangun dah ni. Bangun guys, bangun. Korang memang kena bangun, Kita kena support SRG. Jangan baring dah. Kena serious gameplay ni guys, Bagi Sekai dapat farm dulu, Sekai tak ada mati lagi ni guys. Senaman jantung.
Kita tak dapat apa-apa turtle tapi at least Sekai kena menang level guys. Kalau Sekai tak boleh buat macam mana Link tadi buat. First slot tadi kalau korang ingat, level Link enemy 2 level atas Sekai tau.
Aku ditengok sambil berdiri.
Do we think that moment
Tapi tak boleh nak masuk jungle tak menang
second item start really locking in? I think it depends on who gets this upcoming turtle, right? If they can deny Sakai,
dorang memang all out Yums gameplay dorang guys.
Able to get the kill. Sakai's wants to try to dash to the backside. But he's unable to connect. The stuns are just too much. The stiff arms are always there. Tempest Blades does come down. Three engages there. Corey walks in. Diving under the tower. Finding Innocent. Stormy. Just look at
Macam mana ni Ren?
Oh no, they're so good at extending their lead.
Adakah mula kepanikan? Adakah kita dah kena mula panik? Kita main clean kalau boleh tahu.
To get back into their base, into the fountain and immediately start heading back to where they need to be. They can respond fast.
Percaya SRG, percaya Fro, sabar.
Kalau nak tahu kita main Yuzong
How quick these people are playing, but let's look at this one more time because again,
kita main Yuzong 2 turtle kita tak ada kalau boleh tahu
Punish Yums, we take away the trigger
man. Pro Esports ni guys, kuat lah.
Just doesn't fire anymore.
Kita main Yuzong, late game jumpa Harit belum turun dah mati
Sabar Frost, game belum habis, sabar.
The guy has been on fire, always catching Yums.
Sabar.
It's not just this game. We saw it before. Even on the game that they lost, this Belleric has been a nuisance overall. It makes it so hard for SRG.
Link perlu dapat item.
Yeah, and we're
game memang wajib ni.
Lepas tu late game dorang kena protect the king guys. So king dorang dekat sini Granger pula. Clean.
Stormy not able to get away. Sorry.
Nice guys.
But in the back lines, guys trying to make up.
Nice dekat mana tadi? Nice dekat mana kalau boleh tahu? Tadi nice ni.
And Pro
Esports is online dok. Skype is online dok. Kau ini
5,000 gold. It's nothing but Innocent left. They can't do anything about it. The peel is too good, and if SRG makes the first move, it's gonna be Pro who finishes it. As they take this T2, let's look at this fight one more time because again, this is a terrible position for SRG. They want to have a traditional front to back. Innocent doesn't have as much mobility now that he's playing Clint instead of having something as good as a Harith or even a Moskov, or more importantly the They keep getting disconnected. It's no longer a front to back, it's a front and back because someone else is standing in between them. And at that point, once they're split up, Stormy gets taken out. Sakai's already committed.
Dorang shutdown Yum guys. Yang aku rasa gameplay dorang memang punish Yums terus guys kat depan. Nampak je Yums dorang terus punish tu. Dorang tak fikir. Dorang terus punish.
It's starting to look like a bit of bullying, right? You know, he's coming into stealing
Yum
the
kena
meat
lock
from your sandwich,
though.
leaving you with only 2 pieces of bread, nothing good in the middle. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. We need to start seeing the third
Sabar
item
ni Link
start to
terbaik
come on
dunia
through.
tahu tak?
Unfortunately for Cram,
Kau ini tu beza 2 level
so he hasn't been able to sustain as hard as he
Okay.
wants to.
Belleric tak ada ulti.
And there, the Wrath of the Dryads is out. This might be
Adik, jalan ke atas dik.
SRG isn't going to force it though. I don't think they can force it right now. No, the
Jalan ke atas,
IMU got wasted, took the Salmon Force.
Dek,
Did
cari
not
farm
get the
cepat,
Wrath of
dek.
the Dryads there. They're just going to have to let this happen.
Dek, cut minion tu terus dek.
Guys at least on
Mahal,
top side
dek.
looking for some play on the map. They haven't taken a single tower yet. So not only is it a
Gerak.
huge gold lead,
Masuk
it's a
push
huge
recall,
map lead
nice.
for Pro Esports.
GG don't drain. Sabar guys.
Sorry, I'm Felix. 2-0-3. The man has been a
Baik, cancel recall.
monster on this Freya.
Nice.
He really has. And the worst part is that they have.
Dorang kena jaga innocent je. Sakitnya. Stormy gerak dulu Stormy.
Cram takes it as well. Coily, untouched, unfazed.
Boleh defend tak? Kalau tak boleh lepas guys. Tak boleh lepas. Lepas.
Pro Esports relentless. This is disgusting.
Comeback ke Sunfrost.
Like Sa can do this.
Boleh. Nanti dapat penalti ni. Minit 90 comeback 2 kali cross. Header. Masuk gol. Serius.
That's a 23-second difference just because he has pull yourself together. And Sa's going to do it again. He's going to keep repeating this process. Targeting Stormy to make sure that they don't have any form of counter engage because Yums is the only one who's allowed to.
Rasa gila. Asal kau nak SRG kalah siap?
Tak, bukan. Masa aku fan solos. Aku fan solos. Ni fan solos datang. Cakap, aku backup solos lah. Bukan aku backup pro esports. Aku backup solo.
Adik, aku rasa kau akan dapat curi ni, Dek. Serius. Kau akan dapat curi ni. Walaupun kalah 2 level, kau akan dapat ni.
Let's go, Dek. Kasih tahu sikit. Link siapa. Nice one, Dek.
Looking for the steal. At least they don't lose any members. They still have a holy defense in the mid and the bot. This could be defendable
dulu.
against Pro Esports. It was a difficult contest here, especially for Sakai's. Despite the bladed Tempest, right now he is 2 levels down to Hirara and has plenty of base damage just to kind of go above and beyond the numbers that we're seeing so far. And now that SRG all the way into the corner, we're seeing a this time for Pro. Skies continues to play the off lanes while his team defends. The holy defense will be in the mid side for when this Lord comes. Meaning Pro Esports may not be able to get a full push in. Cancel the recall. Is this the 1v1?
Jangan kena cancel dong. Alamak.
That's it. That's what Coily has been doing all game. Oh, you're gonna recall a very dangerous spot. I'm gonna waste another 5 seconds.
Seram sejuk guys. Seram sejuk.
These 5 seconds have been stacking up already. Still playing the top side.
Sebab ada Bellerik.
Cinco de Pepe looking for a target. Cramp forced the back.
Itu sebab dah kalah level.
The Dryad has not come out just
Yums,
yet.
baik Yums. Defend dulu guys. Defend dulu. Fokus defend je.
Wow.
Baik,
Mahal Sakai.
Lagi. Kasih. Matilah.
Tiup.
5 from I Kampung, time drive from.
Terbang.
1 HP that makes the difference in Pro.
Thank you Kampung for the 5
It was a good play. SRG, they have
boleh comeback.
the economic lead to make it work. Honestly though, the fact that they lost
dapatkan item dulu.
I might rather want to lose 2 of my team members than lose that off lane. Lord is going to be up soon. Macro is going to be important.
Kita kena percaya boleh tak
right now. We are at quite a difficult moment for SRG because now
kita kena percaya dulu, boleh comeback lah.
Saya
tak ada. Tanya Ren.
Memang Link kena dapatkan item dulu. Valen wajib dapat hati Bellerik. Jaga clean, make sure free hit. Dapatkan sama ada Eudora Harit. Dia punya winning condition dia susah tapi boleh buat. Winning condition dia susah tapi boleh buat.
Saya bagi ringkasannya bang Link ni kena buat magic. Link kena buat magic.
Okey.
Yes.
Tukar daripada assassin pergi ke magic.
Bukan macam tu. Maksudnya Link kena buat something miracle.
Bukan magic
happen.
Bukan magic item.
Miracle need to happen. Tengok sekarang level 14 kan, lagi level 15 dia kena buat miracle happen.
Berdebar duk guys. Aku berdebar lah.
Miracle sekarang buka kata Innocent. Tapi Innocent ada Sky Piercer duk. Mungkin Link buat moment Innocent habiskan boleh jadi tak?
Dek, kau kena try menang dulu Dek. Bawah ni kau dah level berapa dah Dek? Level 14 dah?
15 dah tu. Habis minit tu 15 dah.
15 Dek, dapat lot ni Dek. Satu Dek, tolong Dek. Aku merayu duk. Dapat lot satu ni duk. Dapat lot satu ni peluang kita ada comeback tu. Badang moment Dek.
Badang. Mata di badang.
It's a very clean position.
Concentrate skate Kram, buka skate Kram. Mati tak apa Kram. Let's go Kram. Come on Kram. Mahal dapat. Nice.
Bye Dek. Jangan rata. Benar.
Nice one. Innocent. Tengok Innocent. Satu Innocent. Mahal. Satu lagi.
Mana bisa. Let's go.
Inilah miracle tadi. Ini miracle je bang.
Inilah magic. Okay.
Let's go SRG.
Sabar boleh tak? Sabar. Kita dah in the game balik. Kita sabar kejap boleh tak?
Ini magic tak jadi tu.
Magic tadi. Kita dah dapat. Kita dah in the game dah. Kita back in the game balik. Kita dah bersaing.
Baik Dek. Lot tu penting tu sumpah. Lot tu penting tu.
Kalau sabar sekejap boleh kan Tommy?
Jarang tak biasa bro. Friends ready dah biasa. Yes.
Jantung aku sakit guys. Jantung aku sakit.
Fan King of comeback dah biasa.
Okay, santai.
And now
Magic
they are
lagi kah?
knocking
Magic
on
lagi
the
kah?
door of Pro Esports. I can't believe both Cram and Yums technically survived that. They
Tak lah,
used
ada lah
everything
mistake
to
tu.
try
Okay,
and
okay.
disrupt
Takkanlah
Goldie
satu
from
benda
actually
terus
taking
marah
away
macam
this
tu.
Lord. And SRG
Kau
knew
nampak innocent
Game dah
dia
50-50 guys. Game dah 50-50. Link dah main, Link dah main, Link dah main. Innocent bagi satu kill boleh tak? Boleh bagi Innocent satu kill doh. Innocent satu kill dia game changer doh. Serius doh.
And we are getting to the end game.
Sky Princess tak on lagi tu.
44k to 47 despite a 2.5k lead for Pro. Sakai
awal lagi pas ni dah ada sakit jantung je doh guys. Aku baru 27 doh. Dah ada sakit jantung doh guys.
Man, they didn't check that bush. They didn't check that bush. I've seen that bush be used against teams that I like in my own favor. Nice fist crack though. Does come in.
Clear lah ni. Commit dia.
Takes a little bit of damage. Black Dragon.
Konsep
tengok idoranya, tengok idoranya. Baik. Mahal.
Kaitin sikit guys.
Baik, mahal.
Adik-adik jaga
Mahal.
dia.
Dek. Adik mati doh. Adik mati.
Clean free hit.
Clear free hit. Allahu Akbar.
Back dulu.
Back.
Kau boleh mati.
Chill. Tak ada apa-apa. War kosong. Lot 50. War kosong. Tak ada apa. War nothing.
Saw the replay one more time. This did not work out the way that Pro wanted to, and all of a sudden, with the counter engage coming in from not only Yums
Itu
but
tadi commit yang
forcing
tu
Pepe to drop down that Wrath of the Dryads,
Yudora tadi
really
outside
turned the fight
tu.
in SRG's favor. But here's the problem: after everybody
Semua tak ada
continuously
flicker,
fought for
pantesan
this
tu.
long, the
Itu
big
Stormy tak ada
problem
flicker,
was
badan
the
tak ada flicker.
guys ended up going
Okay,
down after
guys.
Beller caught him with the taunt before he goes. Then how do you deal with the Freya? You can't
Kasih satu pun jadi dekat clean. Ya, kasih satu je doh. Kasih satu je doh.
Ganas
Kasih
je.
satu.
Memang war ni.
Crowd right now is
Please, kasih satu je doh.
their seats. We are on the
Innocent
edge of our
janji, Innocent gendong doh kalau bagi satu kill, tolong ah.
They're praying for their teams, hoping there's a god out there to give them some strength. Because
You doh, sakit doh. Ini Valen memang kena dapatkan arti Valerie guys. Ambil Valerie tu. Boleh dapat ni Eudora hari ni. Kalau dorang tak ada purify tak ada apa. Okay, dapat arti Valerie dapat arti Valerie. Long lane. Jaga dorang boleh burst.
A little bit farther.
Kita boleh moment ah.
Gonna start it up. Cram does have Black Dragon. We're gonna wait for that one as well with the.
Kita ada flicker.
Ada gede. Kontes.
Dapat lot. Tak nampak tu.
Kena ulti Valerie doh.
Innocent tak okey tu. Innocent tak ada dalam war. Stormy baru masuk. Main.
Valerie guys.
Mahal. Main.
Okay.
Tak dapat tu Innocent.
Baik, Kram bertahan doh.
Kram bertahan. Sanji Innocent dah dapat kill geram lah aku.
Baik.
Tak dapat lagi doh. Tak dapat lagi.
Tapi boleh defend. Game lama.
Ambil satu lane Sky. Ambil satu lane atas ke dek. Ambil atas ke dek.
Tengah ni jual je tak apa doh.
From Patrol.
Tengah ni jual je doh. Serius doh. Daripada Kram mati doh. Kram boleh mati doh kalau paksa sumpah.
Dah. Kram.
Kan aku cakap lepas dia mid ni.
Kram sangat. Nice.
Akhirnya
Shut down. Hati. Tak seperti doh. Valerie ni kacau lah.
Kid's on fire. He's on fire. Pepe managed to flicker out just in time.
Defend dulu guys.
Before the ammunition was about to
Defend dulu, guys.
dome him. Oh my goodness. I don't know who's
Alah
gonna
ni
win
belum
this
guys. Game lama. Game panjang. Santai. Kita ada link. Tahu ini pecah pun nothing. Asalkan kita ada item doh.
Finishing off that holy crystal for the sake of the extra little bit of damage.
Diorang tak ada jawapan lah dekat link.
So many people walk away with
Magic lagi ke?
Sky Piercers being in play. I feel like honestly with that last Lord push, all Pro really needed to get was an inhibitor out of it. You only had 3 members. You're up against the Clint and a lot of just siege defense potential. The fact that they were able to get the inhibitor is a good start. But like I said, we're going to another Lord. Pro Esports still has inhibitor standing.
Itu magic damage.
Dapat Valerie.
We're getting very close to tie game material.
Tommy kalau dapat harit.
I need your help. We need to know how many Thunderbelt stacks
Dalam makro betul guys. Aku rasa sekas kena makro je tu guys. Waktu tak ada lot.
Link dengan harit macam susah je San. Tak ada sangat guys. Wow. Kram. Lari Kram. Kram.
Boleh
dapat satu.
dapat satu.
Mahal.
Adik, bergerak adik.
It's okay, dek. Kram akan hidup. Lord Kram hidup. Dia orang salah. Pro semua salah. Dia orang
Honestly, I think it's more worth it to get rid of Saw. Now they don't have to
Eudora 75 saat dok.
blown out of nowhere. And the best part is by the
apa
time
benda tu?
that actually spawns Cram.
Oh tu spell aku ingatkan dia punya. Oh tu kiraan spell dia dekat situ
Dekat spell lah.
Oh dekat spell. Aku salah tengok. Maksudnya dekat hero tu yang cooldown 26.
But then again,
wih aku dah tak fokus dah guys. Aku dah tak fokus.
Benda bahaya. Kita ada spell. Kita semua ada spell. Lot ni kita semua ada spell. Itu war kosong tu guys. War kosong tu.
It is a little hard to break through, but Sakai either way, even without Krem, has been doing such a great job at invading that backside.
Makro dulu gak sih? Tapi jaga dek, diorang tak show lagi.
Once again, looking for position around this Lord as Pro Esports play the map. Are we going to see him look for that back push again, and will Pro Esports check it?
I don't know. He doesn't seem to be taking that space just yet. There's no reason to.
Tapi targeting diorang kalau dapat hari ni sedap tu guys. Tapi masalahnya hari ni memang
kita tak ada badan ni nak open ni.
Setiap kali cari hari ni ada purify. Itu masalah guys.
SRG need to
bukan tu je problem ni, kalau kita cari Arit ni kita mati duk.
Guys, sementara tu yang boleh follow dekat TT follow dulu guys. Yang boleh subscribe kat YT subscribe dulu.
Kram boleh target siapa je ni. Kram memang open mati guys. Open mati tanam tu Kram serius.
Whittle down to that top side to get the push back. SRG are going to look for the engage. Kram hasn't used the Black Dragon just yet. Yum's there as well.
Kram palingan boleh ke Eudora kalau dia terbang. Lain memang tak jadi tu.
Take the big push. Sekai's looks for an angle. Pro Esports bring the Lord down to 10.
Kram sekarang Kram. Kram tak tebal lagi ni.
Pro Esports got what they wanted.
Okey, defend boleh.
Aku rasa Kram pun takut ulti dah.
Ya, sebab dia tahu kalau dia ulti dia mati, tapi memang perlu dia mati tu.
But this is where it gets really difficult because
memang
now
we're
talking about a Lord that also gives you damage reduction.
Tapi boleh defend lah Lord ni.
Just need to gather the troops and get ready to try and press their advantage into it, which is great for Innocent. But the question is whether or not that damage reduction
atas kena cut. Belakang sikit. Bawah pecah ni.
Okey. Korang kena cover dua lane.
Kram ready immune Kram. Jadi kau kena Kram sumpah.
Going to be a little bit helpful, but he's got to get back.
Boleh defend.
He's running out of ult charges here. He's still
bomb target Kram. Tidur. Kan aku cakap.
Mati dulu. Kram sebalti tak Kram? Kram back dulu.
Kram back dulu Kram.
Boleh. Lol. Okey, boleh defend.
On top Innocent. Aku dah takut tu. Bagi lagi.
Hira.
Serius ah.
They will take game number 3.
What an insane game to kick off day number 2 here. Cambodia finally gets the win. Obviously, both sides are tough competitors, but by God, do they produce some of the best junglers we see in the internationals. There's no way to be disappointed with that game. I think even SRG knows. It's like, guys, Hirara, they outplayed us. That's really what it boiled down to. They outplayed us this time.
Definitely the best series we've seen thus far in these groups, and they don't call Group B the group of death for nothing. If this is just how this is going to start the day, I'm excited for what we got to see next. Pro
antara Onyx SRG LPS akan balik awal tu.
This game was beautiful to watch, so messy, but at the same time, it leaves you just at the edge of your seats. I can only imagine that SRG are going to go back to that drawing board to figure out, man, this red side, something about it, something's different. They adapted a little too fast than what we were expecting here in game number 2. But come down to game number 3, where push comes the shove, Pro Esports, they don't back down.
Yeah, they were ready every single time. Coily and Cruzon.
Kuat tu guys, Pro Esports ni guys.
They were. So many plays are even that
dia tengah kuat, dia tengah sedap beta ni.
Memang tak hairan TLPH pun boleh kalah ke Asian Games
Let's wait a little bit longer.
Boleh main tu.
Tapi bukan lawan dia orang, bukan lawan dia orang.
Ada player dia orang kan. Yang tu campur-campur kan. Campur-campur kan.
Tak ada player dia orang, tak ada player dia orang.
Tak ada langsung.
Tak ada langsung. Kosong.
Maksudnya talent pool Cambodia besar lah guys.
Talent pool.
Kalau balik terus ke tak. Turun low bracket.
Kalau kau perasan talent pool.
Yang ni lah kat sini silap.
The item swap comes through. I-frame and
Ini sentak sepak flicker guys yang tu.
Good.
Tak expect gila.
Who's gonna get that Zaman's force, re-engage, make sure that in the end they will go down. I love it.
Tak apa. Nice try SRG. Balik reset dulu duk. Balik cari balik. Tak apa. Metal low bracket guys daripada low bracket dah SRG.
Thank you very much, my friends. We have the
SRG pada bawah ni.
What a massive matchup against Selangor Giants. We have to talk about this for a second. That game 3 was super tight. Came right away.
Nak pergi makan dulu ke bang? Yang boleh follow dulu guys.
You can all close it up and
Yang boleh follow dekat TT follow dulu. Yang boleh subscribe dekat YT subscribe dulu.
Kan terus ni.
Dia terus dia rehat lah dah 10 minit.
Makan mana tu?
ពួកគាត់ក៏ធ្លាប់ជា champion ដែរអញ្ចឹងពេលលេងមួយគាត់វាអត់ easy game ទេទៅវាចាស់ខ្ញុំគ្រាន់តែ talk មួយគាត់ teammate ខ្ញុំហើយលេងមួយគាត់ទៅធ្វើឲ្យយើងយកឈ្នះបាន
So because they're former champion, we knew that this would be a hard match, but I talked with my team and we worked together to get this win.
Betul lah, kena consider lah band lirik dia. Betul lah guys.
Talk to me about the Vexana pick because we're only seen it once during EWC. That was at MWI. It was picked once.
Menang ke kalah? Kalah tu Din. Kalah 2-1.
Why did you go for Vexana specifically?
Link kalah, Retri kalah. Hirara Link menang sana. Kan lepas tu Link Hirara menang sana lagi.
Ke ជ្រើសរើស Vexana ប៉ុន្តែអត់ជោគជ័យអញ្ចឹងហេតុអ្វីបានជ្រើសរើស Vexana លើកនេះ
kita kalah
ដោយសារខ្ញុំលេង Vexana ហ្នឹងមាន combo ទៅហើយយើងលេងក្នុង scrim ឈ្នះច្រើនទៅទៅយើងយកមកលេងហើយលេងបានល្អ
So I chose Vexana because there are a lot of combos and I've had success with them before and so I used it again.
That worked out well. And Ruby recently patched heroes also played Bayu in the team. Do you think that should become meta in terms of picks, or is it just a Cambodia special to run?
អញ្ចឹង Ruby បានទទួល patch update ថ្មីអញ្ចឹងគាត់ថានេះគឺអ្វីដែលគេនឹងប្រើទូទៅឬអានេះគាត់ថាជាអ្វីដែល
Dua from FL Gorgeous boleh terbang terus GGOF ke coach.
I think Ruby can be from all sorts of teams.
Worked out for you. Also,
support sampai habis guys.
Of course,
support
this is
sampai
a huge
tournament habis.
story, right? You're coming in, Bro Esports Cambodian representative. You beat Selangor
Giants.
Ada lower bracket guys. Tapi hari ini dah habis lah. Boost in motivation from now on that hey, we can beat one of the best in the world. We can do more of that.
អញ្ចឹងអានេះជារងធំមែនតើសម្រាប់ក្រុមរបស់អ្នកដោយសារតែបានឈ្នះលើ
Selangor. Tak tahu lagi guys, kena tengok lepas ni. Macam mana bracketnya.
Sabar low bracket lagi bukannya keluar
ខ្ញុំសប្បាយចិត្តដោយសារ
low bracket boleh reset lagi guys korang ni support
ទី1ហើយវាត្រឹមជាម៉ាច់ទី1ហើយយើងអាចយកឈ្នះទៅលើ ក្រុម claim បានទៅវាគេ momentum ឲ្យខ្ញុំហើយทีมខ្ញុំនៅការប្រកួតក្រោយទៀត
Because this is our first time to compete on an international stage I think we've gained some momentum because we beat a great team and I think this will lead into success later on.
All right, between you and me here, look at the camera in front of us. We got it right here, the one with the red light over it. Anything you want to say to everybody else that's challenging you here?
Follow Rainbow Mem. Aku dah tak ada suara tu guys.
Jangan semua ke kamera, hai somien
Dekat sana memang macam semua orang nak kalahkan SRG ke tu? Satu stadium aneh bising tu.
Ya tu semua macam nak SRG kalah.
Satu stadium kat sana semua bersorak. SRG kalah.
Hantar sikit fans Malaysia kat sana guys, hantar sikit.
សម្រាប់អ្នកធីមផ្សេងកុំឲ្យរំលងពួកយើងយើង
other teams don't overlook us, we're strong as well.
Thank you very much, Sa. Congratulations to you and Pro. Thank you very much, our wonderful translator.
Aku rasa guys kalau benda yang kena improve kalau Sekas main damage, Scrum kena main badan tu.
Ya.
Thank you, Milos. Great
Sekas main damage, Scrum kena main badan. Kalau Sekas main badan baru Scrum boleh main damage.
Over SRG, expected grand finalists now. They're going to have to go through an elimination bracket on the bottom side to get through what will be a really tough at MSC 26. Brigida and Lefel joining me, Rain Day, on the desk here to break it all down. Brigida, confidence, momentum. I'm sure that is all what Pro Esports gained here.
Di lower bracket nanti. Di bracket 1-1 nanti.
Awal lagi guys, awal lagi. Ini baru permulaan, awal lagi guys, awal lagi.
Very much confidence boosting performance, especially for Coil. Coil, hands up. Down or wherever. I don't know. I can't say anymore. Like that last play.
Hey, here's the thing, man. Like the cast were saying, like everyone was at the edge of their seats. We're not sitting anymore. Screw the seats. We were on the ground. And Coily, bro, like
what a performance.
That guy is gonna be one of the stars born from this MSC because. From the Ling all the way to the Harara, bro. That last outplay, bro.
Okay. See, it doesn't even
please.
anymore. He has to stand up. And what are the chances, right? He could be the next star. I agree, because he also starts with letter K. How many stars do we have that start with letter K?
We have so many Ks.
That's right.
So many superstars to start.
I love it, though. It's so good. And I think the fact that the other one coming up in this upcoming set, pay attention to, so don't go anywhere. We did have some really fun interactions with both of these junglers swapping characters. The Harara, the lane going back and forth. We
on this game. Just melihat pada game ini saja. Macam betul-betul ready for this tournament.
Was baiting, was saying we could take the lane if we need to.
Tak kisah kalau orang-orang luar cakap macam-macam pasal tim Malaysia. Tapi kalau korang sendiri orang Malaysia guys, korang tak support, korang sendiri yang duk jatuh-jatuhkan orang.
Bukan seperti
nice guys.
I believe Sakai was prepared to tank jungle meta, but then all of a sudden after the wild cards, a surprise patch came in, make
ada low bracket lagi guys. Mereka datang dah. Diorang datang dah guys.
Honestly, after game number 3, I'm quite torn as to whether or not I'm thinking it was just mind games all along, that they did not want to prio the Ling, or was it just them playing more into their comforts? Because again, we really haven't seen Sakai's been able to pull off that exact same Ling. We're so familiar of him.
Dua from pejuang MYR nampak macam adik tak segarang dulu sebab kali ni dia terlalu kalkulatif, takut nak buat mistake jadi ragu-ragu.
One of like the most reliable junglers to contest, and that's why it always boiled down to a 50-50 red pick battle whenever there were objectives. But maybe there had something to do with level gaps, I don't know, but it was not the same.
A lot of level gap, but also we gotta say, man, Harara actually does quite a lot of base damage, making it much easier for the Harara to steal that. So I think that's a lot of information, not just for SRG, but all the time here. Harara is a threat. In wildcards, they say Harara was not a threat. Well, different beast.
I mean, the way these things develop, it's like there's the meta, there's the counter to the meta.
Jarang aku sendiri yang nak block guys. Selalu aku suruh moderator je. Tapi kalau korang nak spam-spam, nak toxic-toxic, nak maki-maki, aku cakap bye-bye je.
Pro esports to have success either way because they were playing Ling fine and they knew they'd get Harara, so they did not have to prioritize any of those characters in their first two picks. They could take the Eudora, they could take the Belleric, which to me, I think P, whatever it is you guys want to call them. 5 Ps, let's put it that way, was a really big factor in this team fight. And I think that was a very hard, despite many people looking at Innocent, looking at Kozin,
dia main double elimination. Maksudnya semua orang ada 2 nyawa. Kalah 2 kali balik. Kalah 2 kali balik.
Pretty much the same
dalam
way,
case ni kita dah kalah 1.
No doubt. P on that Belleric did a really good job all series long. And I think he was the more stable player in that series. It served as more of like an anchor of what they really wanted to play around or how they really wanted to execute their team fights. Whereas for Sa, I feel like it was the more flexible role for pro esports. There were times where he just went for the more sacrificial plays, and that was something they willingly played into. There were times that they had to rely on him a bit more. Nonetheless, I really admire how pro esports have established their identity and showed it to us here in this first series.
Aku dah block dia pakai account lain pula guys Aku dah block dia pakai account lain pula guys
By stealing away the ult. Now here's the thing, you can steal the ult, but unfortunately you don't steal the stats. And Belleric has a lot of HP. That's something that Valentina can't have. So Valentina goes in, good ult, but then dies. So yeah, it's very difficult.
It's just a bigger conversation to me. Do you make somebody who's doing well uncomfortable and force the team to adjust? I think that might have been a decision, but again, so much experience on SRG. They will bounce back. They will still be playing the loser of one of our final games today, so stay tuned for that. Speaking of, let's take a look at today's schedule, because that last game, Yangon Galacticos and GK Esports will be facing the winner, Pro Esports, the loser, Selangor Red Giants. Coming up next, though, you heard them already in the crowd. It is Team Liquid going up against Aurora Gaming, Carl Teasy, and the defending champions of MSC taking the stage yet again. Onyx Entity 7 as
Ikut
well.
lawan Onyx lawan Aurora guys, seru juga.
So that'll be
Kecewa
fun to
gila
see.
lah,
And
tak
Onyx,
apalah guys.
previous
Kecewa terus
champion,
ke
not a
support
league
guys.
champion.
Tak habis
We'll see
lagi.
how that goes. Of course, if you guys want to get involved,
Boleh
make sure
main
to
ke,
check
bang?
out
Boleh.
our pickups,
Kalau
which you
dia
can
nak
use
turunkan dia,
by
boleh
scanning
je.
the QR code. This allows you to say who you think is going to win. Play with us. You have a chance to maybe earn your share of $300,000. So don't miss it and also have some fun. You can see if you are right or wrong. When we come back, we'll start previewing Liquid and Aurora. But for now, Acecraft has a new way to play a familiar game with We Fly Together. It's co-op. Check it out.
Bagi pendapat Bang Lot, adakah tak respect bank Balarik dan Harit punca? Berapa banyak kita nak bank? Sebab dia orang pick...
Kita rehat sekejap guys, kita rehat sekejap.
First pick.
Oh, dia kena pick
tadi tu lot raya tak dapat tak? Ya. Dia sebenarnya satu lagi cara, kalau dapat lot, retry, kan, lot dance tadi, itu juga boleh membantu. Tapi tak tahu dah kenapa adik asyik kalah retry je.
Sociopath.
Dua, from boxer Delm Lugage Aiman. Aiman, bila nak kutip saya mandah nak tumbuh pokok Delm ni? Apa ni guys, toxic, I don't like.
Korang rehat dulu lah, korang rehat dulu sekejap. Tenangkan diri. Saya pun berasap kejap.
Jangan toxic guys, betul-betul jangan toxic. Apa tadi bang? Apa tadi soalan abang tadi?
Sekais asyik kalah retry. Sebab dalam keadaan losing tadi, kalau kita dapat lot juga, kurang-kurangnya kita boleh macam control the map, boleh push.
Okay.
Apakah punca dia keep on losing? Adakah dia diganggu ke ataupun memang retry lawannya on point?
Katanya saya dia diganggu abang. Memang timing ulti Balerik tadi tu memang waktu Sekais turun bawah. Link kan kalau ni kan dia ni kan kena dia nak turun lepas tu dia nak ulti.
Apa dia suara kau macam slow sangat?
Dengar tak? Hello, dengar ke?
Sekarang baru clear sikit.
Saya jauh sikit dari mic.
Betul lah.
Tak. Dia diganggu tu, diganggu tu. In terms of macam mana enemy buat space. Sebab Keram pun tak dapat masuk dulu. Keram kena zone out juga dengan Freya tu. Lepas tu Balerik tu, dia punya ulti dia simpan bila Sekais turun bawah untuk retry.
Boleh ke saya kata kalau macam Keram tak bermain game ni, match ni?
Kalau batanya saya, in terms of composition lah, kita tak cukup balance lah. Selalunya, Sekais main utility macam Gwyn ke apa ke, Keram akan main damage. Jarang kita nampak yang Keram main damage, Sekais pun main damage. Faham tak maksud saya?
Betul.
Jadi body tu kita kurang. Body dengan
Yum je lah.
Untuk ke depan tu kurang. And tak dinafikan juga EXP lane dengan Roma Team Pro hari ni perform
Menang match up tu, setiap lane tu. Boleh katakan setiap match tu. Only Innocent lah yang betul-betul orang kata lane Innocent, okay, he's giving fight lah. Saya rasa the other 4 lane semua kalah. Kalah match up. Freya membantai tu.
Tu baik tu. Si siapa? Sorry I'm Felix nama dia.
Tapi Freya Keram tadi tak seperti itu pun. Sama juga. Link enemy.
Together with the little Spider-Man meme. Welcome back. My name is Rain Day. To the desk, we got Brigitte and Lefel here, but because we are starting off our second series, it's time to introduce an important moment, which is our Crunchyroll story
overall
of
as
the
a team,
day. It
guys.
is Aurora's redemption versus
overall
the
as a team juga,
and the
guys.
Cavalry. Team Liquid, of course, Carl Teasy being that GOAT, self-proclaimed and proclaimed by the scene. Brigitte, your thoughts on this matchup? Can Aurora find a way to redeem themselves?
Honestly, I feel like they might have a chance, and they always have had that in them to just go for upsets, to break free from the labels of maybe being a dark horse and being a true contender here in this tournament and all previous international tournaments. And the fact that they're backed up by such big brains, you know, it's very. I think it's going to be a bit of a challenging task for Team Liquid, honestly.
That's what we call midnight,
Mr. Big Brain Man. That's what we always call him. Mr. Big Brain Man.
That's a great nickname.
Selepas itu bila dah satu sama nanti, bila second game katalah dia second match nanti dah menang di antara siapa yang kalah di antara yang Go dengan GK, lawannya adalah yang di bawah.
It's always just about getting that right moment.
Is there something more to it because the last two international tournaments at M7 and at MSC, 25
Kalau
for
next match
EWC.
SRG menang, dia punya lawan adalah siapa kalah di
So
antara
is it
Falcon
a
dan
little
Onyx.
harsher? It's not like the general conversation here. It's like you guys are the ones who have ended our hopes,
assuming that Falcon
I mean, like, here's the thing.
akan menang
For Aurora, they had to fight against the final boss early over and over and over again. So,
whoever
it's kind of like
lose
playing a game
and SRG
where you
menang
thought
the
you would
next
like
match,
ramp
they're
up.
going to face.
But instead, you're fighting
So,
against the final boss first.
pro
Until you
e-sport
get through
dia,
this, you can't fight anyone
Ataupun
else.
Onyx yang
And
menang akan
I
berhadapan
feel
dengan
like
SRG.
Team
So, kalau
Liquid
SRG
just understands
tak
how
sedih
Aurora
lagi,
plays, but the same can be said, Aurora understands
Yeah.
how Team Liquid plays because,
kalau tanya
one,
saya
Midnight is a
mengharapkan
caster. We
Onyx
know how
bertemu
casters,
dengan
we like to
SRG.
watch games, and because we like to watch games,
Uni lebih baik
we
style
roughly
mainnya,
know what's going to
timingnya.
happen.
Kalau
So honestly, in this one, with Midnight coming in as the head coach, I
Sekai
feel like that's a
itu dapat
very
main
good chance
dengan
for Aurora
SRG
to take down
daripada
Team Liquid.
zaman
Yeah,
dia
and they
bang.
should
Dan
feel, I
menang
guess,
MSC
less
2024.
pressure in a way going up
Uni
against
bukan
Liquid
tak
here in
bagus.
this match because they're not in the
Janganlah
exact same position as they were in the previous times that
keupayaan
they did go up against
Sekai.
Liquid. Right now, it's not necessarily an elimination match, though it
It's
still
just that
puts you in a
today
very
dia macam
tight
kurang
spot
perform.
because we're only having double
Paling awal
eliminations for
terbang
group stage.
belum.
But tournament
Saya
life is
yakin
not
akan
necessarily
pergi
on
ke
the line. I feel like they
knockout
could be, or they could just unleash whatever they want to unleash here in this series.
It's interesting. Both teams have to deserve a spotlight to even be considered this group of death. And these are two of the teams that I think maybe have taken most of the attention from us so far. And you cannot count out the fact that the defending MSC champions of last year, Team Liquid, are back and ready to defend that actual title. We saw the team they took down previously in SRG, the Selangor Red Giants. Now it's time for MSC 26 to see if Liquid can repeat. We've had a chance to talk with Sanford earlier on today about his journey getting back here and trying to claim a title.
Moderator ada dalam ni tak moderator? Kalau ada yang toxic-toxic,
Everyone, it's Eternal here
hantar ke bulan hantar ke bulan
Sanford.
Yang toxic-toxic.
What is this?
Awak jangan macam-macam dengan
it's
saya.
small.
Nana.
I
Panas
don't,
saja awak
why is
tak
it
nak
so
kira.
prominent
Tak
like
ada,
everywhere?
aku nak hantar ke
What
bulan
is
ni.
it?
Tak ada yang
You don't
moderator.
Tengah bergasak lagi
I don't
panas
know
tau.
either. I don't know. I guess
Moderator
maybe
banyak
someone
keluar,
else knows. Maybe someone who's casting right now. Maybe.
Sure. Kalau setan kurang cantik bang, takut-takut untuk
You're up against
fighting.
Aurora.
Lock setup.
Yeah, Aurora. So what's that going to be like? Because I mean, in the past, it seems like you always
Ada
are able
moderator
to
di bulan. Baik meh, baik meh.
Aurora, but this time around they have a new
Yang
coach. Do you think it'll make a
toxic-toxic tu
difference?
meh hantar je ke bulan meh.
I
Tak
do
apa,
hope
hantar je ke
that
bulan.
it won't make a
Biarkan.
difference. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, this is the fourth time that we're gonna face each other. So I'm really looking forward
tak ada sana
on what's
lagi.
new for them.
Okay, looking forward to what's new. But why do you always seem to be able to catch them? Like, do you have like something secret that you have against them? Like, is there something that we should know?
No, I don't have any
Best mana
secret. But,
kejap-kejap tengah bergasak.
you know, I have my goat on my team.
Ah, you have your goal.
Match one win sebab Surprise dapat moment lock.
JP.
Yeah, JP.
JP's the goat, right?
Hey, thank you for the follow.
JP guys,
Ni semua
JP.
kalau Raja Legend
But
masing-masing
you know, going to
kalah.
the
sekarang
EXP
aku
lane,
setiap kali aku
I had a
live,
few talks with other
TP, aku
EXP
akan live
players
YT
as
sekali,
well, and I want to know from your perspective as defending champions, obviously.
Power, betul Momon.
What's it like for the EXP lane right now? Like, is it as important as the previous meta?
I guess so.
Kalah.
And
Kalah 2-1.
this meta is really flexible. Like you can even pick damage, and at the same time you can also adjust to tank heroes. But I can just say that this one is kind of confusing. So this might be the interesting meta for now.
So do you think it's the most interesting lane?
All of the roles right now are really
Betul,
flexible.
cakap.
So the meta in general, I guess it is.
Okay, so in general, everything's quite interesting. EXP laners now, are they going to go for more, you know, tank build? I mean, considering now that we're seeing a lot more assassins in the jungle.
Let's see later.
Okay. So it might be something secret from TLPH, but of course, good luck for your next matchup. Do you have anything to say to your opponents today, Aurora?
I just want to say good luck, and especially to my former coach, Midnight.
Ada kena dengan color
see you there.
rambut lah.
All right. Once again, thank you, Sanford, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Former coach Midnight just adding a little bit of spectacle to this already dramatic battle between Aurora and Team Liquid. Brigida, how do you feel about Sanford going in and calling JP the GOAT? You think he got that one wrong?
Aku dah macam-macam dah makan semua dah ni kau nampak. Habis.
So maybe it's a different goal for him, but
makan kopok-kopok ni.
yeah. So
I mean, Brigida doesn't have a lot of opinion on Sanford in general.
Yeah.
Like, they work with each other. She sees some plays. She thinks like he's okay, you know. Like Sanford is pretty good. JP is also pretty good.
Okay.
But in all seriousness, Team Liquid is gonna be the final boss.
Yeah.
We're gonna see how they perform. But considering that Selangor Giants also had difficulties earlier, we gotta see if Team Liquid will experience the same thing or not.
yeah, because this day really feels like it's gonna be the go the distance day, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
You wanted it to happen in the last 2 series, but we had to witness it in the first one, and I really can't help but feel like there's a high chance we do it all over again here in the second one.
It does feel that way, and you kind of pit these two conversations against one another, and it's one team who's defending a title, one team who is trying to get over the hump, and what better opportunity, the biggest international stage available until you guys hit the M Series later on this year. One of the things I always thought was interesting is people who are trendsetters, and you've seen it through Midnight and you've seen it through Aurora entirely. Well, I felt like it was time for us to catch up with Luna as well from Aurora and see how they felt about coming into this new assassin heavy meta.
So I was wondering, this next matchup is going to be very intense, and obviously you guys have history with one another. How was your preparation going up against a strong EXP laner like Sanford?
I didn't have a special preparation for them. Like we just prepared for like 1 month in bootcamp. We will try our best. Like we just prepared good in bootcamp, but there's no special preparation.
Okay, no special preparation, but in general, you guys prepared in Malaysia during your bootcamp. What did you learn from that bootcamp?
We learned quite a lot of things, like a lot of heroes, like the important things in game, like greens, quite a lot actually.
Okay, it seems like there's a lot, and obviously you guys studied the meta, right? So what do you think about the meta specifically for the EXP lane?
I think it's quite fine. Like it's best for the junglers right now, but it's good for EXP lane, I think.
Why do you think it's good for the EXP lane?
Because the heroes like Esmer, Uranus, like they're quite strong. They're not dying. Like if you have the good match, you can carry the game easily.
Okay, so Esmeralda, Uranus are heroes that you have mentioned. Do you think we're going to see some damage EXP laners from you today?
There's a quite chance, yeah, you can see it. Like also from Sanford, we can probably see it because they're good. Like Paquitos, Arlots, they're quite popular right now.
Okay, it's going to be a very exciting matchup later on, ladies and gentlemen. But coming into this again, you're against Sanford. You've been up against them for quite some time, and it feels like they have like a kryptonite to you. It feels like they're the kryptonite. Why is that? What's going on with TLPH and you?
I have no idea. Every single tournament, one time we're gonna face against them. We're pretty sure after this point. Like every single tournament we're gonna face them.
Why? Do you know why?
I don't know. We have a kryptonite, like you said.
It seems like they're destined for one another. But are you strong enough, and do you feel like you're strong enough and confident enough to go up against them today and to beat them today?
Yeah, we're quite confident to beat them.
Okay, so this is your day.
Every day is our day.
Every day is Lunar's day. So good luck for your next matchup, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
That is a great answer. And the thing that comes to mind too is your name Luna. You're saying every day is your day. You're claiming the night and the day. I mean, almost claiming all aspects of time.
I mean, like, to be fair, here in France, it's less night and more day. It's more day. Let's put it that way. It's more day. But hey, I like to see the confidence coming in from Lunar. And the thing that I like coming in from both interviews, both kind of agree that every single lane is pretty flexible. We might see, like, if the Beleric is open, then more pride for Beleric. If Ling as well as Aurora is open, then more pride for them. But yeah, this is the kind of meta that we can definitely see the hero pool expand quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, even just now, right, we saw the Ruby in the EXP lane, which I think is the first time we saw that. I don't know at how many unique heroes we currently are at after that first series, but it's just looking to go uphill from here.
I mean, we can't avoid this conversation any longer. The GOAT, many consider to be the GOAT here. Carl Teasy, self-proclaimed, coming off a championship defense. And obviously, when you look at Aurora's pain of running into Team Liquid, the only way to like get a little bit of that pain off your shoulders is to say, okay, the team that we lost to won the entire tournament. That's what they were able to say with Team Liquid. But now, you know, what can Carl Teasy do? The question probably not being, does he have the capability, but if he's going to adapt from what he's been known for with his utility jungles into this assassin meta, it's going to prove yet again that he has everything needed to be considered one of the greatest of all time in MLBB.
One of the reasons why Carl is the GOAT is the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because he started his career with an amazing Lancelot time where he was known as the assassin jungler, and he had such a difficult time transitioning into tank, where he had like one season where he was a bit off, but then came back stronger than ever, mastered the tank assassin, assassins, and then now he kind of has to re-forget it again and relearn the assassins again, which I think he can. I think he can use the assassins. The question is, can he use the Link? That's one of the heroes that we rarely see because, again, he's a Lancelot main, right? It's a bit different than Link.
And have they really adjusted the quote-unquote liquid stamina in the current meta already, since it's been a very recent patch? And that's also, I guess, aside from the conversation that, honestly, Liquid, for one, could not doubt the amount of adaptability they have. They could not get back-to-back championships in MPL if they were not adaptable enough. They also are on the verge of getting another back-to-back if ever their run here is smooth enough. But that's the thing. It's not just one player you really have to look at when it comes to the shift in meta. It's the team as a whole. And as a whole, they've also had changes in their roster as well. They have a new Go laner in their hands. We are about to witness Teddy in another international debut. But this will just add more questions to what we're really looking forward to see against or between Liquid and Roar.
Man, what version of Teddy are we going to get? Teddy? Scary Teddy? We'll find out here in a moment. That gold lane going to be important, and XP lane as well. I mean, everything kind of blending into what can you do as a squad. And when it comes to a squad's goals, you may be saying, well, winning back-to-back, what does that mean? But coming off an MPL championship and then now winning MSC again has a chance to put Liquid on the golden road. Something that elusive, win, that could end up putting them into, I mean, beyond the GOAT conversation as a player, maybe the GOAT conversation as a team.
I mean, the only team that has ever succeeded the Golden Road is Team Vitality for the women's scene in MWI. Other than that, it has been years, really. Like, from the start of my career, and it's been a long career until now, there's no Golden Road winner. So if they're able to do it,
they are giving a heart attack.
This is the start.
Good for you.
That's it. You're going to get that long, you're just going to give them a thumbs up?
And that's...
My God.
Congratulations. And they were close. They were close, though, to doing that. It was just a couple months back, back in M7. That was January earlier this year. But again, there's a reason why it's called the elusive title for not just them, but every single team trying to compete here in MLBB, because it's just so hard to get on that streak against these teams, against all these emerging regions as well.
Excited about this matchup?
Excited might be an understatement.
Oui. Baguette. Bonjour.
Baguette.
We're not trying to make fun of French. Bonjour. We love French. I wish I could speak it better. But in Paris, France, there's a moment happening. The excitement is clear. It's in the building. It's palpable. You might be able to sense it even through the screen. It is our defending champion of MSC. Team Liquid taking the stage versus Aurora Gaming in just a moment. Our second series of Group B, the Group of Death, begins.
Group of Death, panggil Group B ni guys.
Thank you very much, guys, and oh my. Match 1 was an absolute banger to watch. The first full series that we have gotten this group stages, and Milosh, SRG losing like that was tough.
I'm just going to say, yes, it was tough, but kudos to Pro Esports for doing this. It's kind of this long-standing story of when will it happen when a Cambodian team is able to fight back in this, and they were the ones to pull it off. A day in MLBB history that has kicked off today.
I agree, and as we enter the second match, we elevate the heat here in the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalries, join me in welcoming Team Liquid!
Ada peluang. Team Liquid is coming in.
The defending champions of MSC is here on
a
mission.
Greatest of all time.
Title and bring it home once again. But as they face their friendly foes, will they serve or serve?
Serve or be served. We're clocking that one. A tough fight, but again, it's Team Liquid. Their opponents, though, they have a lot to prove. Please join me in welcoming Aurora Gaming.
Aku suka Tekno sebab dulu kan Tekno juga sponsor produk kan. So the logo kita letak depan tu kan sangat cantik. And untuk teman-teman korang, Tekno juga dah sponsor satu tim
they might
dia
face a tough opponent today, but clearing hurdles has been their single focus on the road to MSC playoffs.
Logo Tekno akan kembali terpacak di MPL
they have met each other countless of times in the land of Dawn, but as usual, only one will prevail. The question is,
Who is it this time around?
We keep asking the question. We're going to figure it out. Please, gentlemen, Aurora, please, Team Liquid, you may place your keys. You may get ready and shake your hands in the middle. We'll see if they'll actually go for the full shake. It'll be the full respect play between our two captains here.
Ni pun keras dulu ya guys. Ni pun dua-dua boleh main guys.
It's gotta be. There it is. We're ready to go. My
Good.
friends, Team Liquid playing Aurora on the other side. Let's send it to our panel and kick things off.
Siapa menang? Pro Esports guys. Srg kalah.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. We're back and ready for our
Start
second
mati
series of the
Sanji.
day to begin. The beautiful matchup between Team Liquid, defending MSC champions of 25, now against Team Aurora Gaming, who are trying to figure out if they've brought enough to this meta to surprise the Giants and get over this mountain that has been Liquid standing in their way, Brigitte.
And if it's just about whatever they have in store for us in the series, then I will just not have specific expectations, especially if it's Aurora, you know, because they've been always constantly introducing these more unorthodox approaches to games, and we already touched on it earlier too. The fact that they were probably one of the first to try to Eudora, or maybe something else like a Selena later on.
Well, there's a new interactive effect in the shop. Happy Rhino Day. You guys can check that out right now. I know many of you, like me, are probably playing some MLBB whenever you get a chance. I played a bunch of ranked last night. If you're in game, maybe even in this...
Antara Onyx atau Aurora
Dang, bro.
Kalau TLPH ni kalah.
Maybe you don't want to show that one. Just hold on
I
himself.
think that was against Carl, if
No
I'm not
way.
mistaken.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, because it was on a troll. He often does a 1v1. Maybe he got lucky and got to play against him a day previously.
Anyways,
kita support orang dekat lower
yes, I mean, gentlemen.
Oi, nampak buku nota tu. Oi.
That's a lot of information. Okay, all good now.
That was chicken scratch, guys. I couldn't read
Oh,
it.
janganlah
There's
tunjuk
no
notes
way
tu.
anyone's picking up on that.
Well, anyways,
Kalau ada strategi kat situ macam mana?
the unique hero so far has been 45.
Oh.
So that's really good. Shout outs to Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. That's his name. That's what we keep calling him. Like, every night we call him, it's like, hey, Mr. Big Brain Man, and then we just end the call. He has been annoyed, but you know what's he gonna do? D&D.
Truly, Midnight has brought, in some ways, you guys have talked to him, and I think the word on the street is that this Eudora pick has kind of come in as an answer that Aurora Gaming have worked on with him. And obviously, an MPL caster, analyst, knows a lot about the game, has brought that expertise here against Liquid. But, Brigitte, the bigger question is, do they do enough? I mean, is there enough to really outplay it? We even saw, SRG, you can have the right draft, but the comfort on the heroes ends up being the difference in a tight match.
Yeah, but I think another question is, what is Liquid's comfort right now in the current meta? What have they been working on, and what do they feel suits their playstyle? Because we haven't really seen them perform in the current patch that we're in. The most recent one being in maybe Asian Games, but even then that was a different one. Like, you could still see more utility rather than assassins.
Let's go. Aku pun nak tengok juga guys, TLPH main meta apa guys. Nak tengok juga TLPH main meta apa ni.
I would say trying to grow into the patch to the point where, interestingly enough, they went for a gold lane hyper carry where it's just scary Teddy. Everyone else, from Carl to Sanford to Sanji to JP, all of them were utility to the point where JP was using a healer in Matilda in just protecting Teddy. Though I do have to say, it worked out very well. Teddy on a carry is properly disgusting. But again, different meta. It might be different now.
Sometimes I just want to interject this because I have the benefit of not having seen all of these games. So I'm coming in with no prejudice in some ways as well. The game that SRG is the first tight contest we saw.
Jangan salahkan individu ni guys. Overall SFT, overall SFT, tim Cambodia lagi better. Jangan cari kambing hitam tu. Tolong viewer Rain tolong jangan cari kambing hitam tu. Kalah sama-sama guys. Banyak mistake, semua banyak mistake tu. Tak boleh lah kalau kita just nak cakap Sky out, Maret. Tengok juga guys macam mana dapat space, river control menang ke tak, targeting okey ke tak.
that's why we're
Jangan cari
interested to
kambing
see
hitam,
whether
jangan
Team
cari kambing
Liquid,
hitam.
the position one, is it going to be Carl or is it going to be Teddy? Because
kita support orang kat lower bracket guys,
Carl
kita
is
support
an
orang kat lower
assassin user.
bracket.
I want him to be position one, but that means the draft is going to change quite a bit. And you were talking about gold lane. We're going to talk about Aurora in TNZ as a jungler. Even when assassins are not meta, that guy popped off to the point where we believe like, hey, maybe assassins are good even when it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, so much mind games. I think we're expecting more mind games here in this draft, but
Ling Fanny ban. Wow.
Flying clouds, Lafel. Liquid barely lose when they're on flying
clouds. Coach Aeon, what a draft.
During MPL even. They had a loss though, I think that was an Asian Games, but other than that, this should be a map that favors them.
Rayman, this is already an interesting opener here where Team Liquid, they're already betting out 2 assassins. They're betting out the Fanny and they're betting out the Ling. So they're not going to be opting for that one just yet. I don't know whether this means they will be using a utility jungler or just go back to Lancelot in the jungle. But look at Aurora. They're batting out the Zushin as well as 2 tanks. They ban out the Atlas and the Marcel.
Coming into this, if you're thinking assassins are the meta, you ban out Fanny, you ban out Ling. Does that mean you're expecting Aurora to pick Hirara here?
Oh yeah, honestly, that's an amazing first pick. And maybe Liquid will try to counter with the Eudora, considering that it's open. Because I feel like Aurora, if they pick up the Eudora first, then Team Liquid's like, I mean, that we just don't use assassins.
For VS ban, or don't lepas Hirara. Don't lepas Hirara, guys.
In terms of revealing their more
For VS ban,
heroes
Hirara ke
going up
first pick.
against a team like Team Liquid.
Ke Beleric first pick.
It's
Hirara,
not just
Beleric boleh, Hirara boleh.
on the Hirara
Zuxin,
as opposed to
Zuxin
what
ban.
we've brought up. But other than the Hirara, again,
Freya,
the Freya
sorry,
too is
tak nampak
available.
Freya.
So this is going to be the choice. A good
Kalau
flex
kita
for
tengok
Aurora.
ban hampir
Aurora
semua tim
potentially
lebih
picked
kurang
up
semua
by
sama
Carl
je
TZ
ban.
if he
Obvious,
likes.
Link,
But obviously the Freya, a strong pickup for Aurora Gaming. How will Team Liquid respond to this?
And also, this opens up for Aurora.
So
not
yang akan
only
Esmeralda.
in the EXP or the gold, but also enable a double fighter setup where maybe you can have like Yushin as a carry for now. Team Liquid shows
Eudora.
and now with the Esmeralda as well. So they're kind of asking Aurora, pick up the Hirara, we have an answer. But as we saw in the previous game,
Boleh
if
sepatutnya.
you're a good Hirara, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, and they can still flex this hero to a
Hirara, I don't lepas je Hirara, guys.
Want to face that matchup head on.
Hirara
They don't want to
Beleric.
Freya into the Esmeralda, and if they'd rather have a much more comfortable setup for them, but the Hirara that we were talking about goes over to
TNZ.
this time.
TNZ
I think
bagus
he
so assassin user
is
aku
likely
bagi
to be
tahu
one of the
terus terang,
best performing junglers on this kind of hero.
Dia punya
Definitely
Fanny
as an
meriang tu.
assassin specialist. But
Yusuf
even the
Shin.
Beleric. So
Ada pendapat abang
okay, now
apa
we're starting to
punca
see the
SRG tadi
idea
kalah.
behind
Banyak
Liquids.
punca
It's not
dia.
a Lancelot
It's
going
Yushin Shin,
next.
yeah.
It's a Yisun Shin.
Yeah, because I was looking at Yisun Shin as a possible pickup for either team here because
So
I feel like
player
both
baru
teams want to
Pagu,
be
Tak sama bang, Pagu ni dah ada dah.
both have is they know how to slow the game. They
Diorang
know how to
sama,
make
diorang
it
sama.
18 minutes,
Sigibum,
20 minutes. So
Pagu,
you need
Rosa,
an enabler
TNZ,
for that
Luna,
one.
sama-sama.
So the Yisun Shin is probably going to be position 1 for Team Liquid here. So
Yang
Carl
ada
should
player
be
baru
having
tim
a
semalam.
good
Siapa
game
nama dia?
knowing
Yang
Team Liquid.
jungler
I think
main link power tu.
question right
Spirit,
now
Spirit.
for Liquid though is
Padu tu dia.
granted the Yisun Shin in the jungle, is it likely we
Bila
see the
SRG
Esmeralda
loser.
still considered a flex and they just opting to go for a different XP lane?
Dorang
Because if they want to
pergi,
put it in
betul.
gold and just revolve around the Yisun Shin, I think that could be a fairly
Sabar Kimi, sabar
probable game
sabar
plan for them as
Kita support
well.
dorang kat lower bracket Kimi
Considering
Kita
that right
doakan
now,
dorang dapat
Aurora
reset
might
dan buat
just
yang
go
terbaik.
heavy on team fighting as well. It's a Beleric in the roam that you're seeing.
And that Beleric proved
Boleh
to
lagi
be
tu,
so
boleh lagi tu.
valuable on the side of pro esports and help them get 2 out of those 3 games to
Betul,
take
betul, Mo,
the
betul, Mo.
SRG,
Takkan jumpa
sending them
SRG.
to the lower side of the
Kalau
bracket.
menang ada peluang
It's a
jumpa
strong
SRG.
matchup so far. Harara, Beleric, Freya,
Macam mana bang
probably
kalau menang jumpa SRG
some of
sebab
our
nanti
highest
the
picked,
next
also
match
highest win rate
yang menang
heroes so
ni kalau
far
next
in
match
this
dia
game.
kalah akan jumpa SRG.
Haven't seen a lot of YSS, but I mean, you put it on Carl TZ in the jungle, you're
Yeah.
probably feeling confident.
And wouldn't the Lilia ban also
So,
suggest
tim kalah
that they
ni takkan
might want to
jumpa
go
SRG,
for that route?
Yeah.
It's
Kenapa
it's
tu
more tanks,
cameraman
yes.
macam
yeah,
tu?
because if they want just more melee, more close range targets, then
Kalau
they
kalah lower
definitely
terus balik.
would have to
Afiq.
take that out.
Dia 2 kali kalah. 2 kali kalah terus balik.
Also, you know, like Lilia is good against
SRG dah kalah sekali, kalau kalah lagi sekali kita balik. Ya, SRG balik.
Trying to punish for Aurora, making sure that whatever
Pening
picks
lah
they
bang,
do
tu boleh
have, the
case,
wave
boleh.
players are going to be great. And now a
Selena
targeted
ban,
ban. They ban out the Selena, and this is one of
Sociobus.
Rosa's pick. Where
Dua
from pejuang baju Melayu hijau, TLPH atau Onyx pun kalah gam first match 10 SRG. Onyx dengan TLPH semua ke playoff yai happy ending muka tersenyum dengan halu.
Other than that, there's still the Tilda, there's still the Gato Kacha, There's so many picks that JP can utilize here.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't seen
Macam
much
mana
of the
SRG boleh
utility
kalah?
roamers
Overall,
just yet. The more support type, healer type roamers.
Tim Cambodia tu main lagi bagus
I
lah.
guess next to that, if we're
Dorang
talking
tahu
JP,
macam mana nak
if they
utilize
really
draft
want to
dorang
go
dengan lagi
play
bagus.
around the season, then maybe another revitalized roam would just be next in terms of hierarchy, in terms of their options.
Boleh loan barang ke dari coach Kelpage? Loan barang apa? J dah. Cambodia menang hasil main. Tak tahu laju, tapi overall memang dorang dark horse makin kuat dorang guys.
The Gato Kacha again, one of JP's best heroes has been picked up. So looks like Team Liquid, they have adjusted to the meta, but they haven't strayed away from their identity.
Semangat siapa? Semangat siapa?
Still very liquid, like the picks you're seeing right now.
Tim Cambodia ke yang menang PH ke Asian Qualifier? Bukan. Dengar-dengar yang Cambodia menang ke Asian Qualifier tu line up rojak, line up campur-campur. Gatot! Wih, diorang main hero JP balik
I feel like they kind of need a gold laner because they're going up against a Yisun Shin.
Semangat diri, sabar.
Pretty good.
Rafa!
So this is going to be Belleric in the EXP. So
debut Rafa, guys.
So what, did it go Kimmy just so that they have a long range damage dinner? This is new, and the Uranus Midnight. What are you?
Mid lane Rafaela. What?
Midnight, what are you cooking? Yeah, this is a mid Rafaela. Oh, this is.
Hey.
Oh.
No choice.
Wow.
Dia meta apa ni weh?
Yang betul-betul orang kata apa? Compatible untuk bermain.
Rafa mid.
For Midnight. Why is catching us off guard so much?
We're not expecting from anyone. This is. I can see Big Brain Midnight. It's Mr. Big Brain Man.
Maybe the utility healer type we were suggesting was something I expected more from Liquid rather than Aurora.
This is the kind of
Aurora bawa 3 batu, 1 support tu.
We're playing for TNZ, right? All the heals, all the peels, everything goes to Harara. So who knows, this Harara might even go for a Sky Piercer, considering there's a lot of heal, there's a lot of crowd control, and now the Claw gets picked up by Team Liquid. So let me just say this, if Aurora somehow gets a very good early game, Team Liquid is gonna suffer for the fact that Claw needs farm, the Yisun Shin is farm, Esmeralda also kinda needs farm. So if Aurora has a good early game, Liquid might be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm also worried. It's a very annoying lineup to go up against if you are Liquid at this point. There are just ways to speed up. There's just the Wrath of Dryad that could just catch you and stop you in your tracks if you don't dive in. So timings are very crucial heading into this game.
Well, heading into our second series of the day, it's the defending MSC champions from LBB, Team Liquid versus Aurora Gaming. Let's see if the sparks will fly as expected as we send it over to our casters here, Trex. And
Uranus, Freya, Belleric kat depan.
Here we go. This is going to be an
Match Rafa akan support dari belakang. Aku tak pernah try lagi guys, Rafa Magic macam mana, tapi nanti aku boleh try.
So Liquid kena drag the game tu.
Dan orang akan bergantung dekat passive Rafa lah, passive Rafa yang baru, yang dia ada satu extra skill tu guys, yang boleh hidupkan orang guys. Skill yang boleh hidupkan orang tu.
It's been a while. Like
Salang King, welcome to the stream guys.
Maybe we saw a little bit of heal then, but I feel like, definitely saw some in M4 with all the utility jungle. But outside of that, it's been a very, very, very long time. I have been wondering about this, if we're going to start to see some classic, Ube in a sense. With such heavy assassin junglers coming back, sometimes that is the answer. Sustainability, steamroll, group up, and just power through. But the thing is, with something like Aurora, it's a little different than what you would classically see with that. Normally you see the utility jungler paired up with that.
This is a different flavor, I'd say, but leave it to a team like
Dota dalam ni guys, meta hidup ke orang ni.
Bring this kind of strategy to play. I think that's one of the big things. Even when you look at the emblems, the Rafaela looks to go ahead and obviously have a little bit more on that cooldown for the heal, depending on the build too. That Rose is going to go. What do you build here on that Rafaela to go in the mid lane, supplement this strategy that you're going with? And you have a lot of durability here. Some poking for Carl Tizzy and Pagu.
Also, you know, the Rafaela, what you get the revive now.
Dia tolong tim poking.
It's been a couple months since the revamp on that. It's no longer the big stun on that ult. You get to bring one of your teammates back to life, essentially. So even more sustainability in terms of how long you want to drag out a team fight. The target could literally be anyone on the team, honestly.
Dua from Coach Midnight. Sorry guys, just now my subscriber donated me to draft this. Enjoy the show.
Okay. I will enjoy the show. I hope your draft works.
First turtle is going to be up here to second too. So both teams are getting into movement for that turtle. One thing I would say, because of the nature of the competition, expect long team fights, right? I think that's the biggest thing. You're used to seeing really high speed, high stakes team fights, but with these kind of competitions, both sides, and a revitalize for JP. Hold on. Speaking of,
TNZ able to get the turtle. Carl TZ on the run. Look at the damage.
Sakitnya damage tu guys.
One more shot of Sanji. Sanji finally falls his first blood over to Lunar. But in the midst of that, TNZ drops.
Hidupkan balik.
Right, so that's what we're talking about. That revive is going
to
play a role throughout the game here.
Meta buyback tu guys.
By Aurora. They're going to go ahead and
meta buyback ke Rin? Okay, aku akan namakan meta ni meta buyback guys.
He's going to go ahead and get that just fine, but
so dia boleh hidup cepat lah ya.
Boleh hidupkan. Tim dah mati dia boleh hidupkan terus.
Vitalize in this sense is pivotal because he needs to extend the team fight for the team. You got to go ahead and deal with the heals that are coming out from that Rafaela pick for Rosa. But not only that, but being able to kind of weave in and out of the fights because of the Velric, being able to, you know, cast that rapid drive, lock down these members of TL, you could get stopped in your tracks, and that's not where you want to be here. So the timing on being able to extend team fights are crucial for TL.
So Aurora getting that first turtle. Even though they lose TNZ, levels still very similar between Carl TZ and TNZ.
Tapi buyback tu yang buat
Sanford
mahal
able to get that kill.
Kau bayangkan late game, dua-dua tim 70 saat hidup.
From that last
70 saat hidup.
But still,
tapi time itu Rafaela boleh hidupkan cepat.
Boleh. So 70 saat tu deny terus.
The only thing they're going to have to watch out for, I think at this point, is Sanford getting to that back line, something that he is so good at.
So the Esmeralda does really well. Good item pickup already here for Rosa. Flask of the Oasis locked in, helping with that sustainability that we're really talking about. It's a highlight of this lineup, and this was kind of thrown out there, right? With the theory, the kind of theory crafting out there about after this patch, you know, would we see these healing roams pop up? And I know it's, you know, this time it's in the hands of Rosa, but you could think about how dynamic a lineup can be now with the Rafaela, and even, for example, maybe a Matilda mid we see in the future. You know, Estes, of course, still being one of those heroes that comes into mind with this kind of concept, but second turtle is up. Let's see if this one will once again go over to Aurora. Carl TZ is going to make his way, but he might be here a little bit too late for this take.
He's not going to go for it. He is going to back off. He takes a lot of damage from Lunar. Gets a stun onto him. JP getting a little vision as well. Sanford not going to fully commit, but Aurora wants to take the fight. A big mount shock onto multiple members, getting the stun. Aurora decides not to go for this orange buff. They are going to back off.
This is one of those things, Trent, where it's like, okay, Team Liquid knows the play here with this type of, you know, your claw needs to build up, Flicker burnt. They have to choose their fights really carefully, and that's one of the difficult things.
Bila Rafa ada skill boleh hidupkan orang yang dah mati guys, so tim boleh sentiasa agresif. Dia sesuai untuk tim apa tau guys? Tim yang ada identiti suka perang. Nampak orang perang. Bawa meta ni sedap.
Kenapa Freya macam flicker tadi ya?
You know, if there's a team that can channel patience outside of Team Liquid or some other teams, Aurora is definitely one of them. They're not trying to force fights here. They're getting objectives. They're playing the map slowly. They're looking for the slow burn, the slow kill right now, and that is going to start to scale a little bit. You have the Freya, you have this heal, and the fact that it is a mid lane Rafaela, not a roamer, that's going to actually start to benefit. She's going to benefit from some of those items and maybe even output a little bit of damage as this game goes on. Team Liquid does have some scale of their own. And I mean, this is probably one of the slowest games we've seen so far in groups.
Well, this is very different from our previous matchup, but here we go.
Big AOG connects, does get the knock up.
Gila.
Onto the backside, Carl TZ.
Carl, gila.
JP gonna be next, chopped off, taken out, and Sanford falls as well. A double kill into the hands of TNZ. Aurora take a huge lead, 6 minutes in.
And that is the power of this lineup. You saw it right there, the amount of heals, the amount of movement speed. As we look at the replay here from STC, this pressure was around that purple buff. Pagu made his way around, but crashing in under the tier 1
menarik ke? Tengok draft Aurora ni.
Wadak
baru masuk ni, ada cerita menarik ke? Tengok draft ni, tengok draft Aurora ni guys. Tengok draft Aurora ni.
Play is for this kind of composition. This is why it ends up working out. You can see the men behind it for this one. This concept is working for Aurora as they get now the third and last turtle of this game.
This is what I mean when I say we are just unpacking the meta.
Yeah.
The layers are still peeling off right now, and we still got a long way to go to figure out exactly what is what.
Bedah patch and gunakan patch dengan cara yang berbeza.
We have the Raphael and it is working beautifully. Definitely we can't count TL out just yet. But the fact that Aurora is up 4K right now, 2 towers, TL has been unable to take anything. If they can keep this lead past the first Lord, that is unheard of.
Again, this was a big thing, you know, for a lot of people coming into this year's MSC here at EWC 26 was, you know, just where would the meta be? How would the current contenders for the championship and the defending champions themselves adapt to a meta that's quite different, right? Just from last year alone, just from a few months ago for a lot of people. And it's already showing here. Oh, no.
Oh, no escape from that one. Teddy will go down. Aurora looking for new targets now into the mid side. Carl Teasy just wants to get his camps. But Aurora want more. They want to come for this tower wave crashing down the mid. And look at the grab. A lot of damage on a TL. In the backside, Aurora able to push Sanji away. And Siggy Boom locks on. JP falls as well. Aurora is relentless on this mid lane.
Aurora is relentless in this game, and they'll get another as Sanford is the next to fall.
I thought for sure they were done, but now they're under
guys, percaya cakap aku guys. Next game dorang ban tu. Rafa ni guys.
In the face of Team Liquid, in the face of a holy defense, they're jumping under towers.
Man, oh man, who would have thought this is what you'd see in an opening matchup here for Team Liquid, and now they're
Dua from Coach Cheon. You happy first Yara Midnight. Let's see if you still happy after 17 minutes of the game.
Aku tak sampai ni 17 minit ni. Tak sampai ni 17 minit. TLPH kena
They're going to wait for the minions. They're going to make their way slowly here as they put on a show.
Ini baru 9 minit tu. Kena end 9 minit ke?
JP and Sanji are up. AOG comes out. Wave of minions comes out as well. Aurora can't fully overcommit. A big stun coming in from Sanji. But they fall. JP, Sanji down for the count. Aurora Gaming don't want to waste any time. Sanford dives in with a fallen Star Moon. It's another wave coming. Will Aurora stay here?
Okay, they bought some time. They cleared things out, but man, the stacks right now on TNC are insane.
Masuk mati guys.
They're going to keep on going. They're not going to give it up. Finally able to lock onto the base. TNC will help Aurora take game number 1.
What a statement this is for the entire teams competing here at MSC. I mean, even Aurora Gaming is... They're smiling about this.
SRG kalah dah gila guys. TLPH semua kena bantai ni, apa cerita ni abang kakak?
Perfectly from the mind of Coach Midnight back there and the rest of Aurora Gaming. This is, hey, as you said, Trex, the man right now is pretty much wide open.
In the great words of
19-1 tu. Bapak dia meta Rafa mid ni guys.
All I gotta say is that
Abang Lot, saya nak main Rafael lah pula Abang Lot. Let's go bang, abang main je hero keras-keras cepat bang. Saya akan main Rafael lah.
Time on that. That was under 10 minutes I feel like. Maybe a little bit more. But the fact
19-1 dan bawah 10 minit guys.
Never held a clutch.
Bawah 10 minit.
My goodness. As you look at the highlights here from STC, you can see it. You know, they're just it seemed like the switch just flipped. And a lot of that switch had to do for TNC. TNC is a phenomenal jungler. He's surprised us so many times. And even with this,
tak guna langsung buyback dia. Ya doh. Pasal pasif pun tak guna guys, hidupkan orang.
And then when they went into the space, you could see Team Liquid just kind of knew there's not much that we can do
Siapa
about
cakap
this.
tadi?
It's just too much.
Aurora tak ada match dengan apa.
The studio has to break this one down. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them to see what they have to say.
Tu relax je, tak ada ni pun boleh menang. Diorang tak nak main meta scaling dah guys diorang buat. Meta ni tak perlu tunggu item guys. Ni meta tabrak tu guys ni. Meta Aurora ni.
Sometimes there is a lot to say, sometimes there's just a lot to look at. And that's a 9-minute win for Team Aurora Gaming. And I think that this certainly was a surprise
Dua
for me.
from God Coach Midnight. What? 17 minutes. 3-10 minutes first. Ya Coach muka tersenyum dengan Halo BTW. Thanks to my subscriber earlier.
Dah gaduh pula dua coach ni, Allah.
Made me feel like I was leaning more towards the possibility of Aurora.
Hiburan SB je tu guys.
How unexpected, how surprising
Bergaduh
it
pula
was,
coach Midnight dengan coach
and
Ayo
how
ni.
much it
Tak payah tunggu 17 minit tunggu 10 minit pun tak sampai ke?
And Liquid with an 88% vote on your match pick'ems results.
Nampak,
Make sure
guys.
to keep giving us
12%
those ideas. Liquid obviously in the majority, but Aurora with that 12%
strat ni
surprise.
late
That's
game
what
okey ke
Midnight
coach?
does
Tak tahu
though,
Dino.
isn't it?
Kalau ikut secara
Honestly,
logik
though,
macam
like,
tak okey.
Like I said during the draft, this is kind of what I saw coming.
Tapi kita tak pernah tengok lagi draft ni sampai late game pun. Maksudnya betul-betul kuat early to mid guys.
Because there's a lot of support. And like I
Betul
said,
lah aku cakap.
with the draft
They
that
have to
Team
finish
Liquid
the game
has,
early tapi tak adalah
Esme's gonna be
se-early
farming,
macam ni
Claude's
dengan
gonna be farming,
membantai tu.
He's gonna be farming.
Masalahnya satu je Duki.
Bukan membantai,
somehow
membuli.
Aurora gets a very good early game. There was
Keluar habis
no
mati, keluar
chance
habis
that
mati,
Liquid
keluar habis
could
mati
really come
bro.
back into the game.
Yeah, the fact that
Memang-
we had to take their
memang
time,
dorang band,
we
dorang
had
fun.
to play it slow.
world
We
champion,
failed to
defending
see
champion tu.
the synergies that you would expect
kau
from this lineup.
buatkan
The
dia
way that
orang
they
ni
would
macam
just layer
budak-budak
their
kau.
skills all together, because you really can't expect them to be on the same or at the same place at the same time. They had to take their time.
Kenapa tak ada dah
So
YT,
even when,
ah?
let's say, you get to actually land an AOG or two
Warga
before
YT ada ke?
Storm Moon and
Warga YT?
even
won't matter.
Sanji, it doesn't matter
It
because
won't
I
matter.
feel like the damage is not just going to be enough.
I'm still on the Belleric train. Again, this is 3 out of 4 games that Belleric has won
Socia
today.
Buzz.
And
Dua
Belleric great
from
on it as well.
Kalzi
Uranus
Rain.
also really,
Terceduk
really strong.
saya.
But you're
Risau
right,
lah
it was
kau
really
GC,
the
janganlah.
surprise came out with the
Janganlah.
Raphael and
Mental,
Rosa.
santai dulu. Baru first game,
Look for you, Lafel. What was
Kau
the
bawa
impact
balik
of it?
kat
Do you
sini.
have
Kau
to
bawa
deal
balik,
with it
kau bawa
now
balik.
if that's
Relax.
something
Kau
Midnight's
good
gonna
tu.
pull out
Kau tak
again
boleh
with
dah
Aurora
ciduk
Gaming?
macam tu
The
0-4
crazy
kau tak
thing
apa tu.
is,
Tak apa
it's
tak apa.
not just
Kau good, kau
the,
good. Kau relax je.
the Rafaela.
Ada yang YT,
On the
YT ada yang warga
Because
YT aman
here's
eh.
the thing, Rosa still went for
Ya,
the
dia
flash of the
bawah
Oasis.
10 minit
Once
tu
the flash of
gila
the
siap.
Oasis got picked up, they're waiting for another item, and that was the Sky
Macam tak ada
Piercer coming
gini-gini
in
dibuat
from the
ni.
Herrera.
Yes,
Once they
you-
have both of them, the game was over. Because number one, there's too much damage from Aurora, and there's nothing that Liquid could do. And
ini
then the
adalah satu
healing,
tempat
as well as the
untuk
shields
tim-tim
coming in
MPL
from Aurora,
untuk
there's too
gather a
much.
lot
There's
of
nothing
data,
Liquid can do.
a
Betul.
lot
And number
of
three,
meta,
the draft coming in from
a
Liquid,
lot of
they don't have the wave clear.
strategies.
They have to wait for 3
Dan
items on
mereka
the
boleh
clock, then
training
they have
daripada
the wave
sekarang
clear. Because that's one of
dalam
the
speed.
weaknesses of Eudora.
Tim-tim yang
Eudora is
6
good against
pasukan
heroes,
yang
not
tengah
so much against
melihat
minions.
menonton ini.
Yeah, and the
kalau
way that
tak
they just
ambil
drafted this and played
peluang
this
untuk
was just
do
so
something,
you could see TNZ move
sangat
faster
rugi.
around the map, farm faster, and end the game faster eventually because of just the again Rafaela and the Belleric just allowing him to do whatever he
Sama
wants.
juga di Indo,
I
di
feel like that could not
PH,
apply for
Philippines,
Liquid
tim-tim
despite
yang
it
tak
being a
pergi ke
revitalized lineup,
MCD,
despite it
MCD
being
pula,
very
MSC ni kan.
identical to the Liquid draft that we're so
Dibully,
familiar with.
ya, dibully
This was just
semua.
a different
19-1
problem
guys.
entirely
Seperti
that he had to
Spanyol
deal
bully
with.
Argentina.
I mean,
Iya.
I think Golden Road, let's not even talk
Korang
about that.
tahu,
Let's
korang
just
boleh
get
terfikir
Golden Road.
macam mana Aurora boleh terfikir meta ni.
Tire that's flat. They're trying to figure out what has gone
Macam
wrong.
mana Aurora,
Hopefully they have a spare idea
tim yang
coming
luar
into it,
daripada
because
orang kata
Aurora
region
Gaming
Big
have
3 ni
caught them
boleh
off guard.
terfikir meta ni.
Defending champions, trying to go back to back in Liquid, surprised. Maybe
Itu
even
yang
stunned,
bagusnya
they would
bila
say,
kau ada
watching
mindset
how that first game
tak
turned
ikut
out.
meta.
Under
Faham tak
10
maksud aku?
minutes, and they have gone
Kalau
back
kalau
in for
kalau
another
mindset
10-minute
kau terlalu
break.
ikut
Rafael,
meta,
you had
kau
a
akan
lot
fikir
to,
kau
obviously
akan
say
fikir macam
about
mana
that.
cara nak main
But what
hero
can you show us
yang
about
tim
what
lain
went right and
selalu
what
main.
went wrong for both Aurora Gaming
Faham tak?
and Liquid in game 1?
Ya bang?
Here we go.
Let's see Celsius kalau menang 2-1.
You're on the clock.
Okay.
So for now, we have to go back into the
Okay.
draft and talk about how this really worked out and why it really counters what Team Liquid wanted to do. Because here's the thing, it's not that Liquid drafted wrong,
Setuju.
it's just that Aurora, like we keep saying, thank you very much, by the way. And you see how
It's such a good telestration segment. Everyone's cheering for you.
And there you go. Because here's the thing. Midnight, the thing is, he knows Liquid, he can roughly predict how they're going to draft. So they just draft around you if you want to go.
At this point, you're not even doing telestration. You could hold your mic at this point.
Okay, there you go. So
it's like, what's it?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing where this is gonna be position 1. By the way, I don't know whether they're angry at me or they're cheering
Aku
for
dah
me.
cakap Ray, Rosa nak mata saji
This is position 1 coming in from the Harara. And one of the weaknesses of the draft coming in from Liquid is that this, and this needed farm. So if you have 3 members that needs farm, only 2 members can defend. And let me just say, these 2 cannot defend when it comes to the minions. So it became a point where the damage coming in from Herrera is just a little bit too much, and there's nothing that Liquid can do. We're going to be looking at a clip here. Hold on. All right. So we're looking at mostly the damage as well as the sustain coming in from Aurora. Look at how, in terms of TNZ going in, he is basically going up against 4. Now, usually that's not such a great idea, but what if he just doesn't die? What if he just does too much damage and then there's nothing much that they can do? Because at this point, TNZ has 3 stacks or 30 stacks. Oh, perfect. 30 stacks of Sky Piercer. And let me just tell you, Rainday, for you and for everyone else.
Yes, please.
If you have 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer, you basically can go in 1v3. The reason why you can go 1v4 is because of that heal. We're going to be looking at the clip here and look how instantly that they were able to get this win, and then the Rapid Riot as well as we can see that Sigibum just goes in and destroys the
daripada
backline.
Rafa pick tu guys, penggunaan Hirara daripada TNZ ni cemerlang guys.
The second to third, that was
timing
checkmate.
dia
That was when Aurora
immune,
already
macam mana cara dia dash dekat backline and keluar balik.
Flying clouds, maximizing Rosa using this Rafaela, where on the passive you can revive one of your teammates, and now with the flying clouds you get onto the stage much faster. So thank you very much, Brigida. That's
good. At this point, meta macam meta boleh buat guys.
Coming in from Aurora, utilizing the strengths of their draft and the weakness of Liquid's draft. And again, shout outs to my boy for holding the mic. You did a good job, even though you forgot to do it.
Hey, I still did a good job.
Hey,
she was interpreting
what
you were saying too.
Yeah, and remember how you
She's
were...
the banana, I'm the potato.
Yeah.
Oh, dari 11-1.
Oh, wait, actually that does work.
19-1 ya.
What?
You're going off the rails, LaFell.
I don't know where that...
He's got too much screen time, guys. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, I feel like everyone wants Brigida. So you want to talk?
Okay. Rainday. What I say?
To me?
Oh, yeah, I was saying something before this, but remember how you were asking us on our thoughts on whether or not Aurora are actually capable of doing it this time around. And we were both on the same page that yes, there's a chance, and we might slightly be leaning towards that. Game number 1, I think, significantly skewed our expectations for this series, but again, this is Liquid. This is Liquid, and mid-series adaptation is nothing new to them. Let's just hope that there does come significant adjustment, because I do agree that was a draft that demanded so much and was really difficult to pull off.
And it's kind of rare that we've seen this in this tournament so far in our first couple of days, where draft has almost like a gotcha moment. A moment that you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that. Liquid might have been caught off guard.
Let's go tengok draft.
Duel from Coach Shayon. Renhead Mitlis. This team make asterisk looking worse than 7 gigaliter vs SRG. Kino sangat ni.
Today, guys, we have to wrap this one up. Let's do our best. But we need to become coming to game 2 much more.
Apa tu? Okay, apa dia?
Here against Aurora Gaming. They're going to be sent to the lower side of the bracket.
Tak, dia tengah berbunyi. Saya tak dengar suara abang.
Could send the defending champions right back.
Wadak. Okay, apa dia?
The Liquid Stampede. At this point, we got to talk about the Aurora Avalanche, because
Gajuk pula,
look at how
guys.
much they just
Apa dia bang? Abang Lot?
They were an unstoppable force of
Abang Lot ku sayang.
And I gotta say,
Abang Lot, kesayanganku.
probably doesn't like snow.
I guess so.
Tak nak
We
jawab
have
guys.
to ask a horse. We have to find one first. I don't know how much horses they have in France.
Aduh, korang ni lain kali janganlah bagi SB waktu Abang Lot tengah bercakap.
Oh, cool.
Maybe 2
Tiba kan, nampak bang? Sebab abang saya marah diorang bang Sebab abang saya marah diorang bang
All right, we'll ask the camera crew to follow us for us to ask the horse. Do you like or dislike snow?
But it does snow here, so they should be able to.
I still haven't experienced snow.
Same, but it nonetheless, it doesn't make it any easier for the horse. So again, we do have quite some questions heading into this draft. Even if it were on flying clouds, it did not necessarily work out for Liquid the way we expected it to be. And I just can't help but think back, because during that moment wherein they brought out the Rafaela, there were just a multitude of options that we were considering. Maybe something along the lines of the Louis, even if they're just talking about wanting to go up against compositions that are forced to group together, but instead they do it with a completely different approach. And that I'm really starting to like from Aurora, the way that the big brain decisions in draft just suddenly come in. So it's gonna be a task right now for Liquid. Now that they're on blue side, they're the ones who will be choosing this, I believe. But we haven't found out.
Okay, and we do. Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top jungler at MSC is TNZ. Proven pretty well in game 1. As for second and third, I put Carl, TZ, and Kyle. Those two are interchangeable.
I mean, like, based on that early performance,
Dua from Boxedem Lugage Rain. Aiman dah lupakan saya ke Man. Aiman dah tak sayang saya ke Aiman. Aiman tolong Man. Baru seminggu lebih tak jumpa Aiman dah tak sayang saya. Ye muka menangis.
Wants to prove everyone wrong by saying, hey, I can use the link.
Yeah, and hey, the Eudora ban that Aurora put out just now somewhat helps them in just confidently picking that up. But just the same, I don't think they
Link Valentina
less
Atlas.
confident about the responses that they went with. The Atlas and the Valentina, I feel, are really good pickups. The first time we see the Atlas open today, honestly, and it's going to be paired up with the Valentina, who I think is, again, one of the better heroes to fare up against the Link.
And here's the priority on the Beleric. We also saw the Valentina picked in that game SRG against the Beleric. It didn't do enough. And so this is something that Aurora's trying to say. We like the idea.
Tadi di venue bukan main sorak lagi bilik SRG kalah. Serius Anas?
Grab the Atlas now that it's available as Ling, Beleric, and the third pick about to be chosen for Team Liquid, trying to get on a good start here.
I gotta say, Brigida, I don't know
Aurora's
gonna make this
Dua
crazy
from Sikat Abang Lord. Dah botak-botak typo sorry. Dah tua-tua pun merajuk.
Macam personal je awal-awal. Ayat awal tu macam personal je.
The question is, who's going to be the jungle? Because the Fanny's banned, Aurora's banned, as well as the Ling has been banned. Those are the top picks in the jungle. There's still the Nolan, Yisun Shin, the Hayabusa, all, in my opinion,
korang masih main meta scaling.
I'm just not entirely sure which one they're going to pick up. Because
Steady cuma cloud ke guys? Steady ni cuma cloud ke guys?
They do like to use the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa is a little bit different now. Shorter range, so not as effective.
Cloud perlu item, Ling perlu item. So meta TLPS ni late game guys.
That was the hero to at least match the Ling ever since. It was always been the Hayabusa Ling matchup, but considering right now that it will be much difficult to get out since the heroes that Liquid currently are on could do fairly well in terms of chase. I think they would just opt to save their jungle for later and instead lock in the Paquito. They can take out the Esmeralda from this point onwards if ever they really just don't want to have that matchup. But I can't help but feel like even the Beleric is something we're not entirely sure of if it's going into Rome.
It could go EXP, but personally for me, it just doesn't feel like a Sanford kind of hero.
That's true.
I feel
boleh
like
jadi diorang main dengan Akai, boleh jadi dengan Guinevere. Guinevere pun sedap juga dalam cloud guys.
I feel like the stationary hero for Sanford
ke Paquito Golin. Possible juga DP zaman FPM possible juga
And I just feel like a lot of us would rather not see these really active XP laners on the likes of Uranus and Esmeralda. Fortunately, the Uranus is gone, but the Esmeralda...
Flexible pick Paquito ni flexible pick guys ni. Paquito ni flexible pick.
The Uranus. Uranus is an EXP laner. Paquito is known as an EXP laner. So does this mean this Paquito is a flex? It could go to the gold or to the jungle?
Honestly, if you're up against Aurora, I don't know anymore.
You know what? Big Brain Midnight. Big Brain Man Midnight.
Paquito ni boleh pergi jungle juga.
BMM.
Paquito jungle
Brain Man Midnight.
He's trying, man.
Menarik tu. Tapi sebenarnya by teori boleh.
Bawa kembali Paquito jungle.
Secara teori boleh bang. Secara teori boleh.
Ya, sebab lawan Ling tu.
Oh, okay. Even the board taken out. Yeah, that's interesting. Why the Uranus fan of all bans
tak pasti,
here?
baru ni pun ada yang 9 minit lebih, under 10.
So you think a Paquito jungle was...
Gold.
Right. Gold might be because the way that they're not banning out the Esmeralda...
Tapi Valen nak kat mana guys?
Might they consider having them both on their side?
Ada 9 minit lebih.
Because...
Hai semua, welcome to the stream.
Sense a possibility that might be the plan.
Saja kena silang dengan bracket.
Horse's sense is tingling, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to ban the Esmeralda. It's not like Esmeralda.
Oh, vitality. Sorry.
Tapi kalau diorang main Paquito Golin guys, diorang perlukan jungler yang boleh hyper lah. Contohnya macam Yisun Shin boleh. Roger.
It makes you overthink. And have you overthink Esmeralda?
Ling boleh. Ling pun boleh main double fighter guys.
Your overthinking has helped them out.
So we're all overthinking right now.
Do you like to overthink, Brigida?
I don't want to, but I'm forced to.
You're forced to?
I'm forced to overthink right now because of what Aurora did in game number 1, and understandably so. Liquid, hopefully it's not too much of being reactive that we're getting to see from them right now. Because at least for now, their first 3 picks look solid. But Harley...
Tapi Harley ni power hero TNZ guys
in a way, an assassin.
Mungkin dia rasakan Paquito ni golin.
Magic assassin?
Yeah.
Not as great as Ling, but still serviceable for sure. So now Liquid, after seeing that, at least they know this Paquito is not going to go to the jungle. So it's either gold lane or EXP, but I gotta say that has to be an EXP because
Dua, from pejuang MYR, personal opinion nama coach memang sesuai ada coach Rain sebab dah macam level cikgu. Even dah pencen pun panggil cikgu sebab jasa coach terlalu signifikan.
Sure. Kenapa jasa? Mana ada jasa sangat guys?
You need a turret pusher. Maybe a
Brody.
A Brody or a Moscow. Either Brody or
Moscow. Nak tanya satu soalan. Waktu
Yeah.
game SRG tadi, if Yuzon tukar dengan Gatot atau Paquito, wah win tak? Gatot the idea guys bagi aku the idea adalah sepatutnya draft tu Kram kena main body. Faham tak body? Body ni adalah orang yang boleh tadah damage dan orang yang boleh buka semak. Kemal So tak kisahlah, boleh jadi Terizla, boleh jadi Ruby, hero-hero Kram yang lama, boleh jadi Uranus pun tak kena ban.
Kalau dia kalah ni, dia takkan jumpa SRG.
Baru aku rasa draft tu akan lebih balance sebab Sekais main damage. Melainkan dia nak main Yuzong juga, Sekais main utility.
Another what?
Barat.
Wow. Boom. How we feeling, Brigitte?
Confused.
So
Where is it going? Like who is who?
Paquito golden tu.
Sekarang meta macam-macam tu guys. Ya Allah.
Paquito golden tu. Sebab dia nak bagi Cloud tak hidup ni.
Our job is done.
It's gold Paquito.
Confirm.
It's gold Paquito. We'll see how they're going to push out
What if
later.
Kram yang main Freya game tu boleh counter Iraras sekali? Boleh?
Is a good counter towards the artist. So maybe that's just a lane
Tapi
matchup.
aku tak sure sebab game sebelum tu kan dia main Freya kalah.
Harley jungle gold, Paquito, Aurora Gaming doing midnight things. My goodness, this series has not disappointed.
Baik,
Let's see if
draft.
Game 2, Aurora Gaming can close it out and send
Aurora
our
ni.
defending champions of MSC to the
Let's go.
elimination
Kita tengok execution guys. Yang penting execution Draft juga. Meta baru juga guys.
Here we go.
Lah, betul lah bang. Saya rasa ni MSC paling best setakat ni.
Bukan kata MSC je. Even kalau nak main rank apa ke, banyak hero kau boleh bawa macam-macam. Kalau tidak,
another interesting from Coach Midnight as
well.
What do you think of this one? We saw Barrett's go XP lane in the hands of Kid Bomba yesterday.
We saw the fighter meta go into the hands
bagi meta
of Team
ataupun
Spirit
patch lama
yesterday,
sikit.
and it worked well.
Yep.
I'm not counting it out at all for Aurora right now. I don't think this is extremely surprising. Yes, it's a little offset.
Barat boleh menang lane ni tak dengan Harlock? Boleh tu Barat.
But we have seen it worked, and as I keep on saying,
Paquito pun boleh menang lawan Cloud guys.
To the meta right now, nice.
I think a lot of people want to see,
kalau tanya aku jujur
using the Ling. This hero alone has
draft kanan ni kuat early to mid game, draft kiri ni kuat late game. Tapi draft kiri ni scaling tu guys.
Let's see how he plays it. This is already some rough pressure though.
Lunar Flicker dashes in. A lot of damage on Carl Teasy. He's left his lane just for the invade. Rosa forced to use a flicker. A little bit of damage onto Sanford. Sanford flickers as well. Everyone backs off.
You see how much is needed to go ahead and protect that early pressure in the jungle. Even with the changes here, now they're going for purple.
Look at the pressure. The stun lands. JP goes down. Pagu gets it.
Diorang main double fighter guys. Lepas tu diorang main gameplay early game guys. Faham tak? Diorang main early game guys. Tapi memang sepatutnya main meta double fighter kena main early game guys. Banyak kejutan tu hari kedua ni guys. Semalam bosan tu. Semalam 2-0 guys. Hari ni
he's not really in shape to take this first turtle, but if somehow Team Liquid Philippines can secure it, that kind of stop the bleeding a little bit here. But look at this, the lockdown again.
Barat telan orang.
Stun lands on a JP. JP is going to take a second
Mati
death.
JP.
Within 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Aurora Gaming with over 1,000 gold lead, and they haven't even taken the first turtle yet.
Diorang main double fighter tu. Lepas tu main aggressive early. Ni meta apa guys?
TNZ with all the space, they continue on. Grab and nab, the pull back, Sanford gonna try to vengeance through. Re-engages, JP.
Kenapa dia paksa commit kat Sanford guys? Sebab Sanford dah tak ada flicker tadi. Kau perasan tak? Tadi Sanford dah buang flicker dekat area blue buff. Sebab tu diorang commit kat Sanford guys.
Building up on that lead, continuing to put pressure on all sides of the map, and this whole time, again, Sigiboom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this gold lane Paquito. You know he's gonna hurt when he starts showing up to these fights, and so far, when that next
Tengok
turtle
guys,
comes
diorang
up,
rusuh
it's gonna be
kau-kau
really dangerous here.
tu.
They continue to try to delay Carl
Gila,
Teasy.
gila,
He needs
Sarah.
these buffs. He needs to be able to go ahead and catch up. He's 2 levels down right now against Tienzi.
Sanford once again taking a lot of damage. Deadly Magic unable to get the finish. But Aurora everywhere right now, and the Barats is looking clean. It's bulky. Lunar continues to land those stuns.
Yeah.
Continues to get those pushbacks.
Tienzi ni asal main
Again, this is just
Tienzi
really
Teddy ni asal main
smart
cloud
drafting
terus
and
ke?
just
Ada masalah full hero
excellent
ke?
execution right now from Aurora Gaming from game 1 now to game 2.
Barat counter siapa
They
dia?
have stopped the
Ya,
stampede.
aku rasa diorang main body lah. Satu sebab Barat boleh juga landing dengan Arlot. Tak bagi kesan Arlot dekat Barat, dekat landing itu satu. Satu lagi, diorang ada hero setup which is Atlas. So diorang perlukan penadah badan satu dekat XP. So satu setup, satu badan. So badan dia dekat sini siapa Rain? Badan dia ni lah.
I think again, they find themselves in the situation of game 1 where it's like, do we wait a little bit here? Do we try to scale up into this game?
Lunar is going to go back to base here. And I think, yeah, Team Liquid at this point, they kind of have to. You got to look for Teddy to get some gold. Luckily, he hasn't gone down. Carl Teasy as well hasn't taken a death. He's lost a purple buff early on in the game. It's why they didn't try to contest on that last turtle. They know that they're a bit behind right now. Not even just a bit, it's almost 3K gold. Will they even try to fight for turtle number 2, honestly?
With that retribution, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So this turtle will go in the hands of Aurora. Right now, it seems like the call is, yeah, just wait, but hold on, Teddy could be in trouble. Luckily, JP is here to keep him secure. Turtle's locked in, though. It's secure. Where's Pagu going to go?
Diorang memang main early
This is the
game.
best thing that Carl can do. They'll push that bottom side, get some extra gold, but there's a fight.
Not just a fight, a big fight, a nice Wrath of Dryad onto 3 members of Aurora. Sanji
Whoa!
kill, but look at the fatal links and look at the damage. Sanford trying to vengeance through
Sanford! Ooh, Sanford!
Picking it up, but will eventually drop a double kill before taken out by Siggy Boom.
Sanford
Well, this is
bawa mundur.
happening though. Carl Teasy taking a purple buff of his own. They're trying to even the playing field.
Hey, Tretch,
Sanford
as bad as
ya.
things were, at least it wasn't worse here. That was a
Kira-kira
great
kira
fatal
ada
link
apa?
setup.
Okay, so.
As we look at, well, we got a chance to look at the replay here. Look at the fatal links after that setup. This could have been way worse, but again, some maneuvering here, some finesse from TL keeps them from getting decimated here under that tier 2 turret. And it also, mind you, allows Carl Teasy once again to get what he can, takes a buff, because he's got to play the catch-up game here. They need to be able to get just ready for that first ward once it comes up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them give up the next turtle too. Just again, give that call.
Hi Isaac, welcome to the stream guys. Yang mana belum follow dulu dekat YT yang belum subscribe dulu. Kita tengah Nova game. Good.
You can't count
Good
Team Liquid
LPH.
out until after the first Lord, at least in my book. As long as this gold lead stays around 2.5 to 3K, TL will always have a hand to
Apa yang
fight
berlaku
with.
dengan tim
I'm
besar
still
ni?
waiting for that big moment for Carl
Meta
Teasy to
adjustment,
pop
guys,
off,
meta
though.
adjustment.
He's been farming,
Patch adjustment,
he's able to
patch
come back a little
adjustment.
bit. He steals a purple buff. Look at the damage. Does come down onto Lunar. Lunar's able to use the flicker. Tempest of Blades falls as well. And everyone pulled back in. The damage on Aurora's insane. But Evader links in response. Still not enough as Teddy locks onto Pagu, chasing him down, but there's no escape today. A double kill into the hands of Sanford.
Leave it up to Sanford to make
Contoh
that
gift
play.
ke tak?
What a final
Kena
slash she was able to
tutup.
use
Band.
to set things up, but it's still Aurora. They take down a tier 2 turret. They're finally going to lose the turret in the mid lane, but Aurora now needs to be a little more calculated. They put themselves in that position. They know an Arlot's there, so they got to watch out for that. And so little by little, TL has brought themselves into a position now where maybe they can actually get a turtle, unless still it's that call of give them this one. Let's just get ready for that Lord. JP is going to give that information. Sanji's here as well.
LPH dia sangat saja ke tak?
Carl Teasy's not even a part of this though, as he wants to push down bot.
Another turtle in the hands of Aurora as Carl Teasy looks for more map control. Team Liquid have dropped that gold deficit down. It's only a 700 gold lead over the hands of Aurora.
Kenapa Pakito dia kejar link dia guys? Sebab Pakito hero yang boleh buy one link guys. Pakito hero yang boleh buy one link.
Even off lane field. A nice fatal link does not connect. Purifies do pop though. Look at the damage onto Lunar. Teddy goes down with Siggy over to the backside. He finds 2. The Sanford locking on though. Tienzi falls.
Sanford bermain doh.
Maybe a triple over to the hands of Siggy Boom. Unofficial, but still able to possibly get that final hit. It is a brawl. It is a bloodbath. Aurora and TL. Who would have thought it'd go like this?
Oh, Sanford Okay, there's not much more I don't think he can do here. Just trying to clean this wave out, but he might take a couple too many hits. Sanford shut down.
A beautiful shutdown into the hands of Siggy Boom. The guy is a monster right now. 5-0-2.
Oh man, look at this. There's the replay brought to us by SCC. Look at Siggy Boom. He joins this fight from the back.
Sebelum ni gap nampak jauh banget.
Just lined up there. Right on target.
Sebelum ni gap nampak jauh banget.
The bleeding was staunched a little bit because of Sanford's play here.
Bermain guys
But
Siggy
it's
Boom
just
ni.
that case of we're playing from behind. If you're Team Liquid Philippines, you have to be able to make these happen. And now Carl Teasy gets taken down. So not the best timing here for TL to lose their jumper.
I gotta say, Sanford's had some great plays, but there's also been a few times where maybe he stayed a little too long.
LPH pun nampak
a few
macam
too many vengeances. Look at Pagu here.
Tak macam orang yang selalu main guys.
He's gonna finally show himself and back off.
Aku tak sure kat mana yang
But
kurang.
they
Tak
gotta
golin
watch
tu
out for those angles because Aurora's been so good at attacking from all sides. They're finally gonna be able to take this tier 3 as Pagu zones away Teddy. The tower drops. JP will drop as well. The deadly magic should be able to finish it.
Masuk.
He gets the health back.
Cloud, nanti apa tu Teddy? Okay.
Aurora kind of in shambles.
Okay.
Teasy shows up as well. Tempest of Blades comes down. He takes out Sonji.
Hidup siap. Ui, mati dua kali tak boleh bermain dua kali.
Into the hands of Rosa. Aurora has their number.
Great team fighting from Aurora Gaming there. They knew the plan and they stuck with it.
Wih, good kena bantai tu guys.
Also, the Blazing Duet wasn't able to get the efficiency it was looking for there from Teddy. TNZ with the fancy moves here to
menolak meta scaling ke guys? Menolak meta perlukan item ke? Kita main perang terus ke? Meta perang terus tu? Meta double fighter kita perang terus guys eh?
Last time we saw them play here, and my goodness, they're making it look good.
Aurora's making it look so good, saving the
Tapi memang kalau main meta double fighter guys, kena perang terus guys.
The thing is, it's not just the small fights that they're winning, they're also winning on map placement. They have the whole package right now.
Trex, this is insane. Look at across the board how much of a lead they have, but especially Siggy Boom. You mentioned it, 7-0-4. He's up nearly 3,000
Meta brawl,
gold
menolak meta
against
scaling.
Teddy.
Ya dum eh.
And that is not where you want to be. I mean, again, we talked about
kalau
Keto
TLPH
in the
kalah,
gold lane. These fighters being brought back
sure,
into the gold lane when all we've seen for a long time was the Clods, the Moscows, the Harris.
Aku tak terfikir tu senario tu. Sebab aku tak expect SRG dengan TLPH kat lower bracket. Faham tak?
And you see it in the hands of Siggy Boom like this. I mean, where do you
Thank you for the
start
follow,
with
Vic.
your TL? Who do you focus on here? And I think that's the biggest thing. That's why it feels like the Aurora Avalanche, man. It's coming right at them.
The force of nature itself at your front door. Tower will drop. There's no holy defense to bring down this Lord. Aurora Gaming not going to force it though. They're going to move on to the mid-tier 2. Should be able to take it.
Guys, benda tak predict tu betul tu Yen.
Turrets take a little bit of damage here. The tier 2s will
Apa
fall.
bracket SRG Rin? First kena jumpa sama ada GK atau Yangon.
But that bottom one is the only one to stay. Conceal's going to be used. Where's Pagu
Tapi
going
lepas
here?
lepas dia menang satu kalah satu tu, kalau SRG menang, jumpa siapa tak sure guys.
JP going to move on. Fatal Links does connect. It's more of just kind of a stall there as the rest of the team backs off. Still no inhibitors down. TL hold the defense.
All right, you have to start looking at where this could turn over on its
Mak,
head.
I seriously ni
6,000
TLPH.
right now
Ya,
for
ni
Aurora
TLPH
Gaming.
guys.
A big lead to hold against a team like Team Liquid Philippines. Again, they did it in game 1. They're doing it here in game 2.
Takkanlah first match dua defending MSC champion ataupun EWC champion kalah.
Well, that Lord coming up in about a minute might be something, but do you take that risk? Do you take that gamble to go and just try to make that steal? You know, what we've seen before when the hands of Lings, where you can go in and get that miracle play, that miracle retribution.
I think with the fact that they do have all of their inhibitors still standing, TL could
Format
maybe
stage
let this
keren
Lord
tak?
slide.
Double
They
elim
do
guys, double elim.
have
Kalah 2 kali balik.
decent ability to defend in a siege.
Vamos dah menang sekali. Diorang kena menang lagi. Kena menang lagi sekali untuk confirm layak ke knockout stage. SRG dah kalah sekali. Diorang kena menang 2 kali. Diorang tak boleh kalah lagi sekali. Diorang kalah lagi sekali, SRG balik.
Trex, this is how far behind
Late game TLPH boleh kan? Tapi macam tak sampai late game boleh. Late game diorang lagi kuat dari segi damage output guys. Sebab diorang ada marksman. Diorang ada link pun item dependent.
That's about 3 minutes behind right now. So that's the big kind of thorn in the rose right now.
Pencabar baru sudah keluar.
How do you deal with that? Now he's online.
Ini betul-betul
even if he
group of
comes
death.
through, does he have a defensive item to withstand what Aurora Gaming is throwing at him?
Dah check dah kalau aku kalah tak jumpa SRG. Dah check SO lah.
But maybe You give up the Lord, you go for one more defense, you have a great high ground defense that you can play around with if you have to.
Masalah
Dua from Amir 8,989. Diorang analisis Rain nak tumbang tim pakai meta scaling, price pool 1 juta.
Pakai meta scaling 1 juta, man.
Just gonna make it worse right now as two fall for team.
Tak guys, masalah dekat draft TL ni map control. Diorang tak ada hero yang boleh control map bro. Bukanlah diorang tak ada. Basically Aurora main hero yang kuat pegang river guys. Diorang main meta double fighter. Double fighter memang akan rotate dulu. Diorang clear rotate. So bila diorang rotate, contoh si Gibbon rotate kan, dia rotate dia pergi cari orang kan. Si Gibbon rotate pergi cari kill. River ni tak boleh pegang langsung ni tim TL ni. Belerik ke depan pun mati.
Ini kalau Kaltisi mati.
Boom! Trying to lock on. Will he get there? Yes. Tempest Blades drops. A lot of damage comes out. TNT gets the final hit. Carl Teasy got too deep in enemy territory.
I've never seen a boxer punch the sky like that. My goodness, Siggy Boom. He picks up an immortality, 9-0-5.
Meta double fighter sekarang guys.
Now here we go. Lord making its way up top. Gonna charge into that base turret and take it down. 20 seconds still for Carl Teasy to be up here. Now Aurora Gaming with a 10,000 gold lead will look to end the series.
Guys, yang boleh follow dulu guys Yang boleh subscribe YT saya dulu. Terima kasih guys. Anchor.
And the stampede has been stopped. What can they do against this force of nature? The upset of the day happens. The champions go down. And Aurora Gaming take it 2-0.
A very tough loss here for Team Liquid. And the cavalry around the world right now seeing this, but I think it's a wake-up call once again for all the teams that are eventually going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming from Turkey here, because man, what they're doing and what Coach Midnight is doing with this draft, how do you prepare for this? Who would have thought we would have seen this today? In the nature that it did, a sweep and everything else, again, phenomenal execution here from Aurora Gaming. As you look at the highlights from STC,
ya, 2 hari ni aku rasa semua orang termenung tu guys.
And it all started in the jungle, putting pressure
on
that Ling of Carl Teasy.
25 from BEN 5 Mekem Kagura TikTok tak Rain.
Kagura TikTok.
Situation with the final slashes, but just fell apart by being too far behind across the board.
Okay.
This just goes to show that this is probably one of my favorite metas we've ever been in.
Tapi untuk peminat-peminat Malaysia di luar sana, korang boleh beli baju Vamos. Sebab Vamos masih lagi main dan adik Angah masih ada lagi guys.
Wih, tiba-tiba tengok game SRG, tiba-tiba borak pasal Vamos loh Apple ni.
We've seen all the possibilities and we've seen something where normally is it a cheese or is it actually viable, because this looks viable. Aurora Gaming.
Kuat tu guys Aurora. Tim Cambodia kuat, tim Turkey kuat.
I mean, I think a lot of people that have been tuning into this, you know, the hundreds of thousands of people online watching this, they're going to have a lot to say about it. We got to go ahead and throw it over on stage with Rose to hear more from Aurora Gaming.
Angah tengah ambil peluang untuk promosi ya tu.
This game has absolutely
apa cerita ni abang kakak?
Everybody speechless. Aurora Gaming with a 2-0 up against
sekarang
the
meta double fighter
champions TL.
Tapi aku nak bagi tahu the next game Onyx takkan mengalami masalah yang ni.
Onyx lawan siapa?
Hello, how are you?
Onyx lawan siapa bang?
Onyx
ya
lawan
aslında
apa?
gerçekten şu an kelimeleri dökemiyorum yani yaşadıklarımızı. Sonunda gerçekten o laneti kırdık ve
yakin je bang. Oh, Entity 7. Oh, okay. Yang ada si ni si siapa?
Itu tutup mata pun boleh main lah.
Best player one tu
I agree, because if we look back to 2025,
tak patut kalah. Kalau diorang kalah tu kelakar.
You guys got eliminated by TL in both MSC and M7. Do you feel fulfilled in this, what we call a revenge matchup?
Yani aslında evet, hem SRG ile hem de Team Liquid ile karşı sürekli loz aldık ve artık onları gerçekten yenmek istiyorduk ve gerçekten bu sefer iyi hazırlandığımızı düşünüyorum ve sonuçlarını da görüyoruz bence bu sefer.
Yes, that's correct, because we previously lost to both SRG and TLPH, but we really did our best to prepare for this game, and I think we have seen the good results as a result of this preparation.
Yes, now let's talk about the preparation, because in game 1 we saw a very interesting pick coming out from the side of Aurora, where Rosa actually played Rafaela mid, and he's currently laughing at that. So tell me, first of all, what made you guys pick Rafaela?
Ya aslında ilk patch note geldiği zaman Rafael'in yediği buff'ları fark ettik. İlk olarak support oynamaya başlamıştı.
Duel from Coach Midnight, whom 17 minutes. Mabel 3-15 minutes first muka tersenyum dengan halo and wow. God, Mabel just go back eat your grass kambing.
So I saw that there were some issues at the beginning, and based
Coach, tapi asal Coach nak senggol Coach Aeon dekat saya punya live? Coach Aeon tak tengok saya punya live.
Tapi Onyx kalau menang lawan Aurora ni susah tu. Onyx
kaki senggol. Siap guys, semua budak-budak apa coach MSC ni.
Okay, Rafaela is a very interesting pick. So Rosa, tell me,
tapi
will we see anything else that is interesting in MSC this year for Aurora
yang kalah,
aslında birkaç tane daha saklımız bir şeyler var ve şu an göstermiyoruz, hala var yani.
Yes, we have more tricks hidden up our sleeves. We are keeping them closed for the moment.
Serunya!
Okay, I love that. You know what? It's very rare that I see Rosa on stage all
tak kisah guys,
smiling
aku
and
harap
all
SRG lepas
laughing.
guys. Yang penting aku tak kisah sangat dekat tim-tim lain ni. Aku nak SRG punya gameplay yang solid dulu guys. Boleh ni. Kita kena teruskan sampai SRG guys.
Bring it back to you guys.
Vamos langkah kanan
Rose and Rosa. What
Onyx pun kalah lawan Entity 7 ni.
One of the only people who has gotten Rose to kind of be like, okay, that's good.
Guys, kalau aku pergi makan jap sempat lah guys. Aku pergi makan jap lah guys. Boleh tak guys?
Kalau Onyx pun kalah, Onyx lawan TLP.
Boleh guys, korang bagi izin tak? Korang bagi izin tak aku makan guys?
Tapi tak mungkin lah.
It wasn't the first time though, Brigitte.
Tak boleh.
Rosa had come in with some tricks up their sleeve for the first game. Selena against Onyx last time, and I think this is just the way this player who is a lot of us alongside Aurora Gaming likes to show up.
Jaya aku datang balik guys.
And now you have a Rafaela to add to the list of unexpected picks that they are just capable of playing around. And again, I think if there's just one word, it's shock. Like everyone was just shocked at what Aurora have brought to the table, at how they played against Liquid, and it just seems like they were the better team to adapt to the current meta based on this series alone.
And honestly, like right now, hey, it's nice to be siblings, right? Somehow, some way,
the blue and red fall.
We'll talk about it a little bit more later. But look at this, 18-8. To simplify what happened is, Aurora, they won the side lanes and they immediately go into the jungle and basically made it so that TL could not farm at all. We saw a very fast rotation. First rotation, they saw, hey, Carl's down at the bottom side or the orange side of the map. And then we saw Lunar leaving his lane, goes into the jungle. And then it's like, yo, Carl's going to the purple buff next. And then Sigiboom left his lane to go inside the jungle. So I gotta say, Brigitte, I feel like for all of the professional teams here, they've learned the fundamentals of MLBB. I feel like the fundamentals has to change just a little bit. They have to catch up with the times.
Yeah, because the way that they played it seemed very fast, whereas Liquid, it felt so slow. Like they had a very slow-paced game and draft, a slow start, and it's always like that. But they're also forced to play that sort of game. Simply because, again, even in game number 1, even in game number 2, they've always picked up very scaling lineups. So it's like they had no other option but to play this slow game. But at the same time, Aurora are just not letting up. They're not allowing them to slow things at all, and they just had 2 fast games against the defending champions. What a statement! What an opener from Aurora.
Yeah, it really was an amazing showcase of what Aurora came to do, which is to upset the top dogs. But also, it's clear that Liquid have had people have their eyes on them, and they're going to come prepared. So this next game, you'll see them play in the lower side of the bracket. It's going to be go big or go home. Unfortunately, for Liquid fans, you're in that that situation. But fortunately, you do have another chance to go back to the drawing board and set yourself up for success. Lefel, let's break down what happened in that game between Aurora Gaming. Yep, you can get your co-star there to help hold that mic for you, so we know exactly what they can take with them after a loss that was so shocking.
Well, first of all, again with Aurora, we have to talk about the draft here, where honestly, that draft is pretty interesting. But again, everything makes sense because we got the pick of, I would say these are the oh my, oh God. These are the strong picks here because they are lane winners going up against the Claude as well as the Arlet. They pick up the Barrage to fight against the Arlet, and they pick up the Paquito because he's a good pick. But also, quite interesting here, where Brigida was talking about how they wanted to scale up. Well, one scaling hero, two scaling hero, three scaling hero. Right, so that makes the game just a little bit slower, where when we see the Paquito as well as the Barrage just go into the jungle, she can't do much to protect. He can kind of do something to protect, and Arlet kind of help, but not really, because all of his flickers keeps on being used quite early. I mean, eventually we did see it work out as we look at the clips here, right? We're going to be looking at the first clip where this is one of those situations where it looked like Team Liquid is able to do something, because we saw Aurora Aurora, they tried to engage later on. Unfortunately, it was missed here. We're going to be looking at this one instead. So this is where we see why Aurora is good in this one, because I gotta say, this looked like it botched engage. It really did, because verifies receivers and etc. And then it looked like nothing could happen. But having TNZ here as well as Sigibum close to rotate as well, we will be seeing Sigibum flanking from behind, making it so that it doesn't matter if the engage is botched. My microphone keeps on getting lower, by the way. I'm very flexible. We're going to be playing the clip here, but TLDR is that even with this botch engage, the fact that there's such a big difference in power makes it so that it will always work out. Sanford, big props to him. He still tried to make a losing situation. Oh my goodness. Losing situation, a winning one. Guys, you guys don't understand. It's
a core workout, what you're doing right there. You're flexing the bicep. You're holding this core position. Brigida's just staring at the camera.
Hey, you know what? Here's the thing.
Having her own mini show next to you,
understand. Okay, we're the siblings here. I'm with SRG, you with Liquid. I lost, you lost. Now you have a day. I wore red, you wore blue. It looks like we're cursing it right now. So I think the best idea is for us to get off the panel.
Probably to leave.
Yeah, I think so.
Even though I'm sad to let you guys go, and you both look great today. I think you're just, this has been a lot of fun. But yeah, every team you've rooted for.
Has it been a lot of fun, Rayman?
Well, let's not go too far. I mean, I was being nice. You don't have to push me on that. No, it's been more than a lot of fun, guys. Always a blast hanging out with Brigida and Lefel. You'll see them later on in the show. You'll see them even here in a little bit as well as we start to close out. This amazing set of games we just saw. Pro Esports and Aurora Gaming take down your defending grand finalists and winners of 24 in Selangor Red Giants, and then Aurora Gaming take down Team Liquid, your winners who were in the grand finals last year. So everything that you could expect to go differently has gone differently. Onyx and Entity 7 coming up next as well. The winner of that game going to play the winner of this upcoming match, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And make sure if you have a feeling where that's going to lean, get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before we go live with that one. We're going to change out our panel in a moment, get ready with some new casters, and get ready for those new teams. So get your pick'ems in now to see if you are right, whether you think it's going to be Onyx, is it going to be an 87? Let us know. In the meantime, I want to let you know that if you've been seeing some cool skins in-game from some classic games, it's no coincidence. Street Fighter and MLBB have a crossover you do not want to miss.
Onyx lawan Aurora kalah turun. Lawan dengan siapa? Ni Selangor Red Giant dengan salah satu di sini. SRG menang sini dengan yang ni. So faham? Begitu jalan ceritanya. Wamos pula macam mana? Ni Wamos. Menang knockout stage. Kalah. Sini dia turun. Vamos kalah, sini dia turun. Lawan dengan antara pemenang dua tim ini, True Reverse ataupun Go Srg Gaming. So, laluan Vamos on paper nak pergi ke knockout stage nampak mudah. Still, aku rasa memang boleh layak. Kalau Onyx yang turun, jumpa SRG menang, Onyx pulang. Macam tu. Di sini Vitality Falcon. Vitality kalau kalah duduk kat sini. Okey, lawan pula dengan tim Falcon, Mena dan juga Ignite Gaming. Vitality insyaAllah Vitality pun lepas. So saya mengharapkan semua 4 tim ini lepas. Di grup A, 4 ni walaupun kalah dia boleh lepas. Ni 4 ni ingat. 4 pasukan ini boleh lepas. Cuma di sini sekarang ni jadi problem besar. Jadi masalah besar di grup B, Group of Death. Pro Esport lawan dengan katalah ni Pro mungkin dah pergi. Galacticos dia turun bawah. Jumpa tim Liquid PH pula. Uish. Tapi kalau Entity 7 dengan Onyx yang kalah, Onyx dengan tim Liquid dekat sini. Kalau Onyx kalah sebentar lagi, Onyx terus di sini. Salah satu mesti out. Kalau Onyx kalah jumpa SRG. Kalau Onyx game ini kalau kalah dia turun lawan tim Liquid. Okey. Ingat kalau Onyx kalah ini dia jumpa tim Liquid. Kalau Onyx menang sini kalah baru jumpa SRG. So kalau Onyx tak nak jumpa SRG, Onyx tak nak jumpa tim Liquid, pastikan dia menang ini qualify.
Is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club
dia kalah sini jumpa Liquid. Dia kalah sini jumpa SRG
where
mungkin.
15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8.
So satu
Both
saja
groups
cara
will
untuk
compete in a
Onyx tak
double
nak jumpa
elimination
dua-dua,
bracket, where 2 wins
menang.
secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, 1 final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the 3rd place match. Here, 1 moment can change everything. 1 mistake ends the dream, 1 clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. 1 final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. 1 chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Dia ulang sampai 10 kali, masih lagi tak faham. Ada satu je cara untuk kita jadi lebih cerdik, hanya dengan sekali cakap selepas itu boleh faham. Nak tahu dah apa? Korang nak tak? Nak tak tips tu? Saya boleh bagi tahu. Katalah cikgu ke siapa-siapa 10 kali pun masih lagi tak faham. Tapi dia ada satu cara, ada satu tips lah. Tips dia macam tips lah, tips. Kan kalau amalkan, bukan macam mendoll, bukan. Kalau amalkan benda ni, insya-Allah sekali cakap insya-Allah boleh faham. Bukan tulis.
Two major upsets at MSC 26 already, and our 3rd series is a banger as well. We're about to jump into the second half of the day at MLBB MSC here at EWC 2026. My name's Rain, and I am joined by a new panel with some familiar faces. Mirko and Rinmar joining me here. Guys, it was a scintillating morning, to say the least, Mirko. Some results that I don't think anybody could have planned.
No, nobody. I mean, I went in today with SRG and TL both winning in my books, right? I just want to say, though, in that win, TL versus Aurora, say with me now if you know the meme. Midnight, Parate,
Handa.
dah benak ubi. Always ready is Midnight, is what he said.
Yeah, it's
translated from Filipino, but yeah. No one could have expected this, and it wasn't just because of the results, but because of how it happened. What picks came out. Surprising is an understatement. Sometimes I'm still pinching myself to check if I'm still in the right reality, and
we are somehow. Even with the Doomsday trailer coming out yesterday, everyone is still realizing, is this real? Is it not real? What am I end, no, you are in that maybe one reality, Doctor Strange kind of reference in in-game, because this is, to me, what this tournament is all about, though, Mirko. The meshing of styles, and in the early 2 games where you have a double elimination, this is why. Because some styles are clearly proving to surprise even the most veteran of our competitors.
And it's just crazy to see Rafaela and mid, some of these crazy bombastic picks show up. I mean, these are some of the picks, at least, we've already seen in scrims. You know, we talked about it backstage on how it could actually work, like the Eudora, the Barats, but still seeing surprises on day number 2 after I thought most of the crazy meta picks have already been shown yesterday, especially by you, Vamos, is still crazy to say.
Yeah, and just when it looks like we've stabilized in our understanding of what is meta now, suddenly here comes yesterday Team Spirit, today Aurora Gaming. It seems like the meta setting trends are coming from ECA and Turkey, which is crazy to think about. It's the first time in history that that's happening. Usually other regions outside of the big 3, outside of Southeast Asia are following and just slightly adjusting. But for them to actually set what is crazy and what works, that's cool.
It's been pretty dominant, I would say, from both of those games. Pretty dominant, pretty early. We're going to find out if that continues as we head into our series 3 of 4 today in our Group B, the Group of Death. For those just joining us, is what it's been named. The reason, every single team in this is a champion, except the one you're about to see, Onyx. However, they fell short of MPL Indonesia Championships. They are no stranger to hoisting a trophy at MSC. In 2019 and 2023, they were champions, and they look to add a 3rd title to their name coming up in this tournament.
This is where it gets a bit confusing, right? Because if you look at Onyx, if you look at their players, and you look at the meta, at least yesterday, you think this is going to be a good meta for Onyx to perform in. But then if you see the Rafaela mids, you see those double fighters, you go back to asking the question, is Kelra good on fighter gold? Will Kyrie even get his assassins after all those bans that we saw in the previous series? And will Entity 7 pull yet another upset? Because the pattern is, it's an upset day, bro.
Yeah, they might just be able to. My question for Entity 7 is, were they walking in with an alpaca stuffy? Oh. Because if they're walking in with an alpaca stuffy, then they're my goats now.
You're E7 now?
Yeah, I'm E7 just because of the alpaca stuffy. No, but I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, especially with Hide on Bush in the jungle going up against Kyrie. We know Hide on Bush is loves the assassin pickups.
You mean Hideon Bush? I'm
it's
just kidding. We already corrected that earlier.
You know what? I think let's just make that the real thing now.
Hide on Bush, hide in Bush. We'll find out. It's going to be a fun one, and hopefully we'll see some meta continue to change. Taking a look at Onyx roster, they're looking for a 3rd MSC. Even though they didn't come in winning the league, they now have a chance to win maybe a more exclusive title. We had a chance to catch up with Kyrie heading into his match today.
We're now here with the Sky King, Kyrie. Bonjour, Kyrie. How's Paris been treating you?
I think it's been good here, and the weather's so nice here.
The weather's nice. It's not hot anymore, isn't it?
It's very cold here, actually.
It is very cold. And you're wearing a jacket even.
Yeah.
Is that why?
One of the reasons.
One of the reasons. But Kyrie, coming into this, I think we got to ask you, like, pressure pulse. You know, I think we've seen you on multiple international stages, and it looks like coming into the group stages, Onyx usually has a little bit of a tough time early on. Is that going to be the same problem here today?
Hopefully not, since we've prepared for so long for this tournament, and yeah, actually the meta is good for Onyx right now.
It's good for Onyx right now. Okay, could you explain why?
Because of the
predict nanti siapa yang win antara Falcon PH lawan Vitality.
You know, Onyx is one of the most aggressive teams.
Sekarang susah lah, guys.
Hopefully we can show it today.
Bila tengok hari
you can just say that you're really good at
kan,
assassins, you know. It's fine. You don't have to be humble.
A little bit.
Without looking at the
I guess. But personally, do you like playing the assassins or do you like the tanks
sebelum
more?
ni memang saya boleh
Actually, I already practiced tanks before the tournament, but
Falcon
everybody's been using assassins, so
tapi now
I don't really
dengan
have much
meta baru,
no.
So who doesn't give you the choice, Kyrie?
The meta, actually.
Oh, the meta. Oh, it's not the coaches. Is it CW?
Tak boleh tu.
Or Paddington? Both of them. But they're nice to you, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Just making sure that they're nice. But earlier on, you said you had preparations coming into this and long preparation. What particular preparations was that like?
Just like how we usually practice in scrims, and we always try a lot of different heroes and strategies, so nothing really, there's not much difference.
Okay. Well, good luck. Do you have any message maybe to your fans back at home?
I just hope you guys support us, and I hope we can show you guys a satisfying match.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kyrie, and of course, good luck to your next match. Throwing it back to you guys.
Rinmar, I mean, this was one of those moments with Onyx where you can look at Kyrie's confidence, but also cautiousness heading into this meta, knowing he's prepped a little bit more on those utility jungles.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be all right. It's built into his DNA at this point to be able to rock out with assassins. Almost every international, he has at least one great highlight you can point out to with whatever assassin hero that he ends up with.
And when we start to look at just the way Onyx play, it's aggressive. He likes that early tempo, but that's been working, Mirko. For every team that has pushed it, they've been successful.
Oh yeah, and again, I mean, when it comes to just playing that game, Kyrie, no stranger to it. He had his big break at M3 when it was the assassin meta as well. Unfortunately, unable to crack the Upish strat of those two guys right there. But he's really good on assassins, man. Really, really good. I think that's the only time where we see an Eterna interview with a player who just stays the same. Like nothing changed from Kyrie. It's still just Kyrie. Yeah, that's true.
We were trying to see, is he going to blink? He wasn't blinking very often, looking into the camera. He was solid, ready to go. And of course, you're going to need that if you're going to take on the LATAM representative here that they're going up against in Entity 7. Now, this is a region, obviously, getting here has, in some ways, some things to prove, but also this team has been a team that has gotten together and made a lot of an early run to get here to MSC, and we'll see if they can continue it. We actually had a chance to look at the road to what it took to get here for Entity 7 before they now play on the stage in a few minutes.
Bienvenida a 17 en esta MST Amber Season 1 porque Akashi y Bagui me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Sentence.
South America.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul, eu acho que elevou o nível nas duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a América do Norte é uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então elevou o nível de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para jogar o stage internacional.
Esse é o momento em que essa chave se convierta em vocês. Essa chave vai ser com a que vocês abram a EWC.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que deberían mejorar los tratos por parte de las organizaciones hacia los jugadores, como también apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros, porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos não indo tão bem, mas eu acho que deu para pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência internacional de evento presencial. Eu acho que dessa vez vai ser diferente.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A Onyx é um grande time, estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Amber.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra um time forte, se caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
Oh, so Mena dapat dua Oh, GK satu direct dia champion, satu lagi daripada
team right now representing both North and South America as a region, saying we must support each other, and now they need to do it and get that support in the biggest of moments against Onyx. And I think, Mirko, when you look at it, they even mentioned Kelra jumping in. 91% of the people who did their pick'ems think Onyx is going to win. It's not hard to doubt why.
Yeah, I mean, now that the two matches before this already concluded, I feel like these pick'ems predictions, you know, put a bit too much pressure on the favorite teams. But
yeah, that's right.
I think it's the same all the way in MPL Indonesia as well. If you take a look at it, just with Kelra joining in, most people thought it's a guaranteed trophy again domestically for Onyx. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because you know, Vitality might go. But there you go. Onyx still coming into this. Favorites, it's just a question mark of has Kelra adapted to the fighters if we are seeing more of those fighters in the gold lane?
Yeah, and if Entity 7 saw anything from the previous matches and are now considering changing up their strategy just a little bit to adapt a little bit more to what we saw worked against the favorite teams, it might work out for them, because if they try to play their style too much and they go blow for Onyx, it might be too tough.
You know, LATAM, obviously a region that is passionate, and one of the things we get to see in the leagues where I cover as well, just such a fandom there. What can they do, Rimar? Is it giving them a little bit of hope looking at the results today so far? The underdogs have won every single game. Could they be the third?
No, definitely. If the coaches and the players could get together and say, hey, if they could do it, we can too. We merged our regions. We're not just LATAM, we're the Americas now. We are fighting for the entire Americas region.
Yeah, I love that approach, man. You got to represent big, especially when you're on a big stage like MSC.
Treks support Amer, all right? And they might be out, but Amer's here to say, what the heck is a kilometer, bro?
What the heck is a kilometer, bro? That's a good one right there. I know a kg is like, what, 2.2 pounds? I'm getting there. All right, guys, it's time to get ready. Our third series of the day. It's Onyx versus Entity 7. Let's kick it off.
Yes, my friends, our next and third game is upon us. However, I have to discuss the elephant in the room here, Rose, because today seems to be the day of upsets. Did you, my eyes just could not believe it. Aurora, Team Liquid?
Yeah, I feel like I'm losing my voice because I was yelling, watching that game go down. Whoosh, Milosh, that was crazy. But you know what's going to be crazier? This match tree that we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, what time is it?
Dan SRG dan TLPH lepas pergi ke
Perfect. Let us get Onyx out on the stage right here with us.
Siapa mereka nak pilih?
The Sky Kings return to the MSC stage with one goal in mind. Reclaim what was once theirs with the addition of the gold standard in the team. Will it be a W in the bag or there's another surprise awaiting us today?
I would not knock down the opportunity of a surprise today. Let's welcome their opponents, Entity 7.
Hey.
They skipped the first 6 and on to the 7th. The inaugural MCT American Champions have hit the MSC 26 stage. A mixture of the best South America has to offer. 4 nations, 5 players, and a whole lot of disruptive aggression. Will they return to the international stage? Keep the upset trend we've had today? That is the question on everybody's mind.
You are right, Milosh. There's only one way to know it. Today will end in a chaos. Lads, boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget a little handshake or a fist bump. You know what, Milosh? This game is honestly so exciting because of the amount of upsets and surprises that we've had today.
We've had a lot of them. We've had 9-minute games against TL before, but we got more to bring you. Onyx take on Entity 7. Back to the disc.
Thank you, Milos Rose. Who won that rock, paper, scissors match on that handshake?
Okay, listen.
That was the fastest rock, paper, scissors match I've ever seen.
There's a positive to take out of that, right? Yeah. The worse you are at social interactions, the better you are in game.
Yeah,
right? So
I believe that.
Pretty good.
I believe that wholeheartedly as well. One of the great things about this setup here is we just get to see the unexpected again and again. We've seen it 2 series in a row. We now have a chance for Entity 7 and Onyx to go toe-to-toe.
Kalian orang
And of course,
Indonesia
if you want to
harusnya
check
tahu
out
saya
2 champions
pendukung Onyx.
and 1 game, you can check out the My Champions pick. Pick your dual champions, win 50,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code. We'll have 5 winners with 10,000 diamonds each, so make sure to check it out. Maybe you will end up with the Grand Diamond prize, available and live until July 27th in just a few days. So make sure to check it out and join up. All right, Mirko, before the draft, what's the vibe here in the building? Is it that like upset feeling that we've got going on for everybody watching?
I think it's exactly that, man. After seeing back-to-back crazy upsets, you know, one better than the other, you have that feeling. I think it's in the air right now. It's in the atmosphere of the arena. I think the fans are feeling it as well.
Yeah.
Entity 7, they walked up with crazy aura as well. They've got the confidence seeing the 2 upsets. I think they're going to be bringing up something special too. I think they have a lot of things cooked up.
Yeah, they have to. Previously, teams from Latin America have explained in international tournaments they want to play a little bit more or so much closer to the Southeast Asian teams, or the Southeast Asian teams being put on a pedestal. But if there's any moment to tell your team, hey, maybe it's time for us to look into ourselves again and remind ourselves of what we can do uniquely. What does our region do uniquely, then bring that. It seems like this MSC, you are definitely rewarded for playing your own style, playing your own game. And it wasn't just even during MSC, even MWI we saw that.
Exactly, you know, sticking to your identity, really bringing out your strengths, right? And keeping your weaknesses all hidden. And I think for Onyx, that's a very good approach as well. I think for the longest time, a lot of the criticism sent to Onyx would be they're a bit too sporadic. They go a little bit too improv with the traps. If you look at CW, and none of them bring notes up on stage. So they're very improv, which is great in this meta. So we'll see what they can cook up as well.
It seems like there was also, from Rosa's side, just speaking of him picking up the Rafaela, like, you know, this looked like I was given an opportunity to play it. And that type of adaptability and comfort with a wide range of heroes is going to make a difference in this meta that is, would you say, Rinmar, it's fair to say that's still kind of being found out here?
Yeah, I think we're getting close to hitting the ceiling of the meta, but I would say maybe three or four more picks that we haven't seen yet that might pop up. My personal favorite is I would want to see the Martes somewhere, whether as a jungle pick or as a unique pick in the mid lane. And we do have precedents with that from MSC 2 years ago, brought out by Team NIP Flash, and they were able to make it work then. So I think there's still enough room, but we're just about to level out, especially with the rise of Barretts in the EXP lane, brought out by Team Spirit and Aurora.
That's true. That character, hero, doing a lot to help round out this squad, but Paquito in the gold lane, going into
that too, yeah.
Fighter-heavy composition, surprising people, going, well, we need some more range here. We need something. How are we going to pressure? But when you win the game so fast, the pressure's already there, Mirko.
Yeah, it almost seems like the siege, you know, like the question marks on how are you going to siege with no marksman, how are you going to siege with no range, has just been thrown out of the window, right?
Yeah.
It's all about fighting. It's all about building those early leads and taking those skirmishes to your opponents, right? Both teams equally as aggressive. So it just comes down to who's better on the assassins. Entity 7 with the same approach as TLPH in Game 1 against Aurora Turkey. It was the Fanny and the Ling Band straight up.
Yeah, but we do know that we still have the Herrera available and will be a point of contention. I see Freya available as well, depending if Entity 7 will ban out the Phoveus or not. So I think we're still going to go into the similar priorities. They ban out the Claude, so they really look at Kyrie and Kelra and said, all right, we're going to take out some of your comforts. I feel like the Claude might have been too much.
Yeah, I agree. If they go for the Herrera first pick, though, this leaves Entity 7 with a very good approach, going for the Eudora straight up on Marcel.
Oh,
yeah. First time that it's been left open, I believe, yeah? It's always been banned out. The Harith prio is quite interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this is Entity 7 looking at Onyx comforts and going, yeah, we're just going to pluck them away from you, which might lean towards the dangerous territory that I don't want them to go into, which is to look too much into Onyx and try to deny. Hopefully, this still leans towards their playstyle. I mean, we look at Doom, we look at how he likes to play in the gold lane, and so far, this is a little bit more akin to just a few months back, meta from 2 to 3 months ago, where if the Phoveus is available, you pick it up, you don't have to worry about the Freya showing up here because it's going to be up against the Phoveus. But who knows? Maybe Onyx might put that up in the gold lane. I don't know anymore. What is this meta? What year is it?
Atlas Valentina Esmeralda band on the side of Onyx. And you saw the Claude Ling and the Fanny taken away. The Herrera picked up for Onyx. We've seen her have such an impact. I mean, it's scary to go up against.
I'm wondering now if it's going to be the Herrera combo down with the Eudora. Because this combination should be very, very scary. Anybody that walks up is going to get completely bursted. And the fact, there you go, is the Eudora. The fact that they picked up the Harith after seeing the Marcel means that they are very confident they can stop the Marcel from getting a golden hour on the Harith, right? Because like, at this point, I think we've gotten accustomed to Marcel's really wreaking havoc to a Harith composition. Just laying this 100%.
Yeah, it's always really tough for a Harith to deal with it. They get an Eve. This really is very throwback. Mixing it up, definitely. Onyx is going a little bit more for what we're used to with this current metagame. But for Entity 7 throwing it back, maybe their last 2 picks, I think it has to be something a little bit newer, because if they lean a little bit too much into what worked 2 to 3 months ago, it's a little bit outdated.
Well, that's the question. Group B going back into this first 2 series have seen surprise after surprise today. It wouldn't surprise us now if we see something different and interesting. These are the picks that have kind of thrown a wrench into the plans. But you know what they say, the best and the most well-laid plans.
I wonder if CW would be... not CW, excuse me. Lutfi would be up to play his one of his iconic heroes in the Lapu Lapu, who does it really well. Because Harith up against the Phoveus, you get the dive against the Eve, you get the strong crowd control, the damage, should be good.
There's something better that I think Entity 7 needs to ban out. The Esmeralda is still up
W
against
guys,
the
W
Harith
rain.
against
Saya
the
dapat
First ban by
shawarma.
Onyx. I'm blind, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not
We're
caffeinated enough.
We're not used to seeing it on that side.
Yeah, that early on.
Yeah.
All right, so what about the Uranus, right? We saw the Uranus
Hello,
earlier,
hello.
find a lot of success in game number 1.
Yeah, and they banned it out. So, yeah.
Stop it, Entity.
Hello guys.
You can tell you're
Warga
like
YT
mirroring that
still
conversation. though.
selesai di
What
posisi
about
ya.
this? Oh no, let's take that
Apa pula
out.
dari
So now we're
Konoha?
there to go.
Bilang aja dari Jakarta Selatan, Jaksel ke, Jakut ke,
Hello Fatima. Welcome to the stream guys.
Kalimantan.
Warga YT tahu tak tadi live TT aku kena end? Sebab inactivity.
Maybe Entity 7 would like to
Apa dah?
hold on to their
Jangan
jungle pick
datang
for
live aku
last
bagi
to pick up
tahu.
the roamer at red 4,
Oh.
just so that Onyx would toss a coin whether or not they will be going up against utility jungle.
Kalah tadi Lintoy.
But with the damage up of Eva Harris,
Hello, Fatima.
I think Assassin would be okay because they need a little bit more physical. Too much magic damage and radiant armor, Athena shields, those are your main opponents.
There you go.
They take out the Nolan too.
No assassins available
Cloud?
right now. If they want to go assassin, it has to be
Tak perlu.
one that's unorthodox. Something
Tak tahu bang sebab sekarang ni orang dah main meta double fighter tau. And orang boleh main fighter yang menyusahkan Cloud macam Pakito tadi lah.
Me neither.
So kalau lepas tu marksman lain pun ramai dah orang boleh pick untuk lawan Cloud. Contoh orang main Bruno, main carry.
Dengan kekalahan SRG dan TLPH, saya masih merasakan if they can reset
pick up the glue now if you're on
and
it, right?
find
Then you round up the draft for the
better
gold laner.
solution,
I think the Moskov
masih
is a
lagi ada
solid
peluang
option
SRG
to
dengan
go for.
TLPH ke grand final.
If they want to play strong side, I'd say no, I think just the Moskov. Moskov just safe.
Yeah, Moscow's good.
Disebabkan mereka dulu ada di bottom,
Eve, you can
di lower
approach it
bracket.
from all angles.
Kalau mereka
But here we
lepas
go,
ke
Onyx.
knockout
He's
stage,
back
mereka
up.
akan
That's
berjumpa
gonna be
hanya
going to the
di
EXP,
grand
so
final.
Oh, Entity 7 line up ni bang.
So I think,
Line up ni boleh main tak bang?
Granger,
that's interesting. I thought they'd go for something with
Ah,
harder
Shin,
basic attack,
Doom,
but I
High
think
Ambush. Ni budak-budak boleh main ni.
they just want to get
Saya
that
ingatkan
Granger
yang
and,
geng-geng
Marcel
apa
combo
geng-geng yang bacot
together.
hari tu siapa?
Yeah,
Best player
they
one tu.
They couldn't have gone so wrong with the pick. It's not a bad pick.
is there something that stops it right now, or do they need to pick that up still on Entity 7's side?
Right now, I don't really see anything that can really stop this kind of composition. Yeah.
Alpha 7. Oh, ni Entity 7. Okay, sorry guys. Maaf.
He has been pretty dominant so far, I will say, as a hero today.
Kita tengok draft,
Lose that last one that it was stolen away on the side.
Kiri dapat hero overpower semua guys
Team Liquid.
Marcel dapat, Hirara dapat.
I'd say as well, but they go for the chip. Whoa.
Chip.
All right. Adding to the unique hero pool seen so far. I think they had it 2 or 3.
Yeah, what the
Guys,
heck?
aku
All right, we're just seeing
bukan nak kata mulut masin lah guys kan.
You're playing strong side.
Bukan nak kata mulut masin lah guys kan. Tapi bau-bau Onyx pun kalah guys.
Boleh memilih lawan 2-1.
Boleh ke macam tu Rain? Bau-bau.
Yeah, usually you don't want to
ya bang.
two piercer holders together. I think they're just
Ah.
confident enough to just plop it onto the Hirara, and then the Granger's just going to be peppering everyone from afar anyway. They have some strong frontliners with very decent damage.
Dengan kedudukan 2-1. Mereka akan dipilih oleh pasukan daripada grup A yang 2-0.
Bermaksud ada kemungkinan SRG lawan Vamos.
Kalau Vamos 2-0. Dan juga Falcon PH juga. So siapa nak pilih SRG, siapa nak pilih TLPH?
Siapa tu nak lawan TLPH lawan SRG tu? Saya rasa semua mengelak tu guys. Semua tak nak tu. Hello Ren, hello Didi, welcome to my stream brother. Kelra carry, oh Kelra ada. Betul juga. Granger! Dah lama tak nampak Granger guys
So
yeah, the chip is
aku boleh kata apa tau? Besok baru kemungkinan boleh berlaku troll.
That's not the case, but
untuk tak menang 2-0.
Taking a lot of damage early on.
Semua nak mengelak
Oh, the flicker used from Sans.
Baiklah Sans. Sans.
Biar kita pergi dengan 2-1.
For sure. Again, they're just forgetting
Didi Myanmar streamer Didi.
Has reduced fork lightning cooldowns, especially when it is empowered here.
Tapi kalau mereka memilih macam tu, mereka kena berhadapan dengan Pro Esport ataupun mungkin Aurora.
Keras juga tu. Semua keras tu guys. Aku rasa at this point guys, Group A tak nak jumpa.
International tournament.
We'll have to see if if they can utilize this. The shortcuts, the portals, like you
mentioned. At this point bang saya rasa budak-budak dekat saya rasa bang dekat grup A
duduk daripada atas pun susah, duduk daripada bawah pun susah.
Saya rasa bang budak-budak grup A tak nak jumpa pun grup B bang. Diorang macam biarlah korang main kat grup B tu. Duduklah korang. Sans. Kyrie
for himself. So, hey, good for Entity.
Kalau do FIFA betul,
really good. And more importantly, this is the fact that
FIFA dah boleh predict dah.
Despite not being level 4,
Argentina akan kalah. Kan, France akan kalah dengan England. Itu semua dah boleh predict.
Sans very visibly use this flicker in the lane. Now Kelra kind of out of the fight for now, but he wasn't going to participate in the upcoming turtle anyways. Yeah, this is one of the things too. The Granger only picked a couple times so far.
Tak boleh milih yang satu grup ke tak boleh?
Guys, serius tu guys. Aku dapat rasakan Onyx boleh kalah tu guys. Tak tahulah bau-bau ada tu. Mulut aku masin ke? Guys.
You got to protect still Kelra on the
Ini
Granger.
muntun pun angkat kaki. Tak boleh setting tu.
Yeah, I kind of agreed. Maybe a little bit stronger of an audio attacker here where he's got to rely on the Rhapsody shots, but it's all about positioning, and we've seen it before from Kelra.
Baru live ke Rain? Real life. Tadi ada. Oh, hilang.
Akashi gonna get shredded through here.
Tadi kena relive guys.
Daripada Amerika Selatan, South America.
Almost level 4. We'll have that golden hour available now. They can play around this Sans. Going forward with the flicker. There's the damage we were looking for again as Kyrie picks up a kill for himself. Great coordination from the mid trio here. Great showing, and more importantly, they understand that he's about to get level 4. So there's no point risking it, even though Kyrie does have a level lead on Bush. At this stage of the game, right? We're thinking about lane advantages. We're probably not going to see much go on. It's a
Seven ni dari mana bang
Kelra. He's got to be really careful as long as that flicker is down. If he pushes himself
dia ada North America dengan South America guys.
Directly on top of him, he can kill him in that lane. So he's got to be careful for that.
Hide on bush.
What I want to see from Entity
Aurora
7
ni
here is
kuat
just
juga
playing
jadi
around
juara.
the strengths,
Ya.
which is really,
Setakat ni saya nampak
real world manipulation. We've seen this so much with the Eve pickups.
Tim yang paling kuat lah.
He's like, hide on bush. I see you in that bush. I'm going to go for this
Yang
anyway.
betul-betul
A lot of damage coming through.
Number 1 Lisa selepas melihat sebelum match ini ini baru jalan. Aurora still number 1 sekarang ni ranking.
Tujuh, saya sepakat. Aurora nampak paling kuat sekarang.
Okay, Aurora number 1, number 2 Pro Esport.
Kelra now getting an early sky
Number
piercer
3 Falcon.
The question is whether or not he's going to be able to participate in the very first fight here. Because so far, Sans has kind of given the layup over to Kyrie.
Orang kalahkan team best player 1. Oh, tim ni kalahkan team best player 1.
But the strengths, man, and this is why the Adora is so just a top priority pick right now. You're seeing it in action in the early game.
Korang tengok guys, Sans punya Eudora ni guys macam Eudora aku tak guys?
Supplement a jungler like the Hirara.
Macam Eudora aku ke guys? Apa macam sama lah Eudora aku dengan Sans.
From the early game all the way to the late game. And now this turtle.
Thank you for the follow, Rabu.
It's been delayed.
Habis mana?
They're going to go for another kill. Akashi once again shredded through. A golden hour is going to drop down. Now Kelra's a part of the fight. He wants to get the stacks he's looking for. Doom's got to defensively Zaman force out. There's another kill for Onyx. And they'll finally make their way for this turtle here. Shin's got no option but to back off.
Okay guys.
There is a push in the mid though. At
least
ada
3 musim EWC, ada 3 champion yang berbeza.
Actually get onto that mid tier 1. No, just the plating. The plating is good enough. That's still a little bit of money. He's going
Tapi kalau champion tu datang, kalau bukan SRG dengan TLPH. Okay, saya nak tanya lah dekat Viva sambil kita lihat ni kan. Kalau bukan SRG atau TLPH yang champion, siapakah kalian rasa yang harus menjadi champion atau berpeluang tinggi untuk menjadi champion?
Again, that snapshot, that interaction with the stun, and as they go into the jungle again.
Onyx mesti wajib menang. Ya, kalau tak nak hard game Kelra ni bos.
There's just so much CC to deal with, and nobody can really stop Keyboy from what he's doing. He's able to run through every single member of the side of E7, and until we see a full commitment, there's just no point. And now they're losing mid-tier 1, which is a pivotal point.
Team Spirit juga.
Mahal dual team guys. Hilang
damage aku tu.
Daytona's welcome into the team. They landed on through. Luffy's gone, but E7 looking to fight back down. Running it for Sans. He's going to have to burn the flicker. The re-engage comes through. Snapshots are there. Oh, Bagwin 1 HP. He'll get back to base. Could have been way worse for E7 there. Way worse.
Yang saya perasan bang ni pendapat saya lah Tim-tim daripada Southeast Asia yang orang kata Big 3 lah. Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia ni lah kan. Rata-rata meta diorang orang sama. Yang berani bawa meta-meta baru ni yang region lain bang. Yang saya perasan.
Betul.
Double fighter lah, tiba-tiba ada Rafaela mid lah. Betul lah guys, setuju lah guys. Kau setuju tak?
Setuju. Sepakat. Sebab mungkin mereka rasa selama ini Southeast Asia adalah trendsetter. Okay, selalunya PH, kemudian diikut ataupun Indo ke Malaysia sangat jarang Malaysia jadi follower je. Kan? So mereka mungkin rasakan meta lama lagi just a little bit. But suddenly region daripada 3 negara ni, luar daripada 3 negara ni datang dengan satu benda yang totally berbeza, which is unpredictable.
Betul.
So this makes team daripada Southeast Asia ni mengalami kesukaran untuk menentang pasukan-pasukan ni. And of course, yang kedua adalah kualiti mereka ataupun mereka dah improve. Dah improve. Onyx membantai bantang-bantang ini South America punya team. Tunggu jumpa Aurora kejap lagi nanti besok.
Sekarang kau boleh gelak-gelak suka-suka.
Aku pendukung Onyx tu. Kenapa cakap macam tu
Yeah, you're not going to catch a Marcel like that, you know, so... Yeah, I don't know. That was clearly a mistake, a misstep there for E7 to be on that side, to lose their jungler, but you know the punishment also
Barat
is just
XP dah boleh bawa nanti kalau kau main XP kena main Barat lah guys.
It just happened so quickly, and then you get collapsed on. And if you line yourselves up like this for E7, you know, you're trying to keep things from getting too worse. It's just Onyx does such a great job at giving those stacks over to Kelra too. They know that that's a big part of the team fights now. I mean, look at the health bars. They're just dropping as they try to get to the base. They try to get away, but Bagwin's down, and now Akashi gets blown up as well from the shot from Kelra.
Apa?
He didn't want to use his flicker either.
Okay, kalau kita tengok
I feel like E7, they understand that their battle spells are like so key to their composition, but at the same time, they're not using it to save themselves. Now we have a 13-3 lead, a 5.7k lead at 8 minutes into the game, which is not, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty devastating.
Still a typical Southeast Asia punya draft guys.
At this stage of the game on his Sky Piercer.
Adalah kata nak unik sangat pun.
Dia macam mana cakap bang hero berubah tu, saya tak terkejut. Dia kalau composition yang berubah, saya terkejut. Faham tak? Contoh macam main hero keras-keras banyak, tiba-tiba ada satu support main mid lane. Faham tak? Macam Aurora Turki buat tadi. Ya, ni composition dia still sama. Jungle assassin, Roamer hero meta, XP badan, mid damage dealer, Golden marksman. Yang meta Aurora main tadi tu, yang diorang main Rafa mid tu bang. Oh bang, yang meta yang Aurora main tadi, yang diorang main Rafaela mid tu, kalau bagi kat player-player Malaysia, diorang tak boleh main tu. Diorang akan cakap, tak cukup damage lah meta ni.
Ya betul.
Tak ada marksman lah, tak boleh lah main. Saya cakap saya guys.
Confirm. Itulah yang akan keluar. Ini tak boleh main.
100%.
Kau kenal sangat jawab. Aku dah tahu dah jawapan ni.
Gila.
And E7, it's looking really dire here in game 1. I think this game is almost over.
Hirara sesuai tak kat tournament international? Hirara overpower guys. Aku dah cakap dah Hirara overpower. Orang jangan dengar lah orang cakap Hirara ni tak cukup damage lah, tak apalah. Tengok user tu guys, tengok user tu. Match sebelum ni siapa menang? Aurora Turki.
The Lord is still up, and
wow,
now
they want to finish it early, bro. But cannot. It's 10 minutes.
Thank you for the follow, HG.
Throw him into the wall. Kyrie, meanwhile, on the other side's working. Burns a flicker out. Akashi, no chance. And now looking to take out Doom as well. He's trying to avoid the shots from Kelra, but he can't avoid Kyrie. And they're looking for more. Finally, Kelra goes down. But Kyrie's here as well. It's a different KK connection.
Gila.
And that's all Onyx
Steady Kumar.
Dia main macam tak stres guys, Kyrie. Muka macam relax main.
Against Entity 7. 21-6 the final score, and they're gonna farm one.
Savage.
Were tested this time around. Entity 7 said, you know what? We're comfortable with this style of composition.
Ini bukan lawan mereka lah. Ini bukan lawan sepadan mereka lah.
Betul, bukan lawan sepadan guys.
Ini bukan sepadan. Ini bukan sepadan. Tunggu Arura.
Going to find much value until the golden hour is down.
Rambut kau ni pink Kyrie
So the question is who throws out the ability first.
Abang nampak apa?
Oh man.
Apa abang? Saya lupa pula abang.
You know, for Entity 7. Sometimes it was themselves, you know, solve the problems of themselves.
Kita buat global ban. Dalam sekarang ni, kenapa perlu global ban?
One of the biggest things is, you know, sometimes you end up delaying yourselves that chance to get back into the game or get a game started.
Dah macam-macam hero dibawanya. Kenapa perlu?
From STC, this is the main thing. You're playing against a golden hour,
tak payah bincang doh pasal global ban ni.
Up for a Granger. You know, all you have to do is line up those Rhapsody shots and even
semua benda dia orang main sekarang ni.
But then you don't have control of your own jungle. And
Savage pertama
started so quickly here for not just Tauro, but the rest of Onyx.
Sky kurang sekarang ke dah habis era dia?
Cantik lah. Catat.
I'd say Entity 7 they can't go for compositions like this, especially knowing that you're playing into the Marcel.
Setiap kali kalah terus tak di 11, terus era dah habis, terus out. Susah juga macam tu guys. Memang tim tak boleh kalah langsung guys kalau macam tu.
Upcoming game is a form of adaptation because the laning phase, even for Akashi and Zalupti, basically nothing happened. Doom didn't find much of an advantage despite Keller losing his flicker early on, but Keller just played the lane so perfectly, right? Hey, fast clear the wave, go for the recall, and now Doom has nothing to do.
Apa advice Rain kepada tim SRG? Saya bukan orang yang sesuai untuk bagi advice. Diorang lebih tahu lah guys. Diorang lebih tahu lah.
Onyx lawannya gampang. Iya.
Diorang akan reset tu. Jangan risaulah guys. Diorang akan reset tu.
Murid tas bang lo. Iya. Murid tas keren lo. Aku tak nampak pumping.
Here's the thing.
Abang nak saya bagi tahu semua orang ke? Kenapa abang tak nampak?
Aku bagi tahu dengan penuh rasa hinanya. Aku rabun warna.
Abang Lord buta warna guys.
Ya, buta warna ataupun rabun warna. So aku tak nampak pink tu.
Sebab tu dia tak nampak.
It's one of the few assassins that can actually, you know, hey, we can fight a little bit early on, but we gotta play the mid games nice and slow. But when we get that snowball,
jadi apa nak malunya memang dah ada penyakit buta warna. Nak buat macam mana tu?
Abang Lord dekat traffic light guys. Dia langgar. Siapa dia nampak? Bagilah saya aja aku langgar. Bagilah saya buat cerita dulu. Saya tak sempat nak buat cerita abang. Semua lampu dia nampak warna hijau guys.
Siapa menang? Onyx ke tim satu lagi? Onyx. Jangan spam boleh tak?
Marah dia Abang Lord.
Jadikan ini pertama kali kau sampai. Lepas tu kali pertama kau tanya macam ni. Nah, mampus.
Marah dia lagi bang. Perempuan je dia tak langgar. Siapa cakap? Perempuan pun dah balut langgar guys.
Kau paling tak suka datang spam macam tak ada otak.
Sabarlah.
Aku kat sini ada 960 view. Kat sini ada 300. Semua komen aku baca.
Ramai tu view Abang Lord.
Nak tanyalah.
Thank you for the follow Sudirman Muhammad.
Boy Franco, let's go.
It's already hard enough to kill, man. You know, you build it that way like Kyrie, and you put it in the hands of a jungler like Kyrie. You know, it's going to be even worse for you. So I'd love to see it. You know, moving on, if Entity 7 can just take maybe the
Frost mana dia ada je dekat Discord guys, tapi dia mute.
Get that, and maybe we get to see Hanan Bush go ahead and do his thing, but you know, it's much more than that. One thing we know is
kali korang tanya saya.
Onyx sama Jarana semua juara kambang. Brobi Onyx saja runner up.
You need that team support.
Iya.
You need everyone to be able to help that route get to that point.
Absolutely.
And this is, I think Onyx just really showcased that perfectly
here. Kita dalam MLBB tak ada nampak bayang-bayang pasal global ban ni. Kenapa korang asyik duk cerita pasal benda yang tak mungkin? Global ban. Main je lah apa hero pun. Kalau ada pro player nak bawa hero yang sama, dia mampus lah layan dia. Kalau dia main pun kau tengok juga. Dia bawa Akai mulu daripada first game, second game, third game sampai ke final. Kalau Akai dia tak ban dari bawah, tengok juga kau sokong juga. Mampuslah pasal global ban tu.
Scrap that. Let's get really messy here.
Mana yang nak tanya soalan tadi?
Scramble. Yeah, I think the scramble is.
Mana soalan?
We've seen
Relax ada orang tua ni, sumpah guys.
I mean,
apa jadi guys?
One of them
apa orang tua ni mengamuk guys? Makan shawarma lu bang, makan shawarma lu bang.
Habis.
Oh dah habis dah, laju.
That sustainability kind of dragging things out, but
Kalau okey tak tu okey je guys. Okey. Biasalah.
Speaking of meta, we've got somebody up on the stage. Let's throw it over to see who it is.
Siapa ni? Mute ke guys? Mute ke? Okay, mute dulu guys tak nak kena copyright
Soalan bang, marah ke gembira sekarang? Itu bukan kau, orang lain tadi. Semua dah takut nak tanya.
Dah semua tak nak tanya dah.
Peminat SRG ni pandang rendah semua tim. Biarlah dah ada dia peminat. Mestilah dia kata SRG boleh menang. Cuba kau sokong tim kau. Kau mesti cakap tim kau akan menang. Normal lah bang. Kau nak salahkan peminat SRG dah kenapa?
Korang ni.
Dah memang dia peminat. Dia harapkan semua tim dia boleh menang. Normal lah tu. Takkan peminat SRG nak kata tim aku tak boleh menang. Baik tak payah sokong.
Pak datanglah gaduh weh. Sinilah. Yang tanya soalan tu mana?
Marahlah. Oh marah. Okey. Dia pun marah. Dia pun marah. Dia pun marah rupanya.
Relax bang. Saya ada belakang abang.
Okey.
Saya ada belakang abang. Gaduh ke Nobah ni Rin? Nobah.
Tak apa-apa nanti asal lambung. Kalau Indo menang dibilang tak sepadan kan kocak.
This is really interesting because finally we get to meet you in person and it's amazing to finally see a representation from South Amer. So a Latam representation. What does this mean to you coming into MSC?
Es muy interesante por fin poder conocerte y verte en persona.
Berani satu dah habis ke bang? Ini satu lagi baru kalah satu dah habis.
Bagi dah bang.
Menang kau nak cakap apa?
Kau kenapa weh?
Representa mucho para mí por los logros que he convertido.
Meta perubahan meta yang besar sekarang ni. Mungkin dia tak tengah adjust. Dia sendiri confused.
Muy bueno para mí.
Sedangkan champion yang champion pun kalah tadi.
It is really
nak menang semua buat tim sendiri lah weh.
Lagi bang apa? Kau lah.
Everything I've been doing throughout my career, this is a really big thing for me.
Apa?
All right. So you've done
almost
every single role. So what made you come back as a player?
Kalau korang macam ini,
bueno, parece que has hecho básicamente todo lo que se puede hacer.
5 hari do group stage
como jugador.
No,
5 hari group stage. Mana tahan macam ni? Aku tak ada tenaga nanti korang tahu.
A pesar de todo.
I'm actually
apa benda
doing
ni?
everything
Sabar
right
bang.
now. I'm the
Awak
coach
sabar
and
Awak baru masuk jangan tanya benda-benda. Kau relax jap. Layan
So he's
dulu.
doing everything
Aduh
right
Rin,
now.
jangan
So with
marah lah.
that
Nampak
kind
macam
of
budak
knowledge,
baik nak jadi bad boy. Aku malas nak cerita sejarah aku waktu aku jadi bad boy dulu. Korang tahu tak?
Gila Coach Dafar itu ajarkan SRG lah.
Dulu satu KL kenal aku lah guys.
Kau nak SRG jadi apa? Belum. Masuk todak jadi kerusi.
Bueno, todo dependerá de cómo nos desempeñemos, cómo estemos trabajando como equipo, pero
tanya lagi soalan. Tanyalah kalau berani.
I can really
Tak lah
this is first for me. It's the first experience that we get the chance to
Kalau Esok Amos menang dia ada harapan jumpa SRG ke?
So I personally think that we are really good right now as in terms
Tapi tak mungkin juga. Sebab
Okay. Any
takkanlah dia
nerves
menang
though? Is there
And then
nerves?
atas tu Falcon PH pun menang. Saya nak tanya korang lah. Kalau korang adalah tim Falcon dan juga tim Vamos yang mendapat kemenangan 2-0. Dan bayangkan korang hanya boleh memilih
Is there anything maybe you want to say to Kyrie come this next matchup?
TLPH ataupun SRG sebagai lawan korang di knockout stage game pertama.
Nada, que sea un buen juego y que
jangan jadi batu api Rin.
Siapa kau nak pilih sekarang?
Tak boleh guys, tak boleh.
Oh, nice. Cold, calm, collected. I like that. I don't
Selepas melihat,
kita biar balot je lah marah guys.
Jangan tengok pada game kekalahan game pertama
Kita relax.
Saya nak beritahu jangan tengok pada game hari ini mereka kalah. Katakan 2 match selepas ini. 2 match selepas ni dia orang membantai-bantai. Contoh Prime is back. Tengok, ini baru TLPH tu. Hari tu kalah teruk tapi ni dah membantai-bantai. Maknanya macam dia orang dah betul-betul ready untuk pergi ke grand final. Waktu tu kau nak pilih siapa? Jangan tengok pada hari ni punya kekalahan. Tapi tengok pada 2 kemenangan nanti. Seram tak seram guys? So Falcon akan memilih siapa? Dah tentu dia takkan pilih TLPH. Tim negara sendiri. Dia akan pilih SRG.
Nanti SRG akan jumpa siapa? Sama ada GK ataupun Yangon.
Best. Pasukan Malaysia lawan Filipina.
Aku harap SRG tak jumpa Yangon guys.
Akan keluar. Boleh jadi. Dan juga pasukan Indonesia akan berpeluang.
Back on the studio and here on the stage for a draft.
Let's go guys.
Boleh juga berjumpa dengan Onyx.
Game kedua guys.
Yang tim nombor 1 tu memilih untuk lawan dengan tim lain. Bukan Onyx. Dia orang kalau tak nak jumpa Onyx, habis Vitality yang jumpa Onyx. Meragukan Vitality je. Sebut Falcons yang pilih.
Assalamualaikum Bahrain. Waalaikumsalam Mahito.
Kalau Vitality yang memilih. Saya mengharapkan, saya mengatakan Falcon yang akan menang dengan macam itu. Bukan meragukan on paper. Soalan yang baik juga. Kenapa bukan Vitality? Okey, biarkan Vitality yang menang. Jadi kalau Vitality yang menang sama Falcon, jadi Vitality mau pilih siapa? TLPH atau SRG? Mana dia mau pilih?
Aku harap jumpa GK lah yang YG pernah kalahkan SRG. YG kuat juga guys.
Mau menang 2-0.
Diorang akan tim A punya. Diorang tak akan pilih tim B. Melainkan diorang dapat turn pilih 3-4. Orang tak pilih. Betul? Setuju?
Kalah.
Sekarang ni semua orang akan elak lawan dengan player tim B lah guys.
Aurora.
Yeah, that's why looking at the draft for Entity 7 earlier, it felt reactive in the sense that realizing their first 3 picks felt like some of Onyx's greatest hits. They took away the Harrow, they took away the Phobias, they took away the Eve, all of that are just screaming Onyx's greatest hits. It felt like the most proactive pick that they went for was actually the last pick, Chip. Though in the big picture it did end up having difficulty with the team fighting being kind of awkward around the golden hour of the Marcel. It just didn't work out for them. So now at least they switch up the sides and they ban out the Fanny, they ban out the Valentina. I think, with Onyx banning out the Atlas, they don't have the Atlas access anymore. Phobius is still open. Freya might not be the best pick. Would it be too much if they just rush the Herara right now?
I think it's a bit too much.
Ini open banyak hero guys. Eudora first pick.
If you want to go against assassins, if you want to pick an assassin as well,
Eudora Mendonia guys Meta Eudora ke guys? Meta Eudora duk. Dekat scene perempuan tak ada seorang pun main Eudora guys. Tiba-tiba dekat scene lelaki jadi top pick tu.
Dah macam.
And honestly, looking at the other picks from today, I felt like the Cho might be something teams might want to revisit as a priority.
Apa Kairi? Link ada, Hirara ada, pilih satu. Hirara on top
Bukan SRG je tumbang.
So Onyx now they're being proactive.
Hirara on top guys
They still end up with a Hirara.
Priority kepada Hirara. Link ambil satu. Kau tak nak link?
Okay. T-Boy telah mendapatkan caw beliau.
Consider the link, so at least you get
Kau
the
nak
assassin versus
main
assassin.
meta tank?
If you don't pick now, he's gonna get banned.
Nak main meta tank Akai.
This is why for me, I think it would have been better for Entity 7 to
Gwyn
stay on the
ada.
mid side. It's okay being the team to respond over with the picks. It's just you need to take these prio picks away, right? Marcel first pick for Onyx in game number 1. That should have been the Eudora Hirara instantly for Entity 7. Now, there's so many picks
Pakito ke satu lagi?
even if they get another, let's say they go for
Pakito
a gold
link.
lane,
Saya
even an
masih
XP
lagi
lane, a
ada
Pakito, and then
nampak
Esmeralda just shows up
SRG
for
dengan
Onyx. There's so
Harley.
many ways to respond it over, and they
Tak
picked
nak
the
link
Harley into a Cho.
Gatot. Okay, Gatot okay pick guys. Gatot okay untuk lawan Chow guys Sebab apa guys Sebab Gatot boleh counter engage guys. Chow hero engage, Gatot counter engage. Bila Chow kick, Gatot lompat guys.
There you go. Those tanky sustainable XP lanes.
Tak sabar nak tengok the next match of Aurora.
Guys, ini contoh meta yang patutnya aku rasa kena seimbang guys. Diorang ambil hero pick off dekat roam, jungle damage, so automatic ESP lane diorang akan bawa badan, akan bawa hero yang open juga guys.
I feel like this Harley at the end of the day was just like
Benda tu yang perlu dibalance kan. Diorang tak main XP macam Yuzong ke ataupun damage lain, damage dealer yang lain dekat sini. Diorang kena ambil hero yang boleh buka guys.
Roam mid trio,
Uranus aku nampak gaya macam naik daun guys untuk MSC ni Uranus.
And that's where it'll get very difficult, right?
Kenapa lane saya tak masuk meta? Okay Izul, kenapa lane saya tak diberi priority? Sebab sekarang ni ada banyak lagi jungler yang lagi kuat. Selagi jungler-jungler yang kuat ni open, selagi tu lane dengan Haya takkan diberi priority. Okay?
They'll look to try to put the physical damage into XP. That's why they go for the direct ban, but there you go. The Eve gets taken out as well. Not too big of a fan of that, honestly.
YVE?
Yeah, I think that's because they're considering setting up for a carry. That's the only reason why they want to ban out the Eve right now.
Not too big of a fan of that either, right? Because the Brody is
Dairot
what
untuk
I'm
Uranus
thinking about.
Uranus.
Onyx.
Edit boleh buat SP boleh?
Yeah, because
tapi sebelum ni orang bawa edit untuk lawan dengan Freddy.
I mean, I think they're reading into the carry pick for Entity 7.
Yeah,
with the Eve
tapi
ban
kalau
as
tu
well.
power
So I
pick
think they
kau
might
boleh
just be
juga
going for
sebenarnya.
Brody.
Alright,
Sora ban.
57 reads it.
Fokus untuk XP.
Ban out the Keller hero now. Ban out that Brody might be the best call for Entity 7. And if it's not the Brody, at this point it's a plug and play. Honestly, I think we've said that a lot for Onyx, especially in MPLID. A lot of times.
Satu lagi match yang aku rasa kemungkinan boleh masuk meta guys kan. Korang tahu apa guys? Kagura tu.
With the Uranus as well, all of them can chase the Harley.
Kagura boleh fight Eudora tu.
Even think that the Harley can make it to the backline of Onyx. So I wouldn't even be too surprised if Onyx go for even like something as crazy as a Farsa even up against these assassins because again, Justin ban, Eve ban, they've taken away a lot of
tapi belah kiri ni diorang tak ada physical damage lagi guys. Diorang kena ambil physical damage guys. Veil tak boleh juga masuk meta. Tak boleh Escadora. Cooldown lama sangat. Diorang cooldown ulti late game 15 second guys. Korang bayangkan setiap kali setiap berapa second, berapa belas second ulti dia keluar. Macam mana Lilia?
But they don't want to go. They don't want to go.
Lilia untuk Harley okay. Dia boleh buang ulti Harley, boleh bazirkan ulti Harley.
The Brody smells really good right now. It's looking
boleh
really good.
If
T7 pick up a Claude, Moskov or carry, I think it's an insta Brody, right?
Lepas match ni apa lagi? Yangon dengan GK.
Something to deal with this. Now what is it? Paquito against the Uranus.
Paquito.
Pretty much.
Unless this is gold, and then they like pick another guy.
Surprise EXP, yeah. I mean, after all of this, the Esmeralda's still open. But then it's really just the Uranus. You dead lane that. Unless Akashi is feeling something else. I mean, I wouldn't even want to consider. Maybe if you really want to reach the Brody, you go crazy with it. You put the Paquito in gold and you pick up something like a Bene. At least you have some form of dive and access. But oh wait, no, yeah, it's variable.
Brody.
Now's the time.
Brody.
Yeah.
Boleh
dia Brody. Safe choice would be Moskov, but after seeing the Granger,
luar meta sikit Leslie boleh lawan Cloud.
Yeah, we thought Granger has pretty much just bowed out.
Kalau nak luar meta lagi carry boleh sebab ada Chow boleh combo Chow carry.
Pretty sure Brody he'll be able to make it work as well. But
carry Leslie, Harit pun boleh.
Aggro looks good for them. They have a lot of dive.
Bruno pun boleh.
Abang pilih mana untuk jumpa SRG. On paper, yang pun menang.
That skin, Kelra. We know it's in you, bro.
And
speaking of, Naisu did bring up, it's the KK.
Carry Bruno, Harit, carry Bruno, Harit, Brody. Carry Bruno, Brody.
Philippines composition. The Brody gets locked in.
2-0 ni Ren, aku pun rasa 2-0 tadi aku ingat macam T7 ni macam boleh bagi fight tapi lepas tengok first game tak boleh bagi fight one-sided sangat lah Iritel pun boleh.
And now here it shows up in MSC. There is precedence for it. Super Marco and Team Falcons. PH picked it up. Entity 7 seems like they weren't ready for the Brody pick, or were they? Maybe this very high aggro, high damage, all dive, potentially fast tempo lineup that the South Americans, the players from Latin America are known for, will be able to force a game 3 for this series. We're gonna bow out for now as we head into game number 2. Tossing back on over to Gaidon Bush. Sorry, that's Gideon and Naisu. Thanks. It's a great day to be here for Series 3, but also for Onyx, they're looking for the opportunities, but it's about that snowball. And they have to play through strong side, which they start at level 1.
They want to build the snowball right now. Ouch. Okay, Revitalize is burnt. I think they're happy with that.
SRG dengan TLP tak adapt dengan meta. Awal sangat tu cakap benda tu guys. Early game lagi. Early game je lah. Early stage lagi kat tournament ni. Terlalu awal kita nak cakap benda tu. Kita kena tengok dekat IV ni.
Let's take a quick look at the emblems for now. Yep, so far the
Kalau
emblems
kalah juga lagi sekali, maksudnya betul dia tak dapat adapt.
You don't get a chance.
It's one of those moments where it's just like.
Semoga SRG tak patah semangat from Malaysia with love. Betul tu Siti Umaya. From Malaysia with love Semoga SRG tak patah semangat Tengok Brody ni guys. Brody ni mesti poking kau dekat lane.
Look at the control, the tempo already. Sidestep from T-Boy.
Oh, look at the pressure actually. Hide on Bush.
Masalahnya yang aku tak faham tim T7 ni.
Bukan lawan Onyx ni.
Tak, diorang dah kena savage tau dengan Hirara ni. Dia bukan setakat kena bantai, kena savage. Tapi kau bagi lagi Gila tu.
Bukan lawan Onyx tu.
Keras tu korang E7, keras tu korang.
Less than 2 minutes into this game. And what sucks about it is that Hide on Bush has no camps to actually take. And then he goes up to the EXP. Guess what? No crab there. I gotta go invade. And
GG akan ni one-sided guys.
it out.
Dah follow guys. Terima kasih Syed. Thank you.
He's starved out. You see that Keyboy is enough pressure. Okay.
Apa komen coach dekat threads dengan FB ramai suruh sekais out. Diorang salahkan sekais game tadi.
So a little bit of an overstep probably from Sans there. He did
boleh tak macam setiap kali kalah jangan cari kambing hitam guys. Orang setiap kali kalah mesti cari kambing hitam nak salahkan. Accept je ada hari yang enemy main lagi bagus. Accept je ada hari yang kita kurang perform.
Yeah, and honestly, nobody wants to fall behind, especially since Keyboy wants to maintain that.
Mungkin yang buat terma tu racist tu.
In the meantime though, I'm looking down on bot side and Doom.
Tak ada abang, macam setiap kali kalah je mesti ada seorang akan jadi lubuk tau untuk disalahkan. Tak boleh ke accept kadang-kadang kita main tak cukup bagus ataupun enemy main lagi bagus. Kita manusia tu menang kalah ada permainan apa? Ya Allah.
4 from caching kuning. Kalau sekarang caching warna apa Rain?
Though coming out from E7, they need to do this. They need to get these guys out of their side of the jungle, and they'll do that behind on Bush once again. Kyrie level 7 goes through. Good thing Hide on Bush able to get his purple buff.
And great rotation here coming in from Kyrie as well. He's not going back up towards that top side. He just completely decided, you know what, we're going to cut through that mid lane. We're expecting Akashi to actually start participating in these fights, and now they're back on the invade.
Level 3. Oh no, it gets worse. Shin going down here. The fight for the orange. Hide on Bush won't be able to get that one.
Nak sedap-sedap PM Tele. Nak sedap-sedap PM Tele.
I just realized, yeah, he's only this level 3 at this point, and Kyrie level 8,
dah lah spam. Nak sedap-sedap PM Tele.
Kelra has got a permanent freeze here. What is he supposed to do? Like,
ni abang. Cik Marsha nama dia. Nak sedap-sedap PM Tele.
Literally anybody to break this freeze.
No, Doom. Okay. BMI, but torn apart memory. Okay.
Oh, okay.
PM dah betul-betul baru dah tu.
Not enough marks. The Purify came in just in time.
Oh, but Keyboy's here. Rest of the team too. They know this. He's gonna go ahead and get into the region on, but pop the blaze.
Woi! Salah. Oh, mati.
So he kicks Shin. Doom does go down though. Revitalize.
Sabarin. Yudu. Thank you, moderator.
Against the Kashi. But Onyx will continue to build up.
Saya suruh laki bawa anak pergi jalan-jalan, ibu stres. Ingat Trisha aku gurau-gurau je lah guys.
Right now, the game is up to
betul, sepatutnya terima je lah game 5 lawan 5. Betul, game 5 lawan 5 guys.
Maybe there's an opportunity. But if they play just the standard game of constant invades and just using their capital lead.
Kena terima yang menang kalah adat permainan guys. Kalau kita sentiasa menang, ini bukan dunia, ini syurga aku cakap
Yet it doesn't matter when your base stats are just way higher than your
opponents.
Yeah, you can see that too. The reaction there from Keyboy obviously.
Ni last game untuk hari, bukan. Lepas ni ada satu lagi kan. Lepas ni ada satu lagi guys.
More durable, you know, against these magic damage dealers that ND7 has.
Jangan post aib aku lah kat SB.
Of not letting that lead that they built up already so quickly slip out, and this is the thing. Another turtle's just going to go over to Onyx. There's no contester. So when it's this case, when we have to think of Entity 7's chances of turning the game over on this head, you know, with this kind of
one-sided sangat lah guys, one-sided sangat lah.
Where is that going to be? Who is going to be that person? You know, because Doom, you'd think it'd be the clone, but my goodness, he was delayed so much, frozen out of his lane.
Yeah, it's a prisoner's dilemma already. It's like asking a mother who's their favorite child. It's you gotta pick one, unfortunately, and right now it's not Doom. That's what I can could say. Oh no.
Pop.
Oh gosh, where's the Keyboy under the turret? There's the kick right in between both. They don't care. They'll get a kill. There's the stunt. Lutfi, Kyrie with retribution, gonna chase down Shin. Shin able to get away though. But that's just
betul lah guys, Surene sedap lawan Eudora guys, tak rasa lah.
From Entity 7 as the turret is pushed now in the bottom lane. Tier 2, Doom, nowhere to go.
Pop
Popping
kalau
the
hilang ke?
Purify.
Hilang.
Has to stay alive at all costs, but Kyrie's here. All the iframes to work with, and a torn apart memory from Kelra. Will count out another kill. They can stop. This is a perfect execution here from Onyx. They are not letting up.
Terlalu one-sided lah guys, terlalu one-sided. Ini bukan lawan Onyx lah, memang bukan lawan Onyx lah. Terlalu ketara, bukan lawan Onyx.
Ni last game ke? Ada satu lagi yang pun Galacticos dengan DK.
So much work for Entity 7 to deal with that they just have to watch the tier 2 turret go down nearly here.
Betul?
In that bottom
Dia lepas kita tengok game yang orang kata intense bang
else to take, so they'll just keep pressing on these turrets.
Sorry,
I've watched a lot of games in my career, but never one where I've been so confident this game's kind of over already. It's an 8.4k lead 6 minutes into the game, and these positions are literally impossible.
Bukan level lah, bukan level lah guys.
Onyx all decide to like run at fountain or something like that. But
apa komen hero Rafaela tadi? Baik tu guys, aku akan bawa Rafaela bersama Abang Lot nanti ya. Di saat Abang Lot bermain Franco, aku akan heal Abang Lot. Abang Lot main Franco, the hook kena tarik ke belakang, aku heal Abang Lot. Nampak tak guys?
Yeah, and what you're seeing here too, there's a phrase over in the Philippines that's used quite a bit. It's called Hunger Games. You hear the professional players say it, where they take everything from the jungle, pretty much. Akashi, they'll take him as well. They're going to be looking for Doom next. Doom will be able to get away with the amount now. Bagwin trying to run himself away, but it's just way too much. As another goes down for E7, and Onyx will shortly be knocking on these holy defense shields.
Dia tarik belakang boleh ulti kot. Ada chase CC. Tak nak. Dia tarik ke belakang, aku nak heal second skill.
What are they gonna do? Like, no DHS, all right, that's fine. Max stacks on Uranus. He's gonna regenerate harder than everybody put together.
Yeah. This is just at that point Lutfi.
Lepas tu nanti kalau Abang Lot mati, aku akan hidupkan Abang Lot seorang je. Teammate aku yang lain aku takkan hidupkan.
Restart the stacks. Yep,
restart the stacks. Another wave coming through mid. Tier 1.
Nanti ada bau-bau game sampai tengah malam. Ada di kita main ni. Ada.
They still hold on to the shields. But Entity 7. Again, look at this. The glooms. A couple glooms bringing Doom down to a third of his health.
Dude, Lutfi, I hate it, especially when you're playing Uranus at a high level.
Just look at him.
And you have such a lead, he just becomes like the solar system.
Orang letak prediction Cloud ni hero tier S kan.
Drilo, man, look at him. What are you gonna do?
Tapi dekat sini tak jadi apa tu guys.
And then he punts on up and he does nothing. He's just literally face checking them.
This is only possible when you're 13,000 gold ahead as a team. Bagwin desperately jumping in with the Avatar of the Guardian, but he's just gonna go to his death. Luffy still in the base. He hasn't moved at all. A flicker forward from Sans, trying to get the kill. Another defense shield popped, but look, Luffy still not moving from this. He's his own just bulwark for this team. He does burn the flicker. There you go. Finally, Entity 7.
Luffy tahu Luffy bukan lawan sepadan. Tahu Luffy. Tapi tak macam tu juga. Tapi tak macam tu juga.
It's looking very, very good so far. Oh, Calamity Reaper going on right on Bush. Kind of interesting when he's going for it here. Wants to make sure that he has a little bit of true damage on top of everything else. But I think right now he kind of needs to sustain. Not to mention that Kelra has been playing really pixel perfect as well, making sure that he isn't missing a beat. Catching up and cleaning out the majority of these kills, but now that we're coming into the 9th minute of the game, Onyx, this is it, right? No holy shielding on every single side of Entity 7's base. They're going to be able to get this. Zipper, could you pull up the items just in case? I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think that Doom should be like an item and a half. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it hurts.
Uh-oh. It's going to hurt more here. Sans does take some damage. He's got the black shoes. He's going to be fine. A little jump there on the fence. They're going to get run down in their jungle, so ignoring the Lord for now. They'll just take a buff, make their way back to it. But what do they get out of that? Again, some of these ultimates used up, battle spells. E7 still wants to show up for this. Potentially, they might just get punished here, though, if they do.
Everything that could have gone wrong in the early game has gone wrong for Entity 7, and I think that as much as it feels soul-crushing for Haidon Bush, it's one of those games that you wish, like, all right, it's a GG, go next. I understand that we're going to have to play through the lower side, but this is really, really rough. And I think the only few mistakes that Onyx can make, it's difficult for Kyrie because at this stage, he's got enough cooldowns to get his iframes back up before the killing blow actually comes through. I think it's got to be down to like just Sans and Kelra who need to give away these kills, particularly Kelra.
Season sekarang ni valid tu kata meta sengaja kalah.
It's usually not the case, but even if it was the case, Entity 7 just doesn't have the firepower. I feel like they almost have to expend too much for them to cap out a kill on an overstep that most likely won't happen from Kelra. Now
kok lepas sih katanya assassin meta Malaysia, katanya jangan lepas link ke tim Malaysia bol.
Is even bigger than the Lord right now. Lutfi up again, lead of the charge. There you go again. Just Shin deleted off the map here. 2 base turrets down. Onyx looking to cap it out here under the 12-minute mark once again. One more desperate attempt here from E7, but they'll just lock it down and come clean in as Onyx comes in to clean up the series in a sweep against Entity 7.
An absolute massacre.
Bukan lawannya, bukan lawan sepadan.
Onyx, they're not holding back their punches anymore. They're taking advantage of every little thing in this game, and those who gave away those kills were purely for donation purposes. Holy cow. This is going to be an exciting MSC. You know, we've seen many upsets. We've seen those who are looking for former glory. They don't want to make the same mistakes past 2-3 years ago, even if we dig far enough. All of these players, they're looking for revenge. They're looking for the top spot.
This was, again, interesting to go through the way that it did through the drafts. For the picks. But this is also
thank you for the follow.
I feel like a lot of people have seen shades of throughout their course of their journey up here to MSC in 2026 for EWC. But again, it's a refined version of them. You know, and I think a big part of that is they're playing into where the meta is currently. They're really honing in on that. But even the way they move around the map, Gideon, it just looks like they're cleaner than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, no, they had tempo at every single moment in this game. They made sure that they checked the foundational bookmarks, and most importantly, they went above and beyond and reached further, right? Keyboy was allowed to do Keyboy things, which he hasn't been able to do as often in the recent years, but now it feels like he's back to his normal self. Yes, I will disrespect you, I will get everything out of you, and there's nothing
This is Indonesia meta. They call it High Mechanic Alive. Welcome to Indonesia Playground. Okay, Bechuan.
Again, think about that, how good of a start that is. A 3-0 start
you win.
for Keyboy on the Cho. Just dominant, you know, able to go ahead and just do whatever he wants basically in the opposing jungle of E7 here. And that also just, again, when we talked about the discussion about the Hirara and how you have the most success with that hero, their team has to support that to happen, and they did it from the start.
And from the start to the end, we're going to now throw over to our winners up on stage with Rose for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys, and oh my, Onyx with such a dominant sweep up against Entity 7, a 2-0 game. And of course, we are on stage with someone who I saw last year under the banner of Onyx Philippines, but this time he returns to the MSC stage as Onyx. How are
aku buat rambut macam ni okey ke Okey ke guys, aku rambut macam ni guys kali aku. Tarik game kat Liquid salah ke?
Did you miss playing in MSC?
Yes.
Tak tahu guys.
Very much. I miss to play with MSC.
I have to ask you, what's the difference with playing with Onyx Philippines last year and playing with Onyx this year? Okay, go!
Pinagaiwan nila, naglalaro akong kampi kay mga Indonesia ngayon at saka yung comms namin, iba.
He said playing with Indonesians, they have different comms compared to, I'm pretty sure, Onyx PH last year, where they would primarily communicate in Tagalog. Now, I have to ask you, today was a day filled with surprises and upsets. We saw incredibly fast games. We saw Rafael in the mid lane. I gotta ask you, what do you think about the meta right now?
Yung meta ngayon, ano talaga depende sa team. Kung may sarili meta yung mga teams ngayon, and wala talagang sinusunod na meta. Yung ngayon, kumbaga kung anong strength mo, yun ang lalaroin mo.
He said that as of now, there's actually no specific meta. It's more towards playing towards your strength and just capitalizing on what plays out. You seem very happy to have a translator on stage, huh? So, Kelra.
Philippine Chinese, yeah.
I want to ask you, your next
next opponent is going to be Aurora, who just 2-0 clean sweep TL just now.
Macam Maroon kan? Macam Maroon kan? Mustaqim kan? Betul-betul nampak macam Maroon sikit
When
guys.
you met them on your opening match in Onyx Philippines, you guys lost against Rosa Salina. So what are the preparations for that matchup up against Aurora?
Preparation lang namin. Siguro mas ayusin namin yung movement namin and babawi ako sa Aurora kasi tinalo nila kami last EWC.
He said that what he's going to be working on is obviously their map rotations, and he's going to get a revenge match up against Aurora for beating him last EWC. Any words to the fans here in the arena today?
Maraming salamat sa mga puntang Pinoy dito. Patuloy na sinusuportahan pa rin kami and sa lahat ng mga pumunta yung nag-report and maraming salamat sa pagsuporta.
Kelra said thank you to all the Filipinos who came down to the arena and to give them their support. Continue supporting them. And you know what? I'm pretty sure he hopes to see you guys again. Thank you very much, Kelra. It's amazing to be back on stage with you.
Yes. Jaga start, Dino.
Kelakar dia ni.
Ya, kelakar tu Kelra ni.
To break down what happened in
Sid Muenaing. Welcome Myanmar community. W Myanmar community guys. W Myanmar community. Good luck for next match between GK and also YG. I will support YG for this time guys. For Myanmar community, I will support YG this time.
We saw two upsets, Mirko and Renmar joining me back on the desk. We saw two upsets to start off these series. Now this one, it wasn't an upset, but it was the fastest series overall. 2 sub 12-minute wins. Onyx, we said they were on, we talk about Golden Road. They're on the road for a championship, and it looks like they started off strong.
Sekarang ni tak cukup dekat TikTok, dekat YT pun dia masuk guys Di mana-mana ada guys. Live aku kena serang guys, habislah guys. Live aku kena serang doh. Abang Lot, live saya kena serang abang. Live saya kena serang dengan jiran tetangga dekat YT dengan TT ni.
A result like this after the very shocking day start
Malay Dash yang mulai lah tu. Kalah lawan tim Cambodia itu sedikit menggelikan, tapi Malay doyan. Doyan!
I guess it's just unfortunate that they went up against a team that's like one of the most aggressive in the world. And it really felt like they tried to play a similar style.
Udah lama tunggu. Ini mungkin udah lama tunggu mau lihat SRG kalah ni. Udah lama tunggu mau melihat Malaysia kalah ni. Ya guys, benar. Indonesia tu jago guys. Indonesia tu jago. International viewer Korean you.
What was the key to success for Onyx in this matchup?
I think it's just having winning lanes across the board and having the assassins, having someone like Kyrie.
Doyan tu apa guys? Doyan tu durian ke? Serius tak? Doyan tu apa guys?
Strange picks as well coming in.
Binaiko Hum Safar, what's that?
Game number 1, it was a Fanny and Ling ban into no Hirara.
Doyan tu durian. Oh serius Ayus?
Number 2, they gave the Hirara over again without a Ling response. I feel like right now, teams who don't have the Fanny, don't have the Ling in their arsenal are really going to be at a disadvantage. We see it back-to-back games now.
Yeah.
For NCT7,
kau ni use aku dah ingat betul-betul tu maksud dia.
I'd say like the plan again. Yeah, it's the same as what we said for game number 1. It looked like they were
Sekarang
coming
perjalanan
into this
telur
matchup
bracket macam mana?
thinking,
Diorang akan
how do we
jumpa
lose
tim
instead
yang
of how
kalah
do we
juga
win?
guys. Diorang akan jumpa tim yang kalah
said
juga.
it was kind of a meta's past.
Of course, look at your MPL Malay. Even your top 2 full of Indonesian digendong Indonesia MPL Malay.
Got the Kacha and then the Harley as one of their next 2 picks after
Sepakat.
picking up the Eudora.
Becoana sepakat.
They knew the Hirara was coming out.
Satu lagi. Ada Akil. Ada.
They're scared to now pick up or even consider the Ling. They ended up doubling down on the Harley. Harley, not a terrible pick, but I feel like they just weren't able to play it with the way that they wanted to, and then at the
lepas nak tukar setting, diorang nak komen kena subscribe dulu. Oh yeah, macam nak tukar.
Previous series bleeding on over to this one. Yeah. Also, I feel like they didn't expect the Brody to come out at all. They picked up a Claude. Brody was wide open. Mirko called it. We realized, like, yeah, it's such a good pickup for Onyx. I don't think it even crossed their minds that the Brody would pop up. And you saw how difficult it was for Doom to even farm in lane. He was straight up frozen out the entire game.
The gold standard. So many Onyx fans happy with that one, and they get to go home early or relax at the venue. There's a lot going on here at EWC 26 here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, though. The action is all MSC, and we're finding a way.
Let's go, next game, man.
Down what we've seen.
Let's go, YG.
I think on the outside looking in, you can only glean so much, but
let's
now,
go, Myanmar. Let's go.
Clips for us that you want to break down that maybe give us a bit more insight as to why
rasanya
things worked out so well.
Dia suka kita ke?
We're going to be looking at the draft here real quick again.
Dia suka
just
kita
so
ke,
that
guys?
we can revisit. You want me to keep going forward? Just so that we can revisit what happened. Yeah, we pointed it out. They picked up the Eudora.
Kalau sendiri cakap meta assassin, meta Malaysian.
But then these two, this
cakap dekat tracks tu.
metas past.
Tracks aku ada warga Indonesia ke,
they had
guys?
the burst with them and they're going up against burst. It wouldn't
Ke
be too crazy to consider
ada orang
picking this
Malaysia
up.
menyamai
But then
Indonesia
they were
ni?
thinking, okay, but there's an Esmeralda. Then why don't you pick up the Esmeralda if you're worried that you wouldn't have an answer to the Uranus? And then with the Brody open up here, you knew it was coming. We knew it was coming out.
Hello Ren, hello Paris. Welcome to the stream, brother.
That just ended up being really difficult for them.
I
I feel like they
conflict
also
bersepah,
leaned in a little bit too hard with
Sayang
taking
lah.
away
Sayang
some of the
Rin.
best
Sayang
picks that you could go
Momigo.
for here.
Sayang
For
Momigo.
Suns, they took out the Eve, they took
Sambut
out the
coach,
Juicen,
viewers international
but
sekarang
then
baru
it was
pakai
still
sukses.
wide open,
Itulah
and that was one of
tu.
the safest picks that you could go for. So yeah,
Assalamualaikum Beja.
draft
Kesalan
choices,
Chan.
questions,
Salam.
and I will double down on what Mergo has been saying. What we've been saying, they were playing. and
Okay guys,
drafting,
let's
not
go support
losing.
Yangon Galacticos for next match ya.
Again now.
How are you Ren? All good guys. All good guys.
Because if they wanted to pick up the Claude, if they
Abang
knew
paling
they were
handsome.
gonna pick
Thank you,
the
thank
Claude,
you.
Hati tengah panas
Eve,
nampak
right?
awak
Like, look at
lawa-lawa
that
jadi
again.
sejuk balik.
They
Oh,
got
you
the
nak
Juicen
kena
Eve.
speaking
They
ratio
even
lah
got
pasal
the
guys.
Juicen and the Lilia if the Claude was actually what they were already aiming for all the way from first
Layan
game.
lah guys.
Alright, so now let's look at how this game
Santai je,
started
santai
out
je,
here
santai je.
for Entity 7.
How are you Ren? All good Paris. How about you? How about you?
So it was just really a tale
Are
of
you
the
good?
start here. They found them over here and then they continued. With
After
Shin
this,
going
Yangon
down,
Galacticos
Drake
versus
used the
GK.
flicker, Keyboy was aggressive, just the right amount. Vagi knew that he wouldn't have
I am
any help
Myanmar.
here. And this
Good luck, guys. Good luck for
onslaught
YG.
will Continue. Bush wants to go orange.
You
but then
guys
at this
go
point, they're
to
thinking,
Zay
how
live
is a
and
Gatakachi
and
who's
please
about to
tell
fall
him,
down with
say
the
that
Eudora just coming
you
back,
guys say that
supposed
Rain
to
support
protect with this shot, and not
YG.
much. It will just
YG
trigger
against
a
GK,
lot
Rain
of
support YG
usages
guys.
from the abilities. Easy burst.
W Myanmar, W
Onyx made
Myanmar
that
guys.
start
W
look
Myanmar.
so easy. It was simple, really.
Macam mana guys
Once
nak
they saw where
subscribe?
the Roman mid were,
Brother
once
Rain
they
is
got
healthy.
the read of where
I
the
am healthy
jungler
man.
was,
I am healthy
pretty much
man.
there was
Thank you
nothing that
so
they could
much.
do, and that was it. It was over
Macam mana
from
tukar
the first
subscriber only,
minute and a
guys?
half of the game.
Community
Because that
moderation,
snowballed into just more aggressive plays by Onyx that Entity 7 had no response for. They couldn't even help their gold laner anymore because of how badly they lost the first minute and a half.
Yeah, Onyx going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming tomorrow. Also, that means that we're going to see Team Liquid face off against Entity 7. Will it be just as fast? That one's going to be an elimination match as well, so stay tuned for that. We'll get all the details for the bracket. We've still got one more series to go, though, and before we jump into there, let's head over to Chris and Glitter Explosion for Club Championship update here at EWC.
Welcome for Myanmar. Welcome guys. Welcome guys. Jadikan aku mod. Macam aku jadikan kau mod Razi. Add as moderator. Managing moderator. Okay, dah Razi.
Another club championship update heading your way. I'm here with Lauren once
harapan
again.
kita
Your
cuma vamos.
stages
Kenapa
very much rolling
guys?
away
SRG
like
tak
ours has been as
kalah
well.
lagi.
Big club
Sabarlah.
championship update from you.
Cubalah support tim Malaysia sampai habis. Takkan kalah satu game terus tak nak support dah
keys will be
guys.
crushed as we head into finals. However,
Belum
our finals could
eliminate.
not be any
Belum.
more stacked.
Harapan kita
with
ada
the
dua
current
lagi
clubs
guys.
at the
I
top
already
of our
follow
club
YT Rain. Thank you so much
championship
Momigo.
leaderboard, okay? We
Love
have
you
the
man.
defending champs,
Thank you
Twisted
for your
Minds,
support.
But then we also have Vitality, Navi,
Hi my bini lawa.
AGAL.
Hey,
We
yang ni
have
pun bini kau.
Falcons just solidifying
big
their spot.
boys.
Yeah, this is going to be a pivotal game for the club championship side of things.
Wow, I mean, which way are you
Mantap,
kind of
Rain.
leaning with it? Because I know it's get very, very close with that one, but has anybody been standing out?
We actually have a couple teams that aren't in CC standing out right now. We had Myth doing really, really well.
Wah, sekarang
but we do
moderator je
have
boleh
Liquid in there starting to
chat
pop
aku
off.
punya
We
YT
see
eh.
AGL has had some strong performances after a slower start.
Macam
And
moderator je boleh
honestly,
chat aku punya YT guys.
defending champs Twisted Minds also look really good. This could really go anyway.
Excellent. I'm
Lu
really
mau
looking forward to
bacot
keeping up with
Malaysia?
everything going on over on
Subscribe
Lauren's
dulu.
stage. But there's your little club championship
Subscribe
update. We'll be keeping up
dulu.
for the rest of the weekend.
Sabar ya guys.
Oh Allah. Alamak duit ni, duit. Sekejap, jangan aku kena ni guys.
Someone think your ringgit here, maybe it can help. Yeah, maybe.
Ada orang tak guys? Ada orang ke kat YT? Asal tak ada komen dah? Oh ada. Okay, ada. Allah.
Sabar bang, sabar. Belum habis lagi.
Makan apa Rin? Tadi makan chicken chop guys. Aku pantau subscriber kau Rin ha. Dimas Saputra. Hati-hati banyak yang nyamar King. Thank you Dimas Saputra. Thank you for the support man. Yang ni ada macam mana dia orang komen kat TV. Dia lambat sikit. Oh, tak, aku rasa dia pakai phone lain tu. Vitamin D send a treasure box. Treasure box guys. Ada treasure box. Cepat. Oh, lagi 3 minit. Sekejap guys. Okay dah.
Boleh doyan. Okey je bagi. Jangan ni. Saya kan suka layan.
Come with Z to Myanmar. Okay. One day Paris. I will come.
Hello guys.
Whenever we let it out.
Hi Koyu. Welcome to the stream man.
Superpower.
Man, girl, woman.
Now imagine.
Thank you for the treasure box ya vitamin D. Thank you brother.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
Aku hargai. Thank you.
Apa mendapat 2 champion?
The Esports Nation Cup in Riyadh in November. You're going to be able to see 16 games go toe to toe.
Myanmar YG, let's go Koyu.
For the first
let's
chance
go
to
YG,
win the
let's go
for their club, their nation, and make history. Make sure you are watching the
SRG
pricing.
kalau tapi nak main guys, lower bracket.
Glory is going to be on the line in November. It's going to be a lot of fun. Esports Nations Cup coming up. I can't wait for that. Welcome back to the Desco. We've got one more series to go. My name's raintodak by Mirko.
Tu lah bang, saya nak buat juga lah bang.
Here to talk about Myanmar.
Entire
Abang Lot dan moderator, admin, PT, YT, kita pergi makan guys.
Against our MENA Giants and GK Esports. Mirko, what's your thoughts heading into this one?
Hey, Yangon Galacticos have always been a team on my radar, right? Got the honor to actually cast a lot of their games, a lot of their tournaments in the past, their qualifiers to international events.
Let's go.
They've always shown glimpses of brilliance here and there. They show tremendous domination, in their domestic leagues, but then when it comes to internationals, maybe it's because of the lack of the experience for some of their members, but they just don't shine as much as they shine in their domestic league, especially at M7.
Jom, boleh meh.
Coming into
kau lagi, boleh meh.
Again, they had a dominant run, but
Yangon Galacticos
fantastic on those picks. Now that we're back on Assassins, there's still going to be a big question mark, because a big part of why they were able to dominate was because of their crazy hero pool.
Let's go YG, let's go.
Assassins in Rome is now no longer possible with the Assassins back in the jungle.
There's going to be a lot of demands here for Yangon Galacticos to really grow, and we've seen it from even the
Coach
top
Marv
teams growing mid.
Is that Coach Marv?
At least they're operating from the sense of we've had an entire
game ni target 2-1 atau 2-0, kena target 2-0 guys.
to be able to catch up of what's
Oh ini ke 2-0, aku rasa 2-0 yang YG. Power tak YG Rin, YG kuat guys. YG really strong guys, really strong. One sided game Yangon, ya aku rasa one sided juga guys. Thank you for the follow Rina Ren.
Story in their win in MENA. The fact
malam ni undi belum lagi Nazri. Tak habis lagi grouping. Lepas dah habis grouping baru ada ni.
Berapa ramai moderator saya di YT.
With not a lot of international experience, how are they going to be able to translate what
come
they
Vifit
did
Rain
domestically
if you have
internationally?
And there's a lot of
what's that
final
Paris?
days and
What's
final
Vifit?
games that you can go. Okay, great. Our
YG
turn.
top
This
8 atas
feels
kertas
like
ya.
we're
On
almost like
paper
the
YG top 8 guys, top 8. I think top 8 secure.
All the upsets happening in Yangon Galacticos as we introduce their team up here on your screen. They are a squad from Myanmar. Through the MSC,
Han,
they want to be here.
Ying,
Top 8
Bling,
at M7.
Kaiser, Sanji,
Can
let's
they
go.
continue that, their journey to EWC. Not
Ring
like
YG
everybody
Myanmar,
else,
win
but
Jody,
like
W
everybody else, they
Myanmar
are here
guys.
to win.
Baik, siap Razi, moderatorku. Yangon Galacticos.
we start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1.
Coach Mao!
After we lose in M7, all of us, including
Kalau korang nak tahu guys, Coach Maf is the one that come
we can win
to
this
our
one
room
because
last
of the mindset we
M7
adjust and the maturity of
and
all the members
apologize
of Young Galacticos.
because
they
are
expecting to be
our
a
screen
champion.
partner.
If we achieve top 4,
So they
it's
know
mean
a lot about
in
us.
terms of the pride of Myanmar. Because
He's a good
back
coach,
then
guys.
on
To be honest, he's a
M2,
good coach. He's a
Myanmar
good
is one
coach.
of the top teams.
As now, Borby scores. Have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable. And
Humble coach, good coach, good preparation, draft. He's good, guys. He's good.
Of the M2 World Championship,
bringing the Myanmar on back
Ay,
on the top
fatherin.
It's mean a lot to the
Janganlah
people.
father tu.
As a foreigner,
Come visit Myanmar, Rin, if you have time. One day, Paris. I will sure come to Myanmar. Don't worry.
I am accountable for their teams.
Dua monster kalah by you, though. Coach dia orang mana, Rin? Filipin, tak silap aku.
Rinmar, there's a lot to say about this team.
Yeah. They're pretty strong.
You almost couldn't.
Adakah SRG akan comeback? Confirm, Nazrin. Percaya SRG.
Yeah, with Stitch and Lina no longer being there, still Sanjay and Kai's.
Oh yeah, Stitch dengan Lina tak ada dah, guys. There is no more Stitch and Lina,
When
guys.
we were talking about the worry for them, I'm worried for them. Like, how are they going to be able to translate what they did domestically here? But at the same time, it's excited when you get young players finally being able to step up internationally for the first time, or at least, you know, growing that experience. They're so hungry to prove themselves that they can show off some amazing highlights. Hopefully, they don't forget about the fundamentals.
SRG lawan apa next game? Antara yang SRG kalau lawan yang kalah antara match ni, guys. Match ni. YG lawan siapa?
It's about the experience
of
being able to be at such a big stage so early, Mirko. It's
subscribe mana yang belum? Ya, yang dekat YT yang belum subscribe dulu, guys. Kalau korang nak komen pun subscribe dulu. Warga Titi yang belum follow dulu warga Titi
Since Myanmar found themselves at the top of the MLBB food chain, right? It was back in M2. You saw that clip earlier, Burmese ghouls. They were also here in 2024 with with Stitch as well.
Thank you for the follow, Shina,
They
Ina.
had that experience, and I think those were the two members that I was thinking about that could bring the experience to the rest of the team. Unfortunately, in M7, they fell short again. The meta just did not suit them, and unfortunately, we find ourselves in a very similar meta where, again, they're going to have to face off against GK, where on paper, Young Galacticos are obviously the favorites here, but GK with Zeno in the jungle is a very well-versed jungler at playing those assassins.
Let's go, YG, let's go.
As well. He was part of the Verso Time roster just a few seasons ago and just last season, so a lot of experience.
Oh, ni lawan Aurora, you guys. Ni lawan Aurora ke bang?
It's going to help Zeno try to balance it out. Maybe for a lot of these imports, they would usually have communication issues, but with Aizen in the lineup, especially just them having that connection from the past.
Game ni predict siapa, Red? Yangon 2-0. Yangon 2-0. Yangon win. Yangon win.
True. The winner of this can play against Selengar Esports, who beat them, and I think that was Pro. That was Pro Esports, right? Right out the gate to start the day. So Selengar Esports will actually play the loser of this.
Boleh tak gue SRG? Boleh,
There's a lot at
guys.
stake. Both two teams, they look good. I wouldn't say I'd want to play against any of them, but maybe when you look at it, GK Esports had already faced a really big task in coming here and being the MENA representative. They had to go up against Team Falcons MENA. They won that match. Team Falcons MENA in the other side of the bracket, so we'll follow their journey along. We saw them a little bit yesterday, but we had a chance to talk about the expectations and what they felt going into this tournament. So I believe Eterna sat down with Kwana.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and now we are here with Hans, the jungler.
Hans!
So we wanted to talk to you a little bit, but first of all, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling excited because this is our first match.
Excited because it's your first match. Are we detecting a little bit of nerves, maybe? Are you a little bit nervous?
No.
No? Okay, full confidence coming in. So excitingly so, we are going into a very new meta. You can see that the assassins are so prominent. What do you think about the assassins in the jungle right now? Do you think Ling and Hirara are the strongest ones?
Yeah, Ling is the stronger one. Yeah.
Who do you think is the strongest?
In the jungle, player.
The hero.
Ling.
Ling is the strongest.
Kabarin tadi Indo menang kalah menang. Dia Shairi menang. Diorang menang 2-0.
Is there maybe an assassin that you also think is strong?
Can you repeat it?
Do you also think that there's another assassin that might be strong as well, other than Ling and Hirara?
Other than Ling and Hirara is... Nolan, yeah.
Nolan, okay.
Nolan.
We don't see Nolan too often.
Adik Rin ke ni?
Counter these heroes.
Adik aku ke guys, Han?
Counter for
Myanmar community.
diving enemy blue burst, I think.
Is this guy? It's my brother, guys.
Main target for them, yeah.
Okay, so you need to be aggressive.
His face same as
Is there
me,
a
guys.
certain hero that could counter these
Siapa kalah jumpa SRG guys?
Same like me, guys. His face.
Just
Tadi ramai tanya
anything
kan.
that you think?
SRG lawan
For the
siapa
year, I
ini? Siapa
think,
yang kalah ni lawan SRG?
Lin Harley can win here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's some
Mana
good
guys, mak aku
insight
sendiri
coming
yang
in
cakap
from
muka dia
Hans.
sama macam aku, guys.
And of course,
SRG
maybe
lower
people
bracket
out there
1
might be a
August.
little unfamiliar with Yangon Galacticos. So could you
Macam mana
share
DP
your
sama
playstyle
Devi,
a little bit? What is your team like?
Bang. Bukan bang.
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Are they aggressive?
Hi,
Are you
Rin.
guys
Hi.
aggressive?
Hi, Nana. Welcome to the stream, Nana.
I don't know. Let's what in their match. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you guys are all good, right?
Yeah.
Happy to be here, excited to play your first game?
Yeah, for the first game, we always say that.
Please, can you say let's go YG? Let's go YG. Let's go.
First MSC.
Thank you for the gift, Afi.
A little bit shy in the interview. I'm pretty sure it's because of the
Kau
interview.
lebih ke abang
But do
lu.
you have maybe a message to
Weh,
your
pagi
fans
mon,
back
jangan bagi
at
aku kat
home?
merah, duk.
For the fans,
Hai datang dah nak sedap-sedap Cik Masya ni. Tadi dah
our
block
match,
tu.
We approve our please
Guys, moderator tolong moderator block.
All right, awesome.
Thank you for supporting us. Yeah.
Untuk hari ni.
Thank you for
Besok
supporting
ada,
us. We're all supporting
Guys,
you. So once
semalam.
again,
Fatimah, yang kita udah block jangan unblock dulu ya. Kalau yang
24,
yang geng sedap-sedap ni. Takut nanti mereka muncul kembali.
Surprises continues. That was actually not GK Esports, and that was not Quanok. That was Han from Yangon Galacticos. But what you feel about what he had to say?
I think it proves that he's adapted a lot to the meta, right?
Jahat spam dia you tu. Spam dia jenis yang macam
Myanmar in the MSL
tekan
Super League, it's
5-6
all
kali
about
sekaligus tu.
versatility. So the fact that he knows all this knowledge on the assassins,
I look into you full screen. Thank you Nana, thank you. Welcome to my stream, okay? Let's go. We support YG. We support YG, guys.
To honor, however, where our conversation was leading, let's get some thoughts on GK Esports coming into this as well. Obviously, we mentioned representing
Messi
MENA,
or
but
Ronaldo,
in your take,
bro.
what is the style that they going up against
Sit
this squad is going to present? Is it going to be
question,
weird? Is it going to be a little different? Is it going to be unique?
Zay
How do you feel they're going to approach handling this meta right now?
Ask you
I
to
think
ask
it's going to
me.
be chaotic. I mainly based their performance
He
off
told
of what
me
we
to
saw in
ask-
the grand finals.
he
in
told
FPL
you to ask me, right?
But considering GK and then how Falcons MENA, the energy that they brought, being in that huge live crowd for the very first time, the largest crowd that they've had for a domestic league.
Let's go guys, last
They were
match for today.
everywhere, honestly.
YG
It was so
versus
chaotic, it was
GK.
hard to read them. Even
Together,
looking at the
let's
Roman
support
trio with,
YG.
Quanok,
Let's go, we support
with
YG, okay?
Shen And even with Zeno, there were some moments I was
Tim
wondering,
Falcon
why are
MENA
they doing
juara
this? But they're
MSC
making
seluruh
it work
MLBB
because
cuti
Falcons are
umum.
playing into it. So maybe if there's something that GK can do here to throw Yangon Galacticos off this game, is that make Yangon play a game that's a little bit undisciplined, because that's what GK wants. They want you to get roped into their tempo, their dance floor, and that might work out well for them.
Is it true to think that Yangon Galacticos starts out as maybe a dark horse in this tournament, and maybe teams from Myanmar have done that in the past, but then always end up kind of turning that narrative around and being contenders?
For some reason, it's always kind of weird for these Burmese teams, because every time you expect them to be a threat, every time you expect them to be the dark horse, they underperform like massively. But when you come into a different tournament and you think, all right, yeah,
Let's go YG, let's go YG. Chital guys. Chital.
A top 4 finish, and they
All in YG guys, all in YG.
I'd say for the Burmese fans, for everybody around the world who want Yangon to do well, let's
Mama
not
saya tak bagi
expect
guna
too
TV,
much
jadi ada
from
mana
Yangon
layan tengok kat phone je lah pagi mon.
Right? You don't want to say too much. You agree with that, Rimar?
Yeah, that's why maybe I'm a little bit more.
Let's go YG guys, YG.
Sports, yeah. Up 77% for Yangon Galacticos. So there,
Oh,
there are a lot of.
guys, I don't bring my longi. I forgot to bring my longi, guys. Longi.
But maybe this works. Maybe this works because every
I should
prediction
wear
is
it,
basically
man,
gone the
for
other way
this match.
today.
That's true. This could bode really
Longi,
well.
longi.
GK Esports, man.
The reverse curse could be happening.
I love you, Ray. I love you too, man.
Psychology.
That's right. You're back at a 360
Love you guys
right where
more,
you
man.
started.
W Myanmar
Wait a
community,
This
guys.
is why my degree is different.
Yang mana yang kalah akan jumpa SRG.
Yeah, exactly. Psychology.
Let's go YG, let's go. I really hope.
Oh wow.
Esokom yang good.
I really hope Yangon win, guys. I don't want to see Young Gold face SRG for next round. Please.
People trying to get like you, all right?
Young Gold punya line nak sama je ke M7 sebelum ni Rain? Tak, diorang tukar dua player. Diorang tukar Stitch dengan Lina, mid laner dengan gold lane. Diorang tukar. Yang lain siapa? Lepas ni siapa lawan tak ada siapa dah ni Daniel. Lepas ni habis.
You know what? Today we have had surprises, upsets, and we also had an 8.6k gold lead in 6 minutes into the game. Today is a crazy day, Milosh.
There's a reason why Onyx are called the Sky Kings, and I think they really did prove it despite the best efforts of
a lot of
NCT7.
unexpected
It's
results.
just teething issues, right? Day one, you're on the big stage. Fair enough. I'm sure they'll bring it back.
I agree, but you know what? Today is so crazy. And of course, to wrap up our day with the last match of day 2, ladies and gentlemen, join me in
Dua
welcoming
from someone. Jika SRG menang lawan LB nanti, coach nak SRG lawan Onyx or Aurora.
They are looking to establish themselves on the international stages once again. Yangon Galacticas is back and ready to show that the Burmese representatives are not here to play. Top 8 finish in M7. There is nothing wrong with aiming higher.
Not too shabby. Let's
Bling!
their opponents on the other side. It's
Let's go, Bling!
Sports.
Lepas tengok ruangan komen aku guys, aku nak diorang jumpa ni. Jumpa Onyx tu kalau boleh.
Building chemistry and stability can only be reliably done on the big stage.
SRG and YG support together. Support guys, support.
Shape Mena's long awaited breakthrough on the MLB
Yang kau ni pun masalah ni bagi aku salah satu ni kuat ya.
This will
Team underrated lah,
definitely be a match to watch out for everybody out there.
Oh yes, equals in some ways, a lot to prove in others. So please, GK, go place your keys, take your seats, and make sure captains to shake hands for the look. All good.
Tapi saya borak dengan Z tu abang kan.
Set this one up.
Dia kata line up yang kau ni sekarang ni. Abalot. Asal jauh lah saya dah dekat dengan mic tu. Tak, saya borak dengan Z tu. Lepas tu dia kata line up yang Gon yang ni lagi seram daripada yang M series punya. Dia cakap line up yang ni lagi kuat. Yang Gon!
2026. We're going to get ready to go into that draft, but it is going to be, for me, a really great end of the day, guys. If we keep being surprised, but we have a competitive set. That's what I want to see as a viewer, as a fan. I think the sets that we got today, even though they surprised us in some ways, when they went the distance, that was what gave us, I think, the best look at learning something long-term. Because when you get down to those teams, especially now that they meet after 2 winners meet, it's going to be a very contested set. And that's where those metas, I guess, core elements are going to be pushed to their limits. So where you might have to go to, sure, you're banning the Harara well. You're prioritizing how you're dealing with the lane or using it. Well, what's after that? Like, what's the step after that? That now both teams are doing that. You only get to see
Let's go.
Contested match, and I feel like this could be the
eyes on YG, guys. Eyes on YG, okay?
Especially if you guys have the chance right now to go into shop to grab your new interactive effect that's available to celebrate Happy Rhino Day. So make sure to check it out in shop, and you can continue chatting about this series, Remar.
Yeah. Well, when we were talking about what comes after that, it seems like based off of the most surprising results, there's 2 names popping up more, Uranus and Barrett. And with having EXP laners that can play high because they're fast, but because you just can't do much to them early on if you don't have the right damage profile, and even if you get your power spike first turtle, you still don't have the right damage profile to deal with the Uranus. It just pulls so much gravity towards where they are in the map that whichever team has one of those picks.
Guys, wait, guys. I go toilet really fast. I go
or in the other side of the river, which means that's more resources, and the other team that's getting pressured by those picks, they're not doing much, which is weird now because when we look at how Zeno and Aizen, how they play together, we want to see them play explosiveness. You don't really get explosiveness with the Uranus and Barretts. It's more of like a slow, creeping realization upon your opponents that they can't do anything against you.
And that's why I think it's all about adapting pointing to exactly that, right? Where you need to be explosive, and right now it does feel like that explosiveness, you need to find it in the jungle. We had a conversation earlier with Han. He knows exactly, you know, what the meta looks like. He's talking about the Lings, the Fannies, the Harleys, the Hiraras as well, and I think it comes down to that. So we're seeing much more of the enablers go into the XP lane as the jungle takes center stage as the carry, and I think that's why a lot of the teams that we saw get torn apart earlier today, they are more of the teams that rely on the XP to carry a lot as well, right? That's why when they had that swap, it was just a big curveball. Now, I think for both these junglers, they have the capability to be the main carry for their team and to be the hyper carry, because a lot of times when they lose out in the early game, you'd see the XP lane just completely sacrifice their lane and give it over to the jungle.
Dangerous grass picked up for our map, so that will help give a few more hiding spots here for these players.
Oh yeah,
as the guns are aimed.
You know, you mentioned guns. I hope we do get to see my Beatrix today. I know it's a crazy wish.
Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
But then the Brody was a better pick, but hopefully one of these two teams would grant me my wish. I mean, I've already seen enough of Kai after MWI, and I don't think we're going to see
Valentina. Coach Marv, what do you want to first pick?
Speaking of the equation now, the Phobius
is
first ban means
Atlas?
either setting up for then the Valentina means they're setting up for
could
either
be
the Atlas
Belleric
or the Freya. So it's going to be up to the choice now of GK. The Arlott
we can also first pick Freya.
Ban is a head scratcher though. I
Esme ban. Oh, Freya. They want Freya, guys. They want Freya. They want Freya, guys.
But there are some moments where you gotta put your foot down.
I think it's either Freya or Atlas. Either Freya or Atlas, guys.
Them to ban out the Arlott in the first phase.
Oni dah menang dah, Mira. Oni dah menang 2-0.
Well, normally we've seen Fanny.
Melayu je lah, tak sebab ada community Myanmar, Isaac.
I think it just goes to show that these two really
dekat
want
YT
the
saya
assassins
ada
out.
community
They're just
Myanmar, guys.
opening everything up. There's Freya, Atlas, Ling, Fanny, Hirara. That they're both not gonna run out of picks and trades in the first phase. But GK at least
Freya,
got Freya already.
I think it's either Atlas.
Maybe it was a throwaway. Maybe it just wasn't.
I think Atlas.
Atlas ends up with
Let's go. Hirara. Straight away.
Gonna be the response for GK.
Yep, it is
Eudora. Okay, Ling. One Ling. Let's go.
Right? I mean, M7.
I think Ling
on the Fanny. It was unfortunate.
Ling Uranus.
The best pick for him back in the day, but he should be ready to redeem himself right after that interview as well.
Yeah.
But he may
How about
go
Ling
back
and
onto,
Uranus?
like, the
No.
Lings on the Harleys, right? Just because in the earlier interview that we heard from him, it was those two that he mentioned as a carry or as a counter towards the Hirara. Question is though,
you coach dalam
you
international
want to go and try
tak
to
adalah,
counter
guys.
Hirara.
Hari tu sebab saya waktu di stream tu ada Myanmar community datang support, guys, sebab saya berkawan dengan streamer daripada Myanmar.
I think I've been won over by Uranus as a pickup getting shown in the first phase.
Fanny!
And you compare it up with the Uranus XP? No, they get the roam mid, they get the gourd right away. I think they were worried that they'll lose mid pickups, but they have so many to choose from.
I'm actually quite a fan of this, right? You have that range advantage against the Eudora, and you already have an Atlas. Usually when you see the Atlas, it's already kind of a risk to take the Eudora. So GK are playing with that idea, and Young Galacticos just want to double down on the already
I think this one
good pick that they
will
have
be
against the
one-sided
Eudora
game, guys.
With extra damage.
Favor
So
to
whenever
Young
the
God.
Eudora gets caught in the fatal
The
links,
game
it's
will one-sided, become one-sided.
Yeah. So it seems like right now the Atlas and the Gourd together is just going to stop the Roman mid of GK.
Moskov, so they can ban Belleric, Kufra, Badag.
Instead of it just getting banned away by the Young Galacticos. Usually when there's a Fanny on one side, second phase, no marksman for the opposing team, they'll ban out the Fanny.
Uranus ban.
Moskov grabbed by GK Esports.
They need one more body.
Fanny and Gourd both been banned a lot and either not picked on the Gourd side, banned mostly on the Fanny side.
Sora, Terizla.
How do you feel about this 3 so far?
Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Let's go, Nana.
Mirko.
I really like Yangon Galacticos first 3. It's weird because if you look at the prio list, the Hirara and the Eudora have been, topping that chart. But Young Galacticos already have an answer. Again, with the Atlas going up against this Eudora, it's going to be a very vulnerable pick. Plus the Fanny in the mid lane. This Eudora and Hirara combination.
Dua from suka teng konten Aiman, Atricia, tetap nombor 1 dalam hati saya. Baik Duman, saya bangga dengan anda.
And I can't really come up with a lot of picks
Yeah.
Part of it too is that the Hirara is amazing, and we've seen that put to great test today. However, it was oftentimes it was either an amazing performance in gold or it was a strong XP performance that enabled the Hirara.
I love Ruby Didi. Let's go, Ruby Didi. Baga. I love Ruby Didi. Ruby Didi. W Ruby Didi, guys. W Ruby Didi.
Double down and go back to the more damage dealing.
Even though there's no Ruby Didi.
The Lapus, the Yujongs of the world.
Betul Go Srg.
Betul. Need to go for some extra sustain because with how squishy the first 3 picks of GK are.
Okay, besar dah hilang. Katanya on the way, Rusha. Katanya on the way. Suara aku dah hilang, guys. Lepas game SRG tadi.
The Atlas, the Fanny's gonna swoop in. So theoretically, just getting an EXP laner with strong dive, strong damage, great crowd control. That should be able to sweep up GK's core, and it'll be up to GK to start packing up the stronger front lines to protect their back line.
Is that then also kind of playing into if they end up getting a couple of picks on a diving EXP laner and the Gordon the
Thank you for the follow, users.
Then that whole game plan go to waste? Because then he can't
Senaman jantung tapi suara yang hilang itulah pasal. Senaman jantung
That'll be okay. As long as you get that dive right in, then everyone can sweep up for.
Thank you for the follow, Nobunaga Oda.
Overload the damage, overload the
Zay Gaming, guys. W Zay Gaming.
Tempo thing, I guess, is the question. If it doesn't happen early,
can it still happen late? Gameplay atau memang tak ada simpan-simpan lah, guys. Istilah dekat EWC ni semua nak all out tu kalau tanya aku. GK Arab, guys. Arab. Bellery masih Bellery walaupun Fanny Thank you for the follow. Kau ni apa kau tinggal sini?
Into that strong side as they may be willing to give Turtle 1 over to GK. No one again, Atlas needs level 4.
What's one more? Barat, Ruby.
And this is where we have to ask the question, right? What XP is
Barat, Ruby or and Harit?
With the Belleric pick and the Hirara now, they're going all in on strong.
Barat, Ruby, Harit. Barat satu, Ruby satu. Harit satu. Harit atau kalau nak AOE Cloud. Okay, AOE Cloud kena satu. Barat so Ruby, come on.
At least they have they have another option for main damage if ever the Gord and the Fanny don't work.
Salam Rin, satu Waalaikumsalam Fox. Barat, let's go.
It's not exactly the Lapu or the Yuzhong.
W prediction, guys. W prediction.
Not as mobile, but it is still equally annoying, especially since GK their damage for the Barrett comes a little bit later.
So GK now. They're setting up for the winning XP. All this time, what is it going to be against this
Ruby Ruby susah susah lawan Barat. By right lah, tapi dorang betul lah memang perlu kasih C pun. Ruby edit Ruby Badang susah lah XP.
Yeah, X-Borg ada masalah ke tolong bagi tahu.
Ruby Badang, Ruby edit ke?
Focused on the matchup if you're just thinking of against the Barretts.
I lost.
Whoa.
Kalau betul yang lain pun sama saya try adjust.
Is that gonna go
okay. 1-0 YG, guys. 1-0 YG. Solo bracket kalau kalah terus out, betul madam. Siapa yang kalah dekat lower bracket terus keluar.
No. Let's see.
My prediction, guys, Yangon 1, GK 0. Based on the draft, Based on the draft.
They still do end up committing the possibility of the Beller going EXP. High loss in Rome. Interesting choices.
Kenapa Lin tak jadi Prayo? High loss tak ada list aku tak ada siya. Bawa Fanny tu.
Now better lah.
Sebab Fanny ni power hero Han ni Dia boleh je nak main Link tadi, tapi sebab Fanny ni power hero Han ni.
Better
First game of our final series of the day.
Our fourth series is going to be epic. We see the draft, the team fight
let's go.
Opting to go for safer options rather than the high risk, high reward in the damage for the EXP. We're going to jump right into this because Yangon Galacticos are looking for a series win. And the same can be said about GK. Question is, which side is it really going to come from?
Stopper. Diorang nak harapkan Moskov. Diorang punya second skill senang kena pancing Fanny.
Finally slips through. GK on the other hand.
Diorang guna God lawan Eudora, guys. Sebab menang range ke, guys? Sebab menang range ke?
And then you do get the Moskov, which can do well against this Fanny. You do have answers to the trunk.
Thank you for the follow, Alif.
I feel like a lot of the answers is one-on-one, right? I do like the option that Aizen has access to this Beller just so that he doesn't need to go with the revitalize what Shen is.
Sebab banyak lagi option lain, guys. Banyak lagi option lain yang macam lagi kuat dekat meta.
And try and catch people off guard rather than play defensively. He has options. With 55 seconds left on the clock so far, the laning phase and a lot
Atlas.
of emotions.
Atlas God combo, Barat God combo.
Around Zeno in the jungle.
Atlas ni banyak combo guys Atlas. God ni banyak combo guys. Dia boleh main dengan Atlas. Dia boleh main dengan Barat. Dia rasa SRG boleh Rains boleh sangat. Jangan risau. Percaya SRG guys. Percaya SRG. Diorang the strongest loh dekat kita punya ni region boleh.
Again, it's just a lack of information and GK don't mind it. They don't know that one of their camps
Sanji
just got
ada goal
stolen
juga
here, but really do they
Sanji
need
mid lah
that camp
Razi.
at this stage of the game? Probably not. On the opposite side, we'll have a slight EXP lead, but not enough to create the level lead necessary for the upcoming turtle. We'll see in a little bit because Yangon Galacticos could just, stretch out that first turtle a little bit longer than they usually do.
Banyak kejutan.
Looks like they are going to go for it instead.
Zap, zap.
Nice damage on a Shen. Deletes him. Deletes him.
We can't pretend.
Yeah,
that
reset.
too many point-and-click stuns here. That should have been expected, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the cable out in time. Oh!
Whoa.
Looking for the stun from Blink here. Gets it. Nice magic gush, Zing.
Dapat lagi ke? Satu lagi.
Goes down as well.
Alah, Fanny tak ada buff guys.
That's 2 members down, 1 from each side.
It's okay. Chill.
What an interesting mechanic there. Haven't seen the Daytona's welcome work like that, but this should be another kill on towards Shen's side, but it looks like he might be too tanky. Oh, so close. Able to get the regenerate just in time at the very end.
All right, so things have come back to a standstill. It's 1-1. Zeno
Dari banyak kejutan aku terkejut Afam. Ya doh, yang tu paling terkejut.
Get the stun. Should be able to get away from this. Maybe be able to put some damage out of his own.
Wah, yang streamer Myanmar tu bagi tahu.
4 from suka teng konten Aiman. Man kenal ke ni siapa man? Tolong saya man.
Still at a standstill as well. Teams just continue to go for Han. Tries to come in, but look at the fatal links. That's going to be a great grab. Shen will go down as well. The Magic Gush Fatal Links combo sprinkled on top with a little bit of Fanny. It's looking good right now.
It's looking real good, but at the same time, was that not foreseeable? The wave was getting shoved in. The flicker was fast coming up for Cornell, but as long as Han's able to react in time and throw out at least one of those cables, stun or not, he's going to get pulled through. Either ways, that was not exactly
let's go. YG.
2K lead on
Tadi warm up je baru bang. Tadi warm up tu.
This is actually starting to progress, but at the same time, EK, they're not completely out of this just yet. They just need to deal with the early aggression, and not to mention that we do finally see first item purchases from Han. So his first item
aib aku. Saya buat tak nampak je lah guys Buat tak nampak je lah.
In the mid side, YG want to try to take control here before this turtle comes up. Similar to what we saw last time. Last time though, Han did catch that quick stun.
Yus, janganlah. Yus, tak payahlah. Janganlah buka-buka aib aku dah guys. Mana diorang dapat gambar tu? Tak tahu tu guys, aku tak. Ada dekat konten aku ke? Mana aku boleh post konten macam tu sah? W Rain, thank you Nana. W Myanmar community guys. Good luck YG. I think YG will win this game.
Targeting towards Shen's side, allowing Ying to start fighting for this space. Again, the 2 frontliners for the Simon Yangon, they don't mind dying here. As long as they can maintain the stacks onto Ying, he is going to be one thick boy, but Han ain't wasting time as well. Making sure that he is still having some kind of camp, something to farm on the map, so he's not just stagnant.
Sanji.
And we'll continue to farm. YG with no reason to rush this turtle right now.
Go Cloud, let's go Cloud. Fanny datang.
Create space across the map from the top side.
Dia nak lowkan untuk Fanny datang ulti je guys. Zap. Nice one. Nice one guys.
Zeno just trying to get away. Han doesn't have any more energy to go for the fight. Zeno looks for the re-engage because he's walking into Blink. May not be able to get away from this one. They're going to try to close in. Zeno still dancing.
Nice, Fanny.
As well because Quanak comes in the nick of time.
Great timing. The fact is, Zeno understood one thing. Hey, I'm going to be dead no matter what. If I can get a trade, that's honestly not that bad, and they were still able to pull it off. The unfortunate part is the fact that Quanak always has to flicker to close that distance. And I think this is the problem. Yes, he does have himself together, but at the same time, he's got no defensive tools to protect himself if Hans gets on top of this stage of the game. So he's got to be very careful with how he uses the stun.
Nice one, Han.
At 6 minutes in, finally going down. YG with a 2.5k gold lead at this point. GK is slowly falling behind. I mean, Zeno hasn't really been able to pop off. Yes, we've seen some deaths on Han, but he is making up for it with map control, with taking out members, making sure that Sanji gets a good start up in the gold side. The fact that we've now seen Yaga go down as well, the push on the top side is tremendous with a big magic gush onto Shen. Shen unable to get away. And even though it's the road, every pick matters right now.
Yep, they're getting so many things for free. Sanji, he's not going to die here, I think.
Moscow, what are you doing?
Yaga. Yaga tries to dash through, gets on the other side of the wall, but Kunok still goes down. He came in to help and paid for
nice,
his life. Yaga falls as well. YG just capitalizing on every little mistake from GK right now.
Yeah, like everything that just doesn't seem to be going in GK's favor, right? They tried to figure out ways to kind of edge out just little efficiencies here and there to try and minimize the damage being thrown at them. But now, Zeno getting the Sky Piercer, pretty good. But we need to see a full team wipe out here from the side of GK. That's how their composition is so strong. They got to fight as 5.
GK, can they bring it together? They are all grouped up in this mid side, so there's your fight as 5. Even if they have to lose a tower, it should be worth it. Konako getting zoned back. Shen drops a glorious path. Ryzen's taken out by the magic gush. And YG continue just piece by piece dismantling GK.
Yep, at this stage with the lead that they have, YG understand one thing. Take away their front lines if they got nothing left. They just want to break this mid-tier 1, and they're going to force it.
Han dives in. Zeno looking to clear the wave.
Nice!
2 members taken out. Sanji in the backside with a blazing duet. Shen goes down. Quinnock will be the last to fall. There's no escape right now from YG.
Let's go, Yangon. Let's go.
They're making sure that they're going to repeat a process that we've already been seeing consistently throughout today. Give us a little bit of a lead, and we're going to run away with it. If you're not going to respond to play for only team fights, we're going to cut your front line down. No matter where you go, the paper cuts keep surmounting until it's a gushing wound. A wide open one as well. Because this combination, they could see everything. Oh, you're going to back up. All right, you're going to flicker forward. No problem. Constant punishes from YG.
Sebab ada community YG support aku guys. Aku support balik.
Lord falls as well. YG,
Myanmar, community Myanmar.
Try to go for a full inhibitor here at this point, especially
W Rain, W count min, W Myanmar in the chat guys.
This holy defense. It's going to be huge for YG on this next push. The delayed Lord coming out of the next wave. They weren't able to get the holy defense, so that is one small bonus. And all the doom with GK Esports, and down goes another one. Shen, oh my god, they jump in and both of them get pulled back. Aizen now will bite the bullet as well.
Nice.
As Han pops a cutthroat
to
multiple members.
Blazing duet.
Quinnock, Zeno, there's just no escape. GK Esports. They're getting dragged against the ground right now.
They're just making wrong decisions here. Like they see the opportunity, but they're not thinking a little bit about the position that they're currently in. The lack of awareness is starting to hurt them at this point, on top of the fact that they have just a huge economic lead for the side of Yangon Galacticos. They're going to see some underneath inhibitors.
Yeah, they were able to pop that holy defense before, so now the Lord gets full, ample opportunity. Guys, does flicker back. Spirit Destruction comes through. No way he goes for it.
Oh, Saifullah yang tu kena tengok availability dorang sebab yang busy sekarang dorang guys.
A blazing duet from Sanji.
Let's go, blazing duet.
A beautiful Tona's welcome.
GG guys, YG so strong man.
Things here, they're gonna lock on to the base, and Zeno can do nothing on his own.
YG so strong man. YG so strong. W Myanmar. W YG.
10 minutes. Because that's where they were going for. The Yangon Galacticos didn't have much resistance after
WYG
getting the early lead, but their coordination is what sets them apart. Unfortunately for GK, they made too many bad choices in a composition that heavily depends on that team fight. You only get 1 or 2 of those, especially within the early to mid stages of the game.
9 minutes, 59 seconds.
No, 1 second off.
1 second off. couple milliseconds off. Man, maybe we can fudge it a little. Just make it a little. Make it say 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk to production about that. But in the meantime, this is that's got to be crushing. That's got to be confidence.
W Myanmar guys. W Yangon.
Sure
W Yangon.
From this, but they got to show that they are real competitors here. Yangon Galacticos, they're not absolutely perfect. There were mistakes. It's just they couldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, and YG, I think once they knew they could keep pushing in, and I think they just felt it, right? Even though they made little mistakes here and there, they knew that they had the better of them in so many of those fights. And the reality is GK also made mistakes, but they were a lot larger, right? A lot of re-engages that they should have never taken, just like that, right there in the mid lane. Jumping in there, knowing that there still is that fatal Lynx out there, knowing the possibility of what could happen. We saw another one here where Aizen comes back in, re-engages. Where are you going, my guy?
Where is the glorious pathway supposed to do? Do you think you're going to get out of there scot-free? No, absolutely not. Blink has played this game for too long to let roamers disrespect him like that and get on top of Sanji. We're going to be throwing it back on over to our studio. Break it down for this. This was a brutal one.
It certainly was. That trophy standing on the stage, ready to be claimed. One of those teams has made a very good argument for why it should be them. Early on, sub 10-minute win, almost the perfect 10-minute win against GK Esports. It was a dominant performance, to say the least, Mirko and Renvar. As we come back onto the desk, my name is Randy. I'm your host, and that was a quick one.
Let's go, guys. 2-0, 2-0.
Because of
last match of the day, guys. Last match of the day.
This was a little bit more of what we saw earlier on in the beginning of the series today, because it was just too good from YG across the board.
Tak sabar nak balik ke bang? Tak sabar nak baring ke?
But also it was
esok kita masuk lepas solat Jumaat dah bang. Esok masuk lepas Jumaat ke?
We gave them the benefit of the doubt because we've seen crazy, a lot of wacky stuff today.
Abang masuk apa? Abang masuk apa esok?
Again, shout out to Midnight, Parating Handa. But again, the high-lows pick and the flex of the Belleric, that was very unnecessary. Again, it's kind of like the Eudora into the Atlas. The high-lows now into the Atlas. They're just trying, it almost seems like they're trying to feed as many bodies to the Atlas. Especially with the Gord already there.
Tak memasak lah esok.
Okay, I'm gonna get the Sky Piercer early then.
Yeah, I think that was the keyword there for even a lot of the actions that GK committed with.
Balot ni dia akan masak dulu. Oh ya Dan kau macam dah tahu jadual Balot. Bro, hey Didi, congrats for Yangon.
Something out, even though they were able to get an early first kill on Han, but then that didn't really stop the game plan of Yangon Galacticos. Once you get to the major objectives, it's so easy for this Atlas and their Gord to do whatever they want to do over and over again, setting up for the Fanny. But even if you don't set up for the Fanny, if the Atlas and Gord just gets someone low or forces out battle spells, you've already done your job. And that isn't even putting the Barretts into consideration just yet. The meta, as we've seen so far from today and yesterday, has a Barretts problem that no one can answer.
The thing is about the Barretts problem as well, it wasn't even like the biggest thing in this game, which is crazy because, all right, yes, they were able to completely dictate a tempo and these neutral objective fights with the Barats, but then you look at the other side of the map where Yangon Galacticos were very honest in the draft. They were like, all right, we're going to go for the Claude because you want to play strong side XP. That's why they picked the Barats. But the fact that the Claude won so hard in lane that it ultimately became two strong sides with no bully matchup. Again, in that matchup, it should actually be the Moscow.
Guys, yang belum subscribe dulu guys. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Esok kita nak nobar lagi
But in the end, it was Moskov getting solo under turret, already using Spear of Misery that gave Han such an easy time to pick and choose where he wants to go. He goes bot, free neutral objective. He goes top, free kill. And on top of the free kill, it was kind of like a buy one, get one because Zeno was trying his best to kind of like recover for the team by rotating top and trying to get a kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can also just sum it down to, it seems like Yangon got diffed really hard in lane by Sanji. Sanji, of course, with the experience that he had coming in from Falcon Esports and then now being able to play here for Yangon Galacticos. Really, you saw the difference in experience and comfort playing around the gold lane, where I know Yaga has it in him, but Sanji just looked so much better in game number one.
Talk about Han too. I mean, the Fanny has been banned most of the time, and you let it go. Han is known for that. And all of a sudden it's like, well, that's why it should have been banned. 7-2 on that game, but also pressure, comfort. There's so many reasons why you may want to mix it up. What do you take as GK letting it through? And also just like this set up so well for an early start for YG.
For me, it's like I on why they actually let it go. Right? Because they got the Eudora and the Hirara, the Urara combination, and it did pretty well at locking out the Fanny. But just, as Redmar said, as the caster said, there was no capitalization, there was no conversion on top of that because of these losing lanes. The Barat's doing a very good job in XP to hold around that first neutral objective that stopped that conversion, and also the winning lane up top. So I see why they let the Fanny go.
You understand it?
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Yeah, and they even had the high loss with it.
Esok ke akan habis lambat tak juga kan? Kita tak ada game akan drag sampai pagi bang kan? Kita tak akan ada game yang drag sampai pagi kan?
Wanna use it? Oh man, I've already used it. They brought me down so low. This was a really tough game also for Shen.
Yeah, that might be. Is that a learning lesson? Possibly. We'll find out because
Sabtu abang stream kan?
was exposed as a first pick. So that was a final pick for GK Esports. Coming into this conversation around what we can do heading into this matchup, they knew it was going to be a tough game.
The other day,
Yangon Galacticos
Which day, Nana?
We're certainly ahead in terms of your pick.
The other day?
Let's see what they had to say coming
You mean
into
before
it,
this?
We had a chance with Eterna to talk with GK Esports.
Siapa menang? 1-0 Yangon. Yangon leading 1-0.
Banyak benda guys, banyak benda.
We're now here with the mid laner of course, GK Esports. Welcome, Kwano.
Thank you, welcome.
How has Paris been treating you?
It's actually like awesome.
Draft pun ya, execution pun ya.
What's your favorite thing about Paris so far?
W-Ray, WYG, GG, very good YG. Yeah, very good, very good.
Okay, so this is your first time in Paris?
Very good.
Okay,
One
but
of
it's
the
not your
dark
first
horse.
time on the international scene.
No, it's like my third time.
But it looks like you're coming in with a new roster.
Well, my roster is fully changed. I have a new roamer, jungler, AXP, and gold laner. So yeah, 4 new teammates.
How has that been for you so far?
It was hard actually to like change the full roster with me, but
Radio sangat tu bang.
Win the MPL man again. It passed, you know.
Congratulations, by the way.
Korang janganlah guys.
So
Abang Lok tengah
how would
sakit
you
tu
describe your new
guys.
playstyle with your new teammates?
Actually, our playstyle
Sorry tak tengok first game tadi. Yangon draft apa? Diorang main Atlas Fanny tu. Belum main Atlas Fanny.
Okay, so aggressive, team fight heavy.
Yeah.
We've been seeing that a lot, you know, coming into MSC, and I was wondering about what's going on with the mid laner right now. I think we saw Rafaela earlier on. Eudora has been very popular, and Vexana. So first off, what do you think about the Eudora pick that's been so popular?
Good draft. Betul, good draft.
Eudora, I think like
draft dorang bagus, execution dorang pun bagus.
S+ tier now, it's pick or ban.
Mainan tu yang pelajar
It's so good against tanky junglers, so good against like assassin junglers. It has like continuous damage and burst damage, and can protect. It doesn't need like much protect. You know? So I think
Thank you. Next match, good luck YG.
Amazing pick for Eudora. What about the Vexana?
There's still one game, Paris. There's still one game. Right now, 1-0. YG leading.
Like situational. You can't pick Vexana every game. You only pick it for disengage or like counter team fight. You can't pick it. I mean, it's not like flexible as much as Eudora.
Okay, so we can expect more Eudora, but maybe less from Vexana.
Yeah, of course.
What's your specialty?
My special pick?
Yeah.
Loi, but it's actually not meta now.
Do you think we can see your Loi today?
Possible scenario, yeah.
Okay, because you're up against Yangon Galacticos, and they're also known to be very aggressive. Is there any special preparation that you have up against them?
I think it's going to be in the draft phase. We're like going to ban some of their aggressive picks.
Ooh, okay. So we'll keep an eye out for the drafts. Once again, thank you so much. Congratulations. Congratulations for being here. Congratulations. Good luck. That's what I meant, guys.
Good luck too.
Yang tahu tu tahu main, yang kami ni tahu cari duit. Bodoh.
Eterna, congratulations to you. Congratulations for being so good at your job.
Good luck.
I gave a very nice compliment. I felt Eterna's been doing amazing with those interviews. That was a funny one and a funny way to end one, but also that's just what happens when you put yourself in a lot of interviews. I think she's won probably 99% of them. I think maybe Quanok won that one.
I think we deserve a graphic.
How do you see YG Ren? Really strong, Watata. Really strong.
Yeah.
I think one of the title contender for this series, for this SC EWC,
worse you are at social interactions, she's a god at
they will
Mobile
become one of the title contenders.
So good in games.
No. We can't get on her like that. You know, this was though a very fun kind of start for, obviously, if you were on the side of our winning team. But when it comes to GK and Quanah talking about just the meta, you could see that he has a very not simple, but like kind of common understanding, which everyone coming into this is. The Eudora is valuable. Yes. Playing around that though was not enough, and so that leads to the question, guys. What do you do at this point when the stuff that's clearly valuable, that's commonly known to work, isn't quite working?
You really have to look back at then what you're doing within the game itself. Like how come you're failing with these picks that you yourself think of as S+. Your timing, when you're throwing out your abilities in certain little skirmishes, how you're even trading out abilities within the laning phase, why the high loss popped up. Okay, maybe I'm not going to dog at the high loss too much, but
you have to. You do. If you don't, I will.
What do you think about the game when you play against Myanmar?
They were talking about aggressiveness.
I think they are really talented. They are really talented. It's just that they don't get enough highlight or enough spotlight from the community. You know? Maybe Myanmar players are not as famous like Indonesian players, Filipino players, or even Malaysian players. But in terms of mechanic, they are really good.
They were reacting a lot.
In terms of mechanic, they are really good.
There's a pick that they shouldn't let through. Maybe you let
Chital,
the
Chital, Paris.
You ban the Fanny because they said they wanted to ban some of the best picks for Yangon Galacticos. I know we agreed that it looks like they had the idea to go up against the Fanny, but clearly it's not just about the picks anymore. The Fanny for Han is against the Fanny, but clearly it's not just about the picks anymore. The Fanny for Han is really good. Maybe it's one of those picks that you just have to ban straight up.
You know, this is one of those conversations.
Let's go.
Feels like
let's go, Yangon. Let's go.
So much
Marv.
to consider what exactly
Coach Marv.
There's so many ways to point the finger when you
Freya,
use that
Marcel.
There you go. And immediately
Arlott,
you see
Fanny,
you see the Fanny ban. This is what we're used to.
Love you guys, man.
It was strange in game one that didn't happen.
Arbor.
We also see
what is
Freya ban as
Arbor?
well. I mean, this is much more, I think,
what is
close to what you would like to see from GK.
Yeah, I think this is a standard approach to
Atlas
drafts,
ban.
especially, you know,
Okay.
in the current meta. You ban out
So
Fanny, ban out
contest
Atlas as well.
Hirara
Now,
and also Link.
One last game, guys. Let's go.
First
Let's
pick
finish
or
the
ban.
day.
I think that
SRG
should be
jumpa
the
ni,
choice
siapa
as well
kalah
for
ni,
GK.
SRG
You know, a
jumpa,
lot of the other assassins open, Hirara, Ling, so
jumpa
might as well pick up
Yangon,
Eudora first
tak
and
mungkin
then
lah
let
Yangon kalah.
Yangon Galacticos decide what other assassin they want to go for. Now, the
Tak mungkin
question
Yangon
is,
kalah.
will the Phobius also be banned out or will YG
jawab
try
tak
to
soalan
punish
saya tadi
GK
sebab
with that?
Belleric
Phobius?
ban. Okay, so open Link. Apa is this?
So it's a wealth of options here for
W1
GK that Yangon
Tahta. Love you guys, man.
Galacticos,
Love you
the
guys.
path that we've seen so far in the priorities, they might just end up
Bang,
winning
budak
the trade for
nak
the first
tanya. Bang,
blue
nak
one,
tanya
red
kalau
one,
lo
two
berhasil
Hirara,
trade.
Link.
GK will have to pull out
menang
something
terus boleh ke
for blue
final
to
ke?
3 to
Dia dapat
turn it
nombor
around
3
in
langsung
their
tu.
favor. I still think the shadow of Uranus and
Itu
Belleric
soalannya.
is starting to really hang heavy in the drafts, but
Wow.
instead the Eudora
Hirara first
will
pick.
rush the Hirara
Ni dia
instead.
akan lawan antara siapa
So you
dua
think they're
ni,
gonna lose
siapa
Eudora
yang
Link.
Lepas tu kalau menang,
Yeah, it should be
And
Eudora
that's-
plus
kena
one.
lawan
What does
pula
that? What does that tell you, Mirko?
siapa yang kalah
it tells me that
di
GK
antara
or
Aurora
confident in their
W.
Hirara. I guess, I mean, they
Myanmar
picked up Hirara
community
both games, right? So, you know,
are the W
the
here,
previous
man.
game as well.
kalau menang baru
I'm guessing they
kita knockout stage.
think
Lama
they'll
lagi
have an
perjalanan.
Eudora
answer for
Link.
Eudora anyway. Something
Dia
can
baru main
open up,
sekali.
maybe a Cho early
So,
on
dia
as
kalau
well.
nak
Could be the
pergi
case,
ke
but
grand final,
it could be
kena
taken by
main
Yangon Galacticos, man. They were
Arby
once to
Rin,
ban
Arby
Cho
Nana.
earlier after
Dua,
banning out the
tiga,
or after
empat.
picking up the Atlas rather. So
Lagi
Eudora
4 kali
Cho
kena menang.
is guaranteeing mid prio,
Baru boleh
and then you
pergi
think
final.
Eudora?
Red 3 will be a solid choice.
Link.
But they go for the Link
Champion,
Eudora
5 kali kena
instead.
menang.
Okay,
to save
okay,
for,
okay,
I
okay,
think,
okay.
the Phobius Red
Banyak lagi
3.
perjalanan.
There would be.
Honestly,
That could be.
GK just
Phobius.
pull a page out of the book of everyone else. Just pick up something like a Cho, and then you pick up a Barrett's.
Phobius Hilda.
Right? Cho
Is
Barrett's
it possible?
together. You get a little bit of a more priority
Oh,
in
it's
the
still
center of the
early.
map. You rotate
Phobius,
fast because your Barrett's are slow.
God.
Barrett's can safeguard
Phobius,
that
God,
side of the
Esmeralda.
map. But no, of course, I prefer Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
She's usually banned at this point.
That's true.
But you are a big Barrett's fan. Talk to me a little more while we wait for this pick, unless it really shocks us. Talk to me a little bit
Esmeralda
more
plus one.
for
What do you
those just
think?
coming in and watching. Why you like
Pulang,
Barrett's
jom.
showing up more and more as we get into these
Balik.
days?
Yeah, because of the
Dah
picks
habis
that
dah ni
we've
last
seen
match.
for
Last
this
match
metagame,
dan
there's
Moskov?
not a lot that can
Is it
actually
Moskov?
give it problems
They
early
need one
on.
laning
Well,
hero,
in the previous
guys.
series, we saw Lut EXP go down twice early on with the Barretts, but it had to get
Pakito.
so much
Oh,
resources
double
in their
fighter straight
opponents
away.
just so that they could take the Barretts down. That's why I feel like it's so good, because with all those resources gone, you with a lot of damage dealers in the meta game right now, with the Barretts down, you still can clap back and counter the opponents that took it. And GK are honest with it. They show up the Esmeralda and the Pakito already, so they know that they're going to be backing the EXP.
Ruby, Alice, Barracks. Which one, guys? Ruby, Alice, Barracks.
You get the Pakito at gold, you get the Esmeralda at EXP.
Or
Isn't that where they
Nah.
kind of had their biggest struggle,
Could
though?
be.
I mean, in gold
At
and
least
EXP, and I
Ruby
mean, Mirko was
Barracks.
kind of waxing poetic on this. They just lost so hard in that, even if they had better matchups on mid and
Or
jungle,
Chow
they wasn't
first.
able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's why it
Rome
feels
straight
like
away.
this is a confidence pick and confidence.
Ruby,
track.
okay, let's go Ruby.
Yangon right away.
Whoa.
This one,
Answering with the
guys,
Ruby, that
is
such a
flexible
good
Ruby.
pick because
It
GK
could
were
be
so
gold
honest
lane
with
Ruby,
it. Yangon Galacticos
and
pick
it
up a
also
pick
could
that
be
punishes
ESP
that
laner
honesty.
Ruby.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, you know, the Ruby we did see earlier as well was a fantastic choice by Pro Esports to bully or to punish a full melee composition at the
They
start
can
of the game. And
ban
GK
Brody.
did exactly that. The Pakito, the Esmeralda, the Hirara, all very honestly laid out for YG to counter, so they go straight up for that. They're gonna have crazy
Or
combo as well.
maybe...
So
Oh,
let's
Zushin,
just
yeah,
see
Zushin
how they
can.
build
Zushin
on it,
also
right?
can.
Like now, I feel like the Ruby, it's also a three-way flex at this point. They're not being
Saji
too
dah main
honest
dah, Pejal dah
themselves.
kalah
They
dah.
have that question thrown out now to GK, and they're gonna have to keep GK wondering because Rome works, Gold works, XP works, all the matchups against the picks of GK. It works.
Barracks
It
ban.
will really make GK
Oh,
overthink,
so they really
and now
thought
they
that
start
this
taking out the
Ruby
Barrios
will
of the
be
world. I wouldn't be
gold,
surprised if they even decide to take out something like the Uranus, but then
Kau
you
laku
might need to
kata
consider
main. Kata dia, kau pun dah lama tak call aku tu, Pejal. Dah lama tak nak jumpa aku tu, Pejal.
Where though, that's a little bit more up in the air. You wouldn't want to pack it up against an Esmeralda, but maybe if Yangon are crazy enough, put it elsewhere. But I don't think they're going to be too crazy to do that.
4 of the game's heroes from the
Bruno
previous
against
game are
Pakito?
banned in this one, so we're seeing a full
I don't
lineup
really like
swap.
it, man, to be
The
honest.
stolen Eudora, I think, was more given away from GK Esports. Noticed that wasn't going to work unless we had stronger EXP and gold lanes.
Busy Pejal. Tak apa, next time.
Mirko,
Kita
what's
lepak
next in
dia.
your eyes? What are we looking
Valentina
at?
ban.
The show
Oh.
right now for YG again, just guaranteeing mid prio so that they can help
So
the
they
lane
might
get
pick
the buffs. Because even though GK have the Ruby that can actually, you know, beat out the Pakito
One-
and Esmeralda in these team fights,
one
thing
ability
that
hero
GK
here,
have
guys. Is it
basically
Sora?
confirmed is prio
Is
on
it Sora?
both
They want to
lanes.
play Sora.
They can just cut the waves and then have the Hirara rotate over with these two guys over into the jungle to take away from Han.
Why-
So
why with the
YG,
Valentina ban, guys?
Either they got to start winning these lanes, you know, by picking up these lane bullies, which are already banned out, again, the Barats and the Uranus, or they went out mid-prio and cover
Sora
lane, cover Han straight
or...
up.
They need a really strong row mid here that can set the tempo.
Oh, Cho first,
They
okay.
end up
Cho
picking up the
first.
Cho, which is why.
So
I
they
suggested
they
maybe
they
GK
keep
would
this
wanna
Ruby
pick up
flex,
a
huh?
Cho for them.
They
Good,
keep
but,
this Ruby flex.
Ooh.
Johet!
Got a unique hero.
Finally, there's
But
another
it's
one.
tapi susah, guys.
They'll be able to farm mega fast if they're gonna double leash for their
Betul, farm dia laju, betul. Tapi Johet lawan dengan Chow Ruby susah, guys, eh. Lawan Chow Ruby susah. Let's go Sora or
And I think for wildcards, if I'm not mistaken, we saw once.
Phobias. Ruby Golden, let's go.
Orang lain, tapi saya sokong.
Only the Jawhead
Vitality
will
dan
be
juga
able to
ni.
go through, but then
Bang,
you won't
live dari
even
petang
be
tadi
able to
tu.
toss
Dah
her.
7 jam.
You're just gonna pop the damage with the unstoppable force, but you'll be knocked
7 jam,
out of her
14 minit.
dome immediately if you try to get the toss up on the Melissa.
Please, Melissa, please.
Yeah, with all of this dive,
XP
Go
Ruby?
Away would be perfect
If
right
XP
now.
Ruby-
Unless they decide to play for range and pick up something like the Granger packet with a Piercer, but I would prefer
Click.
they get the click. Oh, this is such a tough click game though.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a pretty risky choice.
Yeah, it's
So,
like
Ruby
you're
XP, guys,
choosing
Ruby
to
XP.
say, I like this. Please make it more difficult for
Eh,
me.
kenapa
I wanna
perempuan
show off
main
how good
sampai
I am.
3, laki
Well,
main
maybe
sampai
they
ke
are that
11.
good.
Laki jadual
You
panjang
should
sikit,
have
guys.
known, Mirko.
Laki ada banyak
Some
hari, guys.
Melissa, they were going to do something else. Once you said it, it was not happening. You know how you do. You know how it works. You said it
Clean
yourself.
bukan risky ke Dragon? Kalau tanya aku risky sebenarnya. Tapi dorang yakin dorang boleh protect dia kot, Iqbal.
Clint, to
Kalau tanya
follow
aku,
through
Johet,
to finish
Selena,
off this lineup, it is almost an entirely
boleh
new
fight-
lineup
boleh fight
from
clean.
GK Esports.
Oh yelah, tapi dorang ada Ruby Eudora, guys. Ruby Eudora untuk cover Golden kuat, eh.
3? We'll find out. We've got Gideon and Trex on the cast.
Thanks so much.
Hello, brother. Welcome to the stream.
Match point for the Yangon Galacticos.
What up, man?
And we've got quite a wild opportunity to see Selena and Jawhead within the same composition.
Aku tengah live. Jaga keluar balik. Dah nak biar.
Many victims in ranked games getting absolutely demolished, but how quick they're able to
bagi top 3 EWC guys Oi, susah tu guys. Awal sangat lah. I would say SRG,
didn't need more help.
We need
Aurora,
that is it.
PLPH.
There will be no invades. We will secure it and we will do something after.
Nanti fans Indonesia akan marah aku guys
It's crazy. It's a wild style of
Let's go, Ray. Let's go.
If things start to go downhill, if they don't develop a lead, if the Yangon Galacticos are the ones who actually maintain at least a 2K lead, I think this game is sort of done for unless they put some damage onto Sanji. But in the meantime, I like the fact that GK, they don't want to slow down. They're just going to play for that information and really work with the mid trio to get things moving across the map.
Yeah, and they take some really interesting pathing. I almost kind of worry about this Zeno. With such a lead that they had, getting that purple buff immediately, they could have used that to have him just start in his own jungle, but they go for the litho, they go into the mid, hope that there's a possible mess up, and now that quick pace that they wanted to set kind of just evens out in a sense.
Then they don't mind that, right? They don't mind that. They're looking for lane punishes. I don't see them trying to contest for the very first turtle of this game. But I think, honestly, they need to put as much punishment onto Sanji as possible, right? Because as much as Yaga wants to one-shot him, it's hard to trade against somebody, especially at level 2, who can recoil backwards and also lock you down to get free damage from the trade. So,
sama aja bang, orang Indo juga pengen tim yang boy pulang. Iya, Gabriela, benar.
Most of the time, you just have to kind of sit in that bush, just wait for your time, get a quick push, and then move away.
All right, Ying getting a little starved away. He's got to try to make his way in to get that card. Is able to get it. So everything back to normal on the bot side.
Oh my god, they got a permanent freeze on top side.
Clean freeze, Paquito.
He can't walk up. Like Yaga walks up, he's going to get blasted.
Dia pakai clean fighter ni kot. Clean fighter ni kot.
But I mean, he can close the distance pretty quickly. We are at least seeing him. But down to the turtle. Blink. Taking a little bit of damage by everybody.
Woi, Ruby mahal.
Tempest of Blades connects on to Noah. Still finds the kill on the Shen. Now Aizen forced to run away.
Ruby tu mahal guys, Ruby tu mahal.
Bring it all in.
GG dok Ruby dia.
And that's exactly what you want to see, right?
Tengok Ruby dia guys, tengok Ruby dia guys. Eyes on Ruby Sap. Oh, pusing 4 orang tu guys, second skill lu mahal lu.
From the side of GK, very nice of him to do so because with this lead, they're going to push it even further. And that's the thing about Yangon Galacticos' composition, right? It is a little risky here and there, but it doesn't mean that GK missing out that first turtle is the end of the world. The real question is whether or not, they get the blast down. And luckily for Aizen, he's able to tank the damage. No.
Oh,
that's the passive, right?
Yeah.
After effect.
Oh, that is nasty. Nasty stuff. And I think this is going to be what the game is going to look like for a while.
Serius lah, Paquito kalah dengan
I mean, it's already 5-0.
Paquito udah freeze tu. Siap freeze tu. Clean dia siap freeze tu Paquito.
If things follow this pacing. Shen on the bottom side just trying to defend the tower at this point as YG continues to advance forward. Look at Blink just constantly keeping tabs in their jungle, constantly pushing in.
Baik siap Blink makankan arrow tu.
Like a Jawhead and a Selena, that's what they should be doing, right? They should be the ones pushing in. Good amount of damage on a Ying there, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Shen going to fully commit. Completely misses. Ying.
Zap.
Wait a second.
Whoa!
What a surprise.
W Ruby though. What a
people like Ruby, there is just no point, especially if you
baik
land that
yo,
first
kuat do Yangon.
Up. A nice kick from Blink on Zeno. Han moves in, Tempest of Blades, just try to close the distance. Ooh, Han will get stunned up. Unable to get the kill on Zeno, but he dashes back and forward.
Baik, Ducau udah makan arrow guys.
GK still unable.
Sao dia power makan arrow tu guys.
Unreal. He's still able to have the time and honestly just really good movement so far.
Dia dah battle lepas wajib aku rasa dia tak sampai tahap wajib kan, tapi dia hero yang susah lawan sekarang.
Flick. Value, I would say at this point, just get what you can.
Is Sanji gonna walk up? No, they're not gonna contest this. Yeah, they're already using the unstoppable force on towards Han's side. Making sure that he's kind of deep.
A nice throwback from Shen there. I'm offended, connects on Aizen though, and Shen unable to get away as Han. Close the distance on a more members. Aizen close. Kunok may just be next. Able to get off the headshot. 3 members down on the side of GK. Just when I was about to say, okay, they're getting some pace back. They get a turtle, they get a kill. this happens.
Every single time. And the worst part is that this has occurred. This is not like a new thing for the Yangon Galacticos. They did this in game number 1 as well. And they were also able to get the mid-tier 1, which is the most important structure on this map for the first 8 minutes of the game. Now, with the missing mid-tier 1, they get to walk into the jungle for free. Like it's, hey,
Ruby ni power, Chow ni pun power guys. Chow ni dia power makan arrow Selena ni. So Selena ni tak boleh main. Ruby ni dia pandai timing second skill dia guys. So diorang ni team mechanic yang gua ni.
And with the composition that they have, with all of these strong frontliners like the Ruby, with Blink being able to dash through, having that just makes their composition work even more. Now they take out the tier 3 on the top side, and even more movement around where this next and last turtle is
untuk planning kalah-kalah guys. Sekarang ni setiap mata berharga.
I'm gonna take it in front of his face.
Nak tengok YG lawan Onyx. YG menang tu guys aku rasa.
Not to mention that at least for this lane, On is having the time of his life, uncontested, and for the majority of the abilities coming on for the side of Geeke, the burst damage is very target locked, so he just has to hold up his Bladed Tempest and dodge it.
Yaga can at least try to get a tower for himself, but it doesn't mean much at this point. They have, I mean, at this point you got to regroup. It's a 3,000 gold lead. There is still plays that could be made, but they definitely need to stick together. Remember, we said it last game. Once they started falling behind, you have a composition that you want to sit around. Everyone needs to kind of work together, get those combos off. They don't have any big range with the marksman. They sacrifice that for the fighter off lanes. Turtle is up now. What can they do about it?
Initially, I thought maybe playing for the strong side in this Paquito, because he can hard shove this way, but now it's kind of 50-50, and here we go.
Thank you for the hot Mizarul.
Shen, look for the engage, gets the ejector.
Hier dah dapat.
Throw onto Annie though.
Stop.
And so does Aizen. Ying now going to move on. A beautiful flicker from Yaga. Yaga able to get some nice shots off, but won't be able to get away from here. YG just collecting heads one by one.
Aku nak sangat dia tengok Kram main Ruby guys. Hero Kram tu.
Outplay angle for Yaga, but he did not want to lose out on his flicker for the next upcoming fight. And if you get this point, having the Selena is great because now you can watch Yangon Galacticos in first-person view steal away your camps and still not be able to do anything about it. It's just, this is really, really rough. I want to be positive for them, but at the same time, the composition that they have, like they don't have a lot of comeback mechanics unless those arrows hit. And even when those arrows hit, there's a pretty good chance,
Eudora,
unless it hits Sanji, everybody else has a response. Blink can block arrows. Ying, as we've seen 3 times already, has flickered I'm offended to catch multiple members. Like, if Geeke cannot punish that, they should not fight them during the neutral objective.
And the Ruby just destroys everything that Geeke wants to bring here. Every little bit of dive. And if they do get past the Ruby, there's still the quick stun from nice kick. Does land down on Aizen. Still the quick stun from Kai's. Still the quick second skill, small stun from Sanji. It's so hard to break through. Even if you're going for those targets, you're jumping on to
Eudora ada second skill standby.
It's a tough match. Even if Geeke was able to kind of even things out here, it's just a hard match to fight.
They're living on a prayer. That's the truth of it. Even Yaga, right? He's in this 2v1 scenario. Finally uses his flicker. You're up against Ling. He's going to chase you down.
Double fighter, jungler hyper. Kau boleh main jungle tank, XP damage.
Honestly, I think game 1 has absolutely crushed
kau
that confidence.
Hero
After that first turtle, it's just PTSD.
Soal dia sekarang, tim kau lagi selesa main meta yang mana. And draft siapa lagi balance. Itu je. Dua tu. Contoh kau dah main jungler damage, Roman kau hero setup, okay, SP kau wajib badan. Dia kena balance lah, kena balance. And kena main ikut strength masing-masing.
Some of them have hit. It's just, you know, it hits somebody like Blink. It's hit Ying a couple of times.
Diorang sekarang sedang kumpul hero apa banyak tu guys. Atlas boleh, Chow boleh, Ruby boleh.
This is the airstrip, land the plane.
Tapi diorang ni lagi sedap kalau main dengan hero yang dia boleh bergerak sama-sama dekat river. Mati pagi tu.
GK
GG duk.
unable to do anything in
Oh,
the face of this
faham,
team right
Jazakallah
now.
I think I figured it out. I think
Tak
that
adalah,
GK
Smiley. Thank you,
haven't
Smiley.
realized it's not the fact that
Beres,
they have
beres.
this
Sama-sama,
huge
sama-sama borak,
economic lead on the
sama-sama
side of Yangon Galacticos. It's the fact that they're walking up as if there's people behind them, and Yangon is like, wait, we already
Selalunya
have full
Eudora ni dia
vision.
tak boleh
We
main
know you're
sendiri
by
guys.
yourself.
Dia
And
perlu
this
orang
keeps
teman dia.
on happening.
Dia perlukan
GK
vision
is
guys.
trying to
Eudora ni dia
fake them
perlukan
out with their
vision.
positioning, trying to fake them out as if like, yes,
Jadi,
I'm a legitimate threat.
Macam
The
tengok
truth
kanan ni.
is,
Diorang main kat
it's
Eudora ni
already
dengan
been
siapa? Dengan Chow.
exposed. The
Chow boleh
satellite
tolong
sees
clear, Chow
everything.
boleh buka ambush.
So what do GK do? I mean, I guess we pointed out they just continue to not do it. A little bit of a
By
1v1
one.
anime
Up.
fight.
Immune.
Han wins once again. Shen, I mean,
Tak
even
bernafas lah,
Shen
guys.
is really engaged most of
Ini
the play this
mekanik
time,
tu.
but doesn't get
Ya,
the
tim
toss.
mekanik tu.
A lot of damage on a blink with Sanji, just free hitting from the backside. And
Ah,
then
Ruby.
with the flicker. More damage lands on Aizen. Sanji getting aggressive, dashing in. Shen just trying to zone them away, just
Tengok
trying to
guys,
defend
Johor
the
tu
base.
sampai tak tahu nak angkat
A
apa
Lord
guys.
is coming soon though, and YG's not done yet.
At this point, it's not just
Abang
looking
Lot,
at the prayer, it's putting
yeah.
lipstick on
Viewer
the
saya
hair.
dia tanya,
Now they're
Yusri
looking for a
KRU
little
mana?
bit more.
Senyap je.
They get the shutdown.
Apa dia?
Finally.
Viewer saya tanya, Yusri KRU mana? Senyap je.
No one was there to help him
Ada,
out.
ada.
Ying
Dah
wasn't
sakit
there to
badan.
slow him down.
Sakit badan. Abang Lot sakit
GK
guys.
Esports getting
Sekejap lagi dia nak
another
berehat
kill
tu.
on board.
Woi!
With the toss.
Oh my
But
god.
everyone walks in. Nobody able to help out at
Mati
all.
Shen,
Blink
kau
getting low.
flicker.
Sanji able to find Shen. Blink does finally drop. Yaga is finally picking up some kills on the board. All three, the only three of GK's kills are in the hands of Yaga.
And now there
Carry dah
is
tak meta,
some
boleh je di
legitimate
Palestine.
hope. They were able
Boleh
to
meta,
get
boleh
the right
bawa
spells.
je.
Yangon
Kena ada combo
Galacticos,
juga.
unfortunately,
Nampak
a
pernah dah
little
tu.
too
sakit,
overeager. But
guys.
look at this, look
Tengah
at
sakit
this,
guys.
right?
Abang Lot
He's
sakit
on
guys.
top
Kita
of
doakan
Yaga.
kesembuhan untuk Abang Lot guys.
No problem, but here's the moment where Yaga wants to come in, and guess who saves the day? It's Blink who blocks the shot to save Sanji's
Tak apa, abang.
life
Habis ni
here.
kita terus gerak, abang. Habis ni terus gerak.
Yaga was thinking about getting the empowered shot and flickering right on top of the correct targets,
Link.
similarly to what
Stop,
his
stop,
Jogga did.
stop, stop, stop.
Han is moving and grooving right now.
They're
Tapi
maintaining that
user link dekat
distance,
MSC
but
ni semua pada
since you
padu
brought
lah
up the
guys.
question, I will answer.
Tak ada
They're
tu.
going to
Terkait
need
tak elok pun
somebody
tadi.
to bait the spells. The only
Abang Lot,
problem is I don't think
jangan,
that the
jangan.
Galacticos, when
Jangan,
the
Abang Lot,
unstoppable
jangan.
force comes out of Shen, they're just going to wait until it's done, right?
Jangan macam tu. Oh, hilang
Aizen
terus.
down. Han able to get the kill. Blink looking for the next target. Ooh, beautiful flicker.
Hilang.
Calling the dash.
Up.
Preemptively, Yaga to the
Pakito
backside.
cuba cari
He
clean.
flickers through.
Pakito
He wants
dapat.
Sanji's
Wih,
able to
dapat
get
juga
put up.
Yaga.
Sanji goes down as well,
Mati.
and Yaga's picking him up.
Hilang.
But Kai's finally gets the shutdown, and it's a full
Rata!
team wipe for YG.
Pretty good idea, but they could not collapse at the exact same time.
Tak
There's just too
bernafas
many
tu.
delays with the help of Ying. Covering
bernafas,
so
tak bernafas
much
diorang
space.
buat,
He's 3-0-16. This Ruby pick
Rata tu,
has
meh.
absolutely
Tak bernafas tu, meh,
demolished
diorang
their
buat.
top as they start knocking
Hey,
on the
kata.
front door. GK, what are you gonna do about this? You need 6 seconds.
I don't think there's much GK can do. With the minions crashing through, YG does decide to back off. They're not going to force it. But the jungle's gone. There's no bust for the side of GK, and Lord is up. Does GK go for this? Honestly, they've been going for it nonstop, so I wouldn't put it past them to try to take this fight.
I honestly think they should do it again, right? Force this fight
Lepas ni memang
underneath
terus Abang Lot rehat lah.
by the Lord.
Esok
They
pun
need
kita tak tahu lagi.
GK
Tengok
are
macam
the
mana.
ones who have to walk on over, and if Yangon don't do this fast, that top wave is going to build up the
SRG
force.
no
The
GK
decision
nanti
for
tough
them.
match. Tak. Tu akan jadi one-sided guys.
Dashes through. Big
One-sided
kick
SRG.
on Quinnock. Quinnock goes down. Tempest of Blades falls
Stop.
onto Aizen. It's on the top side. Yaga gets pulled back in with the arm offended. Kais gets the kill. The rest of GK running for the hills.
Yeah. And now they're going for the end game. They
8-0-13
don't even need to
tu,
work this
macam
point.
Eudora
They know
Rain
what
tu.
they need to do. And Sanji is just too strong. He can single-handedly do the siege.
Stop.
It's a 4v5 right now, or a 3v5 right now. Aizen goes down. YG gonna move on to Shen here. Last minion drops.
Lot tu,
They do
YG.
have to back off. They're unable to connect to the base.
I don't know how long we can do this for, because it's come to a point where we're getting to
Ambil
the
je lot terus
42k
tu.
mark. Once we get to the 42k mark, we're expecting that Xeno alongside, well, in this case, Yaga, would have hit their core items. I know for a fact that Yaga has his items. Xeno
YG
at the
player
same
is
time,
absolute
but the
mechanic.
rest
Yeah,
of them,
yeah.
they just don't have enough stats, especially
YG
for
player
Aizen.
full of mechanics,
Literally
guys.
2 items.
Full of mechanical player.
I mean, in the end, right?
Aizen dengan YG ni
I think the big problem for
lawan
GK.
mereka.
Where's the major damage? You have some physical damage. Quinnock was never able to come online, and even then, towards
Kirim
late
pun kena
game,
rehat. Balik dari Paris tak
the
hilang
Celine
lagi.
is always
Thank you
going to start
dulu.
to fall off a
Baik tu,
bit,
aku hargai
you
hidup
know,
komen kau.
and it wasn't able to get that
Okay,
value you would
okay.
get out of it
Yes,
in the
aku
early
okay,
to
guys.
mid. And at this point, without a marksman,
Korang follow lah, tolonglah follow aku, subscribe YT aku. Esok kita stream lagi
as your major damage dealers,
esok kita tengok Vamos lah.
Where does GK go with
that?
The physicality of their damage isn't the problem. It's the fact that this Ruby has literally blocked them at every single angle. Like, Yaga wants to close the distance, but he can't because he's melee. So at this stage, it really is just whether or not Ying can get moved out of position.
Pulls Zeno back in, Zeno goes down. Aizen about to get hit by the Tempest of Blades. Is Han dashes on the tower, get the kill. Lord connects on the face of Yaga. And that should be it. YG with one last empowered wave will move on to the base. They want to make things fast. They want to make things quick.
One-sided tu gamenya guys, pembantaian tu.
Oh, the outclass here. The Young Galacticos take the game 2-0. They had an incredible
perjalanan lower untuk cantik tadi. So far lawan GK first, second tu lah yang kita kena tengok. Yang first lepas ni diorang jemput okey, tak ada hal. Boleh satu menang satu kalah. Yang lepas tu mungkin akan seru sikit.
I think this is one of those go back to the pre-preparation room, relook at the
okay guys, thank you for the support. Yang belum follow saya dulu guys. Yang belum subscribe dekat YT, subscribe dulu guys. Congrats YG. Come back stronger SRG. Okay, kita doakan yang terbaik untuk Malaysia. Kita doakan yang terbaik untuk tim-tim dari Malaysia ni untuk mara ke knockout stage guys Tak kira lah Vamos ke SRG ke, apa-apa kita support Vamos pukul berapa esok Aku tak sure guys. Game ketiga ke nama YT Rain apa? Raintodak, sama je Raintodak. Okay guys, kita jumpa esok guys Okay bye semua. Assalamualaikum guys.
Can't skip any of the steps with this style of composition. It must be step 1, 2, and 3, not 1,